Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The blood tasted like copper and humiliation. Luo Tianqian hit the sparring platform face first, his jaw cracking against stone polished by 1,000 such defeats. His wooden practice sword skittered across the arena and fell into the drainage channel with a hollow splash. Above him, the laughter of 300 outer disciples rose like a flock of startled birds, harsh, mocking, and utterly without sympathy. Match concluded, announced Elder One from the judging platform, his tone carrying the exhaustion of a man who had watched this same outcome unfold too many times. Victory to Duan Feilong. Luo Tianqian is eliminated from the monthly sparring trials. Tianqian pressed his palms flat against the stone and pushed himself upright. His left eye was already swelling shut. His ribs screamed where Feilong's practice sword had connected with enough force to crack bone despite the protective formations woven into the arena floor. He could feel the trickle of blood from his split lip running down his chin and dripping onto his gray outer disciple robes, the cheapest fabric the Azure Crane sect issued, already threadbare at the elbows and stained with old blood that no amount of washing could remove. Across the arena, Duan Feilong stood without a single hair displaced. His inner disciple robes were pristine white silk with Azure Crane embroidery at the collar and cuffs. His practice sword rested casually against his shoulder, as though he'd been doing nothing more strenuous than stirring tea. He was 19, 3 years older than Tianqian, and everything Tianqian was not: tall, broad-shouldered, blessed with first-grade spiritual roots that made qi absorption as natural as breathing. Feilong's gaze slid over Tianqian the way one might glance at a stain on the floor, acknowledging its existence only long enough to feel mild disgust. Someone should tell the outer sect to stop sending waste-root cultivators into the trials, Feilong said, not to Tianqian but to his coterie of inner disciples gathered at the arena's edge. It wastes everyone's time. The inner disciples laughed. A few outer disciples laughed too, eager to align themselves with power even at the cost of their own dignity. Tianqian felt the familiar burn of shame in his chest, not because Feilong was wrong, exactly, but because the cruelty was so casual, so practiced, as if diminishing others was simply the natural order of the cultivation world. He retrieved his practice sword from the drainage channel, ignoring the snickers, and walked to the exit tunnel with as much composure as he could manufacture from the ruins of his pride. Wei Liang was waiting at the tunnel mouth, holding a damp cloth and a bottle of healing salve. Wei was Tianqian's age, a fellow outer disciple with similarly mediocre spiritual roots, but where Tianqian responded to the sect's hierarchy with quiet endurance, Wei responded with relentless, almost aggressive cheerfulness. That lasted 14 seconds longer than last month, Wei said, offering the cloth. Real improvement. He hit me 7 times, Wei. 7 survivable hits. Last month you went down after 3. That's progress. Tianqian pressed the cloth against his swollen eye and said nothing. Wei's optimism was either genuinely unshakable or the most elaborate coping mechanism in the Azure Crane sect's 400-year history. Tianqian had never been able to determine which. They walked in silence through the sect's outer disciple quarter, a cluster of modest wooden buildings set against the mountain's lower slope, while below the inner sect's stone pavilions and the Elder Council's cloud-wreathed halls that crowned the summit. The hierarchy was literal here. The higher your cultivation, the higher you lived. Outer disciples existed at the base, looking up at everything they couldn't reach. Tianqian's quarters were a small room he shared with Wei. 2 sleeping mats, a low table, a cultivation mat worn smooth by use, and a window that faced the forest ravine that marked the sect's eastern boundary. The room smelled of cheap incense and the mineral tang of healing salve. It was home, for what that was worth. He sat on his mat and began applying the salve to his ribs, wincing at each touch. The bruises were deep purple, almost black at the center. Without high-grade healing pills, which cost more spirit stones than he earned in 6 months of sect duties, they would take weeks to heal naturally. I found something, Wei said, settling cross-legged on his own mat with the careful casualness of someone who'd been waiting for the right moment to share news. In the assignment board this morning, before the trials, a request from the lower valley villages for beast patrol volunteers. 3-day rotation in the Misty Ravine. The ravine patrols are for foundation stage disciples. It says, any volunteer. The request specifically says, any willing cultivator. The villagers are desperate. There's been an increase in spirit beast activity near the timber camps. They don't care about rank. Tianqian considered this while probing a particularly painful rib. The Misty Ravine was dense forest that filled the deep gorge east of the sect. Spirit beasts dwelt there in moderate numbers, nothing that should trouble a foundation stage cultivator, but potentially lethal for outer disciples at the mortal vessel stage, which was all Tianqian had managed in 2 years of cultivation. 4th grade spiritual roots, the lowest grade that the Azure Crane sect would even accept. His chi absorption rate was roughly 1/10 of a 1st grade root like Feilong's. Where Feilong could fill his Dantian in an hour of meditation, Tianqian required 10. Where Feilong had broken through to core formation at 18, Tianqian was still struggling with mortal vessel at 16. Why would I volunteer for a beast patrol I'm not qualified for? He asked. Because the reward is 15 spirit stones per rotation, and you need 30 to pay your quarterly sect dues, and you have exactly 0. That was true, and uncomfortable. I'll think about it, Tianqian said. He didn't think about it. He went. The misty ravine earned its name honestly. A thick, persistent fog filled the gorge from mid-morning to late afternoon, dense enough to reduce visibility to 20 paces and muffle sound into an eerie, compressed silence. The trees were ancient cedars with trunks wide enough to hide a carriage behind, their canopy so thick that even on clear days, the ravine floor existed in permanent twilight. Tianqian moved through the fog with his practice sword replaced by an actual blade, a low-grade spirit weapon he'd borrowed from the sect armory using the patrol assignment as authorization. The sword was dull, its formation arrays barely functional, but it was real steel with enough spiritual conductivity to channel the thin stream of chi he could produce. The patrol route followed the timber camp's perimeter, a circuit of roughly 4 miles through the densest part of the forest. The previous volunteers had marked the path with spiritual talismans tied to tree trunks, small papers inscribed with detection formations that would flare if a spirit beast passed within 10 feet. Most of the talismans were intact, their faint blue glow undisturbed. 3 hours in, Tianqian had encountered nothing more threatening than an irritable squirrel with faintly luminescent eyes, a 0-rank spirit beast that posed about as much danger as a thrown pinecone. He was beginning to think the patrol would be uneventful when he heard the scream. It came from the east, deeper into the ravine, well beyond the timber camp's perimeter. A woman's voice, sharp with pain and terror, cutting through the fog like a blade through silk. The sound lasted 3 seconds, then choked off into silence. Tianqian froze. His training, limited as it was, told him to return to the camp and report. The patrol assignment was perimeter defense, not rescue operations. Whatever was happening in the deeper ravine was beyond his assignment, beyond his capabilities, and beyond his responsibilities. The scream came again, weaker this time. Desperate, he ran toward it. Chapter 2. The fog thickened as he moved deeper into the ravine. The trees grew closer together, their roots tangling into an uneven terrain that caught at his feet with every stride. His spiritual sense, pathetically limited at mortal vessel stage, barely extending 10 feet, strained to detect what lay ahead, but the dense ambient energy of the forest floor scattered his perception like trying to see through murky water. He found her in a clearing created by a fallen cedar. She was pressed against the massive trunk, her robes torn and bloodied, a curved blade held in a white-knuckled grip that trembled with exhaustion. She was young, perhaps his age, with frost-pale skin and black hair that had come loose from its pins to hang in blood-matted strands across her face. Her eyes, a startling shade of silver blue, were wide with the particular clarity of someone who has accepted that death is imminent but refuses to stop fighting. The spirit beast facing her was a shadow mane wolf, a second-rank beast with a body the size of a horse, fur so dark it seemed to absorb the fog, and yellow eyes that gleamed with predatory intelligence. Its muzzle was stained red. It had already wounded her. Deep claw marks ran across her left shoulder and down her arm, and her robe was soaked with blood from hip to knee. The wolf circled her slowly, savoring the moment the way apex predators sometimes did when the prey was cornered and the only remaining question was timing. Its massive paws left prints in the mossy ground that filled with dark liquid. Each breath it exhaled came as a plume of fog-warmed air, rank with the smell of old blood and forest rot. Tianqian assessed the situation with the desperate speed of someone who had exactly 0 good options. A shadow mane wolf was a threat to foundation stage cultivators. He was mortal vessel. The gap in power was like a house cat confronting a tiger. His borrowed sword could scratch the beast's hide but not penetrate it. His chi reserves were too shallow for more than 2 or 3 basic sword strikes. He had no formation arrays, no talismans, no pills, and no backup. The woman's eyes found him through the fog. Silver blue, bright with pain, carrying a message that needed no words. Don't come closer. Don't throw your life away for a stranger. He charged anyway. The shadow mane wolf heard him before it saw him. His footsteps in the undergrowth announced his arrival with all the subtlety of a brass gong in a library. The beast swung its massive head toward him, yellow eyes narrowing, and for a single heartbeat Tianqian saw something almost like amusement in its gaze, as if it were pleased that a second meal had volunteered itself. Tianqian's first strike was a basic downward slash aimed at the wolf's snout, the most sensitive part of the beast. According to the chapter on forest predators in the Outer Disciple Manual he'd memorized out of boredom. The blade connected. The impact traveled up through his arms and into his shoulders with enough force to make his teeth rattle. It was like striking a boulder wrapped in fur. The wolf's snout was sensitive. It yelped, but the blade hadn't broken skin, just delivered enough concussive force to sting. The beast retaliated with a paw swipe that could have taken Tianqian's head off if he hadn't thrown himself sideways. The claws passed close enough to shear fabric from his shoulder, the displaced air hot against his neck. He rolled, came up on one knee, and channeled chi into his sword for an enhanced thrust at the wolf's exposed flank. This time the blade bit through the dark fur and drew a thin line of blood. The wolf howled, more in outrage than pain, and turned its full attention to Tianqian. Which was the point? Run, he shouted at the woman without looking at her. Get to the timber camp. Follow the blue talismans northwest. She didn't run. She attacked. The curved blade in her hand flashed through the fog, trailing a faint shimmer of ice aspect chi that Tianqian's limited spiritual sense could barely perceive. She struck the wolf's hindquarter with a technique that was far more sophisticated than anything Tianqian could produce. The blade didn't just cut, it froze. A patch of dark fur turned white with frost, and the wolf's rear leg locked mid-stride as the muscles seized. The beast staggered, caught between two opponents. Tianqian pressed the momentary advantage, driving his sword at the wolf's eye. The blade scraped across the ridge of the eye socket. Not a clean hit, but enough to make the beast flinch and turn. The woman struck again, her ice technique freezing a second patch on the wolf's flank. Her movements were skilled but sluggish. Blood loss was draining her strength with every passing second. The ice on her blade was dimming. The wolf recovered. It was smart enough to recognize that the woman was the greater threat despite being more wounded. It lunged at her with jaws wide, teeth gleaming in the dim forest light. Tianqian threw himself between them. The wolf's jaws closed on his left forearm. The pain was immediate and totalizing, teeth sinking through flesh, grinding against bone, a crushing pressure that made his vision white out at the edges. He screamed, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he drove his sword upward with his right hand, channeling every drop of chi he possessed into the blade. The point entered the wolf's mouth through the soft tissue beneath the jaw and punched upward into the brain. The shadow mane wolf spasmed. Its jaws locked tighter on Tianqian's arm. He felt bone crack, then released as the beast's body went rigid and toppled sideways. It hit the ground with a thud that shook the forest floor and lay still, yellow eyes dimming to nothing. Tianqian fell to his knees beside it, cradling his ruined arm. The forearm was shattered, punctured in 4 places by the wolf's teeth, bleeding freely into the moss. His chi reserves were empty, completely drained by that final strike. His vision was tunneling. The woman caught him before he collapsed. Her hands were cold, not just from blood loss, but inherently cold, as though ice ran in her veins instead of blood. She pressed her palm against his mangled forearm, and a thin sheet of frost formed over the wounds, sealing them. Not healing, but staunching. The bleeding stopped. The cold numbed the pain to a distant throb. "Don't move," she said. Her voice was steady despite her own injuries, carrying the controlled diction of someone raised in formal surroundings. "The ice will hold for an hour. Maybe 2. You're hurt worse than I am," he managed. "I've been hurt worse than this before." They sat in the clearing beside the dead wolf, 2 wounded strangers breathing fog-thickened air, and that was when the world changed. A warmth bloomed in Tianqian's chest, not physical warmth, but something deeper. Something that existed in the space between his heartbeat and his chi, in the nameless territory where intent became energy. The warmth gathered, concentrated, and then extended outward from his chest in a line of crimson light. A thread. It was thin as spider silk, but vivid as fresh blood, stretching from his sternum to hers in a gentle curve that defied gravity and distance. The thread pulsed with light, once, twice, 3 times, then settled into a steady, faint glow. The woman stared at it. Her silver blue eyes went wide. "What is this?" she whispered. A voice spoke in Tianqian's mind. Not a voice, exactly. More like the memory of a voice, or the echo of something that had been waiting to speak for a very long time. First thread forged. Element, ice. The red thread system awakens. Before his eyes, a vision assembled itself. a vast loom made of light, hanging in a darkness that was not empty but pregnant with potential. The loom had spaces for many threads. 9, he counted, but only one glowed. A single crimson strand connecting 2 points across the loom's surface, pulsing with the color of blood and the chill of winter. The vision faded. The forest reasserted itself. Fog, dead wolf, cold ground, the thread still glowing between them. You can see it? He asked. I can see it, she confirmed, her voice barely above a whisper. I can feel it, like a second heartbeat. The thread hummed between them, a frequency that resonated in Tianqian's bones. Whatever had just happened, he understood with the certainty of direct experience that it could not be undone. He'd saved her life, and something ancient and vast had noticed. Chapter 3. He woke in the Azure Crane Sect's healing ward, which meant someone had found them and carried them back. The ward was a long stone room with 8 beds arranged along the walls, paper screens between them for privacy, and a perpetual smell of bitter medicinal herbs that had seeped so deeply into the stone that even fire wouldn't remove it. His left arm was bandaged from wrist to elbow, immobilized in a bamboo splint. The bone had been set. He could feel the slightly too tight binding of the healing formation wrapped around the splint, a low-grade restoration array that would accelerate bone growth over the coming weeks. It still hurt, but the pain had retreated from acute to chronic, from screaming to grumbling. The loom was still there, not physically present. It existed in his mind's eye, a persistent image he could call up with a thought and dismiss with another, like a meditation visualization that had become self-sustaining. The vast structure of interwoven light. 9 positions for threads. 1 thread glowing crimson, trailing wisps of frost-white energy. He focused on the thread, and information unfurled like a scroll opening in his consciousness. The red thread system, a karmic cultivation framework key to the forging of fate bonds through acts of genuine, life-risking rescue. Each bond created an elemental affinity channeled through the connecting thread. First bond, ice. Current rank, thread initiate, first stage. Upgrade conditions, deepen bond resonance, expand elemental mastery, forge additional bonds. Thread initiate. He'd been mortal vessel an hour ago, or however long he'd been unconscious. The system had advanced his cultivation rank simply by forging the bond, not through meditation or chi absorption or any of the grinding, incremental methods he'd been using for 2 years. Just connection. Just the act of risking everything for a stranger and having the universe acknowledge it. You're awake. The paper screen beside his bed slid aside. The woman, his bond partner, the other end of the crimson thread, stood in the gap, wearing a borrowed inner disciple robe that was too large for her frame. Her left shoulder and arm were wrapped in bandages stained with the amber residue of high-grade healing paste. Someone had treated her injuries with considerably more expensive medicine than his, probably because her wounds were worse, or because whoever found them recognized her techniques as belonging to someone of consequence. In the pale light of the healing ward, without blood and terror and fog obscuring her, he saw her clearly for the first time. She was his age, perhaps a year older, with the kind of beauty that classical poets would have described as cold jade. Precise features set in an expression of composed reserve, silver blue eyes that observed more than they revealed, and a straightness to her posture that suggested discipline imposed early and maintained through habit. The crimson thread hung between them, visible only to their eyes, glowing faintly in the sterile ward light. You killed a second-rank spirit beast at mortal vessel stage, she said. It wasn't praise, it was assessment. She was evaluating him the way one might evaluate an unexpected variable in an equation. That shouldn't be possible. It wasn't elegant. No, it was reckless, poorly planned, and nearly got you killed. A pause. It was also the bravest thing I've ever witnessed. She sat on the edge of his bed, maintaining a precise distance that was close enough for conversation, but far enough to establish that she was not the type of person who blurred boundaries casually. My name is Su Qinghe, she said. I owe you my life. And apparently, she raised her hand, touching the thread that arced between them. Something more complicated than gratitude. Luo Tianqian. Outer disciple. 4th grade spiritual roots. I have no idea what this is. Neither do I. She studied the thread with the intensity of a scholar examining a text written in a language she almost understood. I've read about karmic bonds in my father's research notes. Connections that form between souls through acts of profound significance. But theoretical, no documented cases in centuries. This is, she trailed off, her composure cracking slightly at the edges. This is unprecedented. The voice in my head called it the red thread system. You heard a voice? He described the loom, the 9 positions, the information that had unfurled when he focused on the thread. Her eyes widened incrementally with each detail, not dramatically, but enough for him to notice. She was not a person who showed surprise easily. A system, she murmured. Structured. Designed. This isn't a natural karmic phenomenon. Someone built this. She looked at him with an expression that was equal parts wonder and concern. Who built it? And why? Those were excellent questions that Tianxin had no answers for. Over the next 3 days, while his arm healed and the ward's junior physician changed his bandages with perfunctory efficiency, Qinghe visited each afternoon. She came after the other patients were asleep, sliding through the paper screens with a spy's silence, and they talked in whispers about the thread, the system, and what it meant. She tested the bond on the second day. Standing at the far end of the ward, 40 feet away, she channeled a wisp of ice aspect qi through the thread. Tianxin felt it arrive in his chest like a snowflake landing on his heart. Cold, precise, and strangely comforting. He tried sending qi back. His reserves were pitifully thin compared to hers, but the thread didn't seem to care about quantity. The energy traveled effortlessly, as though the thread existed outside normal spatial constraints. The bond amplifies transmission, she noted, clinical even in wonderment. Qi sent through the thread arrived stronger than it was sent. Some kind of resonance multiplication. How much stronger? She paused, calculating. Based on what I just received, roughly 10 times. 10 times. Tianxin sat up in his bed, ignoring the protest from his ribs. 10 times amplification meant that even his 4th-grade root's thin qi stream could be multiplied into something substantial. It meant that cultivation near Qinghe, or through the bond, could compress years of grinding into weeks. I have an idea, he said. Chapter for the idea was simple. If the bond amplified qi exchange, then cultivating together should accelerate both their growth. Qinghe was skeptical but intrigued, and once she was intrigued, she was thorough. They found a secluded training ground behind the outer disciple quarter, a flat stretch of packed earth between the dormitory wall and the ravine's edge, screened from view by a stand of bamboo that rustled in the constant mountain breeze. It was where disciples too embarrassed to train publicly came to practice, which meant it was almost always empty. The ground was littered with the evidence of solitary effort, worn footprints, practice sword gouges in the earth, a few dark stains that might have been blood or might have been spilled tea. They sat facing each other on cultivation mats, 3 feet apart, the crimson thread visible between them like a red line drawn in the air. Qinghe placed her hands on her knees and closed her eyes. Tianxin did the same. Open your meridians and draw qi, she instructed. Don't force it. Let the bond guide the flow. He breathed in, engaging the basic qi circulation technique every outer disciple learned in their first week. Qi entered through his spiritual root, that pitiful 4th-grade nub at the base of his dantian that absorbed ambient spiritual energy with the enthusiasm of a man trying to fill a lake through a straw. The familiar trickle of energy began its slow journey through his meridians. Then the bond activated. Through the crimson thread, Qinghe's ice aspect qi flowed toward him. Not raw energy, refined, structured, carrying the cold precision of her cultivation technique. It entered his system and merged with his own qi, not replacing it but reinforcing it, like a teacher guiding a student's hand through the brushstrokes of a character they'd never written. His circulation speed doubled, then doubled again. The qi flow through his meridians went from a trickle to a stream, from a stream to a current. Energy pooled in his dantian at a rate he'd never experienced. Not the agonizing drip of 4th-grade cultivation, but an actual, measurable accumulation. The boundary between mortal vessel and thread initiate, which the system had already pushed him past, solidified. The rank wasn't just a label now. He could feel it. His meridians widened fractionally, his dantian deepened, his spiritual sense extended from 10 feet to 15. Small changes by the standards of the cultivation world. Enormous by his own. They cultivated together for 4 hours. When they stopped, Tianxin had advanced from early-stage thread initiate to mid-stage thread initiate, a progression that would have taken him 6 months at his normal cultivation speed. Qinghe opened her eyes. There was frost on her eyelashes, delicate crystals that caught the dying sunlight and scattered it into tiny rainbows. You've reached mid-stage, she said, and for the first time, he heard something other than clinical observation in her voice. There was satisfaction, perhaps even excitement. The bond's amplification is consistent, roughly 10 times natural absorption rate when we cultivate together. What about you? Did you gain anything? She hesitated, as though deciding how much to reveal. I advanced as well. Not as dramatically. My base cultivation was already higher. But the bond provided a secondary benefit. When your qi cycled through my system via the thread, it carried something. A perspective, like seeing my own cultivation from outside. It highlighted inefficiencies in my circulation technique that I'd been blind to for months. Mutual benefit. Mutual benefit. She nodded, and a ghost of a smile touched her lips before her composure reasserted itself. This is extraordinary, Tianqin. If the bond continues to function this way, both our cultivation speeds will be revolutionized. They trained together every day after that. In the mornings, Tianqin performed his outer disciple duties, cleaning the lecture halls, maintaining the herb gardens, delivering messages between the lower pavilions. In the afternoons, he met Qinghe at the bamboo grove and they cultivated, exchanging qi through the bond, pushing each other further with each session. And in the gaps between, Tianqin discovered a secondary ability. He was washing dishes in the outer kitchen, a duty that was as unglamorous as it sounded, when he accidentally channeled qi through the bond while thinking about Qinghe's ice techniques. Frost formed on the plate in his hand. The water in the wash basin developed a thin skin of ice that spread outward from his fingertips in crystalline patterns. He stared at his frost-rimmed fingers. Ice cultivation. Through the bond, he had access to Qinghe's ice aspect qi, not just as an energy source, but as an elemental affinity. He could channel ice techniques despite having no natural ice affinity whatsoever. That evening, he told Qinghe. Her eyebrows rose a full quarter-inch, her equivalent of gasping in shock. "Show me," she said. He held out his hand, concentrated on the thread, and produced a small shard of ice in his palm. It was crude, nothing like the elegant frost formations Qinghe could create, but it was undeniably ice aspect qi manifested by a cultivator with a neutral spiritual root. The bond doesn't just share energy, Qinghe said slowly, turning the ice shard in the lamplight as though it were a precious gem. It shares affinity. You can cultivate ice techniques through the connection. She looked at the thread with new intensity. What else can it share? They discovered the answer over the following week. Combat techniques, sensory information, emotional states. The thread was a conduit for everything. Not unlimited. The bandwidth was constrained by the bond's current strength, and heavy usage drained them both. But the potential was staggering. The bond also shared proximity. When Qinghe was within 50 feet, Tianqin's cultivation speed increased dramatically. At 100 feet, the boost diminished. Beyond 300 feet, the thread still connected them, but the amplification faded to a faint background hum. By the end of the second week, Tianqin had reached late-stage thread initiate. 2 full substages in 14 days. At his old cultivation rate, that would have taken over a year. Chapter 5 Tianqin's improvement did not go unnoticed. The monthly sparring trials arrived again, and this time, when Tianqin stepped onto the practice platform, his borrowed sword moved differently. Not with genius. He was no prodigy, but with the quiet competence of someone whose body had been upgraded from a cart to a carriage. His strikes were faster, his guards tighter, his transitions between offensive and defensive stances smoother than anyone who had watched him fight before would have thought possible. He defeated his first opponent in 40 seconds, his second in 30. His third required 2 minutes and a last-second ice aspect strike that froze the opponent's sword hand, a technique he barely controlled, frost spreading unevenly across his own fingers in the process, thin white crystals climbing past his knuckles before he clamped down on the energy flow. The outer disciples who had laughed at him 4 weeks ago were not laughing now. They were staring. A murmur rippled through the crowd, confused, uncertain, carrying the particular unease that people felt when the established order shifted beneath their feet. From the inner disciple section, Duan Filong stared too. His dark eyes tracked Tianqin's movements with the analytical focus of a predator who had just noticed that prey it had dismissed was no longer behaving like prey. His arms were folded across his chest, his posture relaxed, but Tianqin could see the tension in his jaw, the subtle clench of a man whose assumptions were being challenged. After Tianqin's third match, Filong descended from the intersection and walked to the arena's edge. The crowd parted for him instinctively. The sect's most talented young cultivator did not have to ask for space. He stopped 3 paces from Tianqin, close enough to speak without raising his voice, but far enough to maintain the spatial hierarchy between inner and outer. "Luo Tianqin," Filong said, his voice carrying across the arena with the effortless projection of a man accustomed to being heard. "You've improved." "Thank you, Senior Brother Duan." "Don't thank me. I'm not complimenting you. I'm observing an anomaly." Filong's eyes narrowed. His gaze dropped to Tianqin's hands, lingering on the faint frost residue that still clung to his knuckles, and something sharp moved behind his eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or the first seed of suspicion. 4th-grade spiritual roots don't produce this kind of progression. Not in 4 weeks. Not in 4 years. Something has changed. The weight of 300 stairs pressed against Tianqin's back. When Filong spoke, everyone listened, the way woodland creatures went silent when a hawk's shadow crossed the grass. Tianqian kept his expression neutral, a skill he'd spent years developing in a sect where showing weakness was an invitation to exploitation. I've been training harder. Training harder. Wei Liang repeated the words as though tasting something unpleasant. He stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Tianqian could hear. At the inner-outer competition in 2 weeks, I'll be selecting my opponents from the outer sect finalists. I'm selecting you. The inner-outer competition was the Azure Crane sect's semi-annual showcase. Inner disciples challenging the strongest outer disciples to demonstrate the hierarchy's validity. An inner disciple had never lost to an outer disciple in the competition's 80-year history. The matches were not required to be fair. They were required to be instructive. And being selected by Wei Liang was not an honor, it was a sentence. I'm honored by the selection, Tianqian said, because refusing was not an option. Wei Liang's smile did not reach his eyes. You should be. I'm going to demonstrate exactly how much your harder training is worth when measured against genuine talent. He turned and walked away, his inner disciple entourage closing around him like white-robed satellites orbiting a star. Wei Liang appeared at Tianqian's elbow, his habitual grin strained for once. So, 2 weeks to prepare for a fight against the sect's strongest inner disciple. A core formation cultivator who hasn't lost a match in 3 years. Against you, a threat initiate with 1 working arm. My arm is healed. Not the point, Tianqian. The point is that Duan Wei Liang has crippled 3 outer disciples in past competitions. Permanently damaged their meridians. The elders called it excessive enthusiasm. His family called it character building. The victims called it nothing, because their cultivation careers were over. Wei's voice had lost its cheerful lilt, replaced by something raw and worried. He's not going to just beat you. He's going to try to break you. Tianqian looked at his hands, one still faintly frost-rimed from the ice technique. 2 weeks. He needed to be ready. He needed Qinghe. Chapter 6 Training with Qinghe intensified. They moved from the bamboo grove to a cave system Tianqian had discovered during beast patrols, a network of natural chambers in the ravine wall, dry and spacious, with ambient spiritual energy denser than the surface. The caves were uncharted by the sect. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall that made it invisible from more than 10 feet away. Thread resonance, Qinghe said on the first day of their accelerated training. She sat across from him on the cave's stone floor, the crimson thread between them glowing brighter in the darkness. I've been theorizing. The bond doesn't just share energy, it creates a resonant frequency between our chi systems. If we synchronize our combat techniques, the resonance should amplify the output exponentially. Explain in combat terms. She extended her hand, palm open, and a perfect sphere of ice formed above her fingers, dense, crystalline, beautiful in the blue light it cast across the cave walls. My ice cultivation creates external constructs. Frost, ice walls, frozen projectiles. Standard elemental combat. She dismissed the sphere with a flick. But if I channel ice chi through the bond into you, and you direct it into physical contact with an opponent, the resonance between our 2 systems amplifies the freezing effect. The target's meridians would ice over from the inside. Tianqian processed this, turning the implications over like a jade puzzle. Internal freezing. You're describing an attack that bypasses external defenses entirely. Correct. External ice techniques can be shattered, melted, or resisted by chi barriers. Thread resonance operates through the bond, which exists outside normal spatial constraints. The freezing effect would manifest inside the opponent's body, at the meridian level. No external defense would help. That's terrifying. Yes. Her expression was perfectly composed, but a light had entered her silver-blue eyes that Tianqian was beginning to recognize as intellectual excitement wearing the mask of calm. Shall we practice? They practiced. The first attempt produced a thin rime of frost on Tianqian's right hand and nothing else. The chi failed to transfer properly, dissipating at the point of contact like water on hot stone. The second attempt froze his entire arm up to the elbow, which Qinghe had to thaw manually, while murmuring something that might have been an apology and might have been a technical note about resonance frequency calibration. The third attempt worked. Tianqian struck a stone pillar in the cave with an open palm strike, while Qinghe channeled ice chi through the bond. The frost didn't appear on the pillar's surface. It appeared inside, cracking the stone from within as microscopic ice crystals formed in the rock's grain structure. The pillar split from top to bottom with a sound like a glacier calving, the 2 halves toppling away from each other and crashing onto the cave floor in a shower of stone fragments. They stared at the 2 halves. Thread resonance, Qinghe said softly. It works. It's devastating, Tianqian agreed. But it drains us both. I can feel it, The technique pulls energy from both ends of the bond simultaneously. How many times can we use it before we're empty? At our current cultivation levels? 3. Perhaps 4 if we conserve carefully. 3 shots in a fight against Duan Feilong. Tianqian shook his head. That's not enough for a prolonged duel. I need to make each one count. They trained thread resonance for the next 3 days, refining the technique from a crude burst to a controlled channeling. By the 4th day, Tianqian could activate it through a sword strike rather than requiring palm contact, and Xinghe could modulate the ice intensity from a light frost that slowed an opponent's qi circulation to a deep freeze that locked muscle solid. The precision was exquisite. The drain was brutal. 3 uses remained their practical limit, perhaps 4 on a good day with full reserves. Against Duan Feilong, every application would have to count. On the 5th day, Xinghe told him her story. Chapter 7, My father was Su Weizan, she said. They were resting between training sessions, sitting at the cave entrance behind the waterfall's curtain, watching the afternoon light filter through the water into prismatic fragments. The sound of falling water filled the space with white noise that made their conversation feel private, sealed away from the world in a cocoon of mist and rainbow light. An alchemist. Not famous, not one of the continent's recognized masters, but brilliant in ways that the alchemy establishment didn't know how to categorize. What did he study? Fate. Specifically, the alchemical properties of karmic connections between living beings. He believed that bonds, the emotional, spiritual connections between people, had a measurable energetic signature, that they could be isolated, refined, and used as ingredients in pill formulations. Tianqian's eyebrows rose. Using relationships as alchemy ingredients? Not destroying them, synthesizing with them. He theorized that a pill refined with bond energy as a catalyst would be exponentially more effective than conventional pills. A healing pill made with genuine love as an ingredient would heal not just the body but the spirit. A cultivation pill forged with trust would clear meridian blockages that no conventional recipe could touch. She spoke with the precision of someone who had memorized these concepts in childhood, who had grown up hearing them discussed over dinner the way other children heard about weather or neighbors. Did he succeed? He created 3 prototype pills before they killed him. The words landed in the cave's silence like stones in still water. The waterfall continued its endless cascade. The prismatic light continued its slow dance across the cave walls. But the quality of the quiet between them changed, became heavier, more charged, freighted with the weight of a grief that had shaped the woman beside him as surely as the ice affinity shaped her chi. The Black Jade Consortium. Xinghe continued, her voice level in the way that indicated enormous effort to keep it so. They're not just debt collectors. They're one of the continent's largest alchemy cartels. They control the supply of rare ingredients across 3 kingdoms, set prices, crush competitors. My father's research threatened their monopoly on high-grade pill production. If bond energy could improve any pill's effectiveness tenfold, the consortium's premium products would become worthless overnight. So they eliminated him. They fabricated a debt, claimed he'd borrowed rare ingredients and failed to repay, used the debt as legal cover to raid his workshop, seized his research notes, and, her voice cracked, just slightly, before she forced it steady again. He died defending his notes. They never found the complete formulas, because he'd already hidden them. Where? Xinghe placed her hand over her heart. In me. He inscribed the formulas into my meridian system using a technique he invented, alchemical meridian encoding. The patterns are woven into the qi channels themselves, invisible to any scan that doesn't know what to look for. I carry his life's work in my body. Tianqian was silent for a long moment, watching the waterfall's light play across her face. Through the bond, he felt the echo of her grief, cold and deep, like ice over a lake that never thawed. It was not the sharp grief of fresh loss but the old, settled kind, the kind that had become part of the landscape of her soul. The consortium knows the notes are with you? They suspect. They can't prove it. Every appraiser they've hired to scan my meridians has found nothing. But they're persistent. They've been tracking me for 2 years, across 3 provinces, through 6 false identities. The debt collectors who showed up at the sect were actually consortium agents verifying my location. They'll come back. Yes. And they'll bring more than enforcers next time. Chapter 8. 3 days later, they came back. The Black Jade Consortium's delegation arrived at the Azure Crane sect's main gate at mid-morning, announced by a spiritual pressure that made every outer disciple on the mountain stumble. Leading the delegation was a man whose cultivation aura radiated like heat from a forge, a foundation stage enforcer named Gao Taizhan, whose reputation preceded him the way smoke precedes fire. He was broad as a door, bald as a river stone, with arms that looked like they'd been carved from the same granite as the mountain itself. Beside him stood a thin woman in consortium robes carrying a scroll of stamped legal documents, and behind them both, for armed guards whose dead eyes and identical stances marked them as combat-conditioned puppets, cultivators whose individuality had been stripped away through alchemical conditioning, leaving only obedience and violence. They came to the outer disciple quarter. Su Qinghe, the thin woman announced, her voice amplified by a vocal formation talisman that made every syllable land with the weight of legal authority. By order of the Black Jade Consortium's Debt Recovery Division, you are commanded to appear for collection proceedings. Outstanding debt, 460 high-grade spirit stones. Collateral, your person, per standard indentured servitude protocols. Resistance constitutes criminal obstruction and will be met with appropriate force. Tianqian was standing between them and the dormitory entrance before he consciously decided to move. Wei Liang flanked him, practiced sword drawn, face pale, but set with the particular stubbornness of a man who had decided that running was not an option worth considering. She doesn't owe you anything, Tianqian said. The debt is fabricated. Your consortium murdered her father and invented a legal pretext to cover the crime. Gao Taizhan, the foundation stage enforcer, looked at Tianqian the way one might regard an ant that had positioned itself in the path of a boot. Not with anger, with the distant, almost philosophical amusement of overwhelming power confronting irrelevant defiance. Step aside, boy. No. The enforcer's hand moved faster than Tianqian's eyes could track. A palm strike launched toward his chest, foundation stage speed against a thread initiate's reflexes. The blow should have shattered his sternum and ended the conversation permanently. Tianqian activated thread resonance. Ice erupted from his crossed forearms as he blocked the strike. Not external ice, but bond-channeled frost that flowed through the point of contact into Gao Tieshan's hand. The enforcer's fingers seized. Frost raced up his wrist, locking the joints, climbing toward his elbow before he wrenched his arm back with a grunt of surprise and shattered the ice with a burst of chi that crackled through the morning air like breaking glass. But the damage was done. His right hand was frost-damaged, blue-white, the fingers sluggish, the meridians in his forearm constricted by residual cold that would take hours to fully circulate away. Gao Taizhan stared at his hand, then at Tianqian. The dead-eyed amusement was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous, professional reassessment. The enforcer had been hurt by a boy 5 ranks below him. That was not supposed to be possible. Interesting, the enforcer said quietly. Very interesting. The standoff lasted 7 heartbeats. 7 heartbeats during which Tianqian stood with frost still smoking from his forearms, facing a foundation stage enforcer whose damaged hand was already regenerating under the forced circulation of superior chi, and calculated exactly how dead he was about to be. Then Gao Taizhan smiled. It was not a kind smile. You've got a trick. One trick, and you've used it. He raised his undamaged left hand, and the air between them thickened with killing intent, a pressure that made Wei Liang stagger backward and Tianqian's vision narrow to a tunnel. Allow me to demonstrate the difference between a trick and actual power. The blow came from the left, a casual backhand that carried enough spiritual force to crater stone. Tianqian braced, channeling ice into his guard, knowing it wouldn't be enough, knowing the math didn't work, knowing. The backhand stopped 6 inches from his face. A hand had caught Gao Tieshan's wrist. An old hand, weathered and spotted with age, but gripping with the casual immovability of a mountain root. The spiritual pressure in the courtyard shifted. The enforcer's killing intent didn't just diminish. It evaporated, swallowed by a presence so vast that Tieshan's foundation stage aura was reduced to a candle flame beside a furnace. Elder Shinwuji of the Azure Crane sect had arrived. He was old, genuinely old, not the preserved by cultivation old that many elders displayed. His hair was white, his face deeply lined, his body thin beneath plain brown robes that bore no sect insignia. He looked like someone's grandfather who had wandered away from a tea house. He radiated power like a second sun. The Azure Crane sect's outer disciples, Elder Shin said, still holding the enforcer's wrist in a grip that might as well have been forged from iron, are under the sect's protection. All of them, including this one. Gao Tieshan's composure cracked for the first time. He could feel what Tianqian could only vaguely sense, that Elder Shin's cultivation was so far above foundation stage that the comparison was meaningless. Lumiscendent, the 7th rank, a realm of power that the Black Jade Consortium's enforcers could not match. This is a legal debt recovery, the thin woman began, brandishing her scroll. Then pursue it through legal channels. File your claim with the Cultivators' Commerce Court in the provincial capital. Present your evidence. Follow due process. Elder Shun released the enforcer's wrist with a deliberate slowness that communicated volumes. What you will not do is assault students under my protection on sect grounds. The consortium delegation retreated. They had no choice, not against a loom ascendant elder defending his territory. But the thin woman's parting glance at Qinghe was a promise written in cold calculation. This isn't over. Not by a long road. Chapter 9. After they left, Elder Shun turned to Tianqin. His eyes, deep brown, sharp despite the wrinkles surrounding them, studied the young man with an intensity that made Tianqin feel transparent, as though every secret he held was written on his skin in luminous ink. Come with me, the elder said. Both of you. His gaze flicked to Qinghe, standing in the dormitory doorway with her curved blade still in hand and frost melting from the steel. There are things we need to discuss. Elder Shin's personal study was a small room at the junction between the outer and inner sect, neutral territory, neither high nor low on the mountain. Bookshelves lined 3 walls, stuffed with scrolls and texts in no discernible order, the accumulated intellectual hoard of a man who had been studying cultivation theory for longer than most people lived. The 4th wall held a single painting, a crimson thread stretching across a field of stars. Tianqin stared at the painting. Qinghe stared at it too. The thread in the painting looked exactly like theirs. The red thread system, Elder Shin said, settling into a cushioned chair with the slow deliberation of age, his joints creaking softly in the quiet room. I recognized it the moment you used that frost technique on the enforcer. Bond-channeled elemental chi, it has a distinctive signature. Layered, resonant, impossible to produce through conventional cultivation. You know what this is? Tianqin asked. I know what it was. 500 years ago, the last documented case. He gestured at the painting. The Weaver of Destinies, an ancient figure who created the red thread system as a cultivation framework based on human connection rather than individual power. The theory was beautiful. Cultivators who formed genuine bonds of rescue, love, trust, and sacrifice could channel those bonds into power that exceeded anything achievable alone. Qinghe leaned forward. My father studied this. He spent 20 years researching karmic bonds. I know. Su Weizan. I read his early papers before the consortium suppressed them. The elder's eyes held a flicker of old regret. I should have reached out to him. By the time I heard of his death, it was too late. What happened to the last holder? Tianqin asked. Elder Shun's expression darkened, the lines of his face deepening into channels of shadow. He was hunted. By everyone. Sects that feared his power. Empires that wanted to control it. And something worse. An entity that feeds on severed bonds. The holder was killed. His bonds were destroyed. The system went dormant. He looked at Tianqin with the gravity of a man delivering a death sentence. Until now, apparently. The elder leaned forward, his aged face suddenly severe. Listen to me carefully, Luo Tianqin. This power paints a target on your back that you cannot comprehend. Every faction on this continent has stories about the red thread system. Most of those stories end in blood. If your bond becomes known, if anyone beyond this room recognizes what that crimson thread represents, you will be hunted by forces that make the Black Jade Consortium look like shopkeepers. What do you suggest? Secrecy. Absolute, paranoid, uncompromising secrecy. Use the bond's power only when absolutely necessary. Never reveal the system's existence to anyone you don't trust with your life. His gaze softened slightly, the severity giving way to something that might have been paternal concern. I'll do what I can to shield you from within the sect. But my protection has limits. The inner sect's political factions have agendas of their own, and I'm not the most powerful elder on this mountain. Not politically, in any case. Tianqin absorbed this. Qinghe absorbed it beside him, her face composed but her hands pressed flat against her thighs. He was learning. For anxiety, she refused to show. The competition, Tianqin said. In 9 days. Duan Filong challenged me. If I use thread resonance, don't. Elder Shin's voice was sharp as a closing door. Filong is observant and politically connected. If he identifies your technique as bond-channeled, the information will reach the inner sect council within hours. Find another way to fight him. Or lose gracefully. Lose gracefully. Against a man who had made Tianqin's humiliation a casual hobby for 2 years. I understand, Tianqin said. But his jaw was tight, and the bond hummed with a resonance that felt like determination forged in cold fire. Chapter 10. 9 Days of Preparation. Tianqin threw himself into conventional training with a ferocity that surprised even Wei Liang, who had considered himself the expert on Tianqin's capacity for stubbornness. Without thread resonance as a weapon, Tianqin had to rely on the secondary benefits of the bond: enhanced cultivation speed, improved reflexes from the ice affinity's influence on his nervous system, and the tactical awareness that came from having a partner who could observe his sparring sessions and provide precise, unsparing feedback. Your footwork collapses under lateral pressure. Qinghe noted from the cave entrance, arms folded, after watching him shadow spar for 2 hours. When an opponent moves to your left, you compensate by shifting your weight backward instead of rotating your hips. It creates a half-second window where your center of gravity is behind your feet. Against a fast opponent, that's an invitation to be thrown. Wei Liang is a fast opponent. Wei Liang is an extremely fast opponent, which means your footwork needs to be perfect, not adequate. She stepped into the cave, assumed a fighting stance, and gestured. Again, slower this time. I'll correct your hip rotation at each transition. She was a merciless teacher. Not cruel, never cruel. But the cold precision of her analytical mind, combined with the ice affinity's influence on her temperament, produced instruction that was stripped of all sentimentality. She did not encourage. She did not comfort. She identified flaws and demanded corrections until the corrections became reflexive. By the 3rd day, Tianqin's footwork had improved measurably. By the 5th day, his sword technique, still basic, still limited by his mediocre spiritual root, had been refined from functional to clean. By the 7th day, Wei Liang sparred with him and was unable to land a single clean hit. You've gotten scary, Wei said, rubbing a bruised forearm where Tianqin's practice blade had tagged him for the 4th time in 60 seconds. Not powerful, your qi is still thin, but precise. It's like fighting someone who knows where my sword is going before I move it. That was the bond's influence. Qinghe's ice affinity enhanced Tianqin's perception, a subtle cooling of his neural pathways that made his reaction time fractionally faster, his spatial awareness slightly wider, his ability to read an opponent's body mechanics sharper than any natural gift could produce. Not enough to overcome a massive power gap, but enough to make him dangerous against opponents who underestimated precision. Would it be enough against Wei Liang? Tianqin didn't know, but Elder Shen had said no thread resonance, so this was what he had. On the 8th day, Qinghe told him about the formulas. The patterns inscribed in my meridians, she said, aren't just random alchemy recipes. I've been studying them since the bond formed. The ice affinity gives me new perspective. I can sense the encoded structures more clearly now, like reading text through a magnifying lens I didn't have before. What have you found? One of the formulas is for something called a thread strengthening pill. It's designed specifically for the red thread system. When consumed by a bonded pair, it deepens the connection, expands the thread's bandwidth, and unlocks new resonance techniques. She looked at him, her silver blue eyes bright with the excitement she almost never let herself show. My father knew about the system, Tianqin. He was researching it. He may have been searching for a bonded pair his entire career, a pair who could validate his theories and benefit from his formulas. Can you make the pills? Not yet. The ingredients are rare, and several require alchemical facilities I don't have access to. But eventually, yes, I can make them. And when I do, our bond will become something that the cultivation world has never seen. The 9th day arrived. The competition began at dawn. Chapter 11. The competition arena was the Azure Crane Sect's grand platform, a circular stone stage 200 feet across, ringed by tiered seating that could hold 1,000 spectators. Formation arrays woven into the platform's surface provided damage mitigation and healing support, their geometric patterns pulsing with faint blue light beneath the polished stone. The sect's elders sat in an elevated pavilion at the arena's north end, their spiritual pressures forming a collective blanket of authority over the proceedings. Every seat was full. The inner-outer competition was the sect's premier entertainment, a spectacle of talent where the cultivation world's hierarchies played out in real-time combat. Inner disciples confirmed their superiority. Outer disciples, on rare occasions, demonstrated enough talent to earn promotion. Everyone watched, assessed, and judged. The preliminary rounds began with the outer sect's top 16 fighters facing each other in single elimination brackets. Tianqin was seeded 14th. His previous month's improved sparring record had pushed him into the rankings, but barely. His first opponent was an outer disciple named Feng Hao, a competent swordsman at the peak of mortal vessel who relied on speed and aggression. Tianqin defeated him in 90 seconds using the precision footwork and refined sword technique that weeks of Qinghe's instruction had drilled into his body. He read Feng Hao's attack patterns, exploited the half-beat delays in his transitions, and disarmed him with a wrist-lock technique that used leverage instead of power. His second opponent fell in 30 seconds. His third required 2 minutes and a tactical approach that systematically dismantled the opponent's guard through angled cuts targeting the wrist and forearm. Each strike too light to trigger the arena's damage mitigation formations, but cumulatively degrading the opponent's grip strength until his sword wavered and Tianqian slipped past. The crowd murmured, not with excitement, with confusion. Luo Tianqian, the sect's punching bag, had just won 3 consecutive matches. The semi-final match pitted Tianqian against the outer sect's top-ranked fighter, Chun Baihu, a Foundation Establishment third-stage cultivator who fought with a heavy broadsword and earth aspect body reinforcement. Where the previous opponents had been speed and technique, Chun Baihu was power, a walking fortress of reinforced bone and hardened muscle, whose attacks hit like falling architecture. Tianqian circled Chun Baihu for the first 30 seconds, testing range and reaction time. The broadsword's reach was extensive. Baihu could control a 12-foot circle with sweeping horizontal cuts that forced Tianqian to stay at the edge of engagement distance, always one misjudged step from having his torso bisected. The first exchange went badly. Tianqian darted in for a precision strike at Baihu's wrist, but the earth reinforcement turned his blade aside like steel striking granite. The counterattack, a simple overhead chop, forced Tianqian to dodge laterally, and even the displacement of air from the broadsword's passage was enough to ruffle his robes and press him backward. "You're fast," Baihu acknowledged, his voice a bass rumble. "But speed doesn't crack stone." He was right. Conventional sword techniques couldn't penetrate earth aspect body reinforcement. But Tianqian had spent a week learning to use the bond's sensory capabilities, and now he employed them with surgical care. On the next exchange, Tianqian channeled a thread of ice chi into his blade, not a full thread resonance blast, but a thin, almost invisible coating of frost on the cutting edge. When his sword struck Baihu's forearm, the blade still bounced off the earth reinforcement. But a tiny patch of frost remained on Baihu's skin, melting slowly. Nobody noticed. But through the bond's sensory feedback, Tianqian traced the ice chi as it seeped into Baihu's reinforcement shell and mapped the energy flow patterns beneath. Earth aspect body reinforcement worked by circulating chi through the body's surface layer in a continuous shell. The shell had no weak points, but it had junction points, where one circulation loop handed off to the next. At those junctions, the reinforcement was microscopically thinner for microscopically shorter periods. Tianqian spent the next 2 minutes absorbing punishment while mapping Baihu's junction points. On the 27th exchange, he struck a junction point on Baihu's left side at the exact moment the circulation loop transitioned. His blade slipped through the gap in the reinforcement and scored a cut across Baihu's ribs, shallow, barely more than a scratch, but the first wound anyone had inflicted on Chun Baihu in the entire tournament. Baihu's eyes widened. The crowd erupted. Tianqian pressed the advantage, striking junction points in rapid succession. Not every hit penetrated. The timing window was tiny, but enough got through to accumulate damage. By the match's end, Baihu's reinforcement circulation had been disrupted enough to create genuine vulnerability, and a final thrust to the junction point at his right shoulder forced the larger man to yield. From the inner disciple section, Duan Filong watched. His expression was unreadable, but his hands, resting on his knees, had tightened into fists so tight the knuckles had gone white. The final match would be tomorrow. Chapter 12. The grand platform was packed beyond capacity. Disciples sat on the stone stairs, perched on the arena walls, climbed trees for sightlines. Even the elder pavilion was full. The sect master himself had come to observe, a rare honor that spoke to the unusual nature of the matchup. Duan Filong entered from the north. His inner disciple robes had been replaced with formal combat attire, white silk reinforced with spiritual thread, formation arrays embroidered along the seams in patterns that shimmered with trapped energy. His sword was not a practice weapon, but his personal spirit sword, a second-grade blade named Scorching Phoenix, whose edge shimmered with trapped fire chi that made the air above it dance with heat distortion. Tianqian entered from the south. He wore his outer disciple robes, gray, threadbare, stained. His borrowed sword was the same dull blade from the armory. He looked like what he was, a boy from the bottom of the sect's hierarchy. Walking into a fight, he had no business surviving. The referee, Elder One, raised his hand. Formal competition match. Duan Filong, inner disciple, core formation second stage. Luo Tianqian, outer disciple, thread initiate late stage. The ranks announced publicly confirmed what everyone already knew. The power gap was 5 full cultivation stages. Standard rules: yield or incapacitation. Lethal force prohibited. Begin. Filong moved first. He was fast, devastatingly, insultingly fast. Core formation cultivation compressed chi so densely that physical enhancement techniques operated at a level that Tianqian's thread initiate body could barely perceive. One moment Filong stood at the arena's center. The next, His sword was descending toward Tianqian's shoulder in a flame-wrapped arc that turned the air amber. Tianqian dodged. Barely. The ice-enhanced perception that the bond provided gave him the fraction of a second he needed to read the attack's trajectory and shift his weight. Scorching Phoenix passed close enough to singe his sleeve. In the heat of the flame, Qi left a red welt on his arm. He countered with a precision thrust at Fei Long's wrist. Fei Long deflected it casually, his sword technique smooth as flowing water. The deflection transitioned seamlessly into a backswing that Tianqian blocked with a two-handed guard, and the impact nearly disarmed him, his borrowed sword vibrating so violently that his palms went numb. The crowd watched in tense silence. Everyone expected a short match. The question was only how quickly Fei Long would end it. But Tianqian didn't fall. The footwork Qinghe had drilled into him carried him through Fei Long's combinations, always moving, never stationary, making the inner disciple work for every engagement. Tianqian couldn't match Fei Long's power, but he could make Fei Long spend energy chasing him. 30 seconds. A minute. 2 minutes. The match continued, and the silence in the crowd deepened from expectation to disbelief. Fei Long's expression shifted from confidence to irritation. "Stop running," he said, mid-combination. "Fight me." "I am fighting you," Tianqian replied, sliding a strike past Fei Long's guard to tag his forearm. The hit was too light to do damage, but it touched, and the crowd gasped, because outer disciples did not touch Duan Fei Long. Fei Long's irritation crystallized into cold fury. His attacks intensified. Flame Qi erupted from Scorching Phoenix in waves, turning the arena into a furnace. Tianqian's gray robes began to smoke. His borrowed sword's formations, already barely functional, started to fail under the thermal stress, the blade's edge developing hairline cracks that glowed orange. Tianqian took hits. A slash across his thigh that burned through fabric and skin. A pommel strike to the ribs that cracked something deep. A flame burst that singed his hair and left blisters across his right cheek. Each impact was a lesson in the reality of cultivation hierarchy. Power was power, and no amount of precision could fully compensate for 5 stages of difference. But he didn't yield. For minutes in, Tianqian saw his opening. Fei Long had shifted to his heaviest combination, a 3-strike sequence that committed his weight fully forward. The 3rd strike left his rear guard open for a half-second. Tianqian let the first 2 strikes connect. The impacts were terrible. His left arm went numb, his vision doubled. But he stayed on his feet through sheer stubbornness and ice-numbed pain tolerance, and when the 3rd strike came, he was already moving. He activated thread resonance. His palm connected with Fei Long's exposed sword arm, and ice erupted through the contact point. Not external frost, but deep, meridian-level cold that Qinghe channeled through the bond with surgical precision. Fei Long's forearm seized. His fingers locked around Scorching Phoenix's hilt. His elbow joint froze solid. The arena went silent. 1,000 spectators held their breath. Fei Long stared at his frozen arm with an expression that Tianqian had never seen on his face before, genuine shock. Then fury, volcanic, incandescent fury, erupted behind his eyes. He channeled fire Qi directly into the frozen arm, and the ice didn't just melt. It exploded outward in a burst of steam as Fei Long shattered the thread resonance with raw, overwhelming power. The explosion threw Tianqian backward. He hit the arena floor and skidded, coming to rest at the southern edge. His borrowed sword was gone, snapped in half by the steam blast. His hands were burned. His vision swam. "Winner, Duan Fei Long," Elderwin announced. The crowd erupted, not in the mocking laughter that had greeted Tianqian's losses in past trials, but in genuine, full-throated amazement. An outer disciple had frozen Duan Fei Long's arm. An outer disciple had lasted 4 minutes against the sect's strongest young cultivator. Tianqian lay on the stone, staring at the sky, and tasted blood and something else. Something that almost felt like victory. Chapter 13. Fei Long did not attend the awards ceremony. His arm, despite the forced ice removal, retained a residual chill that disrupted his fire Qi circulation for 3 days. A humiliation he endured in private, behind the closed doors of his inner sect chambers, refusing visitors and dismissing servants with increasing venom. When Tianqian received the runner-up award, a jade token granting access to the sect's secondary cultivation library, Fei Long's entourage was conspicuously absent. Their empty seats in the inner disciple section spoke louder than any words. The inner sect's brightest star was not celebrating. Wei Liang carried the jade token as though it were a holy relic, cradling it in both hands as they walked back to the outer disciple quarters. "Secondary library," he breathed, turning the token in his hands so the jade caught the light. "Do you know what's in there?" "Techniques that outer disciples aren't supposed to see. Formation manuals. Alchemy references. History texts that the inner sect keeps restricted because knowledge is power, and they hoard power the way dragons hoard gold. I know. You froze Duan Feilong's arm, Tianqin. His arm. The look on his face. I'm going to remember that look for the rest of my life. The way his eyes went wide, like a cat that just got splashed with water, except the cat is a core formation cultivator and the water is a technique that shouldn't exist. Wei's grin was incandescent, bright enough to light the entire outer disciple quarter. How did you do it? Really? Training. The lie came easily, and Tianqin hated that it did. Wei deserved the truth. But Elder Shen's warning about secrecy echoed in his mind, and the truth was a weapon that could be turned against everyone he cared about. That wasn't training. That was something else. Something I've never seen. Wei's grin faded into something more serious, more searching. You don't have to tell me. But whatever it is, be careful. Feilong doesn't forget. And he doesn't forgive. Tianqin knew. Through the bond, Qinghe had felt Feilong's fury during the match. A heat so intense that even her ice affinity had flinched from it. The inner disciple prodigy had been wounded. Not physically, the arm would heal. But his pride, his certainty of superiority, his unquestioned place at the top of the sect's young generation, those had been cracked. And cracked pride in a man with power was the most dangerous substance in the cultivation world. The secondary library beckoned, and within its restricted shelves, answers waited. But first, Tianqin had to deal with the aftermath. The competition's results had reordered the outer sect's social hierarchy overnight. Disciples who had ignored him for 2 years now nodded in greeting. The 3 who had laughed loudest at his previous defeats found reasons to be elsewhere when he entered a room. A first-year outer disciple asked, with genuine earnestness, if Tianqin would teach her the footwork technique he'd used against Qin Baihu. The attention was uncomfortable. Tianqin had spent 2 years being invisible, and invisibility had become a comfortable armor. Now that armor was gone, replaced by a visibility that invited scrutiny he could not afford. More concerning were the whispers. Not the admiring kind, the speculative kind. Outer disciples wondering how a 4th-grade root cultivator had produced ice techniques. Inner disciples murmuring about unusual spiritual signatures detected during the final match. The sect's formation analysts, a small team of technically minded cultivators who maintained the arena's protective arrays, had noted an energy anomaly during the thread resonance moment. They couldn't identify it, but they had flagged it for review. Every question was a thread that, if pulled, would unravel his secret. Keep your head down, Qinghe advised that evening. The more attention you attract, the more people will investigate. Let the excitement fade before you do anything else noteworthy. Sound advice. Tianqin intended to follow it. Chapter 14. The secondary library was a small building nestled between the outer and inner sect's boundaries, accessible only by jade token. Its wooden doors were dark with age, protected by formation arrays that scanned visitors and rejected anyone without proper authorization. Inside, the air smelled of old paper, preservation talismans, and the faintly metallic tang of jade slip storage arrays. Tianqin spent 3 days in the library, reading every record that mentioned karmic bonds, fate threads, or the weaver of destinies. Most of the references were fragmentary, passing mentions in elder cultivators' journals, footnotes in theoretical texts on spiritual energy classification, a single paragraph in a 3,000-year-old treatise on advanced bonding formations that mentioned the crimson weave, without further explanation, as if the author considered the topic too dangerous to elaborate on. But on the 3rd day, he found the jade slip that changed everything. The slip was stored in the deepest shelf of the restricted section, behind a preservation formation that had kept it intact for millennia. Its surface was the color of old blood, and when Tianqin pressed his spiritual sense into it, the information that unfolded was not text, but a direct sensory recording, a memory, preserved in jade, as vivid as the day it was inscribed. He saw a man, young, perhaps 25, standing at the center of a vast structure made of interwoven light. A loom, the loom of heaven. It hung in a space that was neither sky nor void, but something between, a dimension where the rules of conventional reality bent like reeds in wind. 9 crimson threads extended from the man's body, radiating outward to 9 points of light that pulsed with elemental energy. Ice, fire, wind, earth, lightning, water, wood, metal, and a 9th that Tianqin couldn't identify. A thread that connected the man to himself, a loop of crimson light that began and ended at his own heart. The man's face was serene and terrified. Both emotions coexisted on his features with the uneasy truce of incompatible truths. A voice spoke, the man's voice, recorded into the jade alongside the image. I am Shin Yuxiao, the last weaver. I leave this record for whoever next awakens the red thread system. Because the system will awaken again. It always does. It has to. The loom requires a weaver. The image shifted. The loom darkened at the edges, and something moved in the darkness. Formless, massive, a presence that radiated wrongness the way fire radiated heat. A thing that should not exist, that existed anyway, that existed because every broken promise and shattered trust fed it another morsel of the energy it craved. The Unraveler. I don't know its true name. It was here before the loom, maybe before the world. It feeds on severed connections. When bonds are broken, between lovers, between friends, between parent and child, the energy of that severance nourishes it. The loom was created to oppose it. The red thread system is the loom's instrument. 9 bonds, forged in genuine rescue and trust, can operate the loom and weave a tapestry strong enough to contain the Unraveler. The image of the man, Shen Yuxiao, aged decades and seconds, his face hollowing, his body wasting. I failed. I forged all 9 bonds, but I couldn't trust them. The Unraveler whispered to me, not words, but doubts. Are the bonds real, or does the system manufacture them? Do these women love you, or does the thread compel them? Every doubt was a crack. Every crack weakened the bonds. In the end, I severed them myself. I couldn't bear the uncertainty. His voice cracked. The recorded memory trembled at the edges. The prophecy is this: 9 bonds will save or destroy the heavens. I chose destruction. Not deliberately. I chose fear, which amounts to the same thing. The next weaver must choose differently. Trust the bonds. Trust the women who chose to stand with you. Trust yourself. The memory faded. The jade slip went dark. Tianxian sat in the library for a long time after that. The jade slip cold in his hands, the weight of a dead man's regret pressing on his shoulders like a physical burden. He told Xinghe that evening. Through the bond, he felt her process the information with the systematic efficiency of a mind trained in alchemical analysis, sorting, categorizing, drawing connections. The previous holder failed because of doubt, she said finally. Not weakness. Not enemies. Doubt. Yes. Then our greatest enemy isn't the people who hunt us. It's the voice that asks whether this is real. She reached out and touched the crimson thread that hung between them. I can answer that question. The bond is real. I chose to fight beside you. Not because a thread told me to, because a boy with a dull sword and no common sense threw himself at a wolf to save a stranger. The thread pulsed brighter at her words. I believe you, Tianxian said, and meant it. Chapter 15. Xinghe's next revelation came 5 nights after the competition, in the cave behind the waterfall, by the light of a spirit lantern that cast cold blue shadows on the stone walls and made the waterfall's curtain shimmer like a wall of liquid silver. The formulas in my meridians aren't just alchemy recipes, she said, sitting cross-legged with her hands folded in her lap, her posture so straight it looked carved from marble. They're a map. My father's map. A guide to the red thread system's full potential. She had spent the past 3 days in deep meditation, using the bond's enhanced perception to scan the encoded patterns in her own meridian system with a thoroughness her father's original inscription technique hadn't been designed to allow. The ice affinity gave her internal clarity that was almost surgical. She could trace each formula's structure the way a jeweler traced the facets of a gem. I've cataloged 7 distinct formulas, she continued. The thread strengthening pill, we discussed that. But also a thread memory elixir that enhances the system's ancestral visions, sharpening the fragments into full sensory experiences. A resonance amplification compound that doubles the power of thread resonance for a limited duration. A bond diagnostics tincture that reveals the exact strength, health, and growth potential of an existing thread. She paused. The blue lantern light played across her face, deepening the shadows beneath her eyes. She hadn't been sleeping well, Tianxian realized. The meditation sessions were exhausting. And something else, she said. Something my father marked as incomplete and dangerous. Tell me. A formula for a pill that can forcibly forge a bond. Override the system's requirement for genuine rescue and create an artificial thread between 2 people regardless of their actual emotional connection. The words hung in the cave's silence like frost forming on glass. Through the bond, Tianxian felt Xinghe's revulsion, sharp and cold, matching his own. My father never completed the formula, she said firmly. He considered it an abomination, a perversion of everything the red thread system represented. The power of bonds came from their authenticity. Manufactured bonds would be hollow shells, lacking the emotional foundation that made real threads strong. But if someone else developed a similar formula, then bonds could be manufactured, weaponized, used to create counterfeit threads that might fool the system temporarily, might be enough to access the loom of heaven. Her silver blue eyes were hard. And counterfeit bonds, easily broken, would be a feast for the unraveler. Tianxin thought of the recorded memory, the formless darkness moving at the loom's edges, feeding on severed connections. An entity that grew stronger every time trust was broken. Manufactured bonds, designed to be broken, would be a banquet. Your father's research wasn't just alchemy, Tianxin said slowly. It was a threat to anyone who wanted to control or corrupt the bond system. The Black Jade Consortium, whoever their patron is, they didn't just want the formulas. They wanted to make sure no one else had them. Or they wanted the forced bonding formula for themselves. Qinghe's voice was barely above a whisper. Which is worse? The silence stretched between them, filled only by the waterfall's voice and the faint pulse of the crimson thread connecting their hearts. There's one more thing, Qinghe said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. The seventh formula, the one my father left incomplete. It's not just unfinished. It's annotated. He left notes encoded alongside the formula itself, written in a cipher that only our family's alchemical notation could produce. What do the notes say? Someone approached him before his death. Someone powerful. They offered funding, resources, protection, everything an independent alchemist could want. In exchange, they wanted one thing, a completed forced bonding formula. Her jaw tightened. My father refused. 2 months later, the Black Jade Consortium fabricated the debt. He believed the timing was not coincidental. The patron behind the consortium. Yes, someone who wanted artificial bonds badly enough to destroy a man's life when he refused to provide them. She met his eyes, and the composure she maintained so carefully was thin enough that he could see the fear beneath it. Not for herself, but for what her father's knowledge might unleash if it fell into the wrong hands. Tianxin, whoever this patron is, they're still out there. They're still looking for the formulas. And now that the red thread system is active again, now that a real bond exists as proof that fate threads work, their interest will only intensify. They sat together behind the waterfall for a long time, the crimson thread between them steady and warm, while the implications of what she'd discovered settled over them like the first snow of a winter that would be long and very cold. Chapter 16. The Black Jade Consortium returned on a morning so unremarkably ordinary that Tianxin would always remember the contrast between the pleasant weather and the violence that followed. He was in the outer disciple training ground, practicing sword forms while Wei Liang held a padded shield for striking drills. The sun was warm, the air smelled of jasmine from the nearby gardens, and 3 outer disciples were arguing about the best noodle shop in the village below the mountain. A perfectly normal morning. The spiritual pressure hit like a wave. Not the foundation stage pressure of Gao Taizhan. This was deeper, colder, more refined. Core formation. A cultivator at core formation or above had entered the outer sect's territory, and they were not bothering to conceal their presence. The weight of it pressed against Tianxin's chest like a hand, making his next breath an effort. Tianxin's ice-enhanced perception screamed a warning. He grabbed Wei and pulled him behind the training ground stone wall, just as the outer disciple dormitory's front door imploded inward, the heavy wooden planks splintering into fragments that peppered the courtyard like shrapnel. The consortium had sent an elder. He was a thin man in black robes with the Black Jade Consortium's sigil embroidered in gold on his chest, a jade disc wrapped in chains. His cultivation aura was dense and oppressive, radiating the refined malice of someone who had built a career on coercion and considered violence a negotiating tool rather than a last resort. Core formation 4th stage. 6 full stages above Tianxin. Behind him, Gao Taizhan had returned with fresh enforcers. 8 this time, all foundation stage, their formations tight and practiced. His previously injured arm was fully healed, and his expression promised payback for the humiliation of their last encounter with compound interest. Su Qinghe, the elder announced, his voice flat and carrying without the need for amplification. Surrender yourself for debt collection proceedings. This is your final notice. The Cultivators' Commerce Court has issued a provisional custody order pending the arbitration hearing. You will comply. The provisional custody order was either real or fabricated, and it didn't matter which, because the consortium had brought enough force to enforce it regardless of legality. Qinghe stood in the dormitory doorway, her curved blade in hand, frost already forming on the steel. Show me the order. The thin woman from the previous visit produced a scroll with official seals. Qinghe examined it with narrowed eyes, and through the bond, Tianxin felt her conclusion. The seals were genuine. The consortium had gone through proper channels this time, or had properly foregone them with proper-looking counterfeits. Tianxin stepped forward. She's under the sect's protection. The consortium elder finally looked at him directly. The sect has been consulted. Your elder Shin's objections have been noted and overruled by the sect master's office. The provisional custody order supersedes internal sect protections. Wei Liang hissed through his teeth. They went over Shun Wuji's head. Exactly. The consortium hadn't just brought force. They brought political leverage that neutralized the one protector Tianxin had counted on. Elder Shun was powerful, but he was one elder among many, and the sect master answered to considerations that went beyond any single student's welfare. Tianxin reached for thread resonance and felt, through the bond, Qinghe's sharp pulse of warning. Not here. Not like this. Using the bond's power openly in front of a consortium elder and 8 witnesses would confirm every suspicion about abnormal bonding techniques and create evidence that could be used to legally seize both of them. He was weighing impossible options when Elder Shinwuji's presence flooded the courtyard. The old man appeared at the training ground's edge, his brown robes unremarkable, his aged face calm, his spiritual pressure rising around him like the tide, not aggressive, not threatening, but vast. The consortium elder flinched. Elder Shun, the consortium man managed. I've read the provisional custody order, Shin said. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of mountains. It's legitimate. I cannot override it without creating a formal schism with the sect master's office, which would damage the sect more than it would help these children. Kenshin's heart sank. Through the bond, he felt Qinghe's composure crack, just slightly, just at the edges. Then Elder Shun turned to the consortium elder with eyes that held centuries of accumulated wisdom and an anger so controlled it was more frightening than any explosion. However, the custody order specifies supervised holding at the provincial capital's neutral arbitration facility, not consortium custody. If I learn that Su Qinghe has been diverted to a consortium facility, or that she has been subjected to any examination, interrogation, or alchemical scan without her consent, I will personally come to collect her. And I will not be polite about it. The consortium elder swallowed. Understood. Furthermore, this order applies to Su Qinghe alone. Luo Tianxin is a sect disciple and is not subject to consortium jurisdiction. If any attempt is made to detain him, I will consider it an act of war. The standoff resolved. Qinghe stepped forward, her blade sheathed, her face a mask of ice that revealed nothing. She glanced at Tianxin, and through the bond, he felt her message, clear as spoken words despite being carried on nothing but emotional resonance. Don't do anything reckless. I can handle this. Find me. The consortium delegation escorted her away. Tianxin watched until she disappeared around the mountain's curve, the crimson thread between them stretching thin but never breaking, its light fading with distance but holding steady. Find me, he whispered. I will. Chapter 17 Elder Shin's Study. The door closed. The crimson thread painting stared from the wall. The old man sat in his chair, and for the first time since Tianxin had known him, Elder Shinwuji looked tired. I couldn't stop them legally, the elder said. The sect master has been compromised, not by corruption, precisely, but by the accumulated weight of debts and obligations that powerful institutions accrue over centuries. The consortium's backers have leverage over the sect that I cannot counteract through official channels. Then I'll use unofficial channels, Tianxin said. The bond ached in his chest, a constant, pulling ache, like a muscle stretched to its limit. Qinghe was being taken further away with every passing minute. Your Strandweaver, first stage. The consortium has core formation elders on retainer. You'll die, maybe, but she's my bond partner. I can feel her through the thread. I know where she is, how she's being treated, whether she's in danger. That connection works at any distance. I can track her across the entire continent if I have to. Elder Shin studied him for a long moment. Then he reached into his robe and produced 2 items. A jade token inscribed with the sect's spirit trial cave's entry formation, and a spatial pouch that clinked with the sound of spirit stones. The caves, the elder said. 3 days inside. The spiritual energy density is 20 times the surface level. Combined with your bond's amplification, even at distance, the thread still provides some acceleration. You can push toward mid-stage Strandweaver. Maybe higher. 3 days. Qinghe could be 3 days to grow stronger, or 3 days to rush into a consortium facility at your current level and die in the lobby. The elder's voice was sharp, but not unkind. Choose wisdom over impulse, boy. Your bond partner is being taken to the provincial capital's neutral arbitration facility. She'll be held there for at least a week while the case is prepared. You have time, if you use it to grow instead of panic. Tianxin took the token. The spatial pouch contained 30 high-grade spirit stones, enough to sustain intensive cultivation for 3 days and fund a journey to the provincial capital afterward. And take your friend, Elder Shin added. Wei Liang. He may not have a bond, but he has loyalty, and loyalty is its own kind of power. You'll need someone watching your back who doesn't have a mystical thread that enemies can target. Wei would come regardless. I know. That's why I suggested him. The elder almost smiled. Go. Cultivate. Grow. And when you come back from those caves, come back ready to fight. They packed quickly, cultivation supplies, healing salves, dried rations, and the jade slips Tianqian had accumulated since the bond's awakening. Wei insisted on bringing a set of flash stones he'd been crafting in his spare time. Small spirit stone fragments rigged to produce blinding bursts of light on impact. You never know, Wei said, tucking them into his belt pouch. Not everything has to be solved with cultivation. Sometimes you just need to blind something long enough to stab it. Tianqian couldn't argue with the logic. They entered the spirit trial caves within the hour. The entrance was a carved archway set into the mountain's base, guarded by formation arrays that scanned the jade entry tokens and verified authorization. The arrays pulsed green, and the stone doors ground open, releasing a wave of dense spiritual energy that hit Tianqian like stepping into a warm bath. Wei Liang stood at the threshold, looking into the darkness with the particular expression of someone who had decided that fear was an acceptable companion as long as it didn't get a vote. 3 days, Wei said. Then we go get Qinghe. 3 days. Then we go get Qinghe. As they stepped inside, Tianqian felt the bond stretch, not in a painful way, but with the awareness of distance that a compass needle feels when turned from north. Qinghe was southeast, moving steadily. Through the thread, he sent a pulse of reassurance, a wordless message of ice-cold determination that said, I'm coming. Hold on. Through the distance, faint but unmistakable, he felt her response. A pulse of frost-touched warmth that said, I know. Chapter 18 The Spirit Trial Caves existed in a state of permanent twilight. Bioluminescent moss clung to the walls and ceiling, casting a pale green glow that made everything look slightly underwater. The air was thick with spiritual energy. Tianqian could taste it on his tongue, metallic and charged, like breathing before a thunderstorm. Each breath drew power into his lungs, and even passive absorption was 10 times more efficient than surface-level cultivation. The first day was pure cultivation. They found a stable chamber on the cave's second level, a dome-shaped room with a natural spring at its center, the water so saturated with spiritual energy that it glowed faintly blue and gave off wisps of luminous vapor. The ambient energy density was staggering. Tianqian sat at the spring's edge, opened his meridians, and began to cultivate. Without Qinghe's physical proximity, the bond's amplification was reduced, perhaps twofold rather than tenfold. But combined with the cave's naturally dense energy, the effect was still extraordinary. Qi flooded his system at a rate that would have taken weeks on the surface. The boundary between early and mid-stage strand weaver thinned rapidly under the onslaught of refined energy. Wei Liang cultivated nearby, drawing in energy at his own rate. Wei's spiritual roots were 5th grade, worse than Tianqian's, but he made up for genetic misfortune with raw persistence. While Tianqian's cultivation was being accelerated by the bond, Wei pushed forward through nothing but willpower and stubborn, meticulous technique. It was slow, it was painful, and it was, in its way, more impressive than anything the bond provided. By the end of the first day, Tianqian had reached mid-stage strand weaver. His spiritual sense expanded to 70 feet. His qi reserves deepened. Through the bond, he could feel Qinghe more clearly despite the distance. Her heartbeat, her emotional state, her location. She was traveling southeast. She was alert, but not in immediate danger. The thread stretched between them, thin as a filament of starlight, but unbroken. The second day was exploration. They ventured deeper, following passages that spiraled into the mountain's heart. The bioluminescent moss gave way to crystal formations that sang faintly when disturbed, filling the tunnels with ethereal harmonics that resonated with Tianqian's ice affinity and made the thread hum sympathetically. The spiritual energy grew denser with every level they descended. Spirit beasts appeared on the 3rd level. A pack of stone crawlers, 4th-rank beasts with armored bodies and acid saliva, emerged from a side passage and attacked without warning. 5 of them, each the size of a large dog, moving with coordinated pack intelligence. Tianqian fought them alone while Wei provided range support with thrown spirit stones rigged as flash grenades, a trick Wei had invented himself and was absurdly proud of. Tianqian's strand weaver cultivation was sufficient to handle 4th-rank beasts individually, and his ice-enhanced sword techniques froze the crawlers' acid glands before they could spit. The fight was efficient, 5 kills in under a minute, and served as a benchmark for his growing power. On the second day's evening, while Tianqian meditated to consolidate his advancement, Wei practiced his own techniques in an adjacent chamber. The sound of Wei's sword striking stone echoed through the caves, rhythmic, methodical, the sound of a man who had accepted his limitations and was determined to push past them through nothing but repetition and will. Tianqian opened one eye. Through the chamber's entrance, he could see Wei executing a basic sword form for what must have been the 500th time. His movements were precise but unremarkable, the textbook technique of a fifth-grade root cultivator operating at the upper boundary of his natural talent. Your form is clean, Tianqian said. Wei paused mid-swing. Clean doesn't win fights. Clean keeps you alive, which is the prerequisite for winning. Tianqian stood and joined his friend. Here, there's a modification to the third transition that Qinghe showed me. It reduces the recovery time between strikes by repositioning your rear foot 6 inches to the left. They trained together for an hour, Tianqian passing along what Qinghe had taught him. It wasn't bond-enhanced training. Wei had no thread, no elemental affinity, no system. But the techniques themselves were sound, and Wei absorbed them with the hungry efficiency of someone who knew that every improvement might be the difference between survival and a shallow grave. They pressed deeper the next morning. On the third level's deepest chamber, behind a narrow passage that required them to turn sideways to pass through, they found the hidden room. Chapter 19. The chamber was sealed behind a wall of stone that didn't match the surrounding rock, too smooth, too regular, clearly placed by human hands. Ancient hands, working with techniques that predated the Azure Crane sect by millennia. The ceiling formation etched into the stone was so old that its lines had worn nearly invisible, readable only by spiritual sense, and even then, only by a spiritual sense attuned to the particular frequency of karmic energy. Qinghe would have recognized the formation instantly. In her absence, Tianqian had to rely on the bond's residual sensitivity and his own growing understanding of the red thread system's energy signature. He pressed his palm against the stone and channeled qi. The crimson thread flared, and the formation responded, not to his qi, but to the thread's energy. The seal recognized the red thread system. The stone wall dissolved like morning frost meeting sunlight. Behind it was a chamber carved from a single piece of jade, green-white, luminous, the walls smooth as glass and warm to the touch. The air inside was dense with spiritual energy, so refined it felt like breathing liquid starlight. At the chamber's center stood a plinth, and on the plinth was a painting. A young man, 9 threads extending from his body, each a different color, each pulsing with elemental light. Ice white, flame red, wind silver, earth brown, lightning gold, water blue, wood green, metal gray, and the 9th. A thread that looped from the man's heart back to itself, crimson and self-contained. Shen Yuxiao, the last red thread holder, painted in life, before the doubt consumed him, before he severed his own bonds. He looked strong, determined, and haunted. Even in the painter's idealized rendering, there was something in his eyes that spoke of a burden too heavy for any single person to carry alone. Beneath the painting, inscribed in the jade with characters that still burned faintly with spiritual energy after thousands of years, were 2 lines. He chose destruction. Will you choose differently? The question hung in the luminous air, patient as only stone could be. I'll choose differently, Tianqian whispered. And the chamber heard him. The jade pulsed. Something responded, not the system, not the bond, but the chamber itself. A drawer in the plinth slid open with a whisper of stone on stone, revealing 3 jade slips and a small, sealed bottle containing a pill that radiated cold so intense that frost formed on the bottle's surface despite being sealed for millennia. A thread-strengthening pill. The original. Not a reconstruction like Qinghe's father's formula. The genuine article, preserved perfectly by the Jade Chamber's formation arrays. Wei Liang stared at the bottle from a safe distance. That thing is giving off more cold energy than a glacier. What is it? Something I need to get to Qinghe. Tianqian carefully placed the bottle in his spatial pouch, insulated by 3 layers of spiritual cloth to prevent the cold from damaging other contents. The jade slips he tucked into his robe. They explored the chamber quickly. There was more here than they could study in a day, more than they could even catalog. Formation diagrams on the walls. Cultivation technique fragments inscribed in jade that would take weeks to decode. A map of something vast and cosmic that Tianqian's current knowledge couldn't interpret. But time was not infinite, and Qinghe was getting further away with every hour. They turned to leave. The passage back to the main cave system was dark and narrow, and Tianqian's enhanced spiritual sense was focused on navigating the terrain, reaching ahead through the darkness for hazards and obstacles. He didn't sense Duan Feilong until the first blow connected. The fire-enhanced palm strike hit Tianqian between the shoulder blades with the precision of someone who had been waiting in ambush for hours, patient as a spider in its web. The impact drove him forward, slamming him chest first into the cave wall with enough force to crack the stone beneath his body. Pain exploded through his torso. The jade slips flew from his robe and scattered across the stone floor. Interesting, Wei Liang said from the shadows, flame chi dancing along his fingertips like a crown of fire. Very interesting. A hidden chamber that responds to your touch. Ancient artifacts. A painting of a man with glowing threads. His eyes, lit by the fire at his fingertips, were bright with predatory intelligence. What are you, Luo Tianqian? What have you become? Wei Liang reacted instantly, throwing 2 flash stones at Wei Liang's face. The inner disciple deflected them with a casual flick of fire chi, but the momentary distraction gave Tianqian time to recover, push off the wall, and draw his sword. How did you find us? Tianqian demanded, positioning himself between Wei Liang and the jade slips on the floor. I followed you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the sect's most interesting outer disciple disappearing into the spirit trial caves with his mediocre friend? I've been tracking your movements since the competition. Every training session. Every visit to that cave behind the waterfall. Wei Liang's smile was razor thin. I know about the thread, Tianqian. I can see it now that I know what to look for. A crimson line extending from your chest, stretching southward toward wherever that woman is. Some kind of bonding technique. Ancient, powerful, and, based on what I've seen in that chamber, potentially world-shaking. He stepped forward, scorching phoenix drawn, its flame-wrapped edge casting dancing shadows on the cave walls. The question is, who else gets to know about it? The narrow cave passage offered no room to maneuver. Wei Liang blocked the exit. Wei was behind Tianqian, sword drawn but outmatched so badly that his participation would be decorative at best. It was a corridor fight, close quarters, limited movement, favoring raw power over technique. Wei Liang attacked. The tunnel became an inferno. Fire chi erupted from his strikes in controlled bursts, heating the stone walls to glowing red, filling the air with smoke and the stink of superheated mineral. Tianqian blocked, countered, channeled ice through the bond to neutralize the heat, but without Qinghe's proximate amplification, the ice was thin, fragile, inadequate against Wei Liang's full-power assault. Tianqian took damage. A fire-enhanced punch to his ribs cracked bones for the 3rd time in as many weeks. A sweeping kick caught his thigh and left a burn that seared through his robes to the skin beneath. A palm strike to his chest compressed his dantian painfully, disrupting his qi circulation for 3 agonizing seconds during which he was defenseless. Wei Liang threw himself at Wei Liang from behind. Brave, futile, suicidal. Wei Liang backhanded him into the wall without looking, a casual dismissal that left Wei slumped in the rubble, unconscious. Just you now, Wei Liang said, advancing. No friend. No mysterious woman. No tricks left. Tianqian had one trick left. He'd promised Elder Shun he'd use thread resonance only when necessary. This qualified, but not offensively. He didn't have the chi reserves or the bond proximity for a full resonance strike. Instead, he channeled every scrap of ice energy he could draw through the stretched, thin thread, not into a weapon but into the environment, into the cave walls, into the stone ceiling, into the moisture in the air. The temperature dropped, not dramatically. Wei Liang's fire chi easily neutralized surface-level cold. But deep in the stone, behind the fire's reach, ice formed. Silently, patiently, the way glaciers moved. When the critical mass was reached, the ceiling cracked. The cave-in was controlled, barely. Tianqian threw himself backward, dragging Wei's unconscious body with him. As the ceiling collapsed between them and Wei Liang, tons of stone and ice crashed down, filling the passage with rubble and dust and the shocked roar of a core formation cultivator who had just been buried alive. Not killed. Wei Liang was too powerful for that. He'd survive, dig himself out, be furious. But Tianqian had bought minutes, maybe hours. He gathered the scattered jade slips with shaking hands, hoisted Wei over his shoulder, and ran. Chapter 20. They emerged from the spirit trial caves into a sunset that painted the mountain in shades of amber and blood. Wei regained consciousness halfway down the mountain path, groaning and immediately complaining about the quality of Tianqian's rescue technique. You carried me over your shoulder like a sack of grain, Wei said, rubbing the back of his head where a lump was forming. You couldn't have been more dignified about it. You were unconscious and we were running from a cave-in. Still, sack of grain. They reached Elder Shin's study as the last light faded. The old man listened to Tianqian's account with the patience of mountains and the expression of a man watching a storm he'd predicted finally arrive. Wei Liang knows about the bond, Tianqian finished. He sat wrapped in healing bandages, Wei slumped on a cushion nursing his bruised head, the jade slips and the frost-covered pill bottle arranged on the desk between them. He followed us into the caves. He saw the thread, the chamber, the painting. He doesn't understand everything yet, but he's smart enough to put the pieces together. Yes, Elder Shin said quietly. He'll report it. To the inner sect council, to his family, to anyone who can use the information for leverage. Yes. The elder's hand rested on the jade slips, his spiritual sense scanning their contents without opening them. He's already reported it, in fact. While you were in the caves, Long sent a spiritual transmission to his father, Duan Weishan, who sits on the sect's inner council. By morning, the council will know about the red thread system. By evening, so will every intelligence network that monitors the Azure Crane sect. The room was very quiet. The sect master has scheduled a tribunal, Elder Shin continued. For 3 days from now, you are to present yourself, explain the bond's nature and origin, and submit to examination. The tribunal will determine whether the red thread system constitutes a prohibited technique and whether your continued presence in the sect represents a threat to its stability. The tribunal is stacked, Tianqian said. It wasn't a question. Feilong's faction controls 4 of 7 seats. The outcome is predetermined. Elder Shin met his eyes. You have a choice. Submit to the tribunal and lose. They'll confine you, study the bond, and likely damage it irreparably in the process. Or leave. Tonight. The choice was the same one he'd faced before, clarified by repetition, freedom or the illusion of safety. I'll leave, Tianqian said. I'm leaving too, Wei said immediately. Wei, don't even start. I've had this argument with you before, and I won. I'm coming. End of discussion. Elder Shin almost smiled. He pushed the spatial pouch of spirit stones across the desk, along with a new addition, a jade communication talisman keyed to the elder's personal frequency. For emergencies. I cannot openly support you once you leave the sect, but I can receive messages and provide guidance when the political cost is bearable. What about Qinghe? Tianqian asked. The bond ached, stretched thin across the distance, pointing southeast toward the provincial capital. The arbitration facility is in Clearwater City, 3 days travel south. She's being held there under neutral custody, uncomfortable but not dangerous. Yet, the elder's eyes were grave. But the consortium's patience has limits. If the arbitration goes against them, which it won't, they've likely bought the judges. They'll attempt a direct extraction. You need to reach her before that happens. Tianqian stood. The jade slips went into his robe. The pill bottle went into the spatial pouch. The communication talisman went around his neck, warm against his collarbone. Thank you, Elder Shun, for everything. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you've survived. The old man rose from his chair, joints creaking. The road ahead of you is darker than anything you've faced. The red thread system is powerful, but power attracts predators. There are forces on this continent that will hunt you. Not just the consortium, not just Feilong's faction, but older things. Darker things. They left at dawn. 2 figures walking through the Azure Crane sect's main gate for the last time. A boy with a crimson thread stretched thin across the miles, and a friend with more loyalty than self-preservation instinct. As they passed beyond the gate's formation boundary, the red thread system pulsed. The loom in Tianqian's mind blazed to life. The 9-position framework, 1 thread glowing ice-white toward the southeast where Qinghe traveled, and now, a 2nd position igniting. Not with the same cool light, but with warmth. Fierce warmth. The warmth of fire, of forge heat, of a heartbeat made of flame. A 2nd thread, reaching due south, pointing toward Clearwater City, toward the same destination, but toward someone else. Someone in mortal danger. The system's voice, ancient and patient and vast. 2nd bond awaits. Element, fire. Tianqian stopped walking. He looked south, toward the distant smudge of Clearwater City's towers barely visible on the horizon. 2 threads now, one pointing to Qinghe in the arbitration facility, one pointing to an unknown soul in danger. The same city, different targets. Fate converging. Tianqian. Wei said, watching his friend's face change. What is it? The 2nd thread, Tianqian said. Someone in Clearwater City needs help. Someone connected to fire. Wei looked south, then at Tianqian, then south again. His grin, that irrepressible, fear-defying grin that was either courage or insanity, spread across his face. Well, Wei said, what are we waiting for? Behind them, the Azure Crane sect grew small against the mountain. Ahead, the road descended into a world that was vast and dangerous and waiting for them with teeth bared and arms open. 2 threads pulsed. One cold, one hot, both leading south. They ran. Chapter 21. The road south descended from the Azure Crane sect's mountain territory into the lowlands of the Clearwater province. A gradual transition from thin, cold air and pine forest to humid, warm air and broadleaf canopy. 3 days of walking for a mortal. Tianqian and Wei, fueled by cultivation-enhanced stamina and the urgency of a woman in custody, made it in 2. They traveled light. The spatial pouch contained spirit stones, healing salves, dried rations, and the artifacts from the Jade Chamber. Tianxian wore a plain traveling robe he'd purchased from a village halfway down the mountain, trading his gray outer disciple garb for something that wouldn't advertise his former sect affiliation. Wei did the same, though he kept his practice sword prominently displayed, less out of vanity, more because a visibly armed traveler attracted less trouble than an apparently defenseless one. The crimson thread pulsed steadily in Tianxian's perception, stretching southeast toward Clearwater City and Xinghe's location. The bond's amplification was reduced by distance, perhaps 2 or 3 times rather than the tenfold boost of proximity, but the connection remained strong. He could feel her emotional state, alert, controlled, not in immediate danger. She was being held, not harmed. For now, the second thread, the one that had ignited at the Azure Crane Sect's gate, pointed due south, toward the same city but toward a different soul. Someone connected to fire, someone in danger. The pull was gentler than the first thread's call had been. Not the desperate urgency of imminent death, but the slow, building pressure of a situation deteriorating toward crisis. So explain this to me, Wei said on the first evening, sitting across a campfire in a clearing beside the trade road, roasting skewered vegetables with the particular dedication he brought to any task involving food. The system gives you threads. Each thread connects you to a woman. Each woman has an element. And the more threads you have, the more powerful you become. Essentially, and the prophecy says 9 threads will save or destroy the heavens. Yes. And the last person who had this system went insane with doubt and destroyed everything. He didn't go insane. He was manipulated by an entity that feeds on severed bonds. But yes. Wei turned his skewer thoughtfully. So you're telling me that the fate of the entire world depends on your ability to maintain healthy relationships with 9 women simultaneously. Tianxian opened his mouth, closed it. When you put it that way, because I've seen you try to maintain a conversation with one woman, Tianxian. Xinghe literally has to finish your sentences sometimes because you trail off into awkward silence. Wei's grin was back, irrepressible as ever. The heavens are in trouble. The heavens are fine. The heavens are doomed. Despite everything, the danger, the uncertainty, the weight of ancient prophecies, Tianxian laughed. It felt strange and necessary, like stretching a muscle that had been clenched for weeks. Wei had that effect. He was the counterweight to gravity, the voice that refused to let the situation's weight compress everything into humorless desperation. They reached the outskirts of Clearwater City on the second afternoon. The city was massive, spread across both banks of the Clear River, connected by 7 stone bridges, and enclosed by walls that had been expanded 3 times in its history to accommodate growth. The population was over 200,000, a metropolis by regional standards, home to 3 mid-tier sects, a branch of the cultivators' commerce court, a thriving merchant quarter, and an underground that was rumored to be as extensive and organized as the surface government. The arbitration facility where Xinghe was held was in the administrative quarter, the city's center, heavily patrolled by city guards and protected by municipal formation arrays. Not somewhere they could assault directly, not even close. But first, there was the second threat. The pull was stronger now, insistent, warm, carrying an emotional undertone of desperation and defiance that Tianxian recognized. Whoever was at the other end of that thread was fighting, not in the abstract sense, actually fighting, right now, somewhere in the city's lower districts. The second bond, Tianxian said, stopping at a crossroads where the main trade road split into 3 paths leading to different city gates. She's in the lower city. She's in danger. Wei looked at him. Now? Right now. Now. Then let's go. Chapter 22. The lower city occupied Clearwater's southern bank, a dense, chaotic sprawl of narrow streets, stacked tenements, open-air markets, and establishments that operated in the gray space between legal and criminal. The air smelled of river mud, cooking oil, and the acrid tang of cheap alchemical compounds being refined in basement laboratories. Tianxian followed the second thread through the crowds, moving with the particular urgency of someone tracking a signal that was growing more desperate by the minute. The warmth of the fire aspect pull guided him like a compass needle through streets he'd never walked before, past vendors selling spiritual beast jerky and fortune-telling cultivators offering meridian readings for 2 copper coins. Wei kept pace beside him, one hand on his sword, his cheerful demeanor replaced by the watchful alertness that surface-level friendliness sometimes concealed. Wei wasn't a fighter by nature, but he was observant, and the lower city's shadows moved in ways that suggested observation was being returned. At a crossroads near the river, they heard the rumor. Another pair found dead, a fish vendor muttered to his neighbor, both men leaning over stalls of silver-scaled freshwater catches. Married couple. Cultivators, found in their shop with their spiritual connections cut, like someone took scissors to the threads between them. That's the fourth this month, the neighbor replied, shaking his head. They're calling him the severer. Wears a mask of black thread. Goes after people who have bonds, martial partners, dual cultivators, even married couples. Cuts the connection and leaves them dead or worse. Tianxin's blood went cold. Through the bond, he felt Qinghe's distant attention sharpen. She'd felt his spike of alarm through the thread. The severer, an entity or cultivator that hunted bonded pairs and severed their connections. In a city where Tianxin carried a visible bond, visible to anyone with spiritual perception refined enough to detect karmic threads, he was a walking target. We need to be careful, he told Wei. There's someone in this city who hunts people like me. Like you specifically, or like bonded cultivators in general? General. But I'm a specific subset of the general that would be particularly attractive to a bond hunter. Wei processed this with the speed of someone accustomed to receiving bad news. So we're looking for the second bond in a city where someone is actively killing people with bonds. That's efficient. We can find your future partner and your future assassin in the same location. Your optimism is inspiring. Thank you. I've been cultivating it. They moved deeper into the lower city, and the second thread burned hotter with every block. Chapter 23. The fighting pit was located in the basement of a building that had once been a granary. The entrance was through a side door guarded by two men whose necks were thicker than Tianxin's thighs, both radiating the dull spiritual pressure of foundation-stage body cultivators enhanced by alchemical supplements, the kind that traded long-term health for short-term power. The sound hit Tianxin before the sight did. A roar, not of beasts, but of people. Hundreds of voices compressed into a subterranean space, screaming with the particular ferocity that humans reserved for watching other humans suffer. The air that leaked through the door was hot, wet, and metallic with the smell of blood. Wei paid the entrance fee, 3 spirit stones, enough to feed an outer disciple for a month, and they descended stairs that had been worn smooth by thousands of feet. The basement opened into a vast space lit by hanging spirit lanterns that cast everything in harsh, amber light. At the center was the pit, a circular depression 30 feet across, its stone walls stained dark with old blood, its floor packed dirt that had absorbed enough spiritual energy and human suffering to develop a faintly malevolent aura. 300 spectators surrounded the pit in tiered wooden bleachers. They were a mix of lower city residents, off-duty city guards, cultivators from the mid-tier sects looking for entertainment that wouldn't be found in their sect's refined courtyards, and criminals who wore their professions as openly as their jewelry. Spirit stones changed hands in the bleachers with frictionless speed, bets being placed, odds being adjusted, fortunes being made and destroyed with every exchange. In the pit, the second thread burned like a torch. Tianxin pushed through the crowd until he could see over the pit's edge, and there she was. Yan Meishio fought like fire given human form. She was perhaps 17, compact, muscular, with sun-darkened skin and black hair cropped short enough to deny any opponent a handhold. Her clothes were fighting wraps, strips of reinforced cloth wound around her torso and limbs, leaving her arms bare and revealing the network of scars that mapped her history as clearly as any biography. Old burns, blade cuts, claw marks, bite marks. A fighter's body, a survivor's body. She was fighting a man twice her size, a thick-necked brawler with earth aspect body reinforcement who outranked her by at least 2 cultivation stages. The fight was rigged. Even Tianxin's limited experience could see that. The brawler's reinforcement was too strong for Meishio's fire aspect strikes to penetrate, and his reach advantage meant she had to enter his killing zone to land any meaningful hit. But she was still fighting. Her fists trailed wisps of flame. Not the refined, controlled fire cultivation of a sect-trained cultivator, but the raw, desperate fire of someone who had learned to channel heat through pain and necessity. Every punch carried enough thermal energy to make the brawler's reinforcement steam on contact. She was fast, vicious, and technically inventive, using elbow strikes, knee attacks, and headbutts when conventional punching angles were blocked. The crowd loved her, not because they wanted her to win. The betting odds made it clear that the brawler was the favored outcome, but because her refusal to fall was entertaining. She was the evening's spectacle, the underdog who fought beyond reason, who bled and burned and kept standing. The brawler caught her with an elbow strike to the temple. She staggered, went to one knee, and the crowd screamed for the finish. A man in the bleacher's highest row, the pit boss, judging by his silk robes and the bodyguards flanking him, leaned forward with the eager anticipation of someone watching their investment pay off. This fight was meant to end one way. with Meisho broken and his heavy having proved that the pit's hierarchy was unchallengeable. The brawler advanced for the killing blow. He's going to kill her, Wei said, his face pale. The second thread blazed in Tianqin's chest. Not with heat, with recognition. The same recognition he'd felt in the misty ravine, when a stranger's scream had overridden every rational objection his mind could produce. He vaulted over the pit's edge and dropped 12 feet to the packed earth floor. Chapter 24. The crowd's roar shifted, from bloodlust to confusion, then to outrage. Spectators screamed about disrupted bets. The pit boss surged to his feet. The guards at the pit's perimeter moved to intercept. Tianqin didn't hear any of it. His focus had narrowed to the brawler, whose earth-reinforced fist was descending toward Meisho's unprotected skull, and the 3 feet of packed earth between them. He covered the distance in less than a heartbeat, channeling ice chi into his left forearm and intercepting the brawler's descending fist with a block that froze the point of contact. The brawler's reinforcement crackled as ice met earth, the two elements grinding against each other with a sound like stone splitting. The force of the blow traveled through Tianqin's arm and into his spine, but the ice held, thin, stressed, but functional. The brawler blinked. Who the hell are you? Someone who doesn't like rigged fights. Meisho was on her feet behind him, unsteady, blood running from her temple, but upright and furious. I didn't ask for help, she snarled. I know. I'm offering it anyway. The brawler swung again. This time Tianqin redirected rather than blocked, using the junction point reading technique he'd developed against Chun Baihu to find the weak points in the earth reinforcement and guide the blow past his body. The brawler's fist cratered the pit floor where Tianqin had been standing a fraction of a second earlier. You're good, the brawler admitted, recovering his balance. But this isn't your fight. It is now. The pit's enforcers poured in, 4 foundation stage fighters armed with weighted chains and chi-enhanced batons. They weren't interested in fair play. They were interested in restoring order, which meant removing both Tianqin and Meisho from the pit by whatever force was necessary. Tianqin and Meisho fought back to back. Not by design, by instinct. She covered his left flank, where his ice techniques were weaker, and he covered her right, where the brawler's earlier hits had left her guard compromised. Their styles were complementary in ways that shouldn't have been possible between strangers. His precision and her ferocity, his ice and her fire, his calculated defense and her relentless offense. An enforcer swung a weighted chain at Meisho's legs. Tianqin intercepted it with a frost-coated blade, and the chain shattered into frozen links. Meisho drove a fire-enhanced fist into the enforcer's solar plexus, and the man folded like paper in a storm. The brawler rejoined the fight, and it became chaos, 7 against 2 in a pit designed for spectacle, with 300 screaming spectators overhead and the pit boss bellowing orders that nobody could hear over the din. Then Meisho took a hit meant for Tianqin. A baton strike aimed at his kidneys, a dirty, fight-ending blow from behind that she blocked with her forearm. The bone cracked. She screamed through clenched teeth, and Tianqin felt something ignite in his chest that was not ice. The crimson thread between them blazed into existence. It was different from Qinghe's thread. Where the first bond had been cool and silver-tinged, this one was hot, burning, fierce, the color of fresh coals. It connected Tianqin's sternum to Meisho's heart in a line of fire-bright crimson, and through the connection, energy poured between them like magma through a volcanic channel. Second thread forged. Element, fire. The red thread system grows. Fire chi erupted through Tianqin's meridians. Not his ice, not Qinghe's distant, attenuated cold, but Meisho's raw, unrefined fire. The heat was staggering, wild, borderline uncontrollable. It clashed with the ice already in his system, and for 3 terrible seconds, Tianqin's body became a battleground between opposing elements. Then the elements found equilibrium. Not balance, not the careful, measured coexistence of a planned cultivation technique, but the violent equilibrium of a thunderstorm, where opposing forces generated something more powerful than either alone. Steam. The explosion of superheated steam that erupted from Tianqin's body threw every fighter in the pit backward. The brawler hit the wall with enough force to crack the stone. The enforcers tumbled like leaves in a gale. The spectators in the lowest bleacher row recoiled from a wave of scalding vapor that blistered paint and warped wood. Tianqin stood at the center of the blast, his robes smoking, his body wreathed in twining currents of ice and fire that circled each other like serpents in a mating dance. He didn't understand what had just happened. His body was running on instinct and raw elemental overflow. Meisho was beside him, her broken arm cradled against her chest, staring at the crimson thread between them with wide, dark eyes. What did you do to me? She demanded. I don't know. Can you run? I can always run. Then run. Chapter 25. They ran through the pit's emergency exit, a tunnel that led to an alley behind the granary, and into the lower city's labyrinth of narrow streets and covered walkways. Behind them, the pit boss's enforcers organized a pursuit with the efficiency of men who had chased fleeing fighters before. The sound of heavy boots and shouted coordinates echoed off the tenement walls. Meisho ran despite her broken forearm, navigating the lower city's alleys with the practiced fluidity of someone who had spent years learning every shortcut, every dead end, every rooftop crossing. She led them through a gap between buildings too narrow for the broader enforcers, across a courtyard where laundry lines formed a canopy of drying sheets, and up a fire escape to a rooftop that offered a 3-building jumping distance to a safe zone beyond the pit boss's territory. Can you jump? She asked, barely breathing hard despite the injury, looking at the gap with the pragmatic assessment of someone who had made this jump before. Yes. Can he? She jerked her chin at Wei, who was trailing them with the expression of a man who had recently discovered that his cardio was inadequate. He'll manage. Wei managed, barely. The 3-building jump became a scramble across the last gap, Wei's fingers catching the far rooftop's edge while his legs dangled over a 40-foot drop. Tianxin hauled him up, and they collapsed behind a chimney stack, breathing hard, listening to the pursuit's sounds fade into the lower city's ambient noise. Meisho sat against the chimney, examining her broken forearm with clinical detachment. The bone was fractured but not compound, a clean break that would heal in weeks with basic treatment, or days with a proper healing pill. I have healing salve, Tianxin offered. I don't need your charity. It's not charity. It's pragmatism. A broken arm reduces your combat effectiveness by roughly 40%, and I suspect we're going to need everyone fighting before this day is over. She glared at him, the firelight in her eyes. Always there, he was beginning to realize, a low burn that matched the flame affinity running through her cultivation, was fierce and evaluative. She was assessing him the way a street fighter assessed a potential threat, looking for weaknesses, intentions, hidden angles. Fine. She extended her arm. But I'm not thanking you. He applied the salve and set the bone using a basic field medicine technique that every sect disciple learned in their first year. It wasn't as clean as a proper physician's work, but it would hold. Through the new bond, the fire thread, still blazing between them with the intensity of a forge, he felt the salve interact with Meisho's fire chi. Her body heat was elevated, her metabolism running hot. The healing would be faster than normal. Now, she said, her arms splinted and wrapped. Tell me what you did to me. Tianxin told her. The red thread system. The bonds. The ice thread to Qinghe. The fire thread now connecting him to Meisho. The prophecy. The unraveler. All of it. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, the fire in her eyes hadn't dimmed. If anything, it burned hotter. So you're telling me, she said slowly, that I'm magically bonded to a stranger because he jumped into a pit fight to save me. And now I'm part of some ancient prophecy that involves 9 women and the fate of the world. Essentially. And you want me to what? Follow you? Fight beside you? Be one of your collection? The word stung. You're not a collection. You're a person. The bond doesn't compel you. It reflects a genuine connection formed through genuine risk. A genuine connection. She laughed, short, sharp, without humor. I've been fighting in pits since I was 12. Nobody has ever jumped into one of my fights. Nobody has ever taken a blow meant for me. And the first person who does turns out to be a walking prophecy with ice powers and a bonding system. She shook her head. My luck is either extraordinary or catastrophic. Those aren't mutually exclusive, Wei offered from the chimney's far side. Chapter 26. They spent the night in a safe house Meisho knew, an abandoned apothecary in the lower city's smoke quarter, its shelves still lined with dusty jars, and its back room containing a sleeping pallet, a water barrel, and a rear exit that opened onto an alley accessible from 3 different streets. The kind of place a person maintained when they expected to need to disappear on short notice. I have 3 of these across the lower city, Meisho said, lighting a candle that cast warm shadows across the empty shelves. Rule 1 of pit fighting. Always have somewhere to run. Tianxin sat on the floor, cross-legged, exploring the new bond while Meisho and Wei argued about sleeping arrangements. Or rather, Meisho declared she would sleep closest to the exit, and Wei declared he would sleep wherever was farthest from any potential violence. 2 threads now. The loom in his mind showed 2 crimson strands. One ice-white with cold luminescence, pointing southeast toward Qinghe, and one fire-red with hot luminescence, connecting him to Meisho 3 feet away. The visual was striking, cold and hot, restrained and fierce, precision and chaos. He focused on the new thread and discovered what the system called thread interweaving. With one bond, he'd had access to a single element and a single technique, thread resonance, which channeled the bonded element through physical contact. With two bonds, the system offered something more sophisticated. The two threads could be woven together, their energies combined in real time, creating hybrid techniques that drew on both ice and fire simultaneously. Ice and fire. In conventional cultivation, the elements were opposing. Using both simultaneously would tear a cultivator's meridians apart as the conflicting energies fought for dominance. But the threads existed outside conventional meridian pathways. They were separate channels, independent of his natural spiritual system, and the system managed the interaction between them with the effortless sophistication of an instrument designed for exactly this purpose. The combination produced steam. Not literal steam, though that had happened during the pit explosion, but a metaphorical steam, combined energy that was neither ice nor fire but something new. Something that carried the penetrating cold of ice and the expansive heat of fire in a single package, creating attacks that could simultaneously freeze and burn, defense that shifted between thermal extremes faster than any opponent could adapt. Thread interweaving, he murmured, testing the energy flow between the two bonds. The combination was unstable. He needed practice to control the ratio between ice and fire, but the potential was exponential. Two bonds weren't twice as powerful as one. They were 4 times as powerful, the multiplicative interaction between elements creating compound effects that exceeded simple addition. Through the ice bond, he felt Qinghe's attention sharpen. She had felt the second bond's activation through their shared connection. Her emotional signature was complex, a blend of analytical interest, cautious concern, and something Tianxin couldn't quite identify. Something personal. Through the fire bond, Meishio's emotional state was a constant low flame of suspicion, independence, and grudging curiosity. She didn't trust him. She didn't trust the bond. She didn't trust the situation. But she was interested, the way a fighter was interested in a new weapon, assessing whether it was worth the risk of picking up. You're staring into space, Wei noted. Is that a cultivation thing or a social anxiety thing? Cultivation thing. Good. Because we need to talk about Qinghe. He was right. They were in Clearwater City. Qinghe was in the arbitration facility, somewhere in the administrative quarter. They needed a plan to reach her, and that plan had to account for the fact that the consortium had legal authority, the city guard's cooperation, and enough force to squash 3 young cultivators without breaking a sweat. I know the lower city, Meishio said from the pallet. She was lying on her back, her splinted arm resting on her stomach. I don't know the upper city or the administrative quarter. Different world up there, different rules, different power structures, different currency. She turned her head to look at Tianxin. But I know people who know people. Give me a day, and I can get you a layout of the arbitration facility. Entrances, guard rotations, formation array coverage. Why would you help us? Tianxin asked. The question hung in the candlelit air. Meishio was quiet for a long moment, and through the bond, Tianxin felt a complex emotional turbulence, pride battling pragmatism, independence wrestling with the unfamiliar gravity of connection. Because the pit boss will kill me if I stay in the lower city, she said finally, her voice stripped of bravado. Gorger Fong, that's his name. He owns the fighting pits, the gambling houses, and half the street-level enforcer networks south of the river. I was his best attraction. Fighters come from across the province to challenge his stable, and I was the undefeated draw that filled the seats and moved the bets. Until tonight. Until you crashed the show, blew up his pit, and made his heaviest enforcer look like an amateur. A flash of dark humor crossed her face. Gorger Fong doesn't forgive lost revenue. I'm already a dead woman walking. Might as well walk somewhere interesting. It wasn't trust. It wasn't affection. It was the pragmatic alliance of someone who had run out of better options and recognized that running alongside powerful strangers was smarter than running alone. For now, it was enough. Chapter 27 Meishio delivered on her promise within 18 hours. Her network in the lower city was extensive. Not the formal intelligence apparatus of a spy organization, but the informal web of street-level contacts that any career fighter accumulated. Bookies who owed favors, bartenders who heard things, former opponents who'd become allies after enough shared blood and mutual respect. The arbitration facility was a fortified compound in the administrative quarters center, surrounded by a wall reinforced with 4th-grade defensive formations. The compound contained hearing rooms, holding cells, administrative offices, and a secure residential wing for detainees awaiting arbitration. Essentially a prison with better furniture and the legal fiction that its occupants were guests. Qinghe was in the residential wing. 3rd floor. East-facing room with a window overlooking the inner courtyard. 2 guards on her door. 16 guards total on the 3rd floor wing. formation arrays that detected unauthorized entry and alerted the city guard's rapid response unit. The rapid response unit had a 6-minute arrival time. 6 minutes, Meisho said, spreading a hand-drawn map on the apothecary's counter. That's your window. Get in, get to the 3rd floor, get your girl, get out. All before the city guard arrives with enough force to flatten this building. I'm not breaking her out, Tianqian said. Both Meisho and Wei stared at him. The arbitration is in 3 days, he continued. If I break Qinghao out before the hearing, the consortium gets a legal mandate for pursuit. She becomes a fugitive, and every bounty hunter on the continent has legal authority to capture her. But if we attend the arbitration and win the hearing, the consortium's legal basis evaporates. The fabricated debt is dismissed. Qinghao walks free with no conditions. Win the hearing, Meisho repeated flatly. Against the Black Jade Consortium. In a court that they've probably already bought. We need evidence that the debt is fabricated. Qinghao said her father's workshop was raided. There should be records of the original contract, the alleged loan, the ingredients supposedly borrowed. If the contract was fabricated, there will be inconsistencies. Wei leaned forward, his mind engaging with the problem the way it always did. Not with brilliance, but with methodical, relentless thoroughness. The consortium's records would be in their local headquarters. The Clearwater City branch office, in the merchant quarter, which is marginally less fortified than the arbitration facility, Meisho added, and staffed by bureaucrats rather than guards. I can get us access to the building. What happens once we're inside is another question. The plan took shape over the next 4 hours. Meisho would use her contacts to secure a way into the consortium's branch office. Wei would handle the document search. His years of organizing and filing sect records had given him an eye for inconsistencies in official paperwork. Tianqian would provide security and, if necessary, distraction. But first, Tianqian needed to train. 2 bonds demanded coordination, and the thread interweaving technique was still dangerously unstable. He spent the remaining daylight hours in a basement workshop that Meisho had converted into a makeshift training space, a stone-walled room with sandbags for striking, a water barrel for cooling, and enough floor space for basic movement drills. Meisho watched from the stairs, her splinted arm preventing her from joining, her dark eyes tracking Tianqian's movements with the analytical attention of a lifelong fighter. Your ice techniques are refined, she observed. Precise. Disciplined. Like they were taught by someone who thinks in straight lines and right angles. Qinghe, Tianqian confirmed. Your fire techniques are garbage. He stopped mid-form. I just got the fire bond yesterday. And already you're channeling it like you're afraid of it. Fire isn't something you control, it's something you ride. You're trying to apply ice discipline to a fire element, and the result is a technique that's timid and half-powered. She stood, walked to him, and positioned herself behind the largest sandbag. Hit this. With fire. Don't aim, just hit. He struck the sandbag with a fire-enhanced palm. The impact produced a modest burst of heat that singed the canvas but didn't ignite it. Pathetic, Meisho said. You're restricting the energy flow. Fire wants to expand. Let it expand. He tried again. More heat, but still controlled, still held back by the habits that ice cultivation had instilled. Stop thinking, Meisho ordered. Fire doesn't think. Fire doesn't plan. Fire reacts. Fire burns. Stop trying to be precise and just burn. He closed his eyes. Through the fire bond, he reached for Meisho's elemental signature, the raw, unfiltered fury of flame that had been forged in fighting pits and survival and the absolute refusal to surrender. It was nothing like Qinghe's ice, nothing clean, nothing elegant, nothing disciplined. It was chaos and heat and the fierce joy of destruction that existed in every fire, from a candle flame to a forest inferno. He let it in. His palm struck the sandbag, and the bag exploded. Not in flame, in force. The fire chi compressed on impact and expanded through the canvas and sand, turning the bag inside out in a detonation that sent sand cascading across the basement floor. Meisho grinned. It was the first genuine smile Tianqian had seen from her. Fierce, satisfied, the expression of a teacher whose student had finally stopped overthinking. Better, she said. Chapter 28. The training continued through the night. Between sessions, Meisho told her story, not all at once, not with Qinghe's measured, analytical delivery, but in fragments dropped between combinations and reps, each piece offered with the casual brutality of someone who had long ago stopped softening the edges of her history. My village was called Willow Creek, she said, holding the striking pad while Tianqian practiced fire-enhanced combinations. Small place, maybe 200 people, mostly farmers and woodcutters, with a few low-level cultivators who kept the spirit beasts at bay. Where is it? Nowhere. It doesn't exist anymore. She adjusted the pad's angle. I was 8 when the Void Lotus sect came. They were searching for a male cultivator. I never learned his name, who had been living in the village. He had some kind of bond with one of the village women. A spiritual connection that the Void Lotus sect considered an abomination. Tianxin's hands stilled on the pad. They found him. Meishio continued, her voice flat. And the woman he was bonded to. And then they burned the village. Not because they needed to, because their doctrine required it. The matriarch's teachings say that any community that shelters a male bondholder is contaminated. The bonds spread like disease, infecting nearby women, compromising their spiritual autonomy. She paused, her jaw working. I was 8. My mother hid me in the root cellar. I listened to the village burn from underneath our house. Your mother, dead. Everyone was dead. The Void Lotus doesn't leave witnesses. She took the pad back and held it up. Keep hitting. He kept hitting. Through the bond, he felt Meishio's emotions. Not the cool, contained grief that Qing had carried, but a hot, simmering fury that had been burning for 9 years and showed no sign of cooling. Grief for the dead, rage at the killers, and beneath both, a terrible irony. The girl who had survived the destruction of a bondholder's village was now bonded to a bondholder herself. You could walk away, Tianxin said between strikes. The bond doesn't compel you. If you leave now, the thread will stretch, but it won't break. You can live your life without. Without what? Without being hunted by the same sect that destroyed my home? The Void Lotus already knows I exist. They've been tracking survivors from Willow Creek for years. 6 of us escaped. 3 have been purified since. I'm one of 3 left. She caught his fist on the pad and held it. I'm not staying because of your thread, Tianxin. I'm staying because the Void Lotus sect is going to come for me eventually, bond or no bond. And when they do, I'd rather be standing next to someone who can fight back. It was the most honest thing she'd said since they met. Through the fire bond, Tianxin felt the truth of it, felt the bedrock of pragmatic courage beneath the anger and the loss. Then we fight together, he said. We fight together. But I'm not calling you master or lord or whatever bonded women are supposed to call their partner in the old stories. Tianxin is fine. Tianxin. She tested the name. Don't make me regret it. Chapter 29. The consortium's branch office operation was scheduled for the following night, a tight window before the arbitration hearing, which was now 2 days away. Meishio's contacts had secured a service entrance through the building's kitchen supply corridor, used by delivery teams that brought food and supplies to the consortium's lower-level employees. But the universe, as Tianxin was learning, rarely adhered to schedules. Gorger Fong's mercenaries found them at noon. 8 of them, led by a woman with razor-wire garrotes woven through her fingers and the dead-eyed calm of someone who killed for a living without ethical complications. They cornered the group in the Smoke Quarters Market Square, a crowded space that offered the mercenaries the advantage of civilian cover and the group the disadvantage of collateral damage concerns. Gorger Fong sends his regards, the lead mercenary announced, her garrote wound fingers clicking softly as she flexed them. The property damage to his establishment, the medical costs for his fighters, the lost revenue from a ruined evening. He estimates the total at 400 spirit stones. He's willing to accept payment in the form of the girl's remaining fight contract. Or in blood. Meishio stepped forward. Tell Gorger Fong he can take his contract and, Meishio. Tianxin interrupted gently. Let me. He reached for both bonds simultaneously. Thread interweaving was still imprecise. He'd had less than a day of practice, and combining ice and fire in real-time combat was orders of magnitude more difficult than doing it in a basement against sandbags. But the stakes demanded adaptation, and the bonds responded to need as much as to skill. Ice from Qinghe's distant thread sheathed his left arm. Fire from Meishio's blazing thread sheathed his right. The 2 elements circled each other in his meridians, not fighting for dominance, but cycling. Ice cooling the fire's excess, fire warming the ice's constraint, the combined flow creating a feedback loop that amplified both. He struck the lead mercenary with his left hand. The ice hit first, a burst of frost that locked her garrotes to her fingers, freezing the razor wire into brittle rods. Before she could react, his right hand delivered a fire-enhanced palm strike to her sternum that sent her flying backward into a fruit stall. The remaining 7 mercenaries attacked as one. Meishio entered the fight from the flank, her broken arm restricting her to one-handed strikes, but her fire techniques compensating with raw intensity. Wei Liang positioned himself behind a stone pillar and threw flash stones with startlingly accurate aim, blinding mercenaries at critical moments. Tianxin fought with both elements cycling. Left hand, ice. Right hand, fire. Block with frost, strike with flame, freeze a weapon and shatter it. Heat armor until it blistered the skin beneath. The technique was messy, unrefined. wasting energy through imprecise interweaving. But it was also devastatingly effective against opponents who had prepared for a conventional fight against a single element. 3 mercenaries fell in the first minute. 2 more went down when Meishio caught them with a leg sweep, and Tianqian followed up with a combined ice-fire strike to the chest that left both targets incapacitated from thermal shock, their bodies unable to process the simultaneous freezing and burning. The last 2 ran. Mercenaries were practical people. They fought for money, not honor, and a fight that had turned from 8-on-3 to 2-on-3 in 60 seconds was not a profitable engagement. Tianqian stood in the wreckage of a fruit stall, breathing hard, his arms smoking from the mixed elemental discharge, and felt the bond threads hum with the harmonics of combat. The fight had been a crucible, messy, dangerous, and educational. Thread interweaving worked. It needed refinement, but the basic principle was sound. 2 bonds, 2 elements, multiplicative power. Through the ice bond, Qinghe's emotional pulse carried a note of alarmed pride. Through the fire bond, Meishio radiated fierce, exhilarated satisfaction. "We should move," Wei said, brushing fruit debris off his robes. Before Gorger Fong sends the expensive mercenaries. Chapter 30. Gorger Fong came himself. They had relocated to Meishio's secondary safe house, a room above a tea shop in the smoke quarter's northern edge, when the spiritual pressure hit. Not foundation stage. Not the dull, enhanced pressure of a body cultivator on alchemical supplements. This was the genuine article, a strand weaver rank cultivator with decades of combat experience, and the particular spiritual signature of someone who had refined their power through violence rather than meditation. Gorger Fong was enormous. Not tall, wide. A mountain of a man who seemed to fill the entire street below the tea shop, his bulk distributed between muscle and a strategic layer of fat that absorbed impacts like armor. His head was shaved smooth, revealing a network of formation array tattoos that glowed faintly with stored chi. His eyes were small, shrewd, and absolutely devoid of mercy. Behind him, 12 mercenaries, his best, not the mid-tier thugs he'd sent earlier. These moved with the coordinated precision of trained military, their weapons drawn and their formations tight. "I don't negotiate," Fong announced, his voice a basso rumble that vibrated the tea shop's windows. "I don't send warnings. I sent my people to give you a chance to pay. You hurt my people. Now I collect personally." Tianqian descended to the street. Wei flanked right. Meishio, her arm still splinted, flanked left. 3 against 13. "The math doesn't work," Wei observed quietly. "The math never works," Meishio replied. "That's what makes it interesting." Gorger Fong attacked. For a man his size, he was shockingly fast. His cultivation technique, something called the immovable mountain fist, based on the earth aspect formation tattoos covering his body, combined earth reinforcement with explosive close-range strikes. Each punch displaced enough air to create a pressure wave. Each step cracked the cobblestones beneath his feet. Tianqian met him head-on, channeling thread interweaving at maximum output. Ice from his left, fire from his right, the 2 elements cycling through his system in a pattern he was learning to control through combat necessity rather than careful practice. The first exchange was brutal. Fong's earth-reinforced fist met Tianqian's ice-armored guard, and the impact shattered the ice and drove Tianqian back 3 steps. His left arm went numb from the shock. Fong pressed forward with a combination that would have killed a lesser cultivator. 3 rapid strikes that compressed the air between them into weaponized pressure waves. Tianqian switched to fire. The second element flowed through his right arm, and he met Fong's third strike with a fire-enhanced palm that detonated on contact. The explosion pushed them apart, scorching the street and cracking windows on both sides. 2 elements, Fong noted, recovering his stance with the practiced ease of a man who had fought thousands of opponents. Unusual and expensive, that kind of dual-element channeling will burn through your reserves in minutes. He was right. Thread interweaving drained both bonds simultaneously, and without Qinghe's proximity to amplify the ice thread, Tianqian was drawing heavily on his personal reserves. He had perhaps 5 minutes of sustained interweaving before his chi dropped below combat functional levels. 5 minutes to defeat a strand weaver with decades of experience. The math was terrible, but something was happening inside him. The constant cycling of ice and fire, the feedback loop between opposing elements, was generating energy rather than just consuming it. Each cycle produced a residual charge that accumulated in his dantian. The pressure built with every exchange, every block, every strike. The pressure felt like a threshold, a breakthrough. Tianqian committed. He stopped defending, stopped conserving, and threw everything into the interweaving. Ice and fire screamed through his meridians in alternating waves, each cycle faster than the last, the accumulated energy building toward a peak that his body recognized as the boundary between Strand Weaver's early and late stages. He hit Gorger Fong with a technique that had no name, a simultaneous ice and fire palm strike that combined both elements at the moment of contact. The strike produced what Tianxin would later call crimson steam annihilation, a detonation of superheated, pressurized steam that bypassed Fong's earth reinforcement by entering as liquid and expanding as gas. Fong's body armor cracked. His formation tattoos flickered. The big man staggered for the first time in the fight, and the mercenaries behind him hesitated, because Gorger Fong did not stagger. Gorger Fong was the immovable mountain, and the mountain had just moved. Tianxin advanced to late-stage Strand Weaver in the aftermath of the strike, his dantian flooding with refined energy as the breakthrough settled through his meridians. The power increase was significant, not enough to overwhelm Fong outright, but enough to shift the fight from desperate to competitive. The final exchange lasted 30 seconds. Tianxin used the breakthrough's energy surge to drive Fong backward with a sustained barrage of crimson steam annihilation. Each strike weaker than the first but fast, relentless, and increasingly precise as he learned the technique through combat application. Fong's earth reinforcement degraded under the thermal assault, cracks spreading through his formation tattoos like fissures in drought-parched earth. The finishing blow was simple. A single ice-coated fist to the jaw, delivered through a gap in the degraded earth reinforcement, carrying enough force to drop a man twice Tianxin's size. Gorger Fong fell. The immovable mountain hit the cobblestones with a crash that shook the street. He was alive, breathing heavily, his tattoos flickering with emergency repair routines, but defeated. The 12 mercenaries looked at each other, looked at their fallen boss, and left. Mei Xiao stood over Fong's unconscious body, her expression unreadable. You just beat a Strand Weaver in single combat. And you're what? 2 days into having 2 bonds. Something like that. The heavens really might not be doomed, Wei said, then added, yet. Chapter 31 The aftermath of Gorger Fong's defeat drew attention that Tianxin would have preferred to avoid. In the lower city, power was the primary currency, and a young man who had publicly defeated the district's most feared enforcer became an instant point of interest for every faction, merchant, and criminal enterprise operating south of the river. Within hours, 3 separate groups sent representatives to offer their services. A weapons dealer proposed exclusive supply arrangements. A mid-tier sex recruitment agent appeared with a membership contract and a practice smile. A masked woman who claimed to represent private interests asked pointed questions about Tianxin's dual-element techniques before Wei's suspicious glare drove her away. More troublingly, the victory had produced witnesses. 300 spectators had seen the explosion in the fighting pit. Dozens of market-goers had watched the mercenary fight, and now the entire Smoke Quarter had witnessed the Gorger Fong's defeat. Stories were spreading, embellished, distorted, but consistent in their core detail. A young man with ice and fire had arrived in Clearwater City, and he was powerful. Stories attracted attention. Attention attracted predators. On the morning after the fight, Tianxin woke in the safe house to find a message nailed to the door. Not a letter, a physical artifact. A length of crimson thread, cut cleanly, tied to a wooden stake driven through the door's surface. A severed thread. The severer, Mei Xiao said, examining the artifact with the cautious distance of someone handling a live snake. I've heard stories. A masked figure who hunts bonded cultivators, cuts the threads between them and leaves the bodies. Or worse than dead, Wei added. The fish vendor in the market said the victims aren't always killed. Some are left alive with their bonds severed. They walk around like ghosts, empty, disconnected, unable to feel anything. Tianxin touched the severed thread. Through his own bonds, he felt a resonance, faint, sorrowful, the echo of a connection that had been violently ended. This thread had belonged to someone. Someone who had been loved, who had loved in return, whose bond had been cut by a hand that fed on the energy of that severance. The unraveler, the entity that Shun Yuxiao's recording had described, the thing that fed on severed bonds. If the severer was its agent, then the creature was already active, already hunting, already feeding. And Tianxin, with 2 bonds glowing like signal fires, was the most attractive target in the city. We need to accelerate, Tianxin said. The consortium hearing is tomorrow. We get the evidence tonight, when the hearing, free Qinghe, and leave this city before the severer finds us. Chapter 32 That afternoon, a spiritual bird arrived, a constructive compressed chi shaped like a crane, bearing Elder Shin Wuji's seal. The bird dissolved upon delivery, releasing a message that Tianxin heard in the elder's measured voice. I have troubling news. The Azure Crane Sect's Inner Council has formally declared you a rogue cultivator, acting on Duan Feilong's faction's recommendation. A capture order has been issued. Sect hunters will be dispatched to bring you back for the tribunal you declined to attend. Feilong personally volunteered to lead the recovery team. The elder's voice carried the particular weight of someone delivering information they wished they didn't have. Additionally, my network has detected Void Lotus sect activity in the Clearwater province. A purification squad, 6 elite disciples led by a senior purifier, has been dispatched toward the city. Their target is unknown, but given the recent bond hunter activity, their timing is concerning. A pause. I cannot openly oppose the sect's capture order without forfeiting my position, and my position is the only leverage I have to protect you from within the institutional structure. But I can provide strategic guidance. The Cloudsong Pavilion in the Azure Mist Mountains has a reputation for sheltering cultivators with unusual spiritual gifts. Their pavilion master, Lian Qingxian, is a Thread Sovereign rank cultivator with known interest in karmic bond research. If you need refuge, seek her. The message ended. Tianqian stood in the safe house, the bird's residual qi dissipating around him, and counted threats the way a general counted enemy positions. The Black Jade Consortium, legal and physical threat to Qinghe. Gorger Fong's remnant forces, local grudge, potentially violent. The Sever, existential threat to all bondholders. The Azure Crane Sect's capture order, personal threat, led by Duan Feilong. The Void Lotus sect, ideological threat to bonded women. 5 threats, 2 bonds, 3 allies, one of whom was in custody. This is a lot of enemies, Wei observed. It's a normal number of enemies, Meishio corrected. In the pit fighting world, everyone has at least 5 people who want them dead. The trick is making sure they're too busy fighting each other to focus on you. It was cynical wisdom, but it was wisdom. The various threats didn't necessarily coordinate. The Consortium and the Void Lotus had different objectives. Feilong's faction and the Sever operated on different planes. If they could navigate the spaces between enemies, they might survive. Tonight, the Consortium's records. Tomorrow, the arbitration hearing. After that, escape the city and head for the Azure Mist Mountains. Simple. Insane. Their only option. Chapter 33. The Consortium's Clearwater City branch office occupied a 3-story building in the Merchant Quarters Central Plaza, its facade decorated with the organization's sigil, the jade disc wrapped in chains, rendered in expensive gold leaf that caught the lamplight, and advertised wealth with the subtlety of a shouting man. The building was impressive, imposing, and exactly what you'd expect from an organization that used financial power the way armies use steel. The service entrance was through the kitchen supply corridor, accessed via a loading dock at the building's rear. Meishio's contact, a delivery driver who bore a grudge against the consortium for underpaying his contract, left the dock door unlocked at the prearranged time, and the 3 of them slipped inside at the second watch of the night. The interior was silent. The consortium's employees had gone home hours ago, leaving only a skeleton guard force of 4 patrolmen who walked circuits through the building on 15-minute rotations. Meishio had mapped the circuits through her contact network. Each patrolman's route, timing, and habitual shortcuts had been cataloged with the precision of a military intelligence operation. Ground floor, storage, and kitchens, Meishio whispered, leading them through corridors lit by low-power spirit lanterns. Second floor, offices. Third floor, records archive and senior staff quarters. We need the 3rd floor. They ascended using the service stairs, timing their movements to the gaps between patrol circuits. The building's formation arrays were impressive for a commercial establishment. Detection wards on every exterior entrance, chi disruption fields in the senior staff quarters, and a lockdown array on the records archive that required a physical key. Wei produced a lockpick set from his belt, a hobby he'd developed at the Azure Crane sect after being locked out of the disciple dormitory one too many times. This is why you never throw away practical skills, he murmured, working the archive's mechanical lock with steady hands. The formation arrays were keyed to chi signatures and would trigger if anyone channeled spiritual energy near them. But the mechanical lock was purely physical. The consortium's security team had assumed that nobody would bypass the formation arrays only to be stopped by a mundane lock. The archive opened. Inside, rows of wooden filing cabinets, each labeled with alphanumeric codes corresponding to cases, contracts, and financial records. The air smelled of old paper, ink, and the faintly sweet odor of preservation talismans. Su family. Su Weizan. The original debt contract, Tianqian said. Wei went to work. His years of filing sect records, the most boring assignment an outer disciple could receive, and one that Wei had embraced with characteristic thoroughness, had given him an intuitive understanding of organizational filing systems. Within 5 minutes, he'd identified the consortium's filing convention and located the relevant cabinet. The Su Weizan file was thick. Contract documents, payment records, correspondence, appraisal reports, enforcement orders. Wei spread them across a filing cabinet's surface, his eyes scanning rapidly, his fingers sorting documents into piles with practiced efficiency. Here, he said, his voice tight with controlled excitement. The original debt contract, dated 12 years ago. Signature of Su Weizan and Tianqin. Look at this. He held up the contract, pointing at the signature line. The ink is wrong. Tianqin examined it. The signature appeared authentic. The characters matched the style he'd seen in Qinghe's descriptions of her father's handwriting. But Wei was pointing at something else. The ink's color. It was uniform, the same shade of black throughout the signature. In genuine ink signatures, the beginning strokes were always slightly darker than the ending strokes, because the brush carried more ink at the start of each character. This was copied, Wei said, not signed. Someone traced the signature from an authentic source, probably a different document that Su Weizan actually signed, and reproduced it on this contract. The ink uniformity proves it's a forgery. More evidence emerged as Wei dug deeper. The borrowed ingredients listed on the contract included 3 materials that hadn't been commercially available in the region until 2 years after the contract's supposed date, an anachronism that proved the contract had been written retroactively. The witness signatures belonged to 2 consortium employees who, according to internal transfer records in the same archive, hadn't been stationed in the same city until 3 years after the contract's date. The debt was fabricated. Provably, documentably, undeniably fabricated. This is enough, Tianqin said, gathering the evidence. This is more than enough. A patrol footstep echoed in the corridor outside. Chapter 34. Wei moved first, sliding the filing cabinet shut with silent precision, dousing the spirit lantern, pressing flat against the wall beside the archive door. Tianqin and Meishio flanked the opposite wall, their breathing controlled, their qi suppressed to baseline levels. The patrol guard walked past the archive door. His footsteps were unhurried, the confident rhythm of a man who had walked this route 1,000 times without encountering anything unusual. The spirit lantern in his hand cast a beam of blue-white light that swept across the corridor, briefly illuminating the gap beneath the archive door before moving on. The footsteps faded. They waited 60 seconds, then exited through the service stairs and retraced their route to the loading dock. The exit was clean. No alarms, no pursuit, no evidence of their intrusion beyond a lock that had been picked and relocked. They were halfway across the Merchant Quarter's central plaza when the woman stepped out of the shadows. She was alone, tall, slender, dressed in traveling robes of deep blue with a hood that obscured her features. Her spiritual pressure was suppressed, hidden behind a masking technique so sophisticated that Tianqin's senses registered her as nothing more threatening than an ordinary person. But the crimson thread in his chest burned. Not the existing bonds. Both the ice and fire threads continued their steady pulse. This was something new. A third position on the loom, igniting with the silver-white light of wind energy, reaching toward the woman like a compass needle finding north. You shouldn't be in the Merchant Quarter at this hour, the woman said. Her voice was pleasant, measured, with an accent that Tianqin couldn't place, the kind of cultivated neutrality that intelligence operatives use to avoid identification, especially carrying stolen documents. She'd been watching them. She'd seen the infiltration. Meishio's hand went to her weapon. Who are you? Someone who was sent to observe the consortium's Clearwater City operations and report back to my employers. The woman lowered her hood, revealing a face that was pretty in a forgettable way, the kind of face designed to blend into crowds, to be seen without being remembered. My name is Bai Lingyu. I work for the Cloudsong Pavilion. Elder Shin's message. The Cloudsong Pavilion, the organization whose master had an interest in karmic bond research. You're a spy, Tianqin said. I prefer intelligence operative. It sounds more professional and involves marginally less moral compromise. She smiled, a practiced, professional smile that offered warmth without revealing anything. I've been monitoring the consortium's branch office for 6 weeks. Your infiltration tonight was impressively executed for amateurs. We're not amateurs, Meishio bristled. Your lockpick technique was excellent. Lingyu acknowledged, nodding at Wei. Your infiltration route was solid. But your exit was sloppy. You didn't check the plaza's sightlines before crossing, and you walked directly past the shadow where I've been concealed for the past 3 hours. She paused. In intelligence work, the exit is more important than the entry. Anyone can break in. The professionals are the ones who break out undetected. Thank you for the lesson, Tianqin said, keeping his voice neutral despite the bond's insistent pull toward this woman. Why are you revealing yourself? Ling Yu's professional smile faded. Something genuine replaced it, something worried. Because the Severer is in this plaza. Right now? I've been tracking its movements for 3 days, and tonight it followed you from the lower city to the merchant quarter. It's watching us from the building across the plaza. Tianqian's ice bond went cold. His fire bond flared hot. His nascent wind thread pulsed with a warning that he felt in his bones. Where? He demanded. Rooftop. Northeast corner. Don't look. Too late. His spiritual sense reached for the indicated location and encountered something that defied his ability to comprehend. A presence that was simultaneously there and not there, existing in the gaps between perception like a word on the tip of the tongue that refused to form. The presence felt wrong in a way that bypassed intellectual analysis and struck directly at instinct. It felt like a severed connection, like the empty space where a thread used to be. It's been feeding, Ling Yu said quietly, her professional composure strained. Every pair it kills, every bond it severs, the energy goes somewhere. It's getting stronger. And you, with your crimson threads glowing like bonfires in the spiritual spectrum, you're the biggest target in the city. We need to move, Tianqian said. Yes, but first, Ling Yu hesitated, and in that hesitation, Tianqian saw something cracked through her professional mask. Fear. Not the calculated awareness of danger that an intelligence operative maintained, but genuine, personal fear. First, I need to tell you that you're being followed by more than just the Severer. The Void Lotus Purification Squad is in the city. They know about the bonds. They're coordinating with someone inside the consortium. The threats were converging. 5 separate enemies, each dangerous alone, potentially catastrophic together, and standing in a moonlit plaza with the Severer watching from the shadows. Ling Yu extended her hand. I have a safe house that the pavilion maintains for Clearwater operations. It's warded against spiritual detection, even the Severer's methods. Come with me, and I can explain what the pavilion knows about your situation. Tianqian looked at her hand. The third thread pulsed between them, wind silver, not yet forged, waiting. We'll come, he said, but I want to know everything. Chapter 35. They didn't make it to Ling Yu's safe house. The attack came as they crossed the bridge between the merchant quarter and the riverfront district. An ambush sprung from both ends of the bridge simultaneously, trapping them on the span with water below and enemies on both sides. The attackers wore the Void Lotus sect's distinctive uniform, white robes marked with a black lotus blossom, their faces concealed behind formation-inscribed masks that suppressed spiritual detection. 6 of them. 6 Void Lotus purifiers, each radiating the refined aggression of cultivators trained specifically to sever bonds and liberate their holders. Fate Bondholder, the lead purifier announced, her voice distorted by her mask's formations. You are commanded to release your bonded companions and submit to purification. The matriarch's doctrine is clear. Bonds forged between male and female cultivators are perversions of the spiritual order. Resistance will be met with correction. I'm not releasing anyone, Tianqian said. And your doctrine is wrong. Correction it is. They attacked. The Void Lotus combat style was built around severance, techniques designed to identify, target, and cut spiritual connections. Their weapons were curved blades inscribed with nullification formations, capable of interacting with the spiritual plane in ways that conventional weapons couldn't. Tianqian felt the first strike's intent before it connected. A slash aimed not at his body, but at the crimson thread connecting him to Meishio. The blade passed through physical space and grazed the thread's spiritual manifestation, and the sensation was agonizing. Not pain in the conventional sense, but a wrongness, a violation, as though someone had reached into his chest and squeezed his heart. Meishio screamed. She'd felt it too, a sympathetic shock traveling through the fire bond. Tianqian responded with everything he had. Thread interweaving at maximum output, ice and fire cycling through his body in the combat pattern he'd developed against Gorger Fong. He met the purifiers with techniques that were designed for killing, not dueling. Crimson Steam Annihilation to the first attacker, dropping her before she could complete a second severance attempt. Wei fought alongside him, his practical sword technique and flash stones providing harassment that disrupted the purifier's coordinated formations. Meishio attacked with one-armed fury, her fire techniques compensating for her injury with raw, devastating power. And Ling Yu moved like wind. She had been suppressing her cultivation, Tianqian realized, concealing it behind the professional mask of an intelligence operative who needed to blend in. But now, under attack, her true abilities emerged. Wind aspect chi erupted from her in spiraling currents that turned the bridge into a hurricane corridor. Her weapon, a pair of thin, flexible blades hidden in her sleeves, danced through the air with the casual lethality of a breeze that happened to carry razor edges. She dismantled 2 purifiers in 12 seconds. Her wind techniques exploiting the gaps in their formation stances with the precision of someone who had studied Void Lotus combat doctrine specifically to counter it. Her Cloudsong Pavilion training was evident in every movement. Not the brute force of a sect warrior, but the surgical efficiency of an operative who had been trained to end fights before they began. The remaining 3 purifiers regrouped, their severance techniques adapting to the unexpected resistance. One of them targeted Lingyu specifically, recognizing her as the most dangerous combatant. The nullification blade swung toward her, and the nascent third thread between Tianqian and Lingyu flared. Tianqian blocked the strike with his own blade, interposing himself between the purifier and Lingyu. The nullification formation on the blade grazed his arm, and the contact point burned with spiritual cold. But the crimson thread, the wind aspect thread that hadn't yet been forged, pulsed with recognition. The purifier drove a second strike toward Lingyu's chest. Tianqian took it on his shoulder. The pain was extraordinary, the nullification formation interacting with his bond threads, sending feedback screaming through both existing connections. He took the blow for her. Genuine risk. Genuine sacrifice. The third thread forged. Third thread forged. Element, wind. The red thread system expands. Wind chi exploded through Tianqian's meridians. The third element joined the ice and fire already cycling through his system, and the 3-bond formation, what the system called the triad formation, activated. Ice, fire and wind. Cold, heat, and movement. 3 elements that together created something exponentially more powerful than any two. A self-sustaining elemental cycle where ice cooled and condensed, fire heated and expanded, and wind circulated and connected. The power increase was not additive. It was not even multiplicative. It was geometric. 3 bonds operating in concert generated a domain effect. A sphere of influence centered on Tianqian where all 3 elements existed simultaneously, reinforcing each other in a continuous loop that drew ambient spiritual energy into the cycle and amplified it. Tianqian advanced to Strand Weaver peak stage in the space of 3 heartbeats. The remaining purifiers, already battered from the fight, found themselves standing in a storm of ice, fire, and wind that operated with the synchronized precision of a cultivator who had been practicing the technique for decades rather than discovering it seconds ago. The purifiers fled. 2 of them made it off the bridge. The third was caught by a wind gust that threw her into the river, where Meishio's fire ensured she was too busy dealing with steam to pursue. Tianqian stood on the bridge in the center of his triad formation, 3 threads blazing from his chest. Ice to the southeast, fire to his left, wind to his right, and breathed. Well, Lingyu said, standing beside him with her sleeve blades dripping and her professional composure thoroughly demolished, staring at the crimson thread that now connected her to a man she'd known for less than an hour. This is not what my mission briefing predicted. Chapter 36. They reached Lingyu's safe house in the riverfront district, a second-floor apartment above a tea house, warded with Cloudsong Pavilion concealment formations that bent light and sound around the space, making it effectively invisible to spiritual detection. Inside, the walls were lined with intelligence maps, pinned documents, and communication talismans linked to the pavilion's network. Lingyu's composure took 20 minutes to reassemble. She sat at a desk, examining the crimson thread between herself and Tianqian with the analytical detachment of a professional who was determined to categorize this experience even if it defied categorization. The Cloudsong Pavilion sent me to Clearwater City to investigate the Severer's activities, she said finally, her voice steady again. Bond hunting is a threat to the pavilion's interests. We have several bonded pairs among our senior operatives, and the systematic murder of bonded cultivators threatens our operational capacity. So the pavilion tracks bonds. We study them. Bonds are a known phenomenon, rare, poorly understood, but documented. What we didn't know, until approximately 30 minutes ago, was that the red thread system existed, or that a single cultivator could hold multiple bonds simultaneously. She gestured at the 3 threads extending from Tianqian's chest. This changes everything we thought we knew about karmic connections. Meishio was pacing. She did that when she was processing. Fire cultivators, Tianqian was learning, expressed internal conflict through physical movement. 3 bonds. 3 women bonded to 1 man. The Void Lotus sect will consider this an apocalyptic abomination. The Void Lotus sect considers any bond an abomination, Lingyu corrected. Their doctrine holds that male-female bonds are spiritually parasitic, the male partner draining the female's spiritual autonomy through the connection. It's theologically coherent, historically motivated, and empirically wrong. Historically motivated? Tianqian asked. Lingyu's expression became guarded. The Void Lotus sect was founded by a woman whose own bond was severed by the last red thread system holder. She experienced the severance as a trauma, which it was, and built an entire ideological framework around preventing it from happening to anyone else. The road to hell paved with good intentions, etc. The previous holder severed his bonds, Tianqian said, the Jade recording's words echoing in his mind. All of them, including hers. If that's true, then the Void Lotus sect's entire existence is a consequence of the previous holder's failure. His doubt didn't just destroy him. It created an institution dedicated to ensuring no one would ever trust a bond again. Ling Yu paused, which serves the Unraveler's purposes perfectly. The room went quiet. The implications settled over them like ash. The severer, Tianqian said. You've been tracking it. What do you know? It's not human. Or rather, it was human once, but has been modified by something that transcends normal cultivation. Its spiritual signature is corrupted, threaded with an energy that my instruments can't identify, but that makes my instincts scream. She pulled a notebook from her desk and opened it to a page of careful observations. It appears at night. It targets bonded pairs, specifically pairs with strong emotional connections. The stronger the bond, the more attracted to it. After severing the bond, it lingers at the site for several minutes, as though absorbing the residual energy. Feeding, Tianqian said. Feeding. Yes, that's my assessment as well. She closed the notebook. And with 3 active bonds, you are the most attractive meal in this city. Chapter 37. The Severer came for them at midnight. The concealment formations on Ling Yu's safe house should have been sufficient. Cloudsong Pavilion technology was among the most sophisticated in the regional intelligence community. Their wards bent not just spiritual detection, but karmic resonance, making the protected space invisible even to techniques that operated on the connection between souls. The Severer walked through them like they weren't there. The first warning was the temperature. Not cold, not ice, not wind, not any natural phenomenon. The air simply became empty, hollow, as though the concept of warmth had been removed from the space, leaving behind a void that was not cold but absent. Tianqian's 3 bonds screamed simultaneously. Ice, fire, and wind. All 3 threads contracted toward his body, pulling tight like guitar strings about to snap, reacting to a threat that existed on a level the elements themselves feared. The door didn't open. It ceased to exist. One moment, a wooden door with iron hinges and spiritual reinforcement. The next, an empty rectangle in the wall, its edges trailing wisps of black energy that looked like severed threads. The Severer stood in the doorway. It wore a mask of woven black threads, dozens of them, each a different shade of darkness, each pulsing with the faint residual energy of bonds that had been cut. The mask covered its entire face, leaving only eyes visible, eyes that were not empty, exactly, but overfull, stuffed with borrowed emotions, stolen connections, the accumulated spiritual detritus of every bond it had consumed. Its body was wrapped in similar threads, a cocoon of severed bonds that served as both armor and weapon. The threads moved constantly, writhing against each other like a nest of serpents, reaching toward the crimson light of Tianqian's bonds with the hungry urgency of parasites sensing a host. 3 threads, the Severer said. Its voice was a chorus, not one voice but many, the layered echoes of every person whose bond it had consumed, speaking in unison. The little weaver grows fast, but not fast enough. Tianqian activated the triad formation. Ice, fire, and wind exploded outward in a coordinated elemental burst that should have flattened any opponent below thread's sovereign rank. The Severer caught the burst on one hand. The black threads on its arm absorbed the elemental energy. Ice, fire, and wind dissolving into the woven darkness like water into sand. The threads pulsed brighter momentarily, feeding on the power, then settled back to their constant writhing. Bond energy, the Severer observed, almost appreciatively. So much richer than ordinary cultivation. So much more nourishing. It attacked. The speed was beyond Tianqian's ability to track, beyond anything he'd faced, beyond Gorger Fong, beyond Duan Feilong. The Severer existed at a level of power that made Strand Weaver cultivation look like a child's game. Its technique, Fate's Severance, was a single, casual slash that passed not through physical space, but through the spiritual plane, targeting the threads directly. The slash came within an inch of Qinghe's ice thread. Tianqian felt the near miss as a lance of existential terror. Not pain, but the threat of an emptiness so complete it would rewrite the architecture of his soul. If the Severer had connected, the ice bond would have been severed, and with it, a piece of who he was. Mei Xiao attacked from the flank, her fire techniques erupting in a barrage of strikes aimed at the Severer's masked face. The black threads absorbed each strike, but the distraction bought Tianqian a second to reposition. Wei threw every flash stone he had. The explosive light had no effect on the severer. It didn't even flinch, but it illuminated the safe house brightly enough for Ling Yu to find the emergency exit formation she'd prepared as a contingency. Escape corridor, Ling Yu shouted, her wind techniques carving a path through the wall where a hidden formation awaited. She activated it with a pulse of qi, and a tunnel of compressed air materialized, a cloudsong pavilion emergency extraction technique that created a temporary passage through solid matter. They ran. Tianqian last, holding the triad formation behind him as a rear guard, pouring everything into a barrier of cycling elements that slowed the severer by fractions of seconds. The severer didn't pursue at full speed. It could have. Its power vastly exceeded theirs. Instead, it followed at a walk, its masked face tilted slightly, as though observing their flight with the patient interest of a researcher watching subjects in a maze. Not yet, it whispered, and the whisper carried through the wind corridor with impossible clarity. Not yet, little weaver. Grow more threads. Make the meal richer. They emerged from the wind corridor 3 blocks away, gasping, bleeding from minor injuries sustained in the severer's initial attack. Behind them, the corridor collapsed, sealing the path. The severer did not appear. It had chosen to let them go. It's playing with us, Ling Yu said, her professional composure in ruins. It could have killed us. It didn't. Because it wants more bonds, Tianqian said, the terrible logic clicking into place. The more threads I forge, the more powerful the feast when it finally strikes. It's not hunting me, it's farming me. Chapter 38. They relocated to a basement beneath the abandoned dye workshop that Meishio had used as an emergency cache. The last of her safe houses, the one she'd never used because it was the dirtiest, dampest, and most uncomfortable. But it was also the most hidden, its entrance concealed behind a false wall in an alley that even the lower city's criminal element had forgotten. The group took stock. Injuries, minor. Resources, depleted. Morale, battered. The Severer's attack had demonstrated a simple, devastating truth. They were not strong enough. 3 bonds, a strand weaver peak cultivator, and 3 companions, against an entity that operated at Crimson Spinner rank or above, that fed on bond energy, that could not be harmed by the elemental techniques they relied on. 3 threats converging, Tianqian enumerated, sitting on a crate in the damp basement, his 3 bonds pulsing steadily in the darkness. The Severer wants to farm my bonds until the harvest is ripe. The Azure Crane Sect's capture order, Filong is coming, and he's bringing hunters. The Void Lotus Purification Squad, already in the city, already targeting us. And the consortium, Wei added. The arbitration hearing is tomorrow morning. If we don't attend, they win by default, and Qinghe stays in custody permanently. For threats, Meishio corrected. Ling Yu sat in the corner, cleaning her sleeve blades with the automatic precision of someone whose hands needed occupation while her mind worked through a problem. The wind bond between her and Tianqian was new. She kept touching the thread absently, the way someone might touch a new piece of jewelry, not yet accustomed to its weight. The pavilion can help, she said carefully. My mission parameters included a contingency for requesting support if the situation escalated beyond solo operative capacity. I'd say we've reached that threshold. What kind of support? Intelligence. Safe passage. The pavilion maintains a network of way stations between here and the Azure Mist Mountains, concealed routes that even the major sects don't know about. I can get us from Clearwater City to the pavilion's headquarters in 8 days, traveling through territory that's effectively invisible to pursuit. After the hearing, Tianqian said, we attend the hearing, present the evidence, free Qinghe, and then we run. Run to the pavilion, Ling Yu specified. Not aimlessly. The pavilion master will want to meet you. A 3-bond holder with the red thread system active. That's the kind of anomaly that reshapes intelligence priorities. Great, Meishio muttered. More people studying us like lab specimens. Better than being studied by the Severer, Ling Yu pointed out. Chapter 39. Tianqian couldn't sleep. He sat in the basement's darkest corner, cross-legged, 3 bonds pulsing in the darkness like colored heartbeats. Ice white toward the southeast, where Qinghe waited. Fire red beside him, where Meishio slept with one eye metaphorically open. Wind silver to his left, where Ling Yu maintained a meditative alertness that wasn't quite sleep and wasn't quite wakefulness. He entered a deep cultivation session, drawing on all 3 bonds simultaneously. The triad formation activated in his internal space. Ice, fire, and wind cycling through his meridians in the self-sustaining loop he'd discovered during the purifier battle. The ambient spiritual energy in the basement was thin, nothing like the spirit trial caves, but the 3-bond amplification compensated. As his cultivation deepened, the system revealed a new ability. Thread memory. The loom in his mind's eye expanded, and behind the 9 thread positions, a vast archive materialized. Not information, exactly, but experiences. Memories. Not Tianqin's memories, but the inherited experiential record of every previous red thread system holder, stored in the system's framework like data in a jade slip. The memories were fragmentary, not complete lives, but pivotal moments, compressed into sensory packages that Tianqin could experience as though they were his own. He saw a woman with 7 threads, standing on a mountain as snow fell around her, speaking to someone invisible. The unraveler whispers loudest when you're alone. Never be alone. A man with 4 threads, fighting in a city that burned, his bonds fraying as doubt corroded the connections. They love the power, not you. They'll leave when the power fails. A child with 1 thread, running through a forest, laughing, the bond between her and her mother blazing with pure, unconditional light. The first bond is always the strongest, because it's the one you never had to earn. And Shen Yuxiao, the last holder, standing before the loom of heaven with 9 threads blazing and the unraveler's darkness pressing from all sides, making his choice. Severing the first bond, ice, because the unraveler had convinced him that the ice woman's love was manufactured by the system. The scream of the woman as the thread snapped. The howl of the loom as a piece of its tapestry was torn away. He chose fear. Tianqin whispered in the dark basement, tears he didn't understand streaming down his face. The thread memory faded, leaving behind its lesson. The bonds were mirrors. They reflected what was real between the holders. The system didn't create love or trust or connection. It recognized them, amplified them, and gave them form. Shen Yuxiao's bonds hadn't been manufactured. His doubt had been, by the unraveler, the entity that fed on severed connections and whispered doubts designed to create more of them. Tianqin opened his eyes. His cultivation had deepened during the meditation. The thread memory experience had pushed him to the very edge of strand weaver, 1 step from silk conduit. 3 bonds, each contributing their elemental perspective, had refined his internal energy system to a degree that would normally require years of solitary cultivation. Dawn was coming. The arbitration hearing was in 4 hours. Ready? Wei asked, awake and alert despite the hour, his sword cleaned and his practice clothes replaced by the cleanest outfit he could assemble from their limited supplies. Ready, Tianqin said. Let's go get Qinghe. Chapter 40. The Clearwater City Arbitration Facility was everything that the name implied and nothing that justice required. A formal hearing room with judicial seating for 3 arbitrators, legal representatives for both parties, and a gallery for observers. The room was paneled in dark wood, lit by formation-powered spirit lanterns, and arranged with the theatrical precision of a stage set designed to project the illusion of fairness. The consortium's legal team occupied the plaintiff's bench, 3 lawyers in matching black robes, backed by the same thin woman who had served papers at the Azure Crane sect. Their expressions radiated the particular smugness of professionals who knew the verdict was predetermined. Tianqin, Wei, Meixiu, and Lingyu entered the respondents section. They were underdressed, undersupplied, and underrepresented. No legal counsel, no institutional backing, no political leverage. Just a stack of documents stolen from the consortium's own archive and the conviction that truth should matter, even in a room designed to suppress it. Qinghe was brought in from the residential wing. She was thinner than when Tianqin had last seen her, but her composure was intact, the ice wall facade that protected her emotional core standing firm despite whatever the custody experience had inflicted. Her silver blue eyes found Tianqin across the room, and the ice bond blazed between them, visible only to bonded perception, pulsing with reunion and relief. Through the bond, he felt her response to his presence. Ice thawing at the edges, control slipping just enough to let warmth through. She'd been alone for days, alone with her fear and her formulas and the weight of a dead father's legacy. The thread's reconnection was physical as well as emotional. Tianqin felt his cultivation stabilize, the ice element clicking into place alongside fire and wind like a key fitting a lock that had been waiting. He also felt her notice the other bonds. The fire thread to Meixiu, the wind thread to Lingyu. Her emotional response was complex, a layered analysis that processed surprise, adjustment, and acceptance in the space of 3 heartbeats. She was not threatened. She was calculating, assessing how the additional bonds changed the tactical and strategic landscape. Qinghe was, before everything else, an analyst. The hearing began. The lead arbitrator, a jowly man with the spiritual pressure of a low-level core formation cultivator and the eyes of someone who had long ago stopped pretending to be impartial, read the charges. Outstanding debt, Failure to appear. Recommended custody transfer. The consortium's lawyers presented their case with the polished efficiency of a machine designed for this exact purpose. Documents, witnesses, legal precedents, all arranged to support the conclusion that Su Qinghe owed a debt and must pay it. Then Tianqin stood. "I'm not a lawyer," he said, addressing the arbitrators directly. "I don't have legal training, but I have evidence that this debt is fabricated, and I can prove it." He presented the stolen documents. The forged signature. Wei explained the ink uniformity analysis with the detailed precision of a man who had spent years studying paperwork. The anachronistic ingredients. 3 materials that hadn't been available at the supposed date of the contract. The witness signatures. Consortium employees who couldn't have been in the same city at the same time. The gallery stirred. The consortium's lawyers exchanged glances. Not panic, exactly, but the uncomfortable recognition that their opponents had done something unexpected. The lead arbitrator examined the documents. His jolly face was unreadable. "These documents appear to have been obtained illegally," the consortium's lead lawyer said smoothly. "We motion to exclude them on grounds of, the documents are from your own archives," Tianqin interrupted. "If you're disputing their authenticity, you're admitting that your own records are unreliable, which rather undermines your entire case." More stirring in the gallery. The lead arbitrator's expression shifted, not toward fairness, but toward the careful calculation of a man who had been paid to deliver a verdict and was now weighing whether the payment was worth the embarrassment. Qinghe stood. Her voice, when she spoke, was the cold precision of an alchemist dissecting a compound. "I have additional evidence," she said. "The formulas inscribed in my meridian system include a record of every alchemical transaction my father conducted in the last 5 years of his life. I can demonstrate, through controlled meridian scan, performed by a neutral examiner of the court's choosing, that not a single transaction matches the consortium's alleged debt." The consortium's lawyers objected. The arbitrators conferred. The gallery buzzed. In the end, the arbitration facility's own court alchemist performed the scan. The results were unambiguous. No match between the encoded records and the consortium's claims. The lead arbitrator, whose jolly face had progressed through calculation, discomfort, and a brief internal war between bribery and self-preservation, delivered his verdict. Debt dismissed. Respondent released. Court costs assessed to the plaintiff. The consortium's thin woman's face could have curdled milk. Their lead lawyer began a speech about appeals, but the arbitrator had already risen and left the room, unwilling to spend another minute in a situation that had deviated from the script. Qinghe walked across the hearing room toward Tianqin. The ice bond between them blazed. She stopped 1 pace away, looked at him, looked at the fire thread connecting him to Meixiu, and the wind thread connecting him to Lingyu. Her silver blue eyes processed the information with the speed and thoroughness that defined her. "You've been busy," she said. "It's been an eventful week." Something that might have been a smile, might have been, touched the corner of her lips. Then she extended her hand, and Tianqin took it, and the ice bond sang. They walked out of the arbitration facility together, 5 of them now, Tianqin and his 3 bonded women and Wei Liang, into the morning sun of Clearwater City. Behind them, the consortium's delegation watched from the facility's windows. The thin woman spoke into a communication talisman. Target released. Bond confirmed. 3 active threads now. Multiple elements. Inform the patron. And on a rooftop across the street, the severer watched as well. Behind the mask of woven black threads, eyes filled with stolen emotions tracked the 5 figures as they moved through the crowds. 3 threads. The severer whispered, its chorus of voices carrying a note of anticipation. Growing nicely. The unraveler stirs in the deep. Only 5 more to go, little weaver. Then the feast begins. The group headed east, toward the azure mist mountains and the Cloudsong Pavilion. Behind them, the severer watched, and waited, and hungered. Chapter 41. The azure mist mountains earned their name. Tianqin walked through clouds that clung to the stone paths like wool, moisture seeping into cloth and skin, and the peaks above them were suggestions more than shapes, dark masses floating in white. Below, Clearwater City was already invisible. Ruolin walked at his left. Her footsteps were measured, deliberate, each placement considered before committed. She'd been doing that since the arbitration hearing, he'd noticed, watching her move through space the way she moved through political situations, with the constant awareness that every action was being observed. She was watching him too. He felt it without looking. The ice bond pulsed coolly in his chest, and Lingyu's wind thread hummed with the altitude, and Meixiu's fire was a steady warmth against the chill. 3 threads, 3 presences. He was beginning to understand them the way you understand instruments in an orchestra, each with its timbre, each with its range. The pavilion is 12 li northeast, Ling said from the front. She moved through mountain terrain the way she moved through everything, efficiently, without wasted motion. Her pavilion training showed in the way she read path and slope, in the small adjustments she made that kept the group's pace consistent. We'll hit the outer perimeter markers before nightfall. And the markers mean what, exactly? Meisho asked. She was carrying more than anyone else, had insisted on it, partly from habit and partly to prove something Tianqin hadn't asked her to prove. A warm welcome or a cold one. Depends on what news travels ahead of us. Ling glanced back at Ruolin. You were detained by the Azure Crane-affiliated magistrate. That makes the news complicated. The pavilion has no love for the Azure Crane sect, but a detained person is a person with attention on them. The detention was dismissed, Qinghe said. She walked behind Tianqin, close enough that he could hear the precise cadence of her breathing. The consortium's case was publicly dismantled. That's not complicated. It's a clean record. Anyone reading the arbitration documents will see that. Documents can be rewritten, Ruolin said without inflection. I've rewritten enough of them to know. A short silence. Meisho huffed something that might have been a laugh. Wei Liang, bringing up the rear, simply walked. He'd said almost nothing since they left Clearwater City. Tianqin knew the look of a man processing the distance between where he'd started and where he now stood. 3 weeks ago, Wei had been a scrapper who knew tricks. Now he was a man who'd faced hired killers, witnessed the systematic dismantling of a fraudulent court case, and was walking into mountains with a cultivator who had 3 fate bonds and a bounty that probably hadn't been officially written yet. I want to say something before we reach the pavilion, Tianqin said. No one told him to stop, so he continued. What happened in Clearwater City, the way we handled the consortium, the hearing, that worked because everyone knew what they were doing and trusted each other to do it. The Cloudsong Pavilion will be different. They'll have their own expectations, their own agendas, their own history with all of you. He paused. A mountain bird called once and went silent. I'm not the leader of this group. I never claimed to be, but I'm the one who holds the threads. If there are decisions that involve the bonds, join, leave, change, those decisions belong to each of you, not to any institution. Qinghe spoke first. That's a statement of principle. Which principles govern what happens when our interests conflict? We talk. We argue if we need to. But we don't act alone against each other. Ruolin studied the mist ahead. Simple enough to say at the beginning. Yes, Tianqin agreed. Let's see how it holds. They walked for another hour before Ling raised a hand. There, barely visible through the mist, a post of polished gray stone with a silver crane carved into its face, its wings spread. The outer perimeter of the Cloudsong Pavilion. 30 meters behind the post, for pavilion disciples stood in formation, their blue-gray robes dry despite the mist, a small chi manipulation trick, but a precise one. The lead disciple, a young woman with cropped hair and a voice that carried no warmth, looked at Tianqin and then at the threads. She could see them. All pavilion disciples were trained in thread perception. The pavilion master is expecting you, she said. Tianqin hadn't sent word ahead. Neither had Ling. He filed that information carefully. Good, he said. Lead the way. The mist thickened as they climbed, and somewhere ahead, the sound of falling water grew from a whisper to a roar. They climbed for 30 minutes more, following the lead disciple through switchbacks that the mist made dreamlike, the mountain taking on an interior quality, less a landscape traversed than a space inhabited. Tianqin let the earth bond reach down through the stone underfoot, feeling the weight above and around him. Vast. Old. The kind of old that didn't notice human concerns. He thought about what he was walking into. A sect with resources, scholars, and a pavilion master who had agreed to observe his bonds without trying to control them, which was exactly the kind of institutional arrangement he had almost no experience trusting. Every institution he'd encountered had conditions embedded in generosity. The question was always which conditions would surface first. Through the wind bond, Ling Yu's awareness carried something that wasn't quite anticipation and wasn't quite apprehension. Home that is complicated. He understood the feeling without needing to name it. The scholars will want to run a raise on us, he said quietly, for the group's awareness. I expected that, Qinghe said. I've already identified 4 standard fate monitoring configurations from published pavilion research. I know which parameters are invasive and which are informational. How long has she been preparing for this? Meisho asked, not unkindly. Since she read the first summary document about our destination 3 days ago, Tianqin said. Qinghe did not confirm or deny this. The absence of denial was confirmation enough. Chapter 42. The Void Lotus Patrol appeared on the path like an inevitability, as if the mountains themselves had placed them there as a test. 7 cultivators in pale gray-green robes, each bearing the Lotus brand on their left wrist. The lead figure was tall, angular, with the kind of controlled stillness that came from years of martial discipline and was used as a form of authority. She had cold, measuring eyes that swept across the group and landed immediately on Tianxin. Interesting group, she said. 3 women with active fate threads, 1 man, and 2 unthreaded attachments. Her tone managed to be clinical and contemptuous simultaneously. Which of you is the bondholder? Wei cleared his throat. That would be, I am, Tianxin said. The patrol leader looked him over with the careful interest of someone examining a specimen. Male. Young. 3 bonds already, by the look of it. She turned her attention to Meishio, Qinghe, and Ling Yu in sequence. How long have you been bound? That's not information I'm providing to strangers, Meishio said. We're representatives of the Void Lotus sect. The woman said it the way people announce institutional affiliations that they believe in conversations. Commander Mei Jinhua, Purifier rank. We monitor fate bond activity in this region. You monitor things on the Cloudsong Pavilion's mountain? Ling Yu asked, her tone perfectly neutral. A slight tightening around the Purifier commander's eyes. The pavilion permits our patrols as part of an intersect courtesy agreement. Bonds formed in this region fall under shared jurisdiction. Tianxin had been very still during this exchange, watching the other 6 disciples. They were positioned at 3-meter intervals, fanned out enough to prevent easy group movement without appearing aggressive. Trained formation. The posturing was deliberate, and the underlying threat was real. May we pass? He asked. That depends on your destination. The Cloudsong Pavilion. And your purpose there? Personal. Commander May studied him for 3 full seconds. Something flickered in her expression, not uncertainty, exactly, but calculation. She was deciding something. The pavilion has provided shelter to bondholders before, she said finally. It's a misguided tradition, but we have a courtesy agreement. She stepped aside. Pass freely. They moved through the gap in the patrol. Tianxin walked at steady pace, not hurrying. As he passed Commander May, she spoke again, quietly, aimed only at him. Matriarch Su Siren is watching this mountain bondholder. 3 threads become a target. A target becomes a reckoning. He didn't respond. He walked on, and the mist closed behind them. When the patrol was out of earshot, Meishio moved up beside him. They're going to be a problem. They already are, Ling Yu murmured. The Void Lotus has been expanding their patrol range for months. They claim it's monitoring, but the refugee reports from the Western Territories say differently. What refugee reports? Tianxin asked. Ling Yu was quiet for a moment. The sound of falling water was much louder now, a constant percussion through the mist. I'll tell you when we're inside. The Cloudsong Pavilion emerged from the mist like something that had grown from the mountain rather than been built on it. Towers of gray-blue stone, connected by covered walkways and hanging bridges, built around and through a waterfall system that cascaded in 3 distinct falls from the peak above. The water caught what little light filtered through the clouds and scattered it into something that wasn't quite mist and wasn't quite rain, but was permanently, beautifully present. Tianxin stopped walking and simply looked at it for a moment. Qinghe stopped beside him. Through the ice bond, he felt a rare, unguarded thing, wonder. How long were you stationed here? He asked. 8 months, she said. I never stopped finding it beautiful. Chapter 43 Pavilion Master Lian Qingxian was a woman who made stillness look like power. She received them in an open hall where the sound of the waterfall was a constant background, not intrusive but present, the way breathing is present. She sat in a carved chair of pale wood, both feet flat on the floor, hands resting on her knees. Thread sovereign rank. Tianxin felt it the way you feel heat from a hearth, not close enough to burn, but unmistakably real. She was perhaps 40, though cultivation made ages unreliable. Her gray-streaked hair was pinned simply. Her eyes, when they found him, were the eyes of someone who had learned to read the difference between what people said and what they meant and had long since stopped finding the gap interesting. Lin Tianxin, she said. The red thread system. 3 bonds, 3 elements. She looked at Meishio, Qinghe, and Ling Yu in turn with undisguised assessment. Fire, ice, wind. Her gaze returned to him. Sit. There were chairs arranged in a semicircle facing her. They sat. Wei stationed himself near the door. You know what I am, Tianxin said. The pavilion has scholars who study fate mechanics. When Ling Yu's bond registered to our monitoring arrays 4 weeks ago, we began reviewing the historical records on the red thread system. She paused. There are 11 accounts. All incomplete. All ending before the holder reached 9 bonds. I know about the previous holder. You know what the thread memory shows you. That's first-person source material, valuable, but limited by perspective. She tilted her head slightly. The pavilion's records suggest the red thread system has appeared 3 times in recorded history. Once each time a major unraveling event threatened the foundational structure of reality. Each time, a holder was called. Each time, the holder failed. The hall was quiet except for the water. So you know the shape of what's coming, Tianqian said. We know the shape of what has come before and extrapolate accordingly. Her tone was not unkind, merely precise. You're not here for history lessons. You need shelter, resources, and time to stabilize your bonds and your cultivation. The pavilion can provide all three. In exchange for access, not to the women bonded to you. I want that understood plainly. Not their bodies, not their techniques, not their futures. Access to observation of the bond phenomenon. My scholars have theories about fate mechanics that have never been testable. You represent a test case that may never come again. Meishio spoke before Tianqian could. Observation means what, precisely? Monitoring arrays that measure the thread's spiritual signatures. Interviews, if the bonded parties consent. Recorded training sessions, if permitted. Nothing compelled, nothing covert. Lian Xingxian looked at Meishio with what might have been approval. You asked the right questions. I've been on the wrong end of people who only answered the ones they liked. Tianqian looked at Lingyu, Qinghe, and Meishio in sequence. The fire bond was easy to read. Meishio was guarded but calculating, leaning toward yes. The ice bond was cooler. Qinghe was analyzing conditions and exit points. The wind bond was complex. Lingyu had history here, and history complicated everything. We'll need separate quarters for each person, Tianqian said. Privacy that is actually private, not observed privacy. Access to the library. Lingyu standing with the pavilion restored to what it was before her assignment. He paused. And information about what the pavilion knows about the Void Lotus sex activities in the Western Territories. Lian Xingxuan's eyes moved to Lingyu briefly. Her standing was never formally changed. The assignment was completed with distinction. Back to Tianqian. The Western Territories information is not standard hospitality, but I'll offer it because you'll need it, and because knowing what's in those mountains benefits everyone. She stood. Agreed. Rooms are prepared. You knew we were coming, Tianqian said. How? Something that might have been amusement touched the corner of her mouth. I know this mountain. I know every thread of spiritual energy that passes through it. When 3 fate bonds crossed my outer perimeter, I knew an hour before you arrived. She walked past him toward the hall's inner door. Welcome to the Cloud Song Pavilion, Thread Guardian. Try not to break anything. Chapter 44. The scholars came with questions and arrays, and Tianqian handled the first meeting by setting boundaries that were non-negotiable and firm. He sat in a study room with 2 of the pavilion's fate mechanics scholars, a nervous young man named Curator Fong, who took notes in a hand so small it was barely legible, and an older woman named Master Wei Shun, no relation to Wei Zhongliang. She specified immediately, who had the manner of someone who had been waiting for exactly this research opportunity for decades and intended to be thorough. The monitoring arrays were explained, examined, and agreed to. 3 spiritual signature recorders, like still paintings that captured fluctuations in qi rather than light, would be positioned in common areas, not sleeping quarters. Each bonded woman had reviewed the array designs. Qinghe had modified 2 of them to eliminate what she called unnecessary intimacy vectors in the recording range. Master Wei Shun had accepted the modifications without comment. Can I ask something before we start? Tianqian said. Master Wei Shun gestured permission. The Void Lotus sect believes fate bonds are a form of subjugation. Is there any basis in the historical record for that interpretation? The older scholar was quiet for a moment. Curator Fong's pen slowed. The question of whether karmic bonds are formed with consent is genuinely complicated, she said finally. The system acts automatically when certain conditions are met, typically, the preservation of a life. The bonded party doesn't choose the initial formation. Neither does the holder. True, but the power differential is significant. The holder gains cultivation advantages. The bonded party gains. She paused. The historical accounts are incomplete. What bonded parties gain beyond what the holder records about them is poorly documented. Tianqian thought about this. Then we document it differently here. Master Wei Shun raised an eyebrow. When you interview the bonded women, if they consent to interviews, don't ask them about me. Ask them about their own experience. What they feel. What they notice. What changes for them. He leaned forward slightly. The pavilion wants data that's never existed before. That's your chance to collect it. The older scholar looked at him for a long moment. Then she made a note. I'll revise the interview framework, she said. He spent the next 2 hours answering their baseline questions, and when he left he passed Meishio in the corridor, and she looked at him with an expression he was learning to read. Approval, expressed as the absence of skepticism. You set the right terms, she said. I set the terms I thought were right. Tell me if I missed anything. She considered. You could have asked for sparring partners for me. Would you have wanted ones provided by the pavilion, or would you have preferred to find them yourself? A pause. The second one. That's what I thought. She walked past him, and through the fire bond, he felt something warm and complicated. The particular emotional signature of a person who had grown up expecting negotiations to go badly and was still adjusting to the alternative. He stood in the corridor for a moment after she'd gone, listening to the waterfall. 3 bonds, 3 distinct presences, and each one had grown more distinct as the days passed. He was learning the difference between feeling the bond and feeling the person behind it. The bond was a channel, the person was what moved through it. Meishio's fire wasn't just heat. It was the specific quality of someone who had survived by refusing to let cold touch her core. Qinghe's ice wasn't just cold. It was the specific architecture of a mind that built structure to keep the world's disorder from intruding on what she needed to think. Lingyu's wind wasn't just movement. It was the restlessness of someone who had never let herself settle in one place long enough to be found by the things she was avoiding. He was learning them the way you learn people, slowly, incompletely, with increasing gratitude for the incompleteness. The scholars wanted to understand the mechanism. He was starting to understand that the mechanism was secondary. The point was the connection, and the connection was everything. That evening, Pavilion Master Lian provided the Western Territories briefing. The 5 of them, Tianxin, the 3 bonded women, and Wei, sat in a small war room while Lian laid out maps and intelligence reports. The picture that emerged was not good. Void Lotus fortresses in 3 locations. Systematic capture of bonded women across a corridor from the western coast to the mountain ranges. Purification arrays that forcibly severed karmic bonds, leaving recipients in states ranging from emotional catatonia to death. Hundreds of women, perhaps more. The matriarch's doctrine has been radicalized in the past year, Lian said. What was once an ideological position has become an operational program. Lingyu had gone very still. Tianxin didn't need the wind bond to feel her anger. It was visible in her jaw. Why now? Qinghe asked. The Unraveler's seal is weakening. We believe the Void Lotus is feeding severed bonds to it, whether knowingly or not. The entity's influence may be driving the radicalization. The room absorbed this. The water fell outside. One problem at a time, Tianxin said. He didn't believe it entirely, but it needed saying. First, we train. We grow stronger. Then we face what's out there. No one argued. The map lay on the table between them, and the mountain fell. Lingyu traced the 3 fortress locations with one finger, not touching the map's surface, hovering just above. The middle fortress is the command site. The other 2 are processing stations. The refugees come through the processing stations first. The severance arrays are there. Then the viable research subjects get transported to the command site. Research subjects, Meishio said. Not loudly. That's the term the Void Lotus sect uses in their operational documents. We intercepted 2 carrier messages last month. Lingyu kept her voice level. She'd trained to keep it level. The matriarch is studying what happens to bonded women after severance. She's looking for a way to perform it reversibly. Reversibly, Qinghe said. She wants to be able to sever and reforge. We think so. Lingyu looked up, which suggests she's not just ideologically opposed to bonds. She wants to understand them, control them. Tianxin studied the map. The Western Territories were 3 weeks from the pavilion, further still from the Jiang Kingdom capital, where the political situation around Rulan was going to demand their presence first. He couldn't be in 2 places. He needed to grow stronger before he went west, because the matriarch was a thread sovereign, and he was not, and the previous holder's thread memory had already shown him what happened when you engaged superior power with insufficient preparation. We handle the capital first, he said. Then we handle the fortress. Lian nodded. Use the time wisely. Chapter 45 training at the Cloudsong Pavilion had a quality that Tianxin had never experienced before. The quality of a place that had been built for exactly this purpose and had been accumulating expertise for generations. He rose before dawn. The waterfall sound was the first thing every morning. That constant percussion, a clock made of water. He trained alone for the first hour. The thread resonance exercises that the system had introduced in fragments and that he was slowly assembling into a coherent practice. Channeling spiritual energy through the bonds in controlled pulses. Mapping the resonance patterns. Fire was quick, direct, volatile. Ice was slow, layered, enduring. Wind was irregular, intuitive, sensitive to external conditions. The pavilion's combat instructors offered him 3 days of assessment before one of them, a woman named Instructor Bao, who had retired from active sect politics and spent her days making people better at hitting things, gave him her frank evaluation. You fight like someone who taught himself, she said. Which is to say, you have good instincts, a reasonable foundation, and habits that will get you killed against anyone with formal training. What do I need to fix? Footwork. Your footwork is serviceable for commoner brawls and bad for cultivator combat. You telegraph strikes with your left shoulder, 3/4-second warning for anyone watching. And you rely on bond power as a crutch during extended exchanges. The bonds are part of my power system. They're part of it. They shouldn't be most of it. She handed him a practice blade. Bonds can be cut, temporarily, under the right conditions, by the right technique. You need to be dangerous without them, so they can make you extraordinary with them. He trained with her for 4 hours a day. The other 3 hours he spent on thread resonance, on studying the Pavilion Library's account of fate mechanics, and on the thread memory visions that came when he meditated. The previous holder's story was emerging in fragments, not a narrative, but impressions. A man who had gained great power and spent it protecting things he loved, who had made one catastrophic mistake at the end. By the end of the second week, he felt the shift, mid-stage strand weaver. Not a sudden eruption, but a settling. The sense of a foundation properly laid, weight distributed correctly, chi channels widened from practice. The 3 bonds responded to the advance. Each thread brightened slightly, as if they too had grown. Instructor Bao noticed immediately. She didn't congratulate him. She increased the difficulty of his training. Silk conduit, she said, correcting his footwork for the 19th time. That's your next threshold. Strand weaver with active bonds cultivates faster than strand weaver without. The threads accelerate chi processing. But if your technique is sloppy at this stage, it'll be sloppy with more power behind it, and more power behind sloppy technique is just more dangerous sloppy technique. Point taken. It's always taken. The point is to act on it. She struck his right shoulder. Light, corrective. Shoulder. He adjusted. Qinghe had found the Pavilion Library's alchemical collection and disappeared into it the way she disappeared into everything that interested her, with total, efficient absorption. She appeared at meals, sometimes at evening discussions, and occasionally at the monitoring array sessions. The rest of the time she was in the library. 3 days before the Void Lotus delegation arrived, she found him in the training yard. The formula's in my meridians, she said. I've identified what they're for. He put down the practice blade. Thread strengthening pills, she said. The inscriptions include the complete formula. When taken by bonded pairs, they reinforce the karmic thread's structural integrity. Make it harder to sever. The prescription uses 7 materials, 3 of which the Pavilion has in stock. Can you make them? I've made 3 test batches. The Pavilion's master alchemist verified the formula against historical records. They match. She paused. My father encoded these into my meridians before he died. He knew about the red thread system. He knew I might need to help a bondholder. The morning was cool and bright, the waterfall a constant background conversation. Tianxin looked at her and felt, through the ice bond, the layers of what she was processing, grief and purpose and the complicated satisfaction of finding that the thing your dead father left you is not a mystery, but a gift with a use. He prepared you for this, Tianxin said. He prepared me for something like this. She met his eyes. I'm going to keep making them. We're going to need them. Chapter 46. Ling Yu's supervisor was a woman named Intelligence Master Ho, a lean, watchful figure in her 50s who had spent 30 years running information networks from the safety of a desk and considered personal emotional attachment a form of operational vulnerability. Tianxin overheard the meeting by accident, if accident can be defined as following the wind bond's agitation to its source. He was crossing a covered walkway between the library annex and the main training hall when the voices came through a latticework screen. Your performance metrics are excellent, Intelligence Master Ho was saying. Extraction of the Qinghe subject was clean. No casualties. Evidence gathered exceeded our requirements. Then why is there a problem? Ling Yu's voice was careful, professional. He recognized the register. It was the same one she'd used when she first met him, the spy's neutral ground. The problem is what happened after extraction. A bond formed. You know the protocols for bond formation during operations. The bond wasn't formed during the operation. The subject was still in our operational sphere of interest. I saved her life in a situation outside the operation's parameters. The bond formed as a consequence of the system's mechanics, not of choice. A pause. I couldn't have prevented it. Perhaps. But your ongoing participation in the bonded group constitutes an active conflict of interest. The Pavilion's intelligence division cannot rely on an asset whose loyalty is divided. Tianxin came to a decision and stepped around the screen. Intelligence Master Ho looked at him with the expression of a woman who had not gotten where she was by being surprised and managed to appear merely inconvenienced. This is a private, I know, Tianxin said. I'm interrupting anyway. He looked at Ling Yu, who had gone still with a quality that was different from her usual stillness. This was the stillness of someone maintaining composure over something sharp. Through the wind bond, he felt her, tight, controlled, angry underneath. I want to be clear about something. The bond is not a conflict of interest. It doesn't override Ling Yu's professional judgment. It doesn't compromise her objectivity. You can't know that, Intelligence Master Ho said. You're the bondholder. By definition, you benefit from the bond's continuation. That's true, but you're assuming the bond restricts her. It doesn't. She stayed in the group because she chose to. She's contributed to every decision we've made, including ones that didn't benefit her personally. He kept his voice even. If you reassign her or move to sever the bond administratively, whatever that means in practice, that's your choice. But it won't happen here, on this mountain, without a conversation that she's part of. The Intelligence Master studied him. He held her gaze. The wind bond affects your judgment about her, she said. Probably. Just like every relationship affects judgment. The question is whether she's capable of operating effectively within it. She is. He looked at Ling Yu. If you want to leave, the pavilion, the group, or both, that's a decision you make, not one that gets made for you. Ling Yu was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at Intelligence Master Ho and said, simply, I'm requesting reassignment from the operational network to research support. I'll continue providing intelligence from the field, but on an advisory basis. Intelligence Master Ho's expression said many things and voiced none of them. She nodded once, turned, and left. The walkway was quiet. Water fell somewhere above them. You didn't need to do that, Ling Yu said. I know. It will complicate the pavilion's relationship with the group. Less than the alternative. She looked at him for a long moment with those precise, measuring eyes. Through the wind bond, the tightness eased, not gone, but quieter, a knot loosening one layer at a time. Thank you, she said. He nodded and continued toward the training hall, and the wind followed him, light and complicated. Chapter 47, Thread Memory Visions came most clearly at the edge of sleep, when the body's defenses dropped and the system could push through the channels without resistance. He was on a platform in a city he didn't recognize, watching a man who was and was not himself. The man had dark hair, older features, hands that had the look of hands that had worked hard for a long time. He was forging a bond. Tianxin could feel it even through the memory's barrier, the hot pulse of karmic connection forming between the man and a woman in court robes. She was a princess. The robes were the formal jade and gold of a royal house, and her bearing was the cultivated stillness of someone raised to be watched. But in the moment the bond formed, the stillness broke. Something genuine moved across her face, something that didn't belong to the princess but to the woman inside the princess, surprised by the weight of what had just connected to her. Fourth thread forged, the system's voice said. Even in the memory, even through the layered filter of someone else's experience, the sound of the system was the system's sound. Element, Earth. The previous holder looked at the princess with an expression Tianxin recognized because he'd felt the same thing 3 times now. The combination of wonder and responsibility, the sense that something vast and tender had been placed in your hands, and the instruction manual was written in a language you were still learning. He watched the previous holder over the course of what felt like hours, but was probably minutes of compressed memory, the man training with his 4 bonds, developing the 4-element formation, protecting people he loved. The man was good, genuinely good, in the way that was more than competent, morally earnest, willing to pay cost for principle, protective without being controlling. Then the memory shifted, jumped forward, and Tianxin saw the same man near the end. Whatever had happened between these 2 points, whatever the unraveler had whispered, whatever doubts had grown into certainties, the man's face had changed. The earnestness had curdled into something closed and suspicious. He was looking at the woman in court robes, his 4th bond, the princess, and he was doubting her. Tianxin woke. The room was dark. The waterfall murmured through the stone walls. He lay still and thought about what doubt feels like from the inside, and how it can look like reason. He thought about the unraveler, described in the pavilion's records as an entity that consumed fate threads, that fed on severed connections. An entity that could whisper. The system had guided him along a path that paralleled the previous holders. 4th bond, Earth element, princess. The parallel was too precise to be coincidence. He was being shown the shape of failure, so he could recognize it when it came. He thought about how the previous holder, a man who had been genuinely good, earnest, protective, had arrived at the moment of his final failure. Not through malice. Through the slow accumulation of reasonable-sounding recalibrations, each one a slight retreat from full trust, each one justifiable in isolation, none of them survivable in aggregate. You didn't betray the people you loved with a single dramatic choice. You did it through 100 small ones that each felt like wisdom. The unraveler had been patient. It had worked with what was already there, the reasonable anxieties of a person carrying enormous responsibility, the genuine risks of trusting others with your vulnerabilities. It had taken real things and made them bigger and more fearful until they filled the space where trust had been. He needed to know the difference between healthy caution and the first erosion of something he couldn't afford to lose. Master Wei Shun's scholars had interviewed Qinghe that week. Tianxin had not been present. The interview was hers. Afterward, Qinghe had reported the key finding. They asked what changed in me when the bond formed. I told them my father's encoded formulas became legible. Not metaphorically. The alchemical instructions in my meridians, which I had not been able to fully read before, became clear after the bond's formation. She had paused. The bond didn't give me the formulas. It gave me the state of mind required to read them. That distinction matters. He had thought about that for 3 days. The bond didn't create what was inside you. It revealed the conditions in which what was inside you could operate at its actual capacity. I hear you, he said quietly, to the system or to the memory or to whoever left warnings encoded in dreams. I won't forget. The waterfall had no answer, but in his chest, 3 threads burned steadily. Fire, ice, wind, and from somewhere deeper came the 4th pull, faint and patient, and in the east. Something needed saving. Someone was out there. Not yet, he told the pull. Not yet. Chapter 48. The Void Lotus delegation arrived on a morning when the mist was thicker than usual. 12 cultivators in pale gray-green robes, led by Commander Mei Zhenhua. They carried no weapons that were visible. They didn't need to. They carried ideology, and ideology at a certain pitch becomes its own kind of weapon. Pavilion Master Lian received them in the main reception hall with the careful neutrality of a host who has dealt with difficult guests before and intends to manage them rather than confront them. Tianxin was not invited to the opening meeting. He heard about it from Lingyu, who had been positioned in an adjacent room. Old habit, new advisory role, and had a precise account ready within the hour. The matriarch is not present, Lingyu told him. Commander Mei is acting as lead negotiator. Their official position is that the pavilion is harboring a bondholder in violation of the Joint Monitoring Accord. There's a Joint Monitoring Accord? There was. It was drafted 4 years ago, mostly to stop Void Lotus patrols from operating on pavilion property. The interpretation of harboring is being stretched considerably. She had a cup of tea that she wasn't drinking. Their real demand, that Meishio, Qinghe, and I be permitted to meet with Void Lotus representatives privately, without you present, to determine if our bonds are freely chosen. Tianxin considered this. What does Pavilion Master Lian think? She refused. Her grounds. The accord does not grant third parties the right to interview the pavilion's guests. Commander Mei called that a procedural dodge. Lian called it jurisdictional clarity. The conversation went in circles for 2 hours. And now the Void Lotus delegation is quartered in the guest wing, and Commander Mei has requested a formal debate. Open session, representatives from regional sects invited as observers. The pavilion's position as host gives them some control over the format, but Lian is inclined to allow it. Why? Lingyu set down the tea. Because refusing looks like we have something to hide. And because the regional sects watching a fair debate might be more useful than their watching a refusal. He found Qinghe in the library. She was already aware. She deduced the outline of the situation from the patterns of pavilion activity she'd observed. He found Meishio in the outer training yard, where she had apparently introduced herself to 3 pavilion combat disciples and was in the process of learning their techniques through the direct method of being hit by them. The Void Lotus wants to prove we're not here by choice, he said. Meishio blocked a strike, countered, nodded to her sparring partner in thanks, and turned to face him. There was a bruise forming on her forearm. Then let us tell them we are. Directly. That's the plan, Tianxin said. We tell them ourselves. Good. She picked up her outer robe from the ground where she'd thrown it. I've been wanting to have that conversation for a while now. The message to Commander Mei went out before sunset. The bonded women of the Lin group would participate in the debate on their own terms. Commander Mei's reply came back within the hour. The Void Lotus accepted. And on the mountain's outer perimeter, at a gap in the monitoring array coverage that had been consistent for 3 days, a figure in a black thread mask stood in the mist and watched the pavilion's lights with the patience of something that had been waiting for centuries and could wait a little longer. Chapter 49. The compromise was Tianxin's idea, and it surprised everyone, including himself. He proposed it the morning after the initial standoff, in a meeting with Pavilion Master Lian and Commander Mei that had been requested by the commander and accepted with the careful management of expectations that Lian brought to every interaction. The room was formal, a deliberation chamber with scrollwork on the walls and no chairs that weren't symbolic. Commander Mei had arrived with 2 advisors and the expression of a woman who had come to win. A debate, Tianxin said. Formal, open, with representatives from regional sects as observers. The question, the nature of karmic fate bonds. Each side presents evidence and argument. The bonded women speak for themselves. He paused. No combat. No administrative action during or after. The debate is binding only in the court of public opinion. Commander May had studied him. And if public opinion supports our position, then you've won the argument. We accept that. He kept his expression neutral. If it supports ours, you accept that. The commander's advisors exchanged glances. May herself was measuring. You're confident? I'm willing to find out. Lian, who had been watching this exchange with the particular attention of someone evaluating performance, spoke. The Convergence platform at the Mountain Summit is a traditional neutral site. I'll issue invitations to 7 regional sect representatives as observers. The debate will be held in 1 week. Commander May agreed. She had, Tianqian suspected, already planned for a public confrontation. The debate simply gave it a framework she hadn't controlled. She thought she could win the framework. He spent the 5 days preparing, but not in the way the commander expected. He didn't draft arguments. He didn't rehearse rhetoric. He spent the time with Mei Xiu, Qinghe, and Lingyu, asking them one question. What do you want people to understand about your experience? The answers were different and personal and not what the Void Lotus Sect's doctrine could accommodate. Mei Xiu, that the bond found me because I was already the kind of person who runs toward trouble instead of away from it. It didn't change who I am. It gave who I am somewhere to stand. Qinghe, my father knew about this system. He prepared me for it. That matters. The idea that I was ambushed into something without agency ignores 20 years of my history. Lingyu, I've operated in situations where trust can get you killed. I've watched it happen. I know the difference between a connection that controls and a connection that simply is. The bond is the second thing. I've checked. He wrote none of it down. He didn't need to. On the night before the debate, sitting on the walkway above the second waterfall with the mist soft around him and 3 threads bright in his chest, he understood the structure of the argument. It wasn't about the bond at all. It was about whose voice gets to describe the bond. The Void Lotus Sect's entire case depended on the assumption that the bonded women couldn't or wouldn't speak for themselves. He was going to give them the center of the platform and step back. His job was to not be the loudest voice in the room. Through the wind bond, Lingyu's awareness brushed his, a slight questioning touch. He sent back reassurance, warm and genuine. The mountain fell around him. 7 regional sects would arrive tomorrow. And in the deep places beneath the earth, something patient and very old felt the shape of what was gathering and found it interesting. Chapter 50. The pavilion's archives were extraordinary, and Qinghe found what she needed on the 4th day of searching. The Void Lotus Sect's founding documents, not the public version that described a movement for female cultivation liberation, but the original records, copied 3 times and stored in 3 separate collections across the continent. The pavilion had 1 copy, acquired 40 years ago through a purchase from a private collection whose owner hadn't understood what they were selling. She brought the documents to Tianqian in the hour before the debate preparation session. He read them with the focused attention that Qinghe had observed. He brought to everything relevant. Not skimming, not speed reading, actually reading with the intent to understand. The founder's name was Su Malian. Qinghe said. She lived 230 years ago. She was bonded, fire element, to the previous red thread holder of her era. The one from the thread memory. Based on the dates, yes. She tapped the relevant passage. The bond was severed. Deliberately. The holder judged her unworthy of the full bond's potential, his words, recorded in his own account, and used a technique to sever the thread unilaterally. Tianqian looked up. She survived the severance. Most don't, by the historical accounts. She rebuilt. Founded a sect around the principle that women bonded to male holders were systematically endangered, that the system creates a power differential that the holder can exploit. Qinghe's voice was precise, but Tianqian felt through the ice bond the undertone, something cold and sad and complicated. She wasn't wrong about what happened to her. She was wronged, Tianqian said. Yes, the previous holder treated her as a resource rather than a person. Severing the bond without consent, based on a unilateral judgment of her worth, that's a genuine harm. Qinghe gathered the documents carefully. The Void Lotus Sect's entire ideology was built on a real wound. They extrapolated from one man's cruelty to a doctrine that condemns the system itself. Which is why Commander May believes what she believes. Which is why this is more complicated than winning a debate. She met his eyes. You should know this going in. The women in that sect are not wrong that bonding can be harmful. They're wrong that it must be. He held her gaze for a moment. Thank you for finding this. I found it because it mattered. She stood. Don't let the debate become a dismissal of their history. That would be easy and it would be wrong. He carried that with him up the mountain to the convergence platform as the fog cleared and the 7 regional sect representatives took their positions, and Commander Mei Jinhua stood across the stone circle from him, and the debate began. He let Mei Xiu, Qinghe, and Ling Yu speak first. He spoke last, and he began. I want to acknowledge that the Void Lotus sect was founded by a woman who was genuinely harmed by the red thread system, not by the bond itself, but by a holder who treated a bond as ownership. She was not wrong to build something from that experience. And that history is why this conversation matters. Across the platform, Commander Mei's controlled expression shifted, barely, for just a moment, into something neither expected nor prepared. He continued speaking, and the observers listened. Chapter 51. The debate lasted 4 hours and was, by any measure of fair assessment, won by the women who spoke for themselves. Commander Mei argued effectively. She was trained, disciplined, and had doctrine on her side, and accumulated 200 years of ideology refined against counterargument. She argued that the initial bond formation was non-consensual, that the cultivational power differential was exploitable, that historical records showed consistent patterns of harm. Her evidence was real. Her rhetoric was sharp. Mei Xiu spoke for 11 minutes without preparation notes. She told the story of the river, the Tianqianlong River ambush, the bandits, the moment she'd chosen to run back when she could have kept running. She didn't describe the bond's formation as something that happened to her. She described what she did before it happened and why. She finished. If you tell me I didn't choose this, you're calling me a person who doesn't choose things. That's not an argument about bonds. That's an argument about who I am. Qinghe was more technical and no less effective. She walked the observers through the biochemistry of forced severance, the mortality rates, the spiritual damage, and compared it to the voluntary, carefully negotiated parameters of her own experience. She addressed the power differential directly. Yes, the holder benefits from the bond's cultivational effects. The question is whether that benefit is extracted from the bonded party or emerges from a genuine shared connection. That distinction is not academic. It's the entire difference between a relationship and an enslavement. Ling Yu spoke last among the three of them, briefly, in a tone that was neither passionate nor cold, but simply precise. I've spent my career studying how people control other people without appearing to. I know the mechanisms. I've watched them operate. What I have with Lin Tianxun is not that mechanism. I can explain why, technically, if the observers want the specifics. The short version is, he has never once told me who to be. When Tianxun spoke, placing the Void Lotus sect's founding history on the table with full honesty, the platform's atmosphere changed in a way that was palpable. 2 of the regional sect representatives leaned forward. Commander Mei's expression had gone from controlled contempt to something more complex and more difficult to maintain. The vote of the 7 observers was 5-2 in favor of the Lin group's position, with the 2 dissenters noting that their votes reflected procedural concerns about neutrality rather than substantive agreement with the Void Lotus doctrine. Commander Mei called for a recess. The recess became a private consultation that lasted 20 minutes. When she emerged, her expression had sharpened in a different direction. Tianxun saw it 2 seconds before it happened. The slight shift in the disciples' formation, the almost invisible hand signal that moved through the Void Lotus group like a current. Down, he said, and the firebond was already responding before the word finished. Mei Xiu moving the instant she felt his reaction through the thread. The ambush came from 3 sides. 7 Void Lotus assassins who had been positioned around the convergence platform during the debate, working into positions under the cover of the mist. They attacked with bond-severing techniques, spear-shaped chi lances that targeted threads rather than bodies. The combat on the convergence platform was abrupt and extremely loud. The 7 observers scattered, not panicked, but the measured tactical withdrawal of people who had been at sect debates before and understood the geometry of sudden violence. 2 of them activated personal defense formations. The others found stone columns and stayed low. Tianxun was already inside the angle of the first attacker's strike, too close for the severing lance to angle correctly. He was learning, from instructor Bao's 4 hours a day, that close quarters stripped the advantage from techniques designed for range. He used that now, drove into the attacker's dead zone, and worked the body, chi-enhanced strikes that weren't elegant but were accurate, targeting the meridian confluences that a cultivator couldn't protect through technique alone. Through the fire bond, Mei Xiu's attention was a bright, focused heat, tracking all 7 attackers simultaneously in the way she'd told him she thought about combat. Not one at a time, but as a fluid system, looking for imbalances. She fought the way rivers find paths, not by forcing, but by finding the line of least resistance and then flowing through it with everything she had. Chapter 52. The ambush broke like a wave and Tianxun met it like stone. The first two assassins came from his left. He dropped beneath the severing lance of the closer one, felt the chi spike pass close enough to disturb the fire thread, and drove the heel of his palm into the second attacker's sternum. The impact carried thread resonance, a pulse of combined fire and ice that disrupted the enemy's chi channels without permanent damage. Non-lethal. There were 7 regional observers watching. The platform stone was slick with morning moisture. One of the assassins adjusted for it, 2 didn't. Meishio identified the footing problem in half a second and used it. She fought close, where the longer severing lances were disadvantaged, and she fought with the specific practical economy of someone who had spent years sparring without formal technique and had developed formless technique from the inside out. Qinghe built a framework of ice along the platform's western edge, converting open terrain into a maze that fragmented the assassin's coordinated approach. Not offensive, architectural. She used the environment as her weapon while her hands remained in alchemical seal form, ready to deploy concentrated frost. Lingyu went vertical. The wind bond was useful for exactly this. Altitude, maneuverability, the ability to see the formation from above and direct the others. She called positions like a navigator. 2 moving south, 1 circling behind Meishio, the handlers in the back row. Take the handler first. The handler was Commander Mei's lead advisor, who had spent the debate looking neutral. He was now projecting a coordination array that kept the 7 assassins linked. Tianxin broke the link by driving a concentrated ice thread pulse through the array's center point. Not enough power to destroy it cleanly, but enough to shatter the resonance connection. The 7 assassins reverted to independent action. Independent action against 4 coordinated opponents in terrain one of those opponents had just redefined was no longer a winning proposition. It lasted 2 minutes. 4 of the assassins were incapacitated. The other 3 broke away and fled, not through the platform's main access path, but through the mist, downslope, toward the mountain's eastern face. The pavilion guardians who had been positioned around the debate as per protocol engaged the retreating 3. Tianxin stood in the center of the rearranged stone platform, breathing carefully, assessing himself and then his bonded women in sequence. Meishio, a cut on her forearm, already closing, her fire chi was running hot. Qinghe, unharmed, eyes calculating, already beginning to recall her ice framework. Lingyu, descending from altitude, expression precise and professionally furious. Commander Mei Jinhua stood at the platform's edge with 6 of her non-combatant delegation members around her. She hadn't participated in the attack directly. That would make it deniable. "This is your debate victory?" Tianxin asked her. Her face was composed, cold, and, under the surface, just barely, ashamed. Not of the action, of the failure. "The matriarch's instructions were clear," she said. "Your matriarch ordered you to commit assault in front of 7 regional sect representatives and a thread guardian." He kept his voice level. "Think carefully about what that means." She looked at him for a long moment, then at the 4 incapacitated disciples on the stones. Then she turned and took her delegation and walked down the mountain. Pavilion Master Lian appeared from the observation area. She had been present throughout, watching. "4 representatives have already asked for the incident records," she said. "The 5th has asked for immediate communication access with their home sections." "Good," Tianxin said. From below, through the ice bond, a tremor. Qinghe had felt something. Not physical, not a threat. A pull. The 4th thread responding to something distant. He put his hand against his chest for just a moment, feeling the eastward pull, and looked toward the mountains beyond the mountain. It was getting closer. Chapter 53. The pull hit him like a second heartbeat, sudden, insistent, originating somewhere below the pavilion's eastern face. Not pain. Urgency. The same quality as the pulls that had preceded the first 3 bonds, but more directed, as if the system had learned how to vector a signal. He was still on the convergence platform, still watching the Void Lotus delegations retreat, and the pull arrived while Pavilion Master Lian was speaking about incident records. He turned east without deciding to turn east, and the Pavilion Master stopped mid-sentence. "Something's wrong," he said. Through the fire bond, Meishio felt it too. Not the pull itself, which was specific to him, but his response to it, the sudden shift in his attention that the thread transmitted like a current. She was beside him in 2 steps. Direction? East. Below. Downslope, beyond the outer perimeter. He was already moving. The thread memory had provided a pattern. Each bond's initial pull had been felt in the direction of the person in danger, and the intensity correlated with proximity and urgency. This was close. "Maybe to Li I'll come," Meishio said. "Stay with Qinghe and Lingyu. If the Void Lotus left anyone behind, Lingyu has that covered, and you know it." She was already following him. "I'm coming." He ran. The path from the convergence platform to the outer perimeter was steep and meandering under normal conditions. He took the direct route, which involved 3 stone walls, a covered walkway railing, and a section of forested slope that the formal paths avoided. Meisho kept pace without comment. The forest at the pavilion's eastern base was old growth, pine and cedar that had been there longer than the pavilion itself, dense enough to reduce visibility to 20 meters on a clear day. Through the mist it was half that. He heard the fight before he saw it. Steel on steel, then a harsh feminine curse, then impact. He followed the sounds through the trees and emerged into a clearing where a young woman in travel clothes was fighting 4 men who had the coordinated movement of professional soldiers rather than opportunistic bandits. She was losing, not from lack of skill, but from numbers and fatigue. Her earth techniques were sophisticated. She'd created 3 stone barriers, used tremor step to destabilize 2 of the men's footings, and was employing a defensive formation that would have been effective against 2 opponents rather than 4. The documents were scattered across the clearing floor where her pack had burst open in the initial engagement. Even at a distance, Tianxin could see the royal seal on 2 of them. He didn't stop to assess further. The first man went down to a fire and ice combination strike that disrupted his meridians and left him conscious, but briefly non-functional. The second engaged him directly and was better than expected, a true body-strengthening cultivator. 6 months past formal training, someone had invested resources in this ambush. Tianxin took a hit across his left side, felt his ribs flex without breaking, and returned with a thread resonance palm strike that hit the man's chi-gathering point and scrambled his technique. Meisho handled the other 2 with the efficiency that came from fighting in a space where any technique elaborate enough to require winding up was too elaborate. 12 seconds. For men down. The young woman stood in the center of the clearing with 2 stones still hovering in her control and looked at him with the composite expression of relief, suspicion, and recalculation. She was perhaps 20, dark-eyed, with the posture of someone who had been trained to project composure and was doing so now despite the fact that her left sleeve was torn and her lip was bleeding. The 4th thread ignited. He felt it in his sternum, a deep, patient warmth, like earth retaining sun heat after dark. And in the system's voice, 4th thread forged. Element, earth. The woman looked down at her own chest, at the faint trace of light that was visible at the thread's origin point. Then back up at him. You're the bondholder, she said. Not a question. Yes, he said. She processed this for exactly 3 seconds. Then, interesting. I have 14 royal documents on the ground and a mission that's now exposed. I need to think. Tianxin crouched and began gathering the nearer documents without touching the sealed ones. The earth bond hummed in his chest, different from the others, older feeling, like the difference between music and the stone the concert hall is built from. A foundation rather than a melody. He could feel the roots of the trees around them, the way the soil held moisture at different depths, the exact position of each of the 4 incapacitated men. That last capability would be useful. The men your brother sent, he said. 2 of them are body-strengthening cultivators. The other 2 are at the strand weaver threshold. He extended the earth bond's awareness further. There are no additional agents within 200 meters. The woman, who had not told him her name yet, who was processing with the focused efficiency of someone who had trained for crisis response, looked at him. You can sense them through the ground. Earth bond, one of the thread's qualities. He stood, held out the documents he'd gathered. I'm Lin Tianxin. The bond is new and I won't pretend to have answers about everything it means. But I'm not your enemy. She took the documents. Jiang Rulin, 4th princess. She examined each one. You're not my enemy. I don't yet know what you are. She tucked the intact documents away. But you just made it possible for me to complete a mission that would have failed otherwise. I can work with that. Chapter 54. Her name was Jiang Rulin, 4th princess of the Jiang kingdom, 15th in line for succession, and the only person he'd ever met who greeted the formation of a karmic fate bond with an immediate tactical assessment. She gathered the documents herself, systematically, not urgently, before she said anything further. She examined each one, determined which were compromised by mud and blood and which were intact, and organized the intact ones in order of priority before she looked up. The men who attacked me are the Crown Prince's agents, she said. My brother, Howren. She said the name with the flat precision of long familiarity and long conflict. I was carrying evidence of his contact with the Void Lotus sect. He doesn't want that to reach our father. Proof of his contact. Meeting records, financial transfers, 1 letter in his own hand. She tucked the relevant documents into the intact section of her pack. I've been working on this for 3 months. The mission is salvageable if I can reach a secure location to copy and distribute the evidence before his people close off the communication routes. Meisho had been watching this exchange with visible fascination. You got bonded 20 seconds ago, and you're talking strategy. The bond doesn't change the mission's requirements, Ruolin said. It adds variables. She looked at Tianxun with something that was not cold. It was too alert to be cold, but was also not warm. Calculating. 4 bonds means 4 elements. The 4th is earth. I practice earth cultivation. You'll be stronger with me in the group. That's not why the bond formed, Tianxun said. No, she agreed. It formed because you saved my life. But the consequences of it extend beyond the cause. She picked up her pack. I need shelter, and you need an ally with court access and political intelligence. We can discuss the personal dynamics when the mission isn't time-sensitive. He studied her for a moment. The earth bond was genuine. He could feel it, the same deep warmth as the others, connected to something real in her. Whatever she showed on the surface, the thread connected to the actual person underneath, and the actual person was more complex than the presentation. Where do you need to go? He asked. The Cloudsong Pavilion. The pavilion master is neutral enough to accept my documentation safely. A pause. I know you're already there. I was coming to the pavilion before this happened. He looked at Meisho. She raised an eyebrow in a way that communicated he could explain later. They walked back up the mountain. Ruolin walked between them, one hand on her pack, eyes moving through the forest with the trained awareness of someone who had been traveling alone in hostile conditions and hadn't stopped being vigilant just because she now had company. Through the earth bond, Tianxun felt her, layered, complex, carefully managed on the surface and genuinely warmer below. She would not be easy to know. She'd built architecture around herself that would take time to navigate. But the bond connected to the real thing, the person underneath the princess, and the person underneath the princess had chosen, at some level the system could read, to let this thread form. The 4th bond pulsed steadily, patient and deep as soil. Behind them in the forest, invisible in the mist, the men the crown prince had sent were beginning to stir. They hadn't been killed. They would send word. Somewhere on the continent, a crown prince received the message and went very still and began planning. Chapter 55. Pavilion Master Lien received Ruolin with the equanimity of someone who had already processed most available surprises in her career. The 4th bond, visible to her threat perception, elicited a brief pause and a thoughtful silence, and then she arranged for Ruolin's documents to be copied and secured within the hour. The introductions at dinner that evening were managed with varying degrees of grace. Lingyu and Ruolin recognized each other immediately, not personally, but professionally. 2 people with intelligence training, evaluating each other with the polite efficiency of parallel analysis. They reached some unspoken understanding in the first 5 minutes and thereafter talked with the abbreviated precision of people who had dispensed with the social preliminaries. Qinghe studied Ruolin with the careful interest she brought to complex problems. Ruolin studied Qinghe with equally careful interest, and by the end of dinner they had established a mutual recognition of each other's precision without having said anything particularly warm. Meisho sat across from Ruolin for most of the meal and said little. This was unusual. When Tianxun looked at her through the fire bond, he felt something layered and controlled. Not hostility, but the particular discomfort of someone whose identity has always been defined by what they are not. Meisho was not royalty, was not court-trained, did not have formal political position, and everything about Ruolin's presence was a reminder of that taxonomy of the world that puts certain people above others without reference to who they actually were. Ruolin, who missed very little, noticed. She didn't address it directly. She asked Meisho, over the soup course, a specific question about the convergence platform ambush. Not a general what happened, but a precise, how did you handle the coordination array disruption, which required a specific answer that only someone who'd been there could give. Meisho answered, and the answer was specific and detailed, and Ruolin listened with genuine attention. Not warmth. Respect, extended carefully, like a preliminary investment. After dinner, Tianxun found an hour to sit with the 4th bond and understand it. The earth element had qualities he hadn't expected. Territorial awareness, the sense of everything in contact with the ground within his range, a circle expanding with cultivation, currently about 100 meters. He could feel the weight of the mountain above him, the root systems of the trees, the way the pavilion's formations were anchored into the bedrock. It was grounding, in a way that was not metaphorical. The 3 other bonds had given him speed, heat, and perception. Earth gave him foundation. For bonds. For elements. He ran the quadrant formation in the training yard before sleep, feeling the 4 threads circulate in sequence. Ice, fire, wind, earth, and the combined resonance was something qualitatively different from 3. Not additive. Multiplicative. He understood, for the first time, what the system meant by the phrase combined power multiplies. The foundation for something much larger. Chapter 56 Four Bonds changed cultivation in ways that were not predicted by the linear math of strength plus strength. He broke through to silk conduit rank on the third day after Rulin joined the group. The breakthrough was not the volcanic eruption of early ranks. It was a structural event, the way a building's architecture sometimes shifts not from adding more material, but from finding the correct load distribution. The four threads, once arranged in the quadrant formation, created a circulation pattern that reinforced itself. Qi processed more efficiently. Spiritual channels widened without the forced pressure of external pills or intensive breakthrough sessions. It simply happened, as if it had been waiting for the fourth foundation stone to find its position. The quadrant formation sang when he ran it now. Ice northeast, fire southeast, wind northwest, earth southwest. The four directions of the compass holding the cardinal elements in tension and harmony simultaneously. He ran it for 20 minutes and felt the power processing through his meridians with a smoothness that the earlier three-thread formation hadn't achieved. For it was more than three in a qualitative sense, not just additive. The geometric relationship between the elements created resonance loops. Ice and fire cycling through water as a hypothetical mediator, wind and earth balancing in the axis of motion and stillness. He could feel the system's architecture the way you feel a building's structure when you're inside it. The weight distribution, the load-bearing points, the spaces that were there because they had to be. He came out of the meditation room to find Wei Liang waiting in the corridor with the expression of a man who had felt the qi surge from 2 rooms away. Silk conduit, Wei said. Yes. You were strand weaver 3 weeks ago. I had 3 bonds then. Wei considered this arithmetic. What does 4 bonds give you? The quadrant shield. Tianqian held out his hand and let the formation manifest briefly. Ice and fire and wind and earth circulating in the compass directions, creating a barrier that was harder than any individual element by a factor that the pavilion scholars were still measuring. And territorial awareness from the earth bond. 100-meter radius, currently. Everything that touches the ground. That's significant. It gets significantly more significant with each additional bond. He lowered his hand. The formation dissolved. The system's design becomes clearer as it develops. Each new thread doesn't just add its element. It multiplies the interaction potential. For threads have 6 interaction pairs. 5 will have 10. Wei thought about this. 9 threads. 36 interaction pairs, Tianqian said. I don't fully understand what that means yet. But the system calls it the complete formation for a reason. That afternoon, Pavilion Master Lian called him for a private meeting. She had the tone of someone about to deliver information that was significant and not pleasant. The Cloudsong Pavilion cannot shield a 4-bond holder indefinitely, she said. Not practically. The Void Lotus sect will escalate. The regional sects, even those sympathetic to your position, will face pressure. And now I've received confirmation that the Jiang Kingdom's crown prince is aware of the 4th bond. He sent a formal request for Rulin's return through official channels. What happens if you decline? It depends on how much weight the king gives to diplomatic pressure. She looked at him steadily. You need to consider whether being here serves your goals. The pavilion will always be a resource for you. But being here may be making you a stationary target at a time when movement is better strategy. He sat with that for a moment. Through the earth bond, he felt the mountain under him, the roots and the bedrock and the permanence of stone. Through the wind bond, he felt the air moving over the peaks, perpetually restless. You're telling me to go. I'm telling you to think about it. She paused. What the thread memory shows you, the previous holder's path, where did it lead him next? He thought about the vision. The man who had chosen to avoid politics, who had died for it. Toward politics, he said. Lian nodded once. The Jiang Kingdom capital is 3 days east. You have a bond with a princess who has leverage there. You have evidence that the crown prince is working with the Void Lotus sect. He looked out the window at the waterfalls, the mist, the mountain. He had come to like this place. That was probably a reason to leave it. We'll go to Jade Phoenix City, he said. Lian nodded. She stood, and for the first time since he'd met her, something softened in her precise face. Not fondness, exactly, but something adjacent to it. The pavilion's records will note that the first 4-bond holder in our documented history spent 17 days here. That you trained diligently, treated the people bonded to you with respect, and left the mountain better secured against the Void Lotus than you found it. That's a generous assessment. It's an accurate one. She walked toward the door. The scholars will want to send monitoring arrays with you. I'll instruct them that it's your decision. She paused at the threshold. The red thread system doesn't choose by accident. Whatever you are and whatever you'll become, the system found you for reasons that don't fit easily into academic frameworks. She looked at him levelly. Don't let the unraveler make you smaller than you are. She left, and the waterfall spoke in her absence. and Tianxian sat with that for a long time before he went to tell the others they were leaving in the morning. Chapter 57. The departure was not hurried, but it was thorough. On the evening before they left, he did one final thing that wasn't in any training schedule. He walked to each bonded woman individually and asked, simply, without ceremony, "Are you all right? Is there anything you need before we go?" Meisho had been sitting on the training yard's low wall, watching the pavilion disciples practice formations in the fading light. She'd said, "I need to know that what we're walking into is survivable. Tell me honest." He told her, "The Crown Prince is Crimson Spinner rank. I'm Silk Conduit. That gap is real. But we have intelligence, we have coordination, and we have a political situation that Rulin knows better than he does. Survivable? Yes, with the right approach." She'd nodded. That had been enough for her. Qinghe had been in the alchemical workshop, reviewing the final pill batch. She hadn't needed the check-in. She'd already analyzed the situation, the risks, the probable outcomes. What she said when he came, "I want to know who the thread-strengthening pills are distributed to in the event of our incapacitation. Who carries the reserve doses? It should be Wei. He's outside the bond network and will be less likely to be targeted." He'd agreed. That had been the conversation she needed to have. Ling Yu had been on the covered walkway above the first waterfall. She'd listened to his question and been quiet for a moment, then said, "I'm grateful you asked." That was all. Qinghe spent the night in the pavilion's alchemical workshop finishing the first usable batch of thread-strengthening pills. 8 doses, each one a small red sphere with a gold core that smelled of pine and something mineral. She distributed them the next morning with characteristic precision, 1 each for the bonded women, 3 for reserve, and 1 for Tianxian that she placed in his hand, without ceremony, and watched him put in his inner pocket with an expression that said she had calculated which pocket had the best structural integrity. Ling Yu had used the previous 2 days to update her intelligence network with the pavilion's communication arrays, leaving contact points, updating encryption keys, arranging what she called a passive monitoring structure that would continue gathering information about Void Lotus movements without requiring her physical presence. Meisho packed with the efficiency of someone who didn't own much and didn't need to own much to be effective. She appeared at the gates with 1 bag, her outer robe, and the expression of someone who had been ready to leave for several days. Ruelin coordinated with the pavilion's secure communication team to distribute copies of her evidence against the Crown Prince to 3 different locations before she left. When Tianxian found her finishing this, she was systematic, unhurried, and completely focused. Copies go to the Eastern Trade Association, the Silk Road Merchant Guild, and the pavilion's own sealed records, she said without looking up. If Howard suppresses one, the others persist. You've done this before. I've been building evidence against my brother for 3 years. She sealed the final document. He's not stupid. He's aware I'm building evidence. It's a game of accumulation. Who gathers enough first? And now I have a 4-bond cultivator who just reached Silk Conduit and territorial awareness of everything in contact with the ground. She looked up. Something moved in her expression, not warmth, exactly, but the first approximation of it. The arithmetic has shifted in my favor. Pavilion Master Lian walked them to the outer perimeter herself. At the stone post with the silver crane, she stopped. "What you accomplished here matters," she told the group. "The debate's record is already being copied and distributed. 5 of the 7 regional sect observers have sent preliminary responses condemning the Void Lotus sect's ambush. The matriarch will not be able to operate publicly for some time. It won't stop the underground operations," Ling Yu said. "No," Lian agreed. "But it stops them from having ideological cover for those operations." She looked at Tianxian. 3 more threads are out there, at minimum. The system is active. Trust what it shows you, but verify with your own judgment. She paused. "The pavilion's records will be updated with everything you've experienced here. The next holder, if there is one, will have better information than the last one had." "There won't need to be a next one," he said. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of a woman who had read too much history to be easily convinced of that. But she didn't argue. They walked east, 5 of them plus Wei, into the mountain's morning mist. The pavilion's waterfalls fell behind them, their sound fading with distance until it was indistinguishable from the wind. Above the eastern peaks, something dark flickered once and was gone, a presence in the mist that had been watching, patient, for exactly the right moment. Chapter 58. Group Dynamics, Tianxian had observed, were revealed most clearly in the small frictions of close travel. Meisho and Ruelin's friction was the most visible. It had no single cause. It was structural, the natural tension between 2 people who occupied completely different positions in the world's hierarchy and had both spent years developing competence that the other's world didn't automatically recognize. On the second day of travel, they argued about route. Ruolin proposed taking the Mountain Valley Pass, faster but exposed to observation. Meishio favored the forest road, longer but providing cover. Both positions were reasonable. The argument lasted 10 minutes and generated more heat than the fire bond. Tianqian stayed out of it. Wei also stayed out of it, with the practiced discretion of a man who had learned which arguments to interrupt and which to let complete themselves. Qinghe ended it, simply, by pointing out that Lingyu's wind bond aerial observation could give them continuous intelligence about the valley pass's occupancy, which meant the exposure problem was manageable, and the faster route was therefore preferable. Neither Meishio nor Ruolin had thought to integrate Lingyu's capability into the calculus. They both acknowledged this and took the valley pass. After that, the friction had a slightly different quality. Not reduced, still present, still structural, but with an added layer of mutual acknowledgement that the other person's judgment was worth considering. It was not a friendship and might not become one, but it was something more workable than opposition, and in a group that needed to function under pressure, workable was worth more than comfortable. Lingyu, for her part, had clearly decided that Ruolin was someone whose pragmatic core she could work with, whatever the interpersonal complexities. He found them in quiet conversation on the second evening. Not warmth, nothing approaching it, but the efficient exchange of two intelligence professionals comparing notes. When he approached, they both stopped seamlessly, without the guilty quality of people who were excluding someone and the performative quality of people pretending they weren't. We're discussing the Crown Prince, Lingyu told him. Ruolin has intelligence about his cultivation level and fighting style. I have intelligence about his political network. We're mapping vulnerabilities. I'm aware you're going to walk into his home and confront him, Ruolin said. I want to make that survivable. He appreciated the directness. What's his fighting style? Tianqian asked. Overwhelming force, Ruolin said without hesitation. Howren has never needed subtlety in combat, because he's never faced anyone strong enough to make subtlety necessary. Crimson Spinner rank. Military cultivation path. His techniques are designed for battlefield efficiency, maximum damage per second, with very little attention paid to defense because at his rank, on a standard battlefield, nothing can touch him. She paused. He will underestimate you. That's a vulnerability. Until he stops underestimating you. Ruolin met his eyes. The moment he updates his assessment, the fight becomes harder. He adapts quickly. That's what makes him dangerous. You'll have one window of advantage, and after that it becomes a test of power. Then I need to end it in that window. Then use the terrain, Ruolin said. Howren trains in fixed environments. Palace arenas, military grounds, surfaces he understands. The Earthbond's territorial awareness is something he has no countermeasure for. You'll know things about the space you're fighting in that he can't. That's not a small advantage. Or survive past it. She looked at him with the evaluating quality he was starting to understand was her default setting. Not coldness, but the precision of someone who had learned to trust analysis more than intuition because intuition had been wrong in expensive ways. You have 4 bonds. That's not nothing. But Howren will have prepared countermeasures. He's been preparing for this confrontation since he learned about your existence. How long has he known about me? Since Clearwater City. Possibly before. A slight pause. I knew about you before then. I'd been monitoring the Red Thread System's activity reports. The Pavilion publishes monitoring data to affiliated sects, and I have access through the kingdom's intelligence apparatus. She seemed to decide something. I was coming to find you. Before the ambush, before the bond, I was already coming. The mountain road stretched ahead, gray-green in the evening light. Why, he asked. Because I needed someone with your kind of power, and I was willing to negotiate. She was quiet for a moment. The bond changed the arithmetic, but it didn't change the intention. I'm here because I want to be. That matters. He held that for a moment, feeling the Earth Bond's deep warmth, and found it genuine. Through the Earth Bond, during the second evening's meditation, Tianqian explored the quadrant formation's new depth for elements in rotation, each one feeding the next. Ice cooled the excess of fire. Fire dried what ice condensed. Wind moved what fire heated. Earth grounded what wind scattered. The cycle was elegant. Perfect, in the way that systems built from opposing principles can achieve a coherence that no single principle could sustain alone. He thought about the Void Lotus Sect's doctrine. About Sue Siren, who had been harmed, who had built something from her harm and never moved past it. About Commander Mei, who had followed doctrine into an ambush that had cost her sect public credibility. The harm was real. The doctrine built from it had become something that created more harm. The question of how you carry an injury without letting it define everything you do afterward. That was a human question, not a cultivation question. The fifth thread pulled faintly from somewhere to the west. Not yet, he reminded it. But the pull was stronger than it had been yesterday. And from the thread memory, a fragment, the previous holder's fifth bond, lightning element, had come to him wounded, proud, and furious. That pattern rang familiar. Patterns did now? He was starting to recognize their shape. Chapter 59, Thread Memory showed him a night. The previous holder, older now, mid-30s, perhaps, with the weather-worn quality of someone who had spent years in motion, sitting in a tent near a military encampment. His bonds were active, threads bright in the dream perception of thread memory. 4. Not yet 5. A figure entered the tent. Messenger's clothes, anonymous, carrying a sealed document. The holder opened it, read it, and his expression changed with the specific quality of a man being told something that confirmed a fear he'd been managing. They call themselves the Loom Breakers, the previous holder said aloud, to no one, or to the void that would carry the memory forward. They've been hunting bondholders since the Second Era. Dedicated order. The Severer is their current instrument. Tianxun watched the holder set the document down and look at the tent's ceiling with eyes that were calculating hard. He knows the shape of what's coming. The voice that was the system murmured, half in the memory and half in Tianxun's own awareness. He knows, and he is beginning to calculate survival rather than fulfillment. This is where it starts. The shift was subtle. The previous holder had spent years trusting the bonds, trusting the system, walking the path. Now he was looking at a threat and thinking, how do I protect myself? And the answer, in the echo of the unraveler's whispered influence, began shading toward reduce exposure. Close the bonds that are most vulnerable. Make the network smaller and more manageable, which was, functionally, the first step towards severing them. Tianxun woke from the vision in the early morning, on the third day of travel, with the sound of the mountain wind and the 4 bonds steady in his chest. I see you, he said to the previous holder's memory, to the warning encoded in it. I know what you're showing me. He thought about what calculus of self-preservation looked like from the inside, how it felt like wisdom, how it rationalized protection as love and fear as foresight, how the unraveler's whisper wasn't necessarily lies. It was the truth made smaller, the kind of truth that's technically accurate and fundamentally misleading. He had 4 bonds. For people who had chosen, however the threads formed, they had chosen to remain, to forge the connection consciously. Meishio, who ran back. Qinghe, who had been prepared for this by a dead father's love. Lingyu, who chose reassignment over extraction. Ruolin, who had assessed the bond as a strategic asset because that was how she processed everything, but who the earth thread connected to something warmer and more fragile than strategy. When the unraveler whispered doubt to him, it would use real things. Accurate observations. He needed to know his own mind well enough to know the difference between wisdom and retreat. He put it away, filed it. The mountain was cold and blue and very beautiful. Ahead, through the eastern peaks, Jade Phoenix City waited. Chapter 60. They reached the outer district of the Jiang Kingdom's border territory on the 4th day, and the Severer found them at dusk. Not to attack, to leave a message. Lingyu spotted it first, or rather, her wind bond's atmospheric sensitivity picked up the wrongness in the air before she consciously identified it. She was on aerial reconnaissance, 30 meters above the forest road, and she felt it, a cold that was not cold, a stillness that was not stillness. The quality of a presence that didn't breathe. She descended rapidly, signaled the group to halt. The message was on a cedar tree at the forest road's edge, carved with something that was not a blade. The wood's fibers had not been cut but negated, the cellular structure dissolved in lines too clean to be mechanical. Black thread, woven into the carved grooves, holding the text in place. Tianxun read it aloud. For threads. 5 remain. The unraveler stirs in the deep. Run faster, little weaver. The group was quiet. He had been in the pavilion when the Severer last manifested, on the outer perimeter, leaving marks but not engaging. Now they were beyond the pavilion's monitoring arrays, in open territory. It's been following us, Qinghe said. Not alarmed. Analyzing. From Clearwater City, Lingyu confirmed. Possibly from the beginning. The pavilion's outer array detected intermittent anomalies for the past 3 weeks. I noted them, but didn't have context for the pattern. Now you do, Ruolin said. Now we do. Lingyu looked at Tianxun. The Severer's capability has grown. Each bonded cultivator it severed provides thread energy for whatever the entity is. She paused. We don't know the rate of growth. Tianxun studied the message. The thread woven into the wood was black and cold. Not the natural cold of ice, but the absence cold of something that had been removed from the world's warmth cycle. He could feel, faintly, the echo of what had been used to create it. Karmic energy that had been twisted, inverted. Severed threads. Someone had been bonded to something, once. Someone had lost that connection, and the Severer had taken the energy of the loss and woven it into this. A scout team from the pavilion's Eastern Monitoring Network had come this way 2 days ago. The pavilion had lost contact with them yesterday. He understood, looking at the message, that it was not just a threat. It was a demonstration of capability. And it was a conversation. The Severer was telling him something that it wanted him to know. That was not the behavior of a predator. It was the behavior of something more complicated. He filed that too. They moved on toward the city, and behind them, the message remained on the tree in the gathering dark, the black threads unmoving in the evening wind. Wei Liang had said nothing during the discovery of the message. He was quiet for another quarterly after they moved on, and then he said, "The Severer carved that message rather than attacking." "Why?" "Because it's communicating," Ling Yu said. "Entities that communicate have something they want the communication to accomplish," Qinghe added. "It wants us to know the Unraveler exists and is connected to what it does. It wants us to feel the pressure of the prophecy's timeline. It wants us afraid," Meishio said. "It wants us making decisions from fear," Tianxian corrected. "That's different. A frightened person can still think clearly. A person making decisions to manage their fear stops thinking about what's right and starts thinking about what's safe." He looked back once at the tree, barely visible in the failing light. "It's doing the Unraveler's work through information as well as through severing." Wei absorbed this. That's a sophisticated strategy. Whatever the Severer was before, it's been doing this for a very long time. Tianxian faced forward. "Don't let it make us smaller. That's the only answer to it." The road continued. The Jiang Kingdom's border markers appeared ahead, stone posts with bronze cranes, different from the pavilion's silver ones. A kingdom rather than a sect. Different scale, different stakes, different politics. Through the earth bond, Tianxian felt the landscape change under his feet. The soil richer here, cultivated for generations, the roots of farmland rather than old forest. Human presence in the earth, generations deep. And beneath the border territory's earth, beneath the road and the roots and the bedrock, something old stirred in its seal, feeling the fourth bond's formation with the patient awareness of a dreamer recognizing a signal in a dream. The Unraveler's seal had been weakening for a long time. It was weakening faster now. Chapter 61. The message from Crown Prince Jiang Haoran arrived before they crossed the third border checkpoint. It came via a royal courier on a fast horse, a young man in the kingdom's bronze and jade livery who had clearly been riding hard for 2 days, his horse lathered, and his expression carrying the particular quality of someone delivering news he had not been told was welcome. He located their group by the expedient of looking for a cultivator with visible fate threads. While the courier waited for Rulan's reply, Tianxian walked a short distance off the road and ran a brief thread resonance check. All 4 bonds, a pulse through each, feeling the quality of each connection. The bonds were affected by distance, he'd learned, in a way that was less like signal degradation and more like the difference between a room's sounds heard clearly versus heard through a wall. Present, legible, but attenuated. Meishio's fire was vivid. Qinghe's ice was steady. Ling Yu's wind had a restless quality that was probably anticipation, the particular alertness she brought to new situations. Rulan's earth, warm, present, already calculating. He thought about what the approach to the capital meant for each of them specifically. Meishio would find a way to feel out of place in the palace context, and would handle that by being more herself, not less. Qinghe would find the court's political frameworks analytically interesting and personally irrelevant. Ling Yu would be completely in her element and would probably not tell anyone. Ruolin was walking into her own complicated home situation with evidence of her brother's treachery in her pack and a 5-person group that had not previously navigated royal court politics at this scale. He had a role to play in each of those situations, and the role was the same in all of them. Be steady, be present, trust them to know what they were doing, and intervene only when intervention was genuinely needed. That was harder than fighting the Crown Prince. Not because the Crown Prince was easy, but because this required a different kind of discipline. The discipline of not acting, of holding the space open while other people did what they were capable of doing. The letter was formal, precise, couched in the language of royal concern and fraternal duty, but the content was a command dressed as an invitation. Ruolin was to return to the palace under royal escort immediately, for her protection, given the reports of dangerous criminal elements accompanying her person. Criminal elements, Meishio said. That would be Tianxian, Ruolin said, reading over his shoulder. And the rest of you by association. She folded the letter with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been reading and categorizing her brother's communications for years. He's been watching the border checkpoints. The moment we crossed, he knew. What happens if we ignore it? Wei asked. He sends a military escort. Larger, less politely worded. She handed the letter to Tianxian. He's moving faster than I expected. He knows about the bond. The agents he sent saw it form. He's calculating that the bond gives him leverage over me and that I'll be easier to manage if he controls the setting. He's not wrong about the leverage calculation, Tianqian said. He's wrong about what I'd do about it. Ruolan's expression shifted slightly, not to warmth, but to something that registered the distinction. What do you want to do? Go to the capital. Meet him on his ground, in his house, in front of witnesses. He refolded the letter and gave it back. He expects us to avoid it or come defensively. Let's come like we were already planning to come, because we were. The king, Ruolan said. My father. If we can reach him directly before Howard positions us as a threat, the meeting becomes very different. Father is ill, but he's still king, and Howard cannot move openly against his command. Then that's the objective. Reach the king first. The courier was waiting with the professional patience of someone who had not been authorized to leave without a response. Ruolan took out her personal seal and wrote a reply that was 3 lines long. She handed it to the courier without showing it to anyone else. The courier left at speed. What did you say? Lingyu asked. That I was on my way home and looked forward to a family reunion. Ruolan began walking. It's true. And now he doesn't know how much I know about his alliance with the Void Lotus. He'll be off balance. They walked into the kingdom, and the stakes of the world shifted upward. Chapter 62 Jade Phoenix City emerged on the 3rd day of travel as something that commanded the landscape rather than occupying it. The capital sat on the junction of 3 rivers, where the water had carved a natural defensive platform that the Jiang dynasty had spent 7 generations refining into walls, towers, and approaches that announced to any observer. This place has power and knows how to keep it. The outer districts sprawled for li in every direction. Markets, cultivation academies, residential rings arranged by wealth from the outermost ring inward. At the center, the palace complex rose like a second mountain. Through the earth bond, Tianqian felt the city the way he felt the forest, as a living thing. Millions of contact points with the ground. The weight of buildings and the movement of people translating through the stone and soil into a low constant information stream. He was beginning to be able to parse it. The concentrated pressure of heavy cultivation activity in the Academy district, the different texture of market crowds versus residential thoroughfares, the particular signature of the palace's foundation arrays, running deep into the bedrock. The city was also frightening in a way the pavilion had not been. He'd been in cities before, had grown up in one, before the road. But cities in his youth had been places you navigated by reading people. Jade Phoenix City was a place you navigated by reading power, and power at this scale was something he was still learning to parse. The weight of 20 cultivators in the upper ranks was everywhere. The city's security formations were woven through the architecture at every level. And somewhere in the palace at the center, a crown prince had already been 2 weeks in preparation. Lingyu moved up beside him as they joined the outer gate queue. The pavilion has 2 people here, she said quietly. Independent observers from our intelligence network. They've been tracking the court's political configurations for the past month. She didn't look at him while she spoke, her eyes scanning the gatehouse's approaches with habitual thoroughness. Howard has been making contingency arrangements. 3 different legal frameworks for challenging the bond, depending on which approach finds receptive support. Which is he going to use? Compact law. The loyalty trial structure. It's the one with the strongest legal precedent and the most public legitimacy. She paused. He's confident in the outcome. He expects the power differential to be dispositive. The power differential is real. Yes. She let that sit for a moment. Which is why what we show the court needs to be more than power. He thought about what Ruolan had said. Character. What the court needed to see. You're reading the city, Ruolan said. She was watching him. Trying to. The earth bond doesn't give me identities, but it gives me pressure and movement patterns. He looked at the palace. Your father is in the northeast wing. High floor. The weight distribution is wrong for ground-level rooms at that point. He paused. There are 3 cultivation signatures near him that are significantly stronger than anything else in that section. Guards or attendants? Ruolan was quiet for a moment. His personal cultivation guardians. He's been ill. They've been stationed with him for 8 months. Her voice shifted slightly. He must be getting worse. I'm sorry. She processed that with her characteristic internal efficiency. It means the succession becomes live within months rather than years. Howard has been building toward that moment. She looked forward again. We need to move quickly. The city gates processed travelers in long queues. Tianqian's group was stopped at the inner gate by soldiers who had clearly been watching for them. Not hostile, but deliberate, their movements coordinating in the way of people who had been given specific instructions. The officer in charge was professional and polite. The crown prince has arranged a formal reception. You're escorted directly to the palace guest quarter. I'd like to visit my father first, Ruolan said. The Crown Prince's instructions. I'm a princess of the Jiang Kingdom entering my home city. My father's health supersedes my brother's instructions. She spoke it like a formula, precise and correctly weighted. Please inform the Crown Prince that I'll attend his reception after visiting the king. A beat of silence. The officer clearly had specific instructions and was now calculating the cost of following them versus the cost of physically blocking a princess and her four-bond companion in public view. He stepped aside. Chapter 63. The road between the outer gate and the palace district gave Tianqian 45 minutes to absorb the feel of the kingdom's soil underfoot and train with it. He extended the earth bond's range deliberately, not passive awareness but active practice, pushing the territorial sense as far as his current cultivation allowed and mapping what he found. Jade Phoenix City was dense with cultivated formations that interfered with clean earth sensing, but the major structures were legible. The old temple district's deep foundations, the riverbank flood control formations that had been in the ground for generations, the subtle weight differentials that marked underground cultivation chambers. The palace's foundation, when he reached it, was extraordinary. Centuries of construction, renovation, and spiritual reinforcement had made it into something that functioned almost like a living body. The foundation arrays were interconnected and reactive, responding to the weight of everything built above them with constant, active adjustment. Ruolin walked beside him and described the palace layout from memory, not reading from anything, just speaking, systematically, the way she'd presumably done with intelligence assets before. Her knowledge was comprehensive and categorized. Which courtyards were public, which were functionally private, which were officially private but practically accessible with the right credentials, which were genuinely sealed. My brother controls the outer two rings of the palace, she said. His appointments fill every significant administrative post. The inner ring, the king's direct household, is still father's. She paused. For now, what happens when the king can no longer hold it? Howard takes formal control. As crown prince, he has succession claim and the military. The court factions that support me don't have enough military weight to contest it directly. She looked at Tianqian, which is why the bond changes things. A cultivator with 4 fate bonds who has just defeated the Void Lotus sect's public case and demonstrated silk conduit power is a military equivalent asset that Howard cannot explain away. You're using me as a deterrent. I'm using you as a fact, she said. What Howard does with the fact is his calculation to make. She met his eyes. I'm not asking you to fight my brother's civil war. What are you asking? Exist. Visibly. With me. Make Howard calculate costs before he acts. He thought about this. The earth bond pulsed steadily. That patient warmth, the foundation of things. Through it, the real Ruolin was present. The pragmatist who was also the younger sister who had watched her father's health decline for 8 months and her brother's ambitions consolidate. Who had been building evidence and planning contingencies alone. Who had arrived at the forest clearing with her mission and her solitude and her determination to handle it herself. All right, he said. She nodded. It was a minimal response and contained considerable weight. Chapter 64. King Jiang Wentian was smaller than Tianqian had imagined. Not physically diminished. He had been a large man, and the frame was still there, the shoulders of someone who had cultivated seriously in his youth. But illness had spent the reserves, and what remained was an old king in a large chair in a room full of careful, expensive light, watching the door with eyes that still held the intelligence of a ruler who had not lost his wits to the body's decline. He looked at Tianqian before he looked at Ruolin. Looked at the threads, 3 women, 3 elements, with the measuring expression of someone who had been briefed and was now calibrating the briefing against the reality. My daughter, he said, and reached out. Ruolin crossed the room and took his hand with a precision that looked like composure and was grief well managed, the grief of someone who had been managing it for months and had become very practiced. Father, she said, you look well. He studied her face. Less tired than I expected. His eyes moved back to Tianqian. The bondholder. Silk conduit, for threads. A year ago you were what? A commoner with body-strengthening techniques and no formal sect affiliation, Tianqian said. The king nodded slowly. The system chose you despite your lack of cultivation background. Or because of it. I haven't entirely worked out which. Something moved in the king's expression that was not quite amusement and not quite approval, but lived in that neighborhood. Honest. Good. He looked at his daughter. Your brother is preparing a reception. He wants the public optics of welcoming you home before he moves on the political situation. I know, Ruolin said. He has approximately 2 days before the court factions adjust their positions based on what they observe. Use the 2 days. The king released her hand. I cannot openly back you over him. My health makes that too visible a political move, and it would accelerate what he's planning. He paused. but I can arrange for the royal archivist to make certain records accessible. The records of the Void Lotus contact are in the kingdom's intelligence archives, properly filed by my personal staff. If those records became generally available to the court, they'd corroborate Ruolin's evidence, Ling Yu said from the doorway. She had positioned herself there as a matter of habit, watching the corridor. Independent confirmation from the Royal Intelligence Service changes the weight of the case significantly. The king looked at her. You're the pavilion operative. Former operational status, Ling Yu said. Current advisory. You understand the intelligence landscape. He looked back at Tianqin. This is a capable group. He said it as assessment, not compliment. My daughter has consistently chosen capable people. One of her better habits. He settled back in his chair with the careful movement of someone managing persistent pain. I cannot guarantee what Howard will do when he feels cornered. He's reckless under pressure, always has been. His cultivation is genuine, but his judgment is poor when his authority is questioned. Noted, Tianqin said. Good. Now go before my guards feel they need to report that my daughter's bondholder spent 40 minutes in my private suite. The king closed his eyes. And Ruolin. She was already at the door. She paused. I'm glad you came home. She didn't reply. Tianqin saw her hand on the door frame. The slight white of her knuckles, the grip a fraction tighter than necessary, the controlled exterior having one unguarded moment where the cost of maintaining it was visible. Then she opened the door and walked through it, composed. He followed. In the corridor, walking back toward the guest quarters, she was 3 steps ahead of him, and the earth bond carried what it always carried. That deep warmth, her actual interior beneath the political surface. And what moved through the thread now was something he hadn't felt from her before. Grief, simply present, without management, for a moment before she brought it back under discipline. He didn't comment. He walked alongside her at the right distance, and the silence was the kind that held rather than divided. Through the earth bond, Tianqin felt the weight of the palace around him. In its foundations, deep and old, something patient shifted in its centuries-long sleep. Chapter 65. The formal reception was a calculated theater, and every person in the room knew it. Ruolin spent 2 hours before the reception with him, Ling Yu, and Qinghe, running through names and alignments at a speed that assumed perfect retention. Tianqin retained maybe 60%, enough to know who mattered most and why. Ling Yu retained all of it, and had her own intelligence network supplementary notes cross-referenced. Qinghe listened once, organized the information into a mental framework, and never asked for anything to be repeated. The Great Hall of the Jiang Palace held 200 court officials, cultivation elders, military officers, and the heads of the 7 major merchant guilds. They wore formal court dress, and the expressions of people who had been briefed that something politically significant was occurring and had arrived to observe it rather than be caught on the wrong side by staying away. Crown Prince Howard stood at the hall's far end on the raised dais. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with the physical authority of someone who had cultivated specifically to look like someone who cultivated. Crimson Spinner rank, 5 years of military experience, politically intelligent in the way that people who have never encountered a real obstacle sometimes are, comprehensively tactical about visible threats, and strategically blind to the kind of threats that don't look like threats. He smiled when Ruolin entered. He was good at the smile. My sister, he said, warm and public. You've had an eventful journey. His eyes moved to Tianqin with the practiced smoothness of a man looking at a problem he has already assessed a solution for. And this is the bondholder. Lin Tianqin, Tianqin said. I know who you are. Howard descended the 3 steps from the dais with the easy authority of someone who had never questioned his right to occupy any space. He stopped at the distance that was just inside the range you'd leave for a peer and just outside the range you'd leave for someone you considered a superior. You've made quite an impression on the regional sections. The Void Lotus debate. He said it with the specific tone of a man acknowledging something he found inconvenient. Impressive work. They attacked first, Tianqin said. Howard turned back to the court, gesturing for the reception to proceed. Music, food, the formal architecture of a welcome that was actually a display of force. Ruolin, the court has been concerned for your safety. Let me introduce you to some people who've been asking after you. The reception unfolded over 3 hours. Tianqin circulated, watched, and used the Earthbond's ground contact sensing to build a spatial and social map of the room. 27 people whose cultivation signatures were in the Strand Weaver range or above. The military officers clustered around Howard in shifting formations. The merchant guild heads were independent, watching, calculating, not yet committed. The cultivation elders represented the kingdom's older sect affiliations. 3 of them had spoken privately with Ruolin in the first hour. Ling Yu found him at the Eastern refreshment table at the 2-hour mark and murmured, "6 of the court officials have had private conversations with Howren's direct staff in the last 30 minutes. He's counting votes. What's his target? The loyalty trial. He's been building the legal framework for 2 weeks. The argument that a non-affiliated bondholder representing a danger to a royal bonded woman requires formal verification of legitimacy." She looked across the room at Howren, who was laughing at something a military officer had said. "He'll announce it tonight or tomorrow. He's prepared. He's been preparing since he learned the bond formed." She paused. "So have we. Through the earth bond, through the floor under his feet and the walls and the foundation, Tianqian felt the palace as a body, all its weight and architecture and the deep hum of its formation arrays. If a fight happened here, he would know this ground." Howren glanced at him across the hall. Their eyes met. The crown prince smiled with the specific warmth of someone whose calculation was complete and who felt confident in the outcome. Tianqian held the gaze and did not smile back. Chapter 66. The private meeting happened at midnight. He'd been expecting it. Howren had the instincts of a political operator. You meet privately before you move publicly, to give the other party the opportunity to make the right decision, so that their refusal is documented and your subsequent action is defensible. It was a sophisticated version of the offer before threat structure that Tianqian had seen in every institutional conflict he'd been adjacent to. He told Meishio where he was going and what to do if he wasn't back in 2 hours. She'd given him a look that communicated she didn't like the plan and was accepting it. Howren sent a servant. Tianqian went alone. The other 4 waited in the guest quarters with instructions and the knowledge that if Tianqian's earthbond signal dropped in quality, they would move. The palace corridors at midnight were lit by spirit lamps that turned the stone walls amber, and the guards posted at intervals watched him pass with the professional neutrality of people whose job description did not include interfering with the crown prince's invited guests. Howren's private study was exactly what a study should be for a prince who wanted you to understand his power. Expensive furnishings, strategic lighting, the right art on the walls, and a desk positioned so that the person sitting behind it always had elevated view of anyone standing before it. He had a cup of tea and was not drinking it. "Sit," he said. Tianqian sat. Through the earth bond, he felt the floor's formation arrays, listening configurations, soundproofing on the outer walls. This room was built for private conversations. "You understand what you've walked into," Howren said. "The politics? Yes. You have succession ambitions. Ruolin has evidence of your Void Lotus contacts, and my bond with her is a factor in the public optics that you'd rather not have in play." Howren looked at him with the slight recalibration of a man who had expected less directness. "You're not formal. I'm from a village. I haven't learned the right evasions yet." He held the crown prince's gaze. "What are you offering?" "Sever the bond with Ruolin voluntarily. I'll provide resources, cultivation materials, sect affiliations, letters of introduction to the kingdom's military cultivation corps. You're talented, clearly. The kingdom can use talent." He paused. "Refuse, and you become a criminal by statutory definition. The loyalty trial is legal under the kingdom's 300-year-old compact law. You cannot beat the law. I can make following it costly enough that the cost matters. Not at your current cultivation level." Howren's voice was measured, not cruel. He genuinely believed what he was saying. "You're Silk Conduit. I'm Crimson Spinner. In a direct fight, you lose." "Probably," Tianqian agreed. "But I don't fight directly." Howren studied him. "You fight with the bonds. The women." He said it with the careful tone of someone who had prepared for this argument. "Ask yourself what using them as weapons says about the bond's nature. They're not weapons. They're people who make their own choices." Tianqian stood. "I'll be at the loyalty trial if you call it. I'll fight your champions. But I won't sever the bond." He looked at Howren directly. "And I'd advise you to consider what it means that the Void Lotus sect, which is actively capturing and torturing bonded women, is on your payroll." Something moved in Howren's expression. Not surprise. He'd known this might come up. "Something harder." "Leave," he said. Tianqian left. The bond hummed steady and certain in his chest as he walked through the amber-lit corridors, and somewhere below in the palace's deep foundation, the ground held everything up without complaint. Chapter 67. The loyalty trial announcement came the next morning, delivered by Royal Herald to the palace's public courtyard. The herald was good at his job. The legal framework was presented as concern for the princess's welfare, the bonds as a matter of public safety requiring formal verification, and the trial itself as an honorable tradition that any man confident in his character should welcome. The court officials who had gathered to hear the announcement were arranged by Howren's staff in ways that ensured the right faces were visible from the right angles. Tianqian listened from the guest quarters' upper window with Ruolin beside him. 3 rounds, she said. That's the traditional format. Each round will be designed to test something he thinks you can't pass. Tell me what he'll choose. She thought for a moment. The first round will be a combat display, a demonstration of cultivational competence against one of his elite fighters. Something public, something that establishes your rank clearly. He wants the court to watch you fight and assess your level. He knows my level. The court doesn't. He wants them to see silk conduit fighting, to understand in embodied terms that you are 4 ranks below him. She paused. The second round will be something that specifically tests the bond. An array-based challenge, or a test of whether you can function independently of the threads. He's done research. He knows the bonds are your primary power source. And the third? She said. He'll fight you himself. Publicly. With the stated purpose of evaluating your worthiness. Her voice was measured. He doesn't expect to lose. He expects the fight to end in a spectacle that establishes his superiority and, in the court's view, undermines the legitimacy of the bond by demonstrating the power differential. Tianqin was quiet for a moment, watching the courtyard below where the herald had finished and the officials were dispersing in their practice social formations. He needs to believe he can manage the outcome, he said. As long as he believes that, he'll follow the trial format rather than escalating to something worse. Yes. So we follow the format and be more capable within it than he's planned for. That's the plan. She looked at him. The Earth Bond's territorial awareness in the trial arena. He won't have a counter for that. He's never fought a bondholder before. He has theory and no direct experience. Good. Tianqin turned from the window. What does the court need to see to be moved? Not just that you can fight, that you have character. She said it with the precision of someone who had spent years reading political situations. They've seen cultivators fight. What they haven't seen is a commoner stand in a royal arena and refuse to be diminished by the conditions. That's what you need to give them. Chapter 68. The first round was simple and not easy. The trial arena was a stone circle in the palace's outer courtyard. Open to the sky, 200 meters of observation gallery filled with exactly the people who needed to be watching. Howard sat in the principal observation position. The king, who had insisted on attending despite protests from his physicians, sat to the left of center on a cushioned throne that had been carried out specifically for this. In the gallery, visible from the arena floor if you knew where to look, Macio at the northeastern rail, standing rather than sitting, the stance of someone prepared to move at any moment despite having no way to intervene. Qinghe 3 seats further, seated, expression composed, hands in her lap with the precise stillness of someone applying technique to emotional management. Ling Yu at the corner, elevated position, aerial habit. Ruolin in the 4th row, the position that allowed observation without being observed. She had calculated where to sit, so the court's eye would track her face's reactions and find them controlled, giving nothing to Howard. Inmei was standing against the wall near the exit. She'd been to 3 loyalty trials in the Void Lotus context, a different kind of trial, but the structure of institutional judgment was familiar. She watched the arena with the assessment eyes that seemed to be her default state when she was absorbing information. Tianqin's first opponent was General Zhao's guard captain, a woman named Colonel Liu Yanhui, who had the carriage of someone who had been an elite soldier since her 20s and was now in her mid-40s and significantly better at it. Her cultivation was mid-stage strand weaver, below him in rank, but she had 15 years of real combat experience and cultivation rank was not the only variable. She didn't bow. Neither did he. Formal trials in the Jiang Kingdom did not require bows between non-peers. She came at him with the disciplined economy of trained military technique. No wasted motion, no telegraphing, no attempt to intimidate. She simply covered the distance and engaged with a shoulder-driven fire element strike to his midsection that would have hit a less prepared target. He redirected rather than blocked. A silk conduit cultivator blocking a body-strengthening strike directly was wasted chi, using her momentum against her angle and slipping outside her center line. The earth bond hummed. The stone underfoot was irregular in one section ahead, the slight depression that would pull at footwork if not compensated for. He used it, angling their exchange to position her over the uneven section while he maintained flat ground. She noticed the footwork adjustment. She was good enough to notice. She adapted, shortened her stance, distributed weight differently, but the adaptation took attention, and attention has costs. He finished with an ice thread palm strike to her shoulder that disabled the arm's chi circulation without causing structural damage. She stepped back, assessed, inclined her head. Yield, she said. The gallery was quiet for a moment, the quiet of people recalibrating. Howard's expression was controlled. He was watching the king, who was watching Tianqin. Round 1 complete, the herald announced. Bondholder advances. Through the earth bond, Tianqin felt 200 feet shifting in the gallery above him. the weight of a crowd adjusting its assessment. He looked up at the king, who was watching him with the careful, measuring expression of a ruler evaluating an asset. Not warmth, but not dismissal. Round 1 done. The fight was not about winning. It was about being seen. Chapter 69. The second round's examiner arrived at the arena with a carrying case of formation slates and an expression of professional apology. He was a slight man named Array Master Bao, different Bao from Instructor Bao at the pavilion, which Tianqian noted without particular significance, who handled the briefing with the manner of someone who found the task distasteful but professionally binding. He was, by his own assessment, the kingdom's foremost expert in spiritual connection arrays. The purpose of the second round, he explained, was to verify that Tianqian's combat effectiveness was independent of the fate bonds, that the bonds were an enhancement rather than his entire capability. The round requires that you complete a combat sequence with the bonds temporarily muffled, Array Master Bao said. Muffled, not severed, Ruolin said from the observation side. She was watching with the sharp attention of someone waiting for a violation. The compact law is specific. Severing requires consent and cannot be used as a trial mechanism. Correct. The array reduces the thread's influence on cultivation to approximately 20% of normal. You retain the thread's existence, but not their full utility. Tianqian looked at the formation slates. He thought about Instructor Bao's 4 hours a day for 3 weeks. You need to be dangerous without them, so they can make you extraordinary with them. Let's proceed, he said. The muffling array activated with the specific quality of a door closing quietly in a distant room. He didn't lose the bonds, but they went from a clear signal to a faint one, present but distant, like voices heard through water. The 3 elements were there, the 4 threads technically intact, but the resonance that gave him the quadrant formation's power was reduced to ambient warmth. His opponent for the second round was a silk conduit array master who fought using formation-woven attacks, chi constructs that were technically precise and intended to target specific vulnerabilities. Against a bondholder, the technique was designed to isolate the holder from his threads mid-fight. Without the bonds at full power, Tianqian fought with the body and the technique that 5 weeks of Instructor Bao's curriculum had produced. Footwork first. Telegraphing suppressed. The left shoulder held back. He lost ground in the first exchange, recovered in the second, and realized midway through the third that the array master's technique had a dependency. It required sustained concentration to maintain the formation constructs, and formation maintenance was not compatible with moving quickly. The man was powerful when stationary and vulnerable when required to close distance. Tianqian made him close distance, made him choose between maintaining the constructs or maintaining position. He chose wrongly twice, and the fight ended with Tianqian inside his guard, a barehanded meridian disruption strike that the pavilion's archive had described as non-lethal and was. The gallery was louder this time. He let the muffling array be deactivated, felt the bonds rush back to full clarity, that warm flood, the fire and ice and wind and earth suddenly bright and close and present, and felt through the threads for people exhaling. They'd been watching through the bond's attenuated connection and feeling every hit. He looked up at Meishio in the gallery. She gave him the absolute minimum expression possible, which in her vocabulary conveyed significant approval. Round 2 done. The gallery sound had a different texture now. 2 rounds in, the court officials were doing the math that courts did, reassessing the prior assessment, calculating what it would cost to have been wrong, and whether the cost was worth paying or whether the position could be maintained through creative recalculation. He was not going to be polished or deferential enough for the people who needed him to be polished and deferential. He was not going to stop being precisely what he was because it would make their arithmetic easier. What he could offer was this: genuine capability, honestly displayed, without inflation or diminishment. The rest was their calculation to make. He drank water from a cup an attendant brought and looked at the third round platform and thought about Howard. Everything he'd seen of the man in 3 days in the capital suggested a person whose entire sense of self was organized around the assumption of superiority, not cruelty. Tianqian didn't think Howard was cruel in the way of someone who enjoyed causing harm. His cruelty was the structural variety, the willingness to harm when it served the goal, without sentimentality, as a cost of business calculation. That was in some ways more dangerous than personal sadism. Sadism had patterns. Cost-benefit calculation adapted. He finished the water and rolled his left shoulder. The spot where the array master had landed the cleanest hit was bruising under the skin, manageable, and waited for the herald to announce round 3. The third round was going to be different. Chapter 70. The third round came with the weight of everything. Howard descended the steps from the observation tier and entered the arena with the deliberate quality of a man who had been waiting for this. He removed his outer robe, folded it, handed it to an attendant. He wore a training uniform in the kingdom's military colors. His cultivation was crimson spinner rank, and at full expression it filled the arena like heat from a forge, not aggressive, simply present, undeniable. The gallery had gone very quiet. "This round is straightforward," Howard said to Tianxin and to the crowd simultaneously. "We fight. If you can hold your ground, not defeat me, simply hold. The trial ends in your favor and the bond is acknowledged by the compact law." He met Tianxin's eyes with the expression of a man certain of his analysis. "You cannot hold silk conduit against crimson spinner. But the trial requires I offer the terms." "I accept," Tianxin said. They engaged. Howard's first strike covered the distance in a way that crimson spinner rank made possible and that lower ranks couldn't fully anticipate. Tianxin took it across his left forearm rather than his center. Not perfect defense, but he'd had a tenth of a second more than expected because the Earthbond's ground sense had picked up the micro-shift in weight distribution a fraction ahead of visible movement. He staggered, didn't fall, felt the Firebond's pain suppression reflex activate and suppress the suppression. He needed to feel the hits accurately to manage them. Howard pressed the advantage. Tianxin retreated, not panicked retreat, but terrain-reading retreat, using the Earthbond to navigate the arena's floor with information Howard didn't have. The slight depression, the section where the formation arrays were denser and spiritual chi moved differently. The precise center point where the arena's own resonance created a minor chi amplification effect. He led Howard toward the center. "You're retreating," Howard said, pressing, landing 2 more strikes that Tianxin redirected rather than absorbed. "This is holding ground." "I'm navigating," Tianxin said. He shifted when they hit the center point, stopped retreating, planted the Earthbond's territorial sense into the arena's foundation, and used the ground itself. Not an Earth technique. He had no Earth techniques, only the Bond's awareness. But what the Bond gave him was complete knowledge of what was beneath every footfall in a 30-meter radius. He knew where Howard would step before Howard's visible weight shift began. He didn't have the power to win, but he had the information to survive. For 30 seconds, he held. The gallery was silent with the specific silence of people witnessing something they hadn't anticipated. Then Howard, frustrated, accelerated beyond what the formal trial pace required. A full-power crimson spinner technique that was beyond defending against it Tianxin's rank. It would have ended the fight definitively. "Enough." The king's voice, from the observation tier. Clear, quiet, carrying the authority of 30 years of rule and not yet relinquished. Howard stopped. The technique dissipated, half-formed. "The trial is concluded," the king said. The bondholder demonstrated independent combat competence, functional resilience under muffling conditions, and the ability to hold ground against a superior rank for 30 seconds without evasion or flight. He looked at Howard. "The compact law's conditions are met. The bond stands." Howard's expression, in the one unguarded second before he controlled it again, was the expression of a man who had prepared meticulously for an outcome and found the board rearranged. Tianxin stood in the arena's center and felt, through the bonds, for people in the gallery who were trying very hard not to make their relief visible. Chapter 71. The verdict settled over the court like a stone settling through water, slow, final, with ripples. In the gallery, Tianxin felt the 5 bonds' relief all at once. A wave of released tension that came through the threads simultaneously, each element with its own character. Fire's relief was hot and bright and immediately followed by Meishio's controlled excitement. The quality of a person who has been watching from the sidelines while the thing they care about was in danger and can now release the control. Ice's relief was slower, deeper, Qinghe's mind already moving from the emotional moment to the next analytical step. Wind's relief was the lightness of something that had been coiled releasing, Lingyu exhaling. Earth's was the settled quality of weight properly distributed. Lightning's was, he was still learning Inmei's thread, a sharp discharge quality, like static releasing, the relief of someone who had not expected to care about the outcome and found they did. He stood in the arena for a moment longer than necessary. The court was processing. Let them process. The king's decree was precise. The bond with Rulin was legally acknowledged under compact law. Tianxin was granted temporary status as a recognized thread guardian operating within the kingdom's borders, and the 3 other bonds were noted for the record as pre-existing formations under the Cloudsong Pavilion's documented framework. Howard received it with the controlled grace of a man who had lost a battle and was already planning the campaign. He congratulated Tianxin publicly, briefly, and left the arena through the side passage rather than the main exit, which was the etiquette equivalent of a statement. What came next surprised Tianxin. King Wentian summoned them to his private audience chamber that evening. The 6 of them, including Wei Liang, whom the king acknowledged with a brief, assessing look and a nod that Wei received with a slight expression of being assessed accurately. The king was in a chair rather than a throne, his 3 cultivation guardians in the room's corners. The room's windows opened to the evening air. "I have a mission," the king said. He laid it out simply. Reports from the Western Territories. The Void Lotus Fortress network had been confirmed by the kingdom's own intelligence service, which had been tracking the captive women for 3 months. The purification arrays. The systematic severance operation. The evidence, now cross-referenced with Ruland's documents, that Howren had been receiving funds from the network in exchange for failing to deploy the kingdom's border forces to stop it. "My son has made himself complicit in the suffering of hundreds of women," the king said. "He does not know that I know the extent of it." He thought he was making pragmatic political arrangements with a sect that would later prove useful. He was wrong about what he was actually funding. The king's voice was level and contained something hard. "I cannot move against him publicly without triggering the succession conflict I've been trying to prevent. But I can task you. You want us to neutralize the fortress network," Lingyu said. "I want you to dismantle it, rescue the captives, destroy the purification arrays, and bring back verifiable evidence of the operation's full scope." The king looked at Tianqin. "In exchange, kingdom resources. The best cultivation materials my treasury can provide. Letters of passage throughout the kingdom's territory. And," he paused, "the formal records of Howren's involvement, sealed in the royal archive, to be opened at my death or at Ruland's discretion. Insurance. And a test. The matriarch is Thread's sovereign rank," Tianqin said. "I'm Silk Conduit. The gap is real. I know. You'll have time to prepare." The king looked at all of them. "How long do you need?" Tianqin thought about Qinghe's thread-strengthening pills, about the cultivation materials the king had offered, about the bonded women's elemental training at the pavilion, about how many of the Void Lotus's captives were running out of time while he ran calculations. 3 weeks, he said. Chapter 72. 3 weeks was not long enough to close a 2-rank gap. It was long enough to make the gap less decisive. Tianqin spent the first 2 days thinking about what less decisive meant in practice. Not closing the gap. That was arithmetic, and the arithmetic was what it was. Making the gap's significance contingent on factors he could control. The Earthbond's territorial awareness. The pentagonal dominion formation's domain control capability. The bonded women as a coordinated team rather than as individual fighters that he needed to protect. The old conceptual error, common in thread memory accounts, present in every bondholder's early period, was treating the bonds as power sources attached to him, as if he were the node and they were the capacitors. The actual structure was more reciprocal, a genuine formation where each bond strengthened the others, and he was the weave point, not the source. The power didn't come from him. It came through the network, of which he was one strand among 5. That meant his job was not to be stronger. His job was to make the network work better. He brought this to Ruland on the 3rd evening, when the capital's political noise had quieted enough for a real conversation. The pentagonal dominion in a controlled arena, he said. 50-meter radius, all 5 elements circulating. Anything inside the domain functions under conditions I set, not natural conditions. Wind resistance, thermal gradient, ground stability, electromagnetic field. You can control the arena's ground stability, Ruland said. Within the domain. Yes. She looked at him with the calculating expression he was learning to find reassuring. It meant she was working, not doubting. Howren has been fighting in controlled environments his entire career. He's never adapted to terrain that worked against him because terrain has never worked against him. Correct. Then don't fight him, she said. Make him fight the environment. She paused. He expects a duel. Give him a puzzle. The king's treasury provided exactly what he'd promised. Cultivation materials in sufficient quantity that Qinghe spent the first 2 days cataloging them rather than using them. Spirit crystals of 5 elements. Rare reagents that the thread-strengthening pill formula had listed as ideal but difficult. Combat-grade defensive talismans that a Ruland-connected court alchemist had prepared. Tianqin trained. 6 hours of physical combat work per day with a military instructor who was, in the kingdom's estimation, more qualified than Instructor Bao. 3 more hours on the thread resonance exercises. The remaining waking hours on coordination work with the bonded women, learning how to use the quadrant formation offensively rather than defensively, which was a different problem with different solutions. The quadrant shield was nearly impenetrable within the formation's range. The quadrant formation's offensive expression required channeling elemental combinations outward, which multiplied power exponentially, but also increased the energy cost. Silk Conduit's expanded meridian capacity could sustain 4-element attacks that would have been impossible at Strand Weaver rank, but sustained multi-element use over an extended engagement was still beyond current capability. He trained to extend that ceiling. Qinghe refined the thread-strengthening pills to a second generation with the kingdom's materials, more stable, longer duration, with a secondary effect she discovered: brief structural reinforcement of the bonds under severance attempts. Not immunity. 3 to 5 seconds of resistance. In a fight against the matriarch, 3 to 5 seconds could determine the outcome. Mei Xiu found the kingdom's military training grounds and spent her days there. She fought every willing partner until word spread that she was not a standard sparring partner, and then she fought the interested ones. She'd been refining fire element techniques with the specific goal of sustained elemental output rather than peak burst power. The Void Lotus Sect's purification arrays were weak against continuous elemental pressure. Ruolin coordinated the logistics and the intelligence. 3 fortress locations, the command fortress at the center, guard rotations, captive holding patterns, the purification array's known activation requirements. She built a model on a table in the war room using cultivation spirit markers and explained the geometry 3 times until everyone had it memorized. Lingyu ran the intelligence network from the capital and received 2 reports from the pavilion. The Void Lotus had gone quiet publicly, but increased activity at the fortresses. Matriarch Su Siren had returned to the command fortress after the convergence platform incident and had not left. Wei Liang, who had been training independently throughout this period, reached mid-stage Strand Weaver on the 19th day and said nothing about it until Tianqian noticed the chi signature change. "You've been advancing," Tianqian said. "Working on it." Wei was cleaning his cultivation tools with the methodical attention he brought to everything. "I'm not bonded. My advancement is slower. Your advancement is entirely your own." Wei looked up. "I know," he said. "That's not a complaint." Chapter 73. They departed on the 22nd day, which was the 3-week mark by the kingdom's 6-day week. Howard had spent the 3 weeks being visibly loyal and quietly furious, attending all the public functions the king arranged, smiling at Tianqian with the specific warmth of a man storing debts. He sent his own agents to follow them, 4 cultivators at body strengthening threshold, professional enough to maintain distance, not good enough to be invisible to Lingyu's wind bond atmospheric awareness, which had been tracking them since the outer gate. The agents were a message as much as a surveillance operation. Howard's message: "I am watching. I know where you are. The mission you're on serves my family's kingdom, and therefore technically serves me even if it doesn't serve my agenda specifically." The message underneath that message: "You haven't escaped my calculation by leaving." Tianqian found he didn't particularly mind being watched. If Howard's agents observed the mission succeed, they would carry that information back, and the information would be more persuasive than any argument. The departure ceremony was brief and formal. The king attended personally, which the court would note and analyze. He stood at the palace's western gate and spoke 3 sentences to Tianqian that were audible to the assembled officials and explicitly political. "You serve the Jiang kingdom and its people. The crown's resources are at your disposal. Return safely." The court had its framing. Howard's smile was beautiful. Qinghe distributed the thread-strengthening pills on the 3rd day of travel, in a camp at the Western Road's midpoint. 6 doses, 1 for each bonded woman, 1 for Tianqian himself, 1 for Wei as backup carrier. She explained the protocol, dosage window, timing relative to expected combat, the emergency use conditions. "The 3 to 5 second severance resistance," Inmei said, examining her dose. "You synthesized this from your meridian-encoded formulas?" "Yes." The matriarch spent 8 years trying to replicate thread-strengthening technology from the old records. Inmei looked at Qinghe. She never succeeded. The formula was lost. "It wasn't lost," Qinghe said. "My father preserved it." Inmei was quiet for a moment. Then, "Your father knew what was coming. He prepared me for it." Qinghe pocketed her own dose with her characteristic precision. The matriarch's interest in the technology was about control. She wanted severance to be reversible on her terms. "That's not what these are for." "What are they for?" "To make sure that when someone chooses a bond, it's harder for someone else to take that choice away." Inmei held her dose for another moment. Then she put it away. "He's hoping the mission fails," Ruolin said on the first evening of travel, setting out their bedrolls with the efficient minimalism she'd applied to every physical task since they'd started. "If we're killed at the fortress, his problem solves itself. If we succeed, he's lost a political asset and gained a formal liability. He can't directly sabotage the mission without the king knowing," Lingyu said. "No. So he watches." Ruolin looked at the western horizon. The sun was taking longer to set as the season turned, and the sky was the layered colors of something enormous at rest. "His agents are authorized to extract us if things go badly. That's the official justification. And unofficially, Information. He wants to know exactly what we find. She paused. Which means the evidence of his involvement needs to be duplicated and secured before we bring it back. Ling Yu and Ruolin exchanged the brief, communicative look of two people with the same professional habit reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. No words. The look itself was the communication. They'd identified the problem, reached the same solution, and would now proceed to implement it without further coordination required. 3 days earlier, they'd been the most friction-producing combination in the group. Now they were operating as a unit on the intelligence dimension that mattered most. The friction hadn't disappeared. It was still there, present as background tension whenever they were in the same space. But the friction was generative rather than obstructive, two different approaches to the same problem producing better outcomes than either alone. Tianxian watched this and thought about the formation metaphor. Ice and wind, in elemental terms, were not natural allies. Ice wanted stillness, wind wanted movement. But in the three-element resonance cycle, they cycled through each other in sequence, and each one made the next stronger. The friction was part of the cycle, not an interruption of it. Wei Liang had grown quieter as they moved west. Not withdrawn, present, attentive, watchful. He'd insisted on the position closest to the group's rear, which he maintained with the quiet dedication of someone who had decided their job was to be the early warning for what came from behind. Tianxian had watched him over the 3 weeks in the capital and thought, this person has fundamentally changed who they're being without making a production of it. You know you don't have to come to the fortress, Tianxian said on the second evening. Wei was quiet for a moment. I know. There's no bond connecting you to this. No system obligation. No, Wei agreed. There's a different kind of obligation. He looked at Tianxian. You came back for me, in that village. The first day, when you didn't know me. He didn't make it sentimental, stated it like a fact. I pay what I owe. You've paid it 10 times over. Then maybe it's not about paying anymore. He looked back at the trail behind them, checking habit. Maybe it's just about being here. Tianxian nodded and said nothing further. The Western Territories landscape changed as they moved further from the capital, the agricultural richness of the Jiang heartland giving way to wilder ground, less cultivated, the kind of terrain that had been contested too many times to be permanently settled. The Void Lotus Fortress network occupied this kind of ground deliberately. Difficult to approach, difficult to supply, difficult to maintain consistent governance over, which meant difficult to monitor. On the third day, they found the refugees. Chapter 74. The refugees were in a valley sheltered by a collapsed ridge on 3 sides. 23 women, ranging from their teens to an apparent late 40s, in conditions ranging from exhausted to barely ambulatory. They had been here for 4 days, having escaped the outermost processing fortress through a combination of luck, preparation, and the specific desperation of people with nothing further to lose. Their leader was a woman Tianxian's age with a broken left hand that had been improperly reset and the steady, watchful eyes of someone who had survived something and was not going to spend energy being grateful for the survival. She looked at the group with the comprehensive assessment of someone who had learned fast how to read people in situations where reading people wrong was fatal. Her eyes cataloged the threads, 5 bonds, 5 elements, and calculated something. And whatever she calculated, she set aside the calculation and focused on what was in front of her. Her name was Fong Lina. She spoke in flat statements that conveyed what she needed to convey and nothing extra. 23 of us. 7 need medical attention, 2 urgently. Purification procedures on 8 of us. All partial, none of them finished. They were starting the second phase when the distraction happened. What distraction? Ruolin asked. Lightning. Fong Lina's expression shifted slightly. Someone broke through the north wall. Tianxian and Ling Yu exchanged a look. Tell me about the north wall breach, Ling Yu said. The breach had happened 2 days ago. A woman, tall, furious, fighting through the fortress's outer formations using raw lightning that the array defenses hadn't been calibrated for because the Void Lotus didn't expect lightning aspect cultivation from their captives. She'd broken through 2 walls, disabled 3 formation arrays, and disappeared into the western forest rather than circling south toward the refugee valley. Did she know about your escape route? Tianxian asked. I don't think she knew about anything except getting out. Fong Lina looked westward. I don't know if she survived. The lightning signature, visible as disrupted formation residue on the fortress's northwestern face, even at distance, matched the system's pull that Tianxian had been feeling intermittently for the past 4 days. Not directed at the refugees. Not at the fortress. At one specific person in the forest west of the fortress. She's alive, he said. He felt it in the 5th thread's nascent pull, the direction and quality of it. And she's in bad shape. He looked at Meishio and Lingyu. Get the refugees situated, their medical needs, water, food. I need to go west. How far? The pull had a quality now, urgency wrapped in something that was nearly the system's active voice. Not yet the formal statement of bond formation, but its immediate precursor. Close, he said. Stay ready. Chapter 75. He found her 2 li west, in the bowl of a dried stream bed, propped against a boulder with her knees drawn up and her breathing the careful, controlled pattern of someone managing pain through technique. She was perhaps 22. Lean, with the coiled physical quality of someone who had cultivated specifically for speed and force output. Her robes were torn, scorched in multiple places where her own lightning had discharged uncontrolled during the escape, a sign of how close the fight had been, how little reserve she'd had to keep the power properly channeled. Her hair was loose, crackling with residual static. Her eyes, when they opened at his approach, were the dark amber of a thunderstorm's light. They were also hostile in a way that was immediate and specific. Not fear, not confusion, but the directed mistrust of someone who had spent time in a place that taught you not to trust men who came toward you. Stop, she said. He stopped. The fifth thread's pull was strong here, directional, insistent, the system preparing the conditions for what it did when someone needed saving. I'm not with them, he said. I know. You don't have the sect mark. She assessed him with quick, comprehensive eyes. Fate, threads. Bondholder. Her voice carried something that was not quite contempt and was worse than contempt. The specific disappointment of a person who had already decided something was going to be a problem. I saw the refugees you helped escape, he said. 23 people made it out because of the distraction you created. A pause. I wasn't trying to create a distraction. It worked anyway. He looked at her hands, the lightning discharge burns, the way she was holding her right arm. You took damage to your chi channels. I can help. I don't want help from a bondholder. But she didn't move, because movement was costing her things she didn't have to spend. He sat down at the distance she'd told him to stop at. The dried stream bed smelled of dust and cold mineral and faint ozone. He looked at the sky for a moment. Afternoon light, clear, the kind of clear that came before weather. You were Void Lotus, he said. It wasn't a question. A long silence. Former disciple, she said finally. Expelled. Her voice had the particular flatness of someone who had processed this and was not interested in sympathy about it. I questioned the matriarch's doctrine. They called it spiritual contamination. Sent me to a purification session of my own. You escaped. I escaped. They caught me. I escaped again. She looked at him directly. Why are you here and not helping the refugees? My companions are helping the refugees. I'm here because, he stopped, because explaining the red thread system to someone who had spent significant time in a facility run by people who considered it an abomination was going to require care. Because someone I trust told me to follow the pull when I feel it. And I felt it in your direction. Her eyes moved to his chest, where the threads were faintly visible to anyone with spiritual perception training. Then back to his face. If the system bonds me, she said, I want you to know I'll be furious about it. That's a reasonable response, he said. She laughed. The laugh had genuine surprise in it, like she'd forgotten she could do that. Then she pressed her eyes closed and her breathing changed quality, and the internal battle between her spiritual reserves and her body's damage crossed a critical threshold, and she went unconscious. He was already moving. Chapter 76, Thread Resonance at its most basic level was about connection, sending energy through a bond rather than through meridians. He'd been practicing it for weeks at the pavilion, and then again at the Jiang capital's training grounds. The practical applications he'd discovered so far were about combat utility, using the bond's elemental resonance to strengthen techniques, to share tactical awareness, to coordinate attacks without verbal signals. What the system showed him now was different, deeper. The chi healing application of thread resonance used the bond as a conduit not for his own cultivation energy, but for something the bond itself carried. The karmic energy that was the thread's fundamental nature, the material of fate's weave. It was not something that could be used casually. The thread memory had shown him the previous holder attempting this technique once. The man had survived it, but it had cost him 3 days of cultivation recovery. He understood, as he began the technique, that he was about to do something that would leave him significantly depleted going into the fortress assault. He understood it and made the choice anyway. Some costs were not costs. They were simply what things were worth. He reached through all 4 bonds simultaneously. Fire, ice, wind, earth, channeling through each one in sequence, drawing on the elemental connection to each bonded woman and using it to circulate healing energy through his own meridian system, then projecting it outward through physical contact. His hand was on her shoulder. The healing energy passed through and found damage, scorched chi channels, depleted spiritual reserves, the places where her lightning had discharged uncontrolled, and burned paths through tissue it wasn't supposed to touch. He worked for 11 minutes. The work cost him. He felt his cultivation reserves drop to 30%, felt the edges of the bond strain under the sustained draw. Meishio's fire thread blazed brighter in response, feeding back. She'd felt the drain and was contributing, instinctively, across the distance. The fifth thread ignited when the healing crossed the threshold from assistance to genuine preservation. Fifth thread forged. Element, lightning. He felt it the way you feel a strike of lightning. Not the pain but the light, sudden and total, and rearranging everything in the fraction of a second it lasted. The fifth element completed the pentagonal formation's geometric possibility. He could feel the other four threads responding, reconfiguring, finding the new resonance pattern. She woke. Her eyes opened. The amber still there, the hostility still present, but something else present too. The shocked, involuntary recognition of a connection that you hadn't wanted and that existed anyway. That happened, she said. Yes. I'm furious, she said. You said you would be. He withdrew his hand. The healing had stabilized her, but not finished. She'd need rest, food, and the pavilion's medical resources before the chi channel damage fully resolved. What's your name? Xiaoyin. She sat up carefully, assessing her own condition with the attentive precision of someone who had learned to do this from necessity. You just spent your cultivation reserves healing someone you'd never met. That's how the bond forms, he said. What do you want in exchange? He looked at her directly. Nothing. The bond isn't a transaction. I didn't heal you because I wanted the bond. I healed you because you needed it, and I could help. He stood, extended his hand. We can argue about the bond's implications later, at length, and I'll answer every question you have honestly. But right now there are 23 refugees who need to move before the fortress sends a patrol. She looked at his hand for 3 seconds. Then she took it and let him help her up. Through the new lightning thread, he felt her. Furious, depleted, frightened under the fury, and beneath the fright, beneath all of it, the raw, specific pain of a person who had believed something deeply, been betrayed by it deeply, and was now standing in a world where everything she'd understood about bonds had just become more complicated. I have a lot of questions, she said. I know, he said. Let's get the refugees to safety first. Chapter 77. Bonds changed the world. Not metaphorically. Physically. The pentagonal dominion came online when Tianxin ran the full formation for the first time. All 5 elements cycling simultaneously, and the effect on his cultivation was unlike anything that had preceded it. He was running the formation 3 days after finding Yinmei, in a secured camp 30 li east of the fortress network, when the 5-element cycle achieved full resonance. Ice, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. Each element feeding the cycle from its compass point. The lightning element closing the circuit that the other 4 had been approaching without knowing what they were approaching. He felt the breakthrough coming and knew it was coming. A quality of inevitability in the resonance cycle, like water building behind a seal that had done its job and was releasing properly. Silk conduit's ceiling arrived, and then was no longer the ceiling. Crimson spinner rank settled into him the way all the cultivational advances had settled. Not eruption, but recognition. The sense of capacity that had been possible finally being actual. The 5-element formation expanded. The 30-meter radius of the quadrant formation grew. 50 meters of pentagonal dominion, then 60, and he stopped the expansion consciously before it reached the camp's perimeter where the refugees were sleeping. Within the domain, all 5 elements circulated under his influence. The effect was comprehensive. Thermal control, wind manipulation, electromagnetic influence from the lightning element, gravitational micro-adjustment from the earth, and the ice element's ability to reduce molecular motion. He ended the meditation and became aware that the camp had gone silent. Meishio was standing nearby. You just hit Crimson Spinner. Yes. Howren's level. Yes. She was quiet for a moment with the fire thread bright between them. Good, she said. He looked around the camp. The breakthrough had been visible. A brief expansion of visible chi around his body. 5 colors cycling in sequence. The kind of event that woke people from sleep. The refugees had stirred. Fong Lina was sitting up, watching him with the contained expression of someone who had learned to assess quickly and was reassessing. Ruolin had not moved from where she'd been sitting. She was watching him with the earth bond's particular quality of presence, deep, patient, certain. She'd felt the breakthrough through the bond before it was visible. She looked at him across the camp with an expression that said, I know. And below the knowing, something she hadn't expressed yet, but that the earth thread carried clearly, relief. The relief of someone whose arithmetic had just changed in the direction she'd needed it to change. He nodded to her. She nodded back. Lingyu landed from a brief aerial circuit. She'd been on watch, felt the chi surge, and done a perimeter check. Clean. Nothing moved. She landed beside Meishio. Through the wind bond, a wry quality, she'd known it was coming too. Qinghe came out of her sleeping space with the alert composure of someone who had woken, assessed, and processed simultaneously. She looked at him, looked at the formation residue in the air, and said, "Good timing." "How so?" "Assault is in 4 days. Better now than in the middle of it." Inmei was awake and watching from the edge of the firelight. She had said little over the 3 days, spoken when spoken to, declined to join conversations she hadn't initiated, and spent several hours each day watching the group with the careful attention of someone performing social analysis they weren't ready to conclude. Her chi channels were healing. Qinghe had examined them and provided targeted cultivation support that Inmei had accepted with minimal grace and maximal attention to every step of the process. She came to Tianxin after the pentagonal dominion session. 5 elements, she said. I've read the historical records. No bondholder has achieved 5 elements in living memory. The records I've seen go back to the previous holder's era, Tianxin said. I don't know the full history. The Void Lotus sect had records. She said it flatly. Before I was expelled, they tracked every bondholder for 2 centuries, every manifestation, every formation, every death. She looked at him. 5 elements in their records, once. The last holder. He had 5 when the final battle happened. A pause. He lost. He lost because he didn't trust his bonds. That's the charitable interpretation. Her tone was careful, precise, measuring. The less charitable interpretation is that 5 elements wasn't enough. Which is why I'm working toward 9. She absorbed this. You intend to forge 9 bonds. The system intends 9 bonds. I'm participating. For the first time, her expression shifted out of assessment into something that was not quite amusement and was the first step toward it. Participating, she said. That's a diplomatic word. It's an accurate one, he said. I don't choose who needs saving. I choose how I respond when the system shows me someone who does. He met her amber eyes. How I responded to you. The healing, the bond's formation, that was a choice. I'd make it again. She looked at him for a long time. Through the lightning thread, beneath the fur of her skepticism, something shifted. Not trust, which would take months if it came at all, but the first loosening of the assumption that trust was impossible. He waited while she processed. He had learned, over the weeks with the other 4 bonded women, that the worst thing you could do with someone's processing was interrupt it. People needed time to reach their own conclusions, and conclusions you'd been allowed to reach yourself were sturdier than conclusions someone had handed you. The Void Lotus doctrine says bonds are constructed dependency, Inmei said finally. That bondholders train their bonded partners to need them, to feel incomplete without the thread's energy, until leaving becomes structurally impossible. And you're asking whether that's what this is. I'm noting that from the inside, dependency and genuine connection feel the same. She was looking at the sky now, at the lightning that was faintly visible on the northern horizon, a storm 2 or 3 li off, moving away. I spent 3 years convinced that the matriarch's doctrine was correct. That my doubt about it was the contamination she said it was. The doctrine had an answer for every objection, and the answer was always, your doubt means you've been compromised. She paused. I don't want another closed system. The bond is open, he said. You can leave. The thread doesn't disappear if you leave. It exists, you'd feel the absence, but I won't compel anything and I won't manipulate what you feel to make you stay. He looked at her directly. The whole point of the system is that the bond reflects genuine connection. If genuine connection doesn't exist, the bond doesn't work the way it's supposed to. It requires the real thing. She was quiet for another long moment. I'm still furious, she said. That seems fair. He stood, brushed dust from his training clothes. The fury is yours. So is the bond, on your terms. He paused. I'll try to be worth neither your fury nor your regret. She looked at him with the amber eyes and said nothing. But the lightning thread hummed steady in his chest. It was enough to start with. Chapter 78 Inmei's relationship with the group was a live wire with uncertain grounding. The first day, she ate at the perimeter of the camp. The second day, she ate at the edge of the group, not quite within it. The third day, she sat within the group without initiating conversation, and when Qinghe asked her a specific technical question about the Void Lotus Sect's formation arrays, she answered at length with the precision of someone who had been waiting for exactly this kind of interaction. Topic-focused, professionally appropriate, not personal. Qinghe had done this deliberately. Tianxin had watched the process and understood. Qinghe was building a bridge using the materials Inmei was most comfortable walking on. She fought with Meishio twice in the first 3 days, not physical fights, but the kind of argument that has the structure of a fight. 2 people who are both accustomed to being the most dangerous person in a situation discovering that they have fundamentally different assumptions about how situations should be handled. Meishio's instinct was to engage problems directly and deal with the consequences after. Imei's instinct was to map the problem's full dimensions before committing, and she considered Meishio's directness to be recklessness with a different name. Tianxian stayed out of both arguments completely. He had thought about it and decided that his intervention would make things worse in both the short and long term. Qinghe's assessment, offered privately and without drama. They're the same type of person with different aesthetics. It'll either resolve or it won't. The tension had a quality of friction rather than hostility. Two materials encountering each other, producing heat, neither one wrong. The heat itself potentially useful if channeled correctly. Ruolin, who watched the camp's social dynamics with the analytical attention she applied to court politics, said nothing for 3 days and then arranged for Meishio and Imei to be assigned the same watch rotation on the 4th night. What happened during that watch, Tianxian didn't ask. But the quality of friction between them shifted after that from competitive to something more like the specific irritation of people who have been forced to understand each other more than they intended to. He gave Imei space. That was the decision he'd made after thinking about the dynamic carefully. She had been in a sect that controlled everything, had fought her way out, had been recaptured, had fought her way out again, and was now bonded to someone without having chosen the bond. The worst thing he could do was be another source of unsolicited pressure. He answered questions when asked. When she trained alone, lightning crackling between her hands, the electric air quality that her cultivation produced, he left her to it. When she appeared at the group's planning sessions, he included her as he included everyone, with the assumption that her judgment was worth hearing. She'd been sitting outside these sessions for 2 days before she sat in one. The purification arrays, she said, looking at Ruolin's map. The one at the primary fortress is 3rd-generation design. I know the blueprint. Everyone at the table went still. I helped design the 4th-generation upgrade, she said, and her voice was flat and entirely controlled, and underneath the flatness was something that had been carrying that weight for a long time and was ready to put it down. Before I was expelled, I know the array's vulnerabilities. The planning session ran for 4 hours after that, and by the end Tianxian had a plan that was not perfect. No plan was, but was the closest to executable that he'd seen. The assault would come at dawn. Chapter 79 Reconnaissance of the fortress took 2 days, conducted in shifts. Tianxian did the ground reconnaissance personally. The Earthbond's territorial awareness extended approximately 200 meters at full concentration, enough to feel the fortress's outer formations through the bedrock, enough to map the weight distribution of the walls and towers and identify where the formation arrays concentrated their power. He circled the fortress at 300 meters, slow, meditative, letting the earth read the structure. What he found in the bedrock stopped him. Beneath the fortress, beneath its foundations, 70 meters down in the compressed stone that the kingdom's geology had folded into dense, non-porous layers, something was present. Not a formation array, not a cultivation installation. Something older. Something that the Earth's memory recorded the way rock records heat. A residue of presence, ancient and fundamental, the kind of signature that a sealed entity leaves in the stone around its prison. He held the awareness for a full minute, feeling the shape of it. Dormant. The seal was intact at this location. Whatever Lian Qingxian had said about the Unraveler's seal weakening, the weakening was geological, the way a wall weakens, slowly, from all points, not suddenly from one. The Void Lotus had built their command fortress directly over one of the seal's anchor points. Whether they knew this or not, whether they'd chosen the location deliberately, Tianxian didn't know. But the fact that the purification arrays in this fortress were feeding severed bond energy downward rather than dissipating it laterally. Imei had noted this in her schematic review, called it a design inefficiency, was not inefficiency. It was intent. The matriarch knew. She was feeding the Unraveler. He filed this, returned to camp, and told Lingyu and Ruolin quietly, separately from the group, before the general planning session. Lingyu said, "That changes the urgency timeline." Ruolin said, "It changes everything. It changes the mission parameters," Tianxian said. "We need to destroy the purification array and disrupt the energy feed to the seal anchor. Not just rescue the captives. Cut the matriarch's ability to continue this operation entirely." Ruolin looked at the map with new eyes. The spire array. If we destroy the core and the feed mechanism, the seal anchor loses its supplemental energy source. The Unraveler weakens rather than strengthens. He looked at her. "This is bigger than the captives. Much bigger." She met his gaze. "Then we don't fail." The aerial intelligence came from Lingyu, who used the wind bond's atmospheric sensitivity to fly at heights where she was invisible from the ground and mapped the fortress's layout from above. Her reports were precise and memorized. A hexagonal main structure, 3 exterior walls, 9 observation towers, a central spire housing the purification array. Population estimate, 1,100 void lotus cultivators. The majority were disciples rather than elders, rank ranging from strand weaver threshold to mid-stage body strengthening. The genuine combat threats were the 63 elders ranked at strand weaver and above, and the 12 silk conduit level purifier commanders who formed the fortress's mobile response force. Ling Yu spent an evening organizing the intelligence into a structure that made tactical sense. Threat density by section, patrol timing by route, the 3 locations where response would be slowest due to formation coverage gaps. Her analysis was precise and self-correcting. She flagged 3 uncertainties explicitly, gave confidence levels for each observation, and recommended contingency adjustments for the scenarios where her estimates were wrong. This is exceptionally good intelligence work, Ruland said, reviewing it. It's standard, Ling Yu said. It's not standard, Ruland said. Standard intelligence work doesn't flag its own uncertainty or give confidence levels. That's the kind of thing that separates usable intelligence from intelligence that gets people killed when one assumption is wrong. She looked at Ling Yu. Wherever the pavilion trained you, they trained you well. Ling Yu accepted this without expression. Through the wind bond, Tianxin felt her response. The specific quality of a person who has been competent for so long that being recognized for it creates more discomfort than not being recognized. She filed the compliment and returned to the map. The matriarch's spiritual signature was present and large. Thread sovereign rank, confirmed by the way her chi imprint saturated the spire level. She hadn't left since the convergence platform incident. Captive count, 412. Held in the eastern wing. The wing's formations were designed for containment, not strength. The captives were spiritually suppressed, but not in immediate physical danger, and the suppression would end if the formation's power source was disrupted. Inmei contributed the array schematics from memory, drawing them in the camp's dirt with a stick and describing each component with the precise clarity of someone who had spent 18 months on the design team. The purification array's core component was a resonance lens in the spire's apex. Destroy the lens, and the array was non-functional. The lens was protected by a spiritual formation that would require Thread's sovereign level force to breach directly. Thread's sovereign isn't the only option, Inmei said, drawing the lens configuration. The lens operates in a specific resonance frequency. Lightning aspect. If you flood the lens with lightning element energy at exactly the right frequency, it doesn't break, it overloads. The formation can't distinguish between powered down and destroyed at sufficient input. Qinghe was studying the diagram. What input level? More than I have right now. More than 1 bolt. Inmei looked at Tianxin. But you have 5 bonds. The lightning element through the full pentagonal dominion's amplification that might reach the threshold. Might. In a building full of 1,100 enemies with the matriarch waiting. It's a variable, Tianxin said. We plan around variables by not depending on any one of them. Ruland had been mapping the approach routes and the split team logistics. She looked up from the layout. 4 teams. Coordinated, not sequential. She walked through the positions. The refugees become reserve force. Fong Lina has combat training and is motivated. We use them to prevent the fortress from closing off escape routes. Fong Lina, who was present because Ruland had invited her, said, "We'll take whatever role is useful." This is what useful looks like, Ruland told her. The camp sat in the dark and the plan took shape around them, and above the fortress in the distance, the spire's formation light was visible even at 8 li's distance. A cold purplish light, the color of something that should exist but has been made wrong. Chapter 80. Night before the assault. Tianxin sat alone for the first time in a week. The camp was asleep. Meisha was on watch at the northern position, Inmei at the south. The sound of the night insects in the western territory's grass was a continuous low music, different from the mountain waterfall's percussion, rooted rather than mobile. He ran the thread memory. The previous holder, 5 bonds active, had stood before a battle he thought he could win. The vision was clear. Tianxin had been accumulating these fragments long enough to read them more precisely, to distinguish the holder's visible actions from the emotional undercurrents the memory preserved. The holder had been afraid, not of dying. The thread memory carried no death fear specifically. Afraid of failing the bonds. Of making choices under fire that would cost the women who had trusted him. Afraid of the specific responsibility of being someone who others had leaned on. That fear had been the unraveler's first foothold. Not doubt. Fear of failing. And from that fear, the calculation. What if the bonds are vulnerable precisely because of how much they matter? What if reducing the bonds reduces the risk to the bonds? The logic had seemed reasonable. It had been the beginning of the end. Tianxin felt the 5 bonds in his chest. Fire, ice, wind, earth, lightning, and felt, consciously, the fear that was present in him too. Because the fear was present. He was about to walk into a fortress with 1,100 enemies and a thread sovereign who had designed her life around destroying what he was. He could die. The bonds could be severed. The people who had chosen to stand with him could be hurt. The fear was real, and it was not a problem. The problem would be if the fear made him smaller. He let it be there. Let it be real. Fear of losing something meant the something was worth having. You didn't fear the loss of things that didn't matter. Through the bonds, 5 women, 5 elemental presences, each one distinct and genuine and alive with the particular quality of a person who had chosen to be here. Mei Xiu on watch, fire steady. Qinghe asleep, ice quiet. Ling Yu at the edge of sleep, wind restless. Ruolin in her bedroll, earth solid and deep. Inmei on watch at the south, lightning alert. Chosen. Every single one, in the way that mattered. Whatever the unraveler whispered, whatever doubt came, and it would come, he could come back to this. 5 people who had looked at the situation and said yes. You didn't betray that by fighting. You only betrayed it by retreating from it. He was not going to retreat. He sat with the night insects and the grass and the distant purple light and felt, from the thread memory, the previous holder's story as a warning about a road not to take. He took the knowledge like a compass bearing, oriented himself, and let the fear do what fear does when you stop fighting it. It settled, became weight without becoming burden, became the kind of gravity that keeps you attached to the things worth keeping. Dawn was 4 hours away. He ran through the plan one more time, not from doubt, but from the same discipline that made Ruolin run operations 3 times before committing. For teams, coordinated timing, within a 2-minute window of each other, not simultaneous, because simultaneous was a coordination problem that couldn't survive real combat's inherent variance. Mei Xiu and Inmei first. The western diversion needed to be loud and sustained before the infiltration teams moved. Qinghe and Ling Yu north, fastest approach to the formation control centers. Tianxun and Ruolin center, the spire, the array core, the matriarch. Wei and Fong Lina's refugee force, the escape corridors. The eastern escape route needed to be clear before the rescue operation reached the captives. Wei had spent 2 evenings planning this with Fong Lina, and Tianxun had been impressed by the specific tactical clarity that Fong Lina brought to it. She'd been in that fortress for 4 months. She knew the routes that weren't monitored at dawn. The plan had gaps. All plans had gaps. The matriarch was a gap, thread sovereign rank, home ground, 200 years of fighting experience. He would be going into her territory at a rank below hers, with injuries probably accumulated from the approach. He held that gap and did not look away from it. The thread memory had shown him the previous holder facing the same kind of gap, an enemy stronger than him, whose defeat required something other than superior force. The holder had found a technique, a temporary bridge of cultivational power that briefly exceeded his rank ceiling. It had worked, for that moment, but the cost had been significant. Tianxun thought about Qinghe's thread-strengthening pills, about the 5-element formation's power multiplication, about the matriarch's specific weakness. She had never faced a complete formation at pentagonal dominion level, in a fight where 5 women who had actively chosen their bonds were fighting alongside the holder. Every account of bondholder fights in the Void Lotus records, Inmei had said, assumed the bonded women were secondary, support figures, not co-combatants. That assumption was wrong. That wrongness was the gap in the plan he could build on. He thought about the 5 women sleeping or watching in this camp and felt, again, the specific gratitude of someone who had been given more than they'd expected and was beginning to understand the weight of it. Not the weight of obligation. The weight of something worth having, which is a different kind of gravity, the kind that pulls you toward rather than pins you down. The system pulsed once, a slow warmth through all 5 threads simultaneously. No words, just presence. He was ready. Chapter 81 Dawn came with orange light over the fortress walls and the sound of Mei Xiu's fire hitting stone. The western diversion was not subtle. It was not meant to be. Mei Xiu and Inmei had discussed their respective capabilities on the walk to their position the previous night. Not strategy, specifically, but compatibility. How fire and lightning moved together. What intervals allowed each element to amplify the other rather than interfere. They had the conversation with the particular efficiency of 2 people who had argued enough to know each other's thinking. Fire goes in first, Mei Xiu had said, the night before in the camp. Wide pattern, maximum visible impact. I want every head turning west before the second technique. Lightning follows the fire's conductive pathways, Inmei had said. Your fire burns the formation arrays. My lightning hits the exposed conductors while they're disrupted. Synergy. It's a technical term, not a compliment. I know. Mei Xiu had almost smiled. Good strategy, anyway. They had positioned themselves 300 meters apart on the western perimeter, far enough to cover a broad arc, close enough to coordinate through the bond's shared awareness. At the exact moment of dawn, when the sky was orange and the fortress's formation arrays were recalibrating for the day's spiritual light, Meishio hit the western wall with 3 stacked fire techniques that she'd been designing since the pavilion. The first impact blew a section of the western wall's outer formation entirely. Fire element techniques at silk conduit rank, applied against defensive formations that had been built to resist strand weaver and body-strengthening cultivators, produced results that the fortress's defensive protocols had not been calibrated for. The alarm formations triggered in cascading sequence, 3 tones, then a fourth that meant the highest response level. 1,100 Void Lotus cultivators moved toward the western perimeter. At the northern approach, Qinghe and Lingyu were already inside the outer wall. Lingyu had identified the monitoring array's coverage gap at the specific time of dawn, when the spiritual light was shifting, when the array's sensing elements were recalibrating for the day's Qi levels. The gap was 14 seconds wide, which was enough if you were moving at wind bond speed and had a precision alchemist who knew which formation keystones to freeze to prevent the gap from closing. They were inside and moving before the western alarm had finished its second tone. The northern formation control centers were Qinghe's objective. The fortress had 3 of them, nodes in the monitoring network that, if disabled, would create blind zones in the fortress's spiritual detection capability. With the detection arrays down, the captives' escape routes would be invisible to the fortress's automated response systems. Fong Lina had identified the center's locations. Inmei had provided the technical specifications for their formation components. Qinghe had memorized both and developed targeted disruption protocols for each one. North center in 40 seconds, Lingyu said from 6 meters above, wind bond giving her the aerial perspective. 2 disciples, stationary. They haven't looked up yet. They won't see me unless they look up, Qinghe confirmed. 1 is looking up now. Still won't. She was right. By the time the disciple completed the lookup, Qinghe had frozen the formation center's primary keystone, and the entire monitoring network in the northern quarter went dark. Tianxin and Rulin crossed the eastern approach through the underground route that Fong Lina had mapped from memory, a drainage tunnel that ran beneath the wall's foundation, sealed at both ends, but accessible through a specific section of the streambed 50 meters back. The tunnel smelled of old moisture and earth, and through the earth bond, Tianxin felt the fortress's full structure above him. The weight of the walls and towers, the concentrated formation energy in the spire, the movements of cultivators redirecting in response to the western alarm. They're all moving west, he murmured. Rulin, ahead of him in the tunnel, moved at the same pace she'd maintained throughout. Controlled, efficient, not fast enough to sacrifice form. Fong Lina said 7 minutes for the response wave to fully commit to the western perimeter. 5 left. They came up through the tunnel's eastern exit into a courtyard that was empty except for 2 formation lamps and the distant sound of the alarm and Meishio's ongoing, spectacular disturbance 300 meters away. The spire was directly ahead. The matriarch was in the spire. He felt her presence through the earth bond. Not personal identification, which the bond didn't provide, but the weight of Thread's sovereign cultivation, the concentrated spiritual pressure of 2 centuries of practice, present in the spire's foundation like heat in a furnace wall. She's waiting, he said. She expected this, Rulin said. Yes. He looked at the spire's entrance, a heavy door of engraved stone, formation sealed. She let us come. He stood there for a moment and thought about the previous holder, who had approached a similar situation expecting to fight the obvious opponent and had found the real fight was more complicated. The matriarch was Thread's sovereign and genuinely dangerous, and had built her life around destroying what Tianxin was. All of that was true. She had also activated her own array and told him the timer. That didn't add up with pure opposition. She wants something she can't get through the fight, he said. Rulin was quiet for a moment. Understanding. Or acknowledgement. She paused. She was harmed by the previous holder and spent 2 centuries building an empire of doctrine around that harm. And she spent the past year feeding an entity that consumes fate threads and is also the entity that enabled the harm in the first place. Her voice was neutral and precise. She is trying to destroy the red thread system by empowering its primary enemy. If she has any clarity left about what she's actually done, she'll want to know if there's something different to do with it. They went inside. Chapter 82. The spire's entrance opened without resistance when they reached it. That was wrong, and he knew it immediately. A Thread sovereign with full preparation, on home ground, with the purification array at the building's apex. She had no need to waste resource on doors. The door being open was an invitation. Invitations from entities who wanted to consume his bonds were not invitations he trusted. He stopped at the threshold and extended the earth bond fully, downward, through the spire's foundation, as deep as his cultivation reached. He found the Unraveler's seal anchor at 70 meters depth, as before. And he found something new. A channel running upward from the anchor through the spire's foundation, thin as a needle and deeply concentrated, carrying the energy from the severed bonds down into the seal. The feed mechanism Inmei had described as a design inefficiency was exactly what it was, a carefully engineered conduit designed to look like a flaw. The spire was not just a fortress installation. It was a ritual feeding site. The matriarch had built her entire operation here specifically because of the anchor's location. The seal anchor is directly below us, he told Rulin. She absorbed this in 3 seconds. Then destroying the array core here doesn't just disable the purification capability. It cuts the feed to the anchor. The Unraveler weakens instead of strengthens. He looked at the open door, which is exactly why she's prepared a reception for us. She can't let us reach the core. They went in. The spire's interior was not what he'd expected from a combat installation. It was a study in the way that scholars' lives build themselves into their spaces. Floor-to-ceiling shelves of records, cultivation journals, fate bond documentation accumulated over 2 centuries. At the center, rising through the spire's hollow core, the purification array's structural column, a pillar of interwoven formation lines, blue-white with the cold color that was wrong for fire and too precise for natural ice. At the column's base, Matriarch Su Siren sat in a simple chair. She was older than Tianqian had imagined from the descriptions. Not physically weakened, Thread Sovereign rank maintained the body with a thoroughness that lower ranks couldn't, but marked by time in the face. The marks were not soft. They were the marks of sustained, focused purpose over 200 years, the kind of face that forms when a person decides very early what they believe and never allows doubt to reshape the foundation. 3 years ago, she said without looking up from the document she was reading, I would have sent someone to kill you before you reached this mountain. Now I understand the mission requires you to reach 9 bonds first. She looked up. Sit down. Tianqian did not sit down. Chapter 83. The northern infiltration hit its first serious obstacle in the second courtyard. Purifier Commander Mei Jinhua was waiting. Not with a patrol, alone, standing in the center of the courtyard with the controlled stillness that Tianqian had learned to recognize as trained combat readiness expressed as rest. She looked at Qinghe and Lingyu with an expression that was not hatred and not contempt. It was grief that had hardened, which was worse than both. You shouldn't be here, she said. To Lingyu, specifically. You had the chance to leave the bond. I gave you that chance. You gave me an ultimatum, Lingyu said. That's not the same thing. Mei's eyes moved to Qinghe. Your father's formulas. The matriarch knows about them. I know she does, Qinghe said. She's been trying to replicate them for 3 years. She failed. She kept her voice level. The formulas were designed for thread strengthening, not severance. She couldn't adapt them because they have an inherent directional quality. They resist application to severance purposes. My father knew the difference between support and destruction and wrote that difference into the chemistry. Mei looked at her for a moment with an expression that was more complex than expected. The matriarch was bonded. Qinghe continued. Her bond was severed without consent by the previous holder. She suffered a genuine harm. Everything she built afterward came from that harm and never moved past it. She paused. You don't have to be where she is. Commander Mei's expression shifted, fractionally, briefly. Something moved in it that was not rage, which was what Tianqian would have predicted. Something closer to exhaustion. Then it closed again, and she raised her hands, and the fight began. Lingyu was airborne in the first second, wind bond propelling her upward and angling for the aerial attack vectors that Commander Mei's ground-based technique couldn't effectively cover. Qinghe moved laterally, creating ice formation structures not as weapons, but as obstacles, converting the courtyard's flat openness into a geometry that required Mei to commit movement before she could commit technique. The fight was fierce, skilled, and proceeded with the efficiency of people who were not trying to kill each other. Tianqian had been explicit. Non-lethal outcomes were possible. The Void Lotus disciples were, by most measures, people who had been cultivated into a doctrine rather than inherently malicious actors. The ones who chose to fight after this day was over, those were different. But the ones who could be stopped without permanent damage were worth stopping that way. Commander Mei went down to a coordinated meridian disruption at the 3-minute mark. Qinghe's ice work had constrained her movement sufficiently for Lingyu to land the aerial technique that the commander had no angle to counter. She was incapacitated, not dead. Lingyu looked at her for a moment. We'll secure her. And give her the choice when this is over, Qinghe said. She earned that, at least. They moved on toward the formation control centers. Chapter 80 for the matriarch's voice was the voice of someone who had rehearsed this moment many times. The spire's interior, the shelves of records, the documentation of 2 centuries, the cold blue-white hum of the purification array's column, was not the setting Tianqian had expected for this encounter. He'd expected a combat installation. This was an archive, a scholar's space. He had spent 5 minutes in it before the matriarch spoke and had understood that this was where the actual person lived, under the doctrine. The red thread system has appeared 3 times, she said. The first holder sealed the unraveler. The second holder never reached 9 bonds, killed by the loom breakers before the 5th. The third holder, she set down the document, reached 8 bonds, failed, and his 6th bond became what you know as the severer. She paused. The system recurs because the unraveler recurs, because the seal weakens, because someone needs to die stopping it again. Her eyes were direct and cold and entirely present. You will be the 4th to fail. The previous holders failed for specific reasons, Tianqian said. Not because the system is designed to fail. The third holder failed because he didn't trust his bonds. The second failed because his enemies were better prepared. The first holder succeeded, once, 2,000 years ago. She stood. 3 out of 4 failures. You're an optimist. The first holder's success tells you the system works, Rulin said. Her voice was level. What you're arguing requires that it can never work again. Su Siren looked at Rulin with an expression that shifted, not warming, but something that registered. You're the Earthbond. The princess. She seemed to assess this. Calm. Analytical. Not what I expected from someone who chose this path. I didn't only choose it for the bond, Rulin said. I chose it because the alternative was watching my brother destroy our kingdom while something ancient and malevolent fed on the damage. She met the matriarch's eyes. You've been feeding it too. For 200 years. Your purification array doesn't just sever bonds. It channels the severed energy downward. Into the seal. You know this. The matriarch was quiet for 3 seconds. I know, she said. The admission was so clean and complete that it stopped the room. Tianqian looked at the records on the shelves, the journals, the documentation, the 2 centuries of evidence. How long have you known? 60 years. She set down the document with the same precision she might use to close a case file. I discovered the anchor's location 30 years into the sex operation, when I had enough expertise to identify what the foundation arrays were responding to. I recognized the residue of the unraveler's presence. A pause that had the quality of something that had been held for 60 years finally being released. I told myself it was contained, that the feed mechanism was a coincidence, that the energy dispersal was just inefficiency. When did you stop telling yourself that? I haven't. She said it with the specific honesty of someone who knows they are about to be contradicted by their own actions. I'm still telling myself that, in the part of me that needs the doctrine to be correct. She looked at the column's cold hum. Another part of me activated the array and gave you the countdown. You've been feeding the unraveler deliberately, Tianqian said. I've been testing a hypothesis. Her voice was still controlled, but something had shifted in its quality. A layer had come down that he hadn't seen before. The hypothesis: if the unraveler is sufficiently powerful, the loom of heaven activates automatically. Without a holder. Without bonds. Without the terrible, flawed, human dependency of a fate system that relies on one person's love and trust to save the world. And if the loom activates automatically without 9 bonds? Rulin asked. Then the world is saved by an impersonal mechanism instead of by someone who can fail. The matriarch looked at both of them with the expression of a person who has built a 60-year argument and is hearing, for the first time, someone else speak its logical conclusion. Except that's not what the loom does without the bond formation, is it? No, Tianqian said. Without the bond formation, the loom opens and the unraveler consumes it. She looked at the floor. I've been feeding it, she said, very quietly, to the thing it wants to eat. The thread sovereign pressure that filled the room was not aggressive in the way that power usually is aggressive. It was not the pressure of someone who wanted to hurt Tianqian. It was the pressure of someone who had determined that a fight was the necessary mechanism for reaching the conversation they needed to have, and who was going to conduct the fight with the comprehensive efficiency of someone who had been doing this for 200 years. Rulin's first earth barrier was already forming. Tianqian felled it through the earth bond, the ground's response to her technique, the foundation of the spire responding to her cultivation like a living thing being asked to hold. She raised her hands, and the thread's sovereign pressure filled the room like a tide, and she attacked. Chapter 85. The matriarch's fighting style was 2 centuries old, and every year of it was present. She was fast, faster than her seated posture had suggested, which was a classic misdirection. She moved between techniques with the complete ease of someone for whom the distinction between different methods was purely tactical, not effort, just choice. Her opening strike was Lotus Severance, the technique specifically designed to cut threads, aimed at Tianxin's fire bond with the precision of someone who knew exactly which thread to cut first for maximum tactical impact. Fire was always the first target. It had been the first target in every bonded holder fight Sue's Siren had conducted. Fire bonds were the most expressive, the most emotionally reactive, the most susceptible to the Lotus Severance technique's targeting methodology, because love and fire were the same element in karmic terms. The first holder's fire bond had been severed in the second exchange of every training scenario the Void Lotus had run for 60 years. She knew that. She was certain of it. What she was not certain of, what she had never encountered before, was a fire bond that had already been severed and reformed by conscious choice. The thread-strengthening pill's structural reinforcement was one factor. The tempered quality of a bond that had been tested and held was another. Together they created a different target than what the technique expected. It didn't matter. The technique was extraordinarily powerful. It hit anyway. Ruolin's earth barrier came up between them in the half-second before contact. The barrier held for 2 seconds, and then the matriarch was through it. Thread sovereign cultivation against a Crimson Spinner's earth technique was arithmetic, but 2 seconds was enough for Tianxin to reposition. He activated the pentagonal dominion. 50-meter radius, all 5 elements cycling. The spire's interior was 60 meters across at the widest point. Not a complete enclosure, but enough domain coverage to affect the central combat zone. The matriarch felt the domain's activation and her expression changed. Not fear. Recognition. She'd expected this. She'd prepared countermeasures. Her Lotus Severance technique had a domain penetration variant. She used it now, a column of void aspect chi that reached through the domain's elemental cycling and found the fire thread's specific resonance frequency. Tianxin felt it the way you feel a hand reaching through water to touch something inside you. The fire bond flared in alarm. 300 meters away, Meishio felt it too. The technique landed. Not fully. The thread-strengthening pill that Qinghe had prepared provided 3 seconds of structural resistance, and in those 3 seconds the full Lotus Severance didn't complete. But the fire bond's connection dropped to 20%. The fire element in the pentagonal dominion formation guttered like a candle in wind. The formation dropped from pentagonal to quadrant. The matriarch stepped through the gap. Ruolin moved with her, staying between the matriarch and Tianxin's right side, buying movement space with earth barriers that were each lasting 1 second now against the Thread Sovereign's full power. She was calculating time, not trying to match force, buying fractions of seconds, accumulating them. The array core, she said between barriers. Get to the array core. I'll hold here. You'll die, he said. She won't kill me. She wants to study me. Ruolin created the next barrier without looking at where her hands were. My father's formulas. She wants them intact. Her voice was precise and completely in control. Go. He went. Chapter 86. The purification array's core was at the spire's apex. He climbed through a structure that was alive with formation energy, the array's column of interwoven lines pulsing with the cold blue-white light. The severed bond energy it had accumulated moving downward in a constant flow toward the anchor below. Stairways wound around the column's exterior. Fighting sounds from below, Ruolin maintaining the earth barriers, and intermittently the deeper concussive sound of the matriarch's full-power techniques against stone that wasn't strong enough. On the 3rd floor, 2 purifier-rank disciples were waiting. He went through them without stopping. Thread resonance strikes. Non-lethal. The economy of someone with time running out. On the 5th floor, a formation trap. The stairway narrowed and the walls activated a spiritual pressure formation that was calibrated for strand weaver to silk conduit resistance. Crimson Spinner with 4 active bonds and a depleted fire element. He pushed through with earth and ice working in tandem, the formation crackling against his defense, his reserves dropping. 15 seconds. He was through. At the 7th floor, the array core. It was smaller than he'd expected, a sphere of woven formation lines approximately 2 meters in diameter, hovering at the stairway's end, rotating slowly. The resonance lens was at its center, visible as a point of concentrated cold light. The feed channel ran from its base downward, hair-thin, carrying everything to the anchor. He reached through the quadrant formation's earth element, the territorial sense that felt everything in contact with the ground, and mapped the core structure. The lens's resonance frequency. He could feel it vibrating through the formation's substrate. The specific frequency that Inmei had described as lightning aspect. The frequency that his lightning bond, at full power, could overload. But the fire bond was at 20%. 4th thread forged, fire. Bond rank, tempered. The system's voice in the thread memory had said that phrase, not for this moment, not in his experience, but in the previous holders. He'd thought he understood what it meant. He understood it differently now. He reached through all 4 active bonds simultaneously: earth, ice, wind, and the guttered fire. Not to use their power, to listen. From 300 meters away, through the weakened fire thread, Meisho. He felt her moving toward him. Not because the bond was pulling her. He could tell the difference between bond pull and personal choice now. After months of learning the system's textures, this was personal choice. She was running back toward the fight when she could have kept providing the diversion. She was choosing the same thing she'd chosen the first day. You don't sever love by cutting the thread, he thought. It was always the person. The bond just showed it clearly. He turned to the core and raised his hands and waited. Chapter 87, 300 meters away. The western wall was on fire in the way that only Meisho could make things on fire. Not burning, but blazing, elemental fire that was a statement as much as a technique, bright enough that the cultivators on the wall 3 tiers above were shielding their eyes. Inmei felt her leave. "Where are you going?" she called. "Spire." Meisho called back, already 20 meters away. Inmei looked at the burning wall and the 100 Void Lotus disciples redirecting toward it, and the fact that she was now the diversion by herself, and made a rapid calculation. She could maintain the Western disturbance solo. Her lightning was area effect, sustained discharge capable, and she'd been holding back to let the fire component be the visible element. Without Meisho, she would need to be both. She could do that. She raised her hands and let the lightning do what lightning did when you stopped managing it carefully. It expanded, cracked from her center outward, discharge patterns that followed the formation array's conductive pathways, and lit the western section of the fortress with a sound like the sky breaking. Disciples on the wall fell back. Reserves from the inner courtyard that had been preparing to push toward the northern and eastern sections stopped and looked west with the expression of people who had updated their threat assessment. She thought, "I'm furious about this bond. And then, I am also doing this because I chose to." The distinction mattered. She'd been in a structure that had told her choice was impossible, that doctrine superseded individual will, that her doubt meant contamination. She'd fought her way out of it twice. She wasn't going to let any structure, including one she'd been dragged into against her initial wishes, tell her who she was. She was here because she chose to be. The lightning cracked again, and the wall burned. Meisho hit the spire's entrance at a full run. She felt the fire bond's connection, the weakness of it, the 20% thread, the guttered flame, and it didn't feel like loss. It felt like an invitation, like something waiting to be chosen again. She started up the stairs. Chapter 88. The matriarch pressed Rulin to the spire's eastern wall and acknowledged what she'd known for 3 minutes. The princess was extraordinary. Not in combat power. In timing. Rulin's earth barriers didn't try to match Thread's sovereign force. They appeared at angles, at intervals, at the specific moments that redirected rather than blocked. She had mapped the matriarch's attack patterns inside 30 seconds and was using the information to make Su Siren spend power without making decisive contact. A physician maintaining a patient's life until the surgeon could operate. "You're buying time," Su Siren said. "Yes," Rulin said, and created the next barrier at an angle that deflected a Lotus severance column into the wall rather than toward the array column's base. For him. For all of us. The matriarch looked at her with the complex expression she'd had since the beginning. The expression that was not what Rulin had expected from a Thread sovereign who had spent 2 centuries building an institution around hating what Rulin represented. "Your father's formulas," the matriarch said. "Your father knew about the red thread system." "Yes." "He prepared you." "Yes." A man prepared his daughter to support a male bondholder, to willingly enter a bond. The matriarch's voice carried something now that was not combat focus, but the sound of a 200-year-old question asking itself. Why would a man who loved his daughter do that? Rulin created a barrier between them, smaller, buying 2 seconds instead of 1, because she was running low. Because he trusted her to know her own mind. She looked at Su Siren directly. Because supporting something doesn't mean subordinating yourself to it. It means contributing to something larger than yourself, by choice. A pause. The man who severed your bond didn't love you. He used you. That was his failure, not the system's. The matriarch stared at her. The spire door opened. Meisho entered at a sprint, saw the situation, crossed the room with fire blazing in both hands. She stopped in front of Tianchen, who had descended from the upper floors while Rulin held the matriarch, and turned to face him. The weakened fire bond between them guttered. She looked at him with the same expression she'd had on the riverbank the first day, someone running back toward the thing that mattered. "Forge it again," she said. The fire thread blazed. Not back to what it was, stronger. The heat was different now. chosen rather than formed, shaped by a will that had been tested and held. Thread reforged. Element, fire. Bond rank, tempered. The pentagonal dominion reformed in full. 5 elements, 5 threads, circulating with a new quality in the fire position, something that had been proven rather than given. Chapter 89. The pentagonal dominion at full power, in a confined space, against one thread sovereign who had just watched something she hadn't expected happen in the room in front of her. It was not a fair fight. Tianqian wasn't trying to make it fair. Ruolin anchored the earth in the foundations. Meishio fed the fire element in continuous bursts, the tempered bond's output greater than before. A thread that had been severed and freely chosen again had a structural quality that the scholars at the pavilion would later spend years trying to quantify. The wind element, cycling through from the distant Lingyu's thread, provided movement disruption inside the domain. The ice locked the matriarch's footing at the critical moments. The lightning thread from Yinmei, still managing the western diversion, still providing the formation connection, pulsed through in specific bursts that targeted the Lotus Severance Technique's charging cycle. Su Siren fought. She was thread sovereign, and thread sovereigns do not become thread sovereigns without the capacity to fight under conditions that would end most cultivators. But she had built her entire fighting style around the assumption that fate threads were vulnerabilities to be exploited. The previous holders had fought with threads as their primary power source. She knew how to unravel that architecture, how to find the weak connections and apply pressure. What she had not built a fighting style around was 5 people who had chosen their bonds after the bonds had been tested, reformed, proven. The tempered fire bond's resistance to Lotus Severance was not absolute, but it was significant. The severed and reformed thread had been through the technique and chosen to reform anyway. At the metaphysical level where karmic connections operated, the thread's architecture had changed. The matriarch aimed Lotus Severance at it, and the technique she had spent 60 years perfecting, that she had used against every bondholder she'd encountered, caught on the tempered thread structure and couldn't find the fault line it needed. Her expression, in that moment, was not what Tianqian would have predicted. It was not rage. It was not despair. It looked like understanding. She didn't stop fighting. But in the next exchange and the next, she was searching rather than attacking, testing the formation's new quality, mapping it. The scientist in her, even now, was observing. Tianqian hit her with a 5-element convergence strike that he'd been developing since the pavilion. Not enough power to defeat a thread sovereign, not at his current rank, but enough, channeled through all 5 elements simultaneously, to disrupt the cultivation cycling that maintained thread sovereign level technique output. She staggered. Her technique output dropped from thread sovereign to high crimson spinner level. They pressed the advantage. All 5 threads working in coordination, the way they drilled it in the 3 weeks at the capital. Su Siren fell to one knee. She did not yield, but she raised her left hand in the specific formation position that meant the combat pauses. He stopped. The 5-element coordination stopped. 5 women pulling their techniques back simultaneously, each one having felt his decision through the bond's shared awareness. He would never stop being grateful for that. The ability to stop, together, precisely, without having to shout orders over combat noise. The array, she said. Chapter 90. The purification array began charging because she activated it herself. Not from triumph. From something Tianqian couldn't immediately categorize. The expression of a person who had arrived at a decision that had been long in coming and whose face looked, in the moment of decision, like someone who was both resolved and exhausted. The array at full power severs every bond on the continent, she said. She was still on one knee, hand raised in the pause formation. Every bond, regardless of consent. The unraveler feeds on the mass severance. The seal breaks. Then don't activate it, Tianqian said. I already did. Before you came in. Her eyes were direct and not unkind. The array takes 12 minutes to reach full charge. You have 12 minutes to destroy the lens at the apex. I've been giving you 12 minutes from the moment you entered. The spire was silent except for the distant sounds of the diversion and the increasing frequency of the array columns pulsing. You activated it yourself, Ruolin said. Not a question, but a working through. The army coming from your kingdom will take 2 hours. My own disciples will follow my order to stand down, most of them. The array has one vulnerability. A thread sovereign activating it can also stop the charge with 7 minutes remaining. She looked at Tianqian. I could stop it. I won't. Why? Because the array needs to be destroyed, not stopped. A stopped array can be restarted. A destroyed array is gone. She looked at the column. And because I am tired, she said, very quietly, of feeding something that wanted my love and turned it into a weapon. Tianqian looked at her for one moment. This woman who had built 2 centuries of rage around a genuine wound, and had spent tonight probing the boundaries of what a tempered bond could do, who had activated her own array to create the countdown, who had fought him with everything she had, and then asked the fight to pause so she could tell him about the timer. He thought about what Rulin had said to her. The man who severed your bond didn't love you. He used you. That was his failure. And he thought about what the matriarch had said back, or hadn't said, because she hadn't contradicted it. In 200 years, possibly no one had said that to her. The doctrine she'd built had required the story to be about the system's fundamental flaw rather than about one person's failure. Admitting one person's failure meant admitting the system could work correctly when the person didn't fail. He couldn't give her back what she'd lost. He couldn't undo 2 centuries. But the conversation that would need to happen, if she was willing, after the prosecution, after whatever the judicial process determined, he would have that conversation. Not because she deserved it, because it might be what she needed to stop being the matriarch and start being whoever Su Melian would have been if Wei Liang had been the person he should have been. He ran for the stairs. 11 minutes. Chapter 91. The climb was faster the second time. He knew the obstacles. His reserves were depleted from the fight below, but the formation trap on the 5th floor was already disrupted. His passage through it the first time had left structural damage that the short time since hadn't repaired. He moved through it in 3 seconds. The 2 disciples on the 3rd floor had been incapacitated before and hadn't recovered. He stepped over them, through the bonds as he climbed. Rulin's earth thread was steady and methodical, the quality of someone maintaining a sustained effort that was costing her progressively more. She was holding. She would hold until she couldn't. Meishio's fire was blazing bright, the tempered bond's particular quality, chosen and proven, running hot and true. Inmei's lightning was a sharp, sustained crackle at the western perimeter. She was managing the diversion alone now, with all the resource that implied. Qinghe's ice was somewhere in the northern section, moving, her analytical attention divided between her own objectives and a partial awareness of his climb. Lingyu's wind was high, altitude, still on reconnaissance, coordinating everything she could see from above. All 5 of them, present and functional, and choosing to be here. He climbed faster. The 7th floor. The core. 9 minutes. The array column was pulsing more rapidly now. The feed channel's output increased, the cold blue-white light casting sharp shadows. He reached into the earth bond's full depth, not through the floor, but through the entire structure, all the way to the anchor 70 meters below. He felt the feed mechanism, the channel running upward, carrying severed bond energy down. It was running at full power now, the array's charging cycle drawing on everything it had accumulated. He looked at the core, the lens at its center, spinning, its resonance frequency vibrating against his cultivation awareness. Lightning aspect. The frequency Inmei had described. He didn't have enough lightning output at this range with the bond's current capacity to overload it directly. The math didn't work. He'd known this going up the stairs and he'd thought about what did work. The previous holder had used thread confluence to temporarily exceed his rank. The technique forced all bonds through the holder simultaneously, generating peak output at extreme cost to the holder's structural integrity. Tianxian had been preparing for this moment for 6 weeks. He pushed thread confluence. All 5 threads blazed simultaneously through his meridians: fire, ice, wind, earth, lightning, in a simultaneous surge that his cultivational channels were not designed for. The pain was immediate, substantial, and exactly what Master Wei Shun's medical assessment had predicted. 60 seconds of output at thread's sovereign threshold, meridian structural integrity decreasing at approximately 10% per second. He had 10 seconds of functional peak output before the structural damage became functionally disabling. He channeled the lightning element through the thread confluence, amplified by fire and ice and wind and earth cycling behind it, and focused everything on the resonance lens at the core center. 5 seconds of charge. 6 seconds. 7. The lens's frequency was matching, building, the resonance building toward the threshold that meant overload rather than powering down. 8 seconds. His meridians were screaming. He didn't stop. 10 seconds. The lens ruptured. Chapter 92. The purification array's collapse was a sound more than an event. A high, sustained tone that dropped through octaves as the formation structure dissolved, the interwoven lines of the column unwinding from top to bottom in a cascade that took 3 seconds from apex to foundation. The cold blue-white light went out. The feed channel to the anchor below went dark. The silence was remarkable. Not the ordinary quiet of a building between events, but the specific silence of something that had been generating continuous background noise for decades, and had stopped. The spire felt larger without the array's hum. More ordinary. Just stone and formation work and the residue of what had been here. Tianxian was on the floor of the 7th level. His meridians were not working correctly. He could feel the damage as a kind of internal static, the channels functioning at 30% capacity, the cultivation energy that should be circulating moving in disrupted patterns. He would need medical attention. He would need time. Through the bonds, fire blazing, warm and chosen, ice present and steady, wind alert and high, earth grounded and continuous, lightning, sharp, crackling, then suddenly quieter as May felt the arrays shut down through the bond's resonance and understood what it meant. From the western section, a pause in the lightning's output. Then it resumed, more controlled, not the sustained maximum she'd been running for 20 minutes, but a lighter, watchful presence. The diversion had become a watchpost. He descended the stairs one-handed, using the wall. The spire was quieter without the array's hum. He hadn't realized how constant the sound had been until it was gone. Through the bonds, 5 threads, fire bright and warm, ice cool and present, wind alert, earth steady, lightning. May, still at the western position, feeling the arrays shut down through the bond's resonance. The western section had gone quiet. The diversion, no longer necessary. He came out of the spire's entrance into the eastern courtyard and stood in the morning light, orange now, later in the day than it had felt, and took 3 careful breaths. The damage was manageable. His body had done what he'd needed it to do. The cost was real and present, and he would pay it properly, which meant accepting the 3 weeks of reduced cultivation that Qinghe would prescribe and not trying to accelerate through impatience. He was 22 and had time. Most of the time, he remembered that. In the spire's main chamber, Ruolin and Meishio were standing over the matriarch, who was seated on the floor where Tianqin had last seen her. She had not moved to the stairs while he was above. She had kept her word. She looked up at Tianqin when he appeared at the bottom of the stairs. "The feed channel is cut," he said. "I know," she said. She could feel it, the connection to the anchor that she'd been cultivating for decades, the flow of severed bond energy that had been her offering to something she'd thought she understood, was gone. "She's crying." He realized, after a moment, that she was talking about herself. Not metaphorically. There were tears on the matriarch's face, and her expression was the expression of someone who had been carrying a weight for 200 years and has just set it down and doesn't know what to do without it. He sat down across from her on the floor of his enemy's stronghold and didn't say anything. There was nothing to say that would make the weight less. That wasn't what she needed. What she needed, what he suspected she had not had in 200 years, was someone willing to sit in the same space with the full weight of what she'd done and not immediately convert it into a verdict. She had harmed hundreds of women. She had built an institution on a genuine wound and used it to cause new wounds. She had fed something ancient and malevolent with the spiritual remains of severed bonds, and she had told herself, Tianqin was certain of this, that the harm she caused was acceptable cost in service of a goal that would ultimately prevent greater harm. The logic of people who cause harm for principle was always the same logic. The ends, the ends, the ends. She had also, tonight, given them the 12 minutes they needed, had activated her own array to create the countdown rather than allow the array to sit as a permanent threat, had told them precisely what was happening and why, had, when the fight came, not fought with the full capacity that Thread's sovereign rank gave her. Whether that was redemption, whether redemption was even a meaningful concept for 200 years of systematic harm, Tianqin didn't know. He was 22 years old and had been a cultivator for less than a year and was not qualified to pass that judgment. What he was qualified to do was sit here and be present while someone put down a weight they'd been carrying since before his great-great-grandparents were born. After a while, the matriarch said, the previous holder's name was Wei Liang. She said it the way people say names that have been unspeakable for a long time and have finally become sayable. I was his 6th bond. I loved him. A long pause. Not the way the Void Lotus sex doctrine says bonded women love holders. Not the constructed dependency, the manufactured need. I chose it. I kept choosing it. Her voice was level and not kind to herself. He severed it because he was afraid. Afraid that loving me was making him vulnerable. Afraid the unraveler would use his love against him. She looked at Tianqin. He was right. That is exactly what the unraveler was planning. Another pause. He was also wrong. Because what he chose instead was worse. Tianqin listened. Don't be afraid of what you love, she said. That's the trap. Fear of the loss is not the same as the loss. He confused them. Don't confuse them. The spire was quiet except for the distant sounds of the aftermath. The purification array's hum was gone. Chapter 93. The fortress's eastern wing held 412 captive women, and when Wei Zhongliang's refugee force disabled the formation suppression arrays from the eastern access routes, they walked out. Wei had spent 2 evenings before the assault running through this scenario with Fong Lina. She'd been specific about what she'd needed on the day she escaped, and what the others still inside would need. Not celebration, not gratitude, not urgency to explain and process what had happened. Water, food, the option to sit, the presence of someone who would not demand anything from them. It took 2 hours. Wei had not hurried them, had positioned the exit routes and provided water and basic medical support, and let the pace be set by the people who'd been imprisoned, not by the people who'd come to free them. Fong Lina moved through the wing alongside him with the specific knowledge of someone who'd lived in the same conditions and knew which parts of the recovery required presence and which required space. The wing had 500 cells. Many were empty. The ones who'd been through the full purification procedure and survived were transferred to more permanent arrangements that Wei hadn't been briefed on and didn't ask about with the women who'd survived it. He made detailed notes. He would need to find the others. Outside the fortress, in the western field, Meishio and Yin-mei had corralled the fortress's surviving disciples into surrender formations. Not the violent surrender of a defeated army, but the complicated surrender of people who had believed in something, watched their institution collapse in a morning, and were now in the open air wondering what came next. The disciples ranged from teenagers who had been recruited before they were old enough to evaluate doctrine critically to women in their 50s who had built their entire adult lives inside the Void Lotus structure. Some of them were crying. Some were angry. A substantial group was simply sitting. The specific stillness of people who have had the structure they organized themselves around removed and haven't yet determined how to be in a world without it. Ime looked at them with the expression of a woman who had been one of them, who had questioned and been expelled and captured and escaped twice, and was now standing on this side of the line. She didn't look triumphant. She looked like someone processing a complicated grief. Most of them didn't know about the purification procedure's full scope, she said to Meishio. Knowing about it would have been inconvenient for the doctrine, Meishio said. Yes. Ime was quiet for a moment. I didn't know. Not fully. When I found out and started asking questions, they called it spiritual contamination. She looked at the field of confused disciples. I wonder how many of them are asking the questions now. Some of them will, Meishio said. Some won't. That's honest. Always. A pause that was not comfortable, but was not hostile. You're not as unreasonable as I thought, Ime said. Meishio considered this. You're not as inflexible as you look. They watched the disciples together for a while, and the friction between them was present but had become something else, something that acknowledged the other person's reality rather than just encountering it as an obstacle. Tianxin sat in the fortress courtyard and let Qinghe examine his meridians. The damage was significant but not permanent. Thread confluence at 10-second sustained output was within survivable parameters, which was a sentence that sounded better than it felt. Full recovery would take 3 weeks of careful cultivation work. The thread-strengthening pills stabilized the bonds during the thread confluence, Qinghe said, examining his qi channels with the focused attention of someone reading the results of an experiment. Without the pills, the meridian damage would have been approximately 40% worse. Good. The calculation was correct. She completed the examination, sat back. You'll train at 50% cultivation for 3 weeks. No thread confluence attempts. The channels need to rebuild the structural integrity. I understand. I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you the parameters. She looked at him with the ice bond's particular quality. Cool, precise, genuinely concerned expressed as clinical accuracy. You were 8 seconds when I estimated 6 to 9. Good performance. He would have laughed except that laughing required abdominal muscles, and those were currently communicating strongly about the wisdom of that plan. The matriarch was in the western courtyard under watch. She had walked there quietly, at her own pace, and sat down in the morning sun and had not spoken since. Chapter 94 Thread Memory came that night in the clarity that recovery brought. The body's processing mode opening channels to material that the active mind kept partitioned. The previous holder's story, now, was nearly complete. He had been a good man through 8 bonds. Tianxin had watched enough of the memory to be certain of this. Not perfect, not without fear or selfishness or the ordinary human failures, but fundamentally oriented toward the people who had trusted him. The bonds had been genuine. The love, in whatever form it took for each bond, had been real. Then the unraveler had found his doubt. The vision was clearer tonight than it had ever been, as if the act of facing and defeating the matriarch, of learning from the previous holder's 6th bond, who was now the severer, had opened something in the memory's access that had been partially sealed. He saw it in detail. The holder, 8 bonds active, sitting exactly where Tianxin was sitting now, recovered from a major battle, his bonds present and genuine, the world not yet in total crisis, receiving the unraveler's first whisper. It hadn't been a voice. It had been a dream. The holder had dreamed of the first holder's battle, the 9-bond formation, the loom of heaven, the unraveler's defeat, and in the dream the first holder had turned to him and said, "You're not like me." I was certain. "You doubt." The holder had woken from the dream, believing it was a warning from the thread memory. He had believed the system was telling him that his uncertainty made him unfit. It had not been the thread memory. Tianxin held that knowledge and felt the shape of the trap in full. The unraveler could imitate the thread memory's voice. It could simulate the system's guidance. It could make its whisper look like wisdom coming from inside the bond rather than from outside, which meant he needed to know the difference. The thread memory always showed him specific, concrete, historical events, real things that had happened, with the specific texture of lived experience. The unraveler's imitation would be abstract, philosophical, would speak in principles and certainties rather than in the messy specificity of actual moments. He had been a good man through 8 bonds. That was the memory's truth, concrete and specific. He had been afraid. He had loved genuinely. And he had failed by listening to something that told him the fear made him inadequate. What he hadn't understood, what Tianxin was beginning to understand, was that the complexity was not a weakness. The first holder had been, by the memory's account, terrifyingly certain. That certainty had carried its own costs, its own blindnesses. The third holder's fear and complexity and contingency were also, necessarily, his capacity for the kind of love that survives being tested. You couldn't love something genuinely without being afraid of losing it. The fear wasn't evidence of inadequacy. It was evidence of the thing being real. The unraveler had taken a truth and made it smaller than it was. That was the technique. Tianxin held the memory, felt the previous holder's path diverging from his own, and felt something settle in him that had been unsettled since the first thread memory vision. Not certainty. He was not going to become certain. But clarity. The difference between an enemy that exploits fear and a fear that's part of what you're protecting. He was afraid of losing 5 people who had chosen to stand with him. That fear was not separate from the bonds. That fear was one of the things the bonds were made of. And when the unraveler whispered, and it would whisper, it was already whispering in the distant background of his consciousness, the way a sound becomes audible only after you've been told to listen for it. He would know the voice by what it told him. The unraveler would speak in abstractions. The bonds spoke in specific, particular, living reality. He let it be what it was. Chapter 95. The Severer arrived on the second morning after the fortress's fall. She came from the north, walking into the open field where the captured Void Lotus disciples were being sorted and the freed captives were recovering, and the Void Lotus disciples parted for her with the instinctive deference of people who recognized something that was not quite on the same scale as the rest of the present company. She wore the mask of black woven threads. She walked with the deliberate quality of an entity that had been waiting a specific number of days for a specific moment to arrive. Tianxin's group was in the courtyard when Ling Yu's wind bond spiked with the specific alert quality of atmospheric recognition. He was on his feet by the time the Severer entered the field sight line. "Stand down," he said. To the Void Lotus disciples, to the refugee force, to everyone except his own group. The Severer stopped 20 meters away. "The array is destroyed," she said. The chorus voice, multiple resonances in one output. "The feed is cut. The anchor is weakened." She turned her head slowly, taking in the scene. The freed captives, the captured disciples, the matriarch sitting in the sun. "Interesting. Who are you?" Meisho asked. She was positioned to Tianxin's left with the fire bond blazing. "She's the previous holder's 6th bond," Tianxin said. He'd been holding this knowledge since the pavilion's records. "Her name is Feng Xiulan." The figure behind the mask was still for 3 seconds. "The pavilion's records are thorough," she said. "They are." He took one step forward. Not aggressive, closing distance to be heard clearly without raising his voice. "You've been watching me since before Clearwater City. You left warnings instead of attacking. You've been communicating the threat assessment directly to the person you're supposedly hunting." A long silence. "The Unraveler is not what I told you it was," the Severer said. "When I said it wanted you at 9 bonds because the loom activates, that was true. When I implied that activation was inevitably destructive, that was the Unraveler's framing, not mine." Her voice shifted, something beneath the chorus quality, a singular note. "I have served it for 150 years. I know the shape of its lies. Then help us instead." The 5 bonds were very present in his chest. He could feel through them. 5 different attentional qualities, 5 different ways of watching this moment. Meisho's fire was alert and tightly controlled. She didn't want to fight this entity, but she would, and she had already figured out which part of the field gave her the best angle. Qinghe's ice was analytical. She was watching the Severer's spiritual signature for the specific patterns that would precede attack. Ling Yu's wind was reading the atmospheric pressure around the Severer, alert for the kind of displacement that came before rapid movement. Ruolin's earth was tracking the ground's response to the Severer's weight distribution, the tells that the ground couldn't hide. Inmei's lightning was steady and bright. She'd been in the Void Lotus long enough to know the signatures of stolen karmic energy, and she was ready to counter the specific technique that stolen bonds generated. 5 people, 5 perspectives, 5 complete awarenesses focused on a single entity. The entity looked back and recognized the formation. The mask turned toward him, and behind it, behind the woven black threads of a century and a half of servitude, something that had once been a person was considering the shape of a different possibility. She said nothing, but she didn't leave. For 30 seconds, nothing moved. The field was quiet with the specific quality of a held breath. The Void Lotus disciples who had parted for the Severer were watching with the wary incomprehension of people who understood that something important was happening that they lacked the context to fully read. Tianqian waited. He had learned, over these months, that waiting was a form of invitation. Silence could create the space that rushed words filled badly. The Severer's mask pulsed once, the unraveler pressing, and then stilled. The entity's posture shifted fractionally, the angle of the head, the weight distribution, something that was less combat readiness and more something that had no clean name in cultivation terminology. Recognition, perhaps. The recognition of being seen accurately. I know where the next 3 bonds are, she said, in the chorus voice, but with the singular note running under it like a current. The northern one is urgent. A healer maintaining a barrier alone. She doesn't have much longer. Chapter 96. The battle, when it came, was Tianqian at half cultivation reserves versus a figure who had been accumulating severed thread energy for 150 years. He hadn't expected the Severer to attack. The signals, the warning messages, the tactical information delivered rather than withheld, the conversation that had moved toward honesty, had suggested a different direction. What he'd missed was that the Unraveler's control over its agent was not constant but intermittent, and that the moment of almost connection he'd reached with Feng Xiulan was exactly the moment the Unraveler chose to reassert control. He should have predicted this. He cataloged the miss, the way he cataloged all his misses, for future reference. Emotional breakthrough is a moment of vulnerability as well as strength. The Unraveler had waited for the precise instant when Feng Xiulan was fighting hardest for herself and used that effort against her, pushing back with whatever leverage the corruption gave it over her will. Through the pentagonal dominion, he felt it as a change in the Severer's spiritual signature, a sudden overlay, something else settling over the entity's baseline presence the way a second voice can dominate a conversation. He had half a second's warning. The mask's woven threads pulsed black, and the Severer moved. 5 bonded women moved simultaneously. The response was not coordinated by signal. It was the product of months of shared awareness, the specific training and combat coordination that they'd developed at the capital, and the fundamental reality that 5 people who were connected through living threads to the same person in the same danger shared an attentional focus that was faster than communication. Meishio had been watching the Severer's center of mass since its arrival, the old habit of someone who had been in enough fights to know that intention appears in the body before it appears as action. She'd felt the change in Tianqian's attention and was already positioned to move when the pulse came. Inmei had been tracking the spiritual signature of the stolen karmic energy in the Severer's form, the electromagnetic component that her lightning cultivation made visible to her in a way that other elements couldn't match. She had a specific counter-technique ready. Lingyu had altitude and the wind bond's atmospheric sensitivity, which meant she had the fullest picture of the field's geometry and had been managing her position for maximum intervention coverage since the Severer's arrival. Qinghe had been doing arithmetic, the Severer's known capability against their current group's known capability, adjusted for the fortress battle's depletion, adjusted for Tianqian's half-capacity meridians. The solution that arithmetic produced was narrow but existent. She was implementing it. Ruolin had been watching the ground, the earth bond feeding her the specific terrain information that would determine where the Severer could and couldn't effectively maneuver. 5 bonded women moved simultaneously. Meishio from the left, fire blazing. Inmei from the right, lightning crackling. Between them, Lingyu from above, wind techniques that disrupted the Severer's spatial awareness. Qinghe behind, ice formation constraining the Severer's movement in the second after Lingyu's disruption. Ruolin at the ground level, earth barrier creating an obstacle architecture that forced the Severer's movement through specific channels. It was not perfect. Nothing was perfect against something that had severed dozens of bonds and absorbed decades of stolen karmic energy. The Severer was fast and strong and had been fighting in this mode for longer than any of them had been alive. But it had never fought a coordinated 5-element formation by people who had chosen their bonds. Ice caught the Severer's left side movement. Fire hit the right. The lightning threads technique disrupted the flow of severed bond energy that the severers techniques were powered by. Inmei had identified this in the pre-assault briefing, had known from her Void Lotus training that stolen karmic energy had an electromagnetic signature that lightning aspect cultivation could interfere with. The Severer staggered. The black threads of the mask pulsed, reasserted, maintained the entity's control. Tianxin hit it with the full pentagonal dominion's combined output, 50 meters of domain, all 5 elements, not as a combat technique, but as a suppression field. Within the domain, the conditions for sustaining stolen karmic energy were disrupted. The Severer's movement slowed. The entity fell to one knee. The mask's threads pulsed in the specific pattern Tianxin had learned to read as the Unraveler's direct influence cycling through its agent. And then the pulse paused. Feng Xiulan was fighting it from the inside. Chapter 97. The pause lasted 40 seconds. In the space of those 40 seconds, the Severer was still on one knee in the field outside the fortress. The mask's black threads cycling through patterns that had the quality of a struggle rather than a controlled expression. No one moved. Not because they were waiting for orders, but because the quality of what was happening was recognizable. Something was fighting its own chains, and intervening in the wrong direction would break it. Through the pentagonal dominion, which he'd maintained at low intensity, not as a combat measure but as an awareness tool, he could feel the Severer's internal conflict as a change in spiritual pressure. The stolen karmic energy's electromagnetic signature, which Inmei had identified, was cycling in irregular patterns. Not the controlled output of the Unraveler operating through its agent. Something interrupting that control from the inside. Inmei, to his right, had felt it too. She lowered her hands from ready position to something more open, a posture that wasn't attack or defense, but observation. She was watching with the specific attention of someone who had been inside a controlling system and knew what fighting it from within looked like. The Severer spoke. Not the chorus, a single voice, rough from not being used for itself in a very long time. 9 bonds forge the key, Feng Xiulan said. The key opens the loom. The loom either repairs or destroys. The single voice was strained, present, fighting for coherence. The choice belongs to the holder, and the last holder chose destruction because he couldn't trust his bonds. He severed them one by one when the Unraveler whispered doubts. She looked at Tianxin with whatever was visible behind the mask. The Unraveler doesn't want you to fail. It wants you to succeed while doubting. To activate the loom while half your bonds are corroded by mistrust. How do I prevent that? You already know how. She was losing the window. He could feel it, the Unraveler's influence returning. You've been preventing it since the beginning. You know what each bond is made of. You know the people behind the threads. Her voice was fragmenting back toward the chorus. Don't let it tell you otherwise when. The mask's threads pulsed black and complete, and the Severer became the Severer again. The entity looked at Tianxin for one long moment. Then it rose, turned, and walked north. Not fleeing, deliberate. Withdrawing. Letting them go. Tianxin watched it leave and felt, through the 5 threads, 5 women who had also watched and understood what they'd just seen. Meishiu spoke first, very quietly. That was a person. Yes, he said. In 150 years of that. She was looking at the direction the Severer had gone. And she still fought it. A pause. She didn't finish the sentence. The fire bond completed what words didn't. Something that was at the boundary between fury and grief and resolve. Inmei said nothing. Her lightning bond was complex, not readable in a single emotional direction. She was processing the comparison. Herself, expelled and captured and escaped twice, versus the woman who had been corrupted before she could choose differently and had been fighting from the inside ever since. The difference between outcomes that were one's own making and outcomes that were someone else's malice. She had escaped. Feng Xiulan had not. Qing has said, after a moment, there may be a way to disrupt the corruption's structural integration. The thread-strengthening pill formula addresses bond reinforcement. A modification, inverse application, targeting the stolen karmic energy rather than natural bonds, might be theoretically possible. She paused. I would need to study the Void Lotus's purification array schematics. Inmei has those. I have them, Inmei confirmed. Her voice was controlled, but the lightning bond was still complex. When you're ready to work on it, Qing has said. Not urgently. When you're ready. Inmei looked at her, the measuring, assessing look that was her default with everything that mattered, and said, I'll find you tomorrow. Someone who had been corrupted, hollowed, used for a century and a half, had fought her own master for 40 seconds on their behalf. Not freedom, not yet, but the first honest communication in longer than most living things had been alive. He would find a way to give her the rest. Chapter 98 Aftermath had a shape. He was learning its shape. The first day was emergency, medical, structure, safety. Qinghe ran the medical triage with the pavilion's archived healing techniques and the thread-strengthening pill's secondary restoration properties. The most severely damaged women, the ones who'd been through the partial purification procedure, required specific cultivation channel repair that Qinghe could perform, but that took 40 minutes per patient and left her exhausted in a way that was different from physical exhaustion. The specific depletion of sustained precision work. He sat with her at the end of the first day while she ate in silence and told her, "What you did today was extraordinary." She looked at him. It was necessary. Both can be true. She thought about this. The patients who survived the partial procedure with their bonds intact, there are 19 of them. Their bonds need stabilizing over the next 2 weeks or the damage will become permanent. She looked at her hands. "I've been calculating which of my father's formulas address that problem. There's one that I haven't tried yet. Theoretically, it should work." She paused. "I want to try it." "Then try it." She looked at him again, longer this time, with the ice bond carrying something that was not cold at all. "You don't question it. Most people would want more evidence before allowing an experimental procedure on vulnerable patients. You wouldn't try it without sufficient evidence. And you know your father's formulas better than anyone." A pause. "I want to tell you something," she said. He waited. "The bond didn't make me capable of this," she said. "I was capable before. My father made sure of that." She held his gaze. "But I couldn't have been here to do it without the bond being what it is." A pause. "That distinction matters to me. I need it to be understood." "I understand," he said. She nodded, once, and returned to the calculations. The fortress's operational structure was dismantled in 3 days. Lingyu's intelligence network connections were activated for the task. Documentation of the full operation scope, the captive records, the purification array's technical specifications, the chain of Void Lotus leadership that could be prosecuted for the systematic harm. This information went to 5 separate locations including the Cloudsong Pavilion's secure archive, the Eastern Trade Association, and the Jiang Kingdom's royal archive under Rulin's direction. Howren's agents had watched the battle from a safe distance. They had excellent documentation of everything that had happened, which meant Howren had excellent documentation of everything that happened, which meant the formal records of his Void Lotus alliance were now cross-referenced with eyewitness accounts of what the Void Lotus had been doing. The political position this created for the Crown Prince was not pleasant. The freed captives were organized into a coalition, not by Tianqin but by Feng Lina and 3 other women who had survived the longest and had the most institutional knowledge of what their fellow survivors needed. The coalition would need resources, homes, rehabilitation. Rulin's court connections were activated. The king's earlier offer of kingdom resources was expanded in scope by an urgent communication from Rulin that outlined precisely what was needed and why. The matriarch had remained in the courtyard through the entire aftermath, cooperative in a way that was not compliance, but something more like a person who had run out of the energy to resist and found that the absence of resistance was not as terrible as anticipated. She gave testimony when asked. She answered questions fully. When Tianqin sat with her on the second evening, she said, "The lens formula is gone. The spire is destroyed. The disciples who want to leave the sect should be allowed to. Most of them will want to leave," he said. "Yes." She was looking at the horizon. "I spent 200 years building something to protect women from harm. And then I spent 60 years causing the harm I was supposed to prevent, in the name of preventing it." She said it as an accounting, not as a plea for sympathy. History has a way of doing that to things. It doesn't have to stay that way. She looked at him. "You're 22 years old." "Yes." "You don't yet know how many times you can be wrong before you stop being willing to try again." He thought about the previous holder, about Feng Xiaolan, who had kept fighting from inside a century and a half of corruption. "I think you can be wrong a lot," he said, "if you keep being willing to ask who was harmed and fix it." She looked at the horizon again. She didn't respond, but she also didn't argue. Chapter 99 Jade Phoenix City received them as heroes, which was a complicated experience. In the 3 days of the return journey, Tianqin had time to think. Without the urgency of immediate danger, without the pressure of the mission's timeline, with 5 bonds present and humming and the world temporarily not in crisis. He thought about the thread memory, about the completeness of the previous holder's story as it had been given to him, and about what was not in the story. He had never seen what happened after the holder's failure, only the approach to it. He had seen the man before the choice and the man making the choice, and the outcome, Feng Xiaolan, the severer, a century and a half of corruption, and he had not seen what the holder thought as he made the decision. What had it felt like from the inside? Tianqin thought he knew. He thought the holder had felt, in the moment of each severance, that he was protecting the bonded women by reducing their exposure, that he was being responsible by not depending on connections that could be weaponized, that his calculation was strategic and not emotional and was therefore wisdom. That was the unraveler's most elegant technique. It made self-protection look like selflessness. It made retreat look like strategy. It made the dismantling of the most important things look like the most careful thing. He would not do that. He had already decided. What he hadn't fully worked out was how to make the decision hold when the pressure arrived to make it again. Because the pressure would come again. The unraveler was alive, and the seal was weakening, and there were 4 more bonds to forge, and every new bond was another person to be afraid of losing. He talked to Lingyu about it on the second evening of the journey. Not strategically. He decided a while ago that when he needed to think through something difficult, the person whose judgment he trusted most for that purpose was Lingyu. Her intelligence background meant she thought about reliability, about what held under pressure versus what seemed to hold until pressure was applied. How do you keep a decision made, he asked. She thought about it with the consideration she gave to everything. You don't keep making the decision, she said. You structure the conditions so the decision doesn't need to be remade under pressure. She paused. In intelligence work, you don't rely on a person deciding to stay loyal under interrogation. You structure access so they never have information that, if extracted, would be fatal. The decision is already made at the architectural level. Another pause. For you, the unraveler will whisper doubt. If the doubt arrives, and you've already built something that demonstrates the bonds are genuine, the doubt has nowhere to root. How do I build that? You're already building it, she said. Everything we've done since Clearwater City. Every time you've deferred to one of us rather than deciding for us. Every time you've been willing to be wrong. She looked at him. The bond reflects the connection. The connection is what we've made of it. She paused. When the unraveler whispers, it will tell you we could leave. That the bonds aren't real choices. Look at what we've actually done and remember that we could have left and didn't. He held that. That's a good answer, he said. It was your question that needed answering, she said. Good questions usually find their own answers if you give them time. The return was formally staged. Rulin had communicated with the palace in advance, with the specific political calculation of someone who understood that a good story told first becomes the story everyone repeats. The freed captives, traveling with the group's convoy, were visible. The evidence of the operation's success was documented and circulating. The Void Lotus Sect's operational network in the Western Territories was dismantled. Matriarch Su Siren was in custody, not for crimes against the holders, but for the systematic harm against the freed captives, which was prosecutable under kingdom law with evidence that was now in 5 archives. Howren met them at the outer gate with the formal warmth of the public welcome and the private expression of a man who had been watching his arithmetic change from a position he couldn't easily revise. His agents had been thorough. He knew the body count, the specific numbers that the official reports would contain, larger than he'd hoped. He knew about the matriarch's cooperation, which was politically inconvenient because a cooperative enemy was harder to vilify than a defeated one. He knew about the freed captives and what that would do to public sentiment. He knew that the Void Lotus's documented financial connections to his own accounts were now in 5 archives and the Royal Archive under his father's seal, accessible at the king's death or at Rulin's discretion. He had been outmaneuvered, competently, without malice, in ways that were entirely his own fault. He smiled at Tianshan with the specific warmth of a man who had learned something and intended to apply the lesson in the future. Thread Guardian, he said, the kingdom owes you a debt. The kingdom owes the women who were freed a much larger one, Tianshan said. A slight pause in the smile. An adjustment. Indeed, Howren said. The court watched this exchange and drew the obvious conclusions. The king had deteriorated in the 3 weeks they'd been away. When Tianshan visited the royal suite, the king was more precisely in his chair, less the impression of rest, and more the precision of someone managing physical limitation. But his eyes were still sharp. Thread Guardian of the Realm, the king said, and formally recorded it in the royal register in a ceremony that was small and watched by exactly the people who needed to watch it. The title exists. The precedent exists. It's in the archive. He looked at Tianshan with what was, finally, something that resembled approval. My son cannot easily erase a formal royal title with witnesses. Thank you, your majesty. Thank me by not dying before the 9th bond, the king said, with the dry economy of a man who had very little energy to spend on anything except essentials. The kingdom's succession politics will sort themselves out. What you're doing, he paused. My daughter chose well. I want that on the record, such as it is. He looked at Rulin. The kingdom's succession will be complicated. Your brother will not accept the outcome gracefully. But the record now exists, formally and in 5 archives, of what he has done and what you have done. That record has weight. He was quiet for a moment with the effort of having said that much. The kingdom's succession politics will sort themselves out. What you're doing, he paused. That's the thing that matters. The celebration that evening was not elaborate. It was 6 people and Wei Liang in the guest quarters with the food Meishio had requested from the palace kitchens. She had strong, specific opinions about festival food, and the palace chef had found this bracing and also admirable. And Feng Lina, who had been invited because she was, by any measure, part of what had succeeded. Wei Liang had brought something none of them had seen before. A bottle of something he described as the best fermented plum wine available in the kingdom's merchant district, and that turned out to be, by general consensus, substantially better than anything the palace had served. How did you have time to buy this? Ling Yu asked. I have been waiting for an appropriate occasion since the second week in Clearwater City, Wei said. That's a very long time to hold a bottle, Meishio said. I have excellent willpower, Wei said, with the air of a man who was comfortable with exactly who he was. Feng Lina had been quiet at the table for most of the evening, not uncomfortable, he thought, but calibrating. She was a person who observed before committing to an atmosphere, which was a form of intelligence rather than reticence. When she did speak, it was direct. What comes next? She asked Tianqin. 4 more bonds. 3. Possibly more. I don't know the exact number of remaining bonds until each one forms. The system shows me 9 as the total. And then the loom. And then whatever the loom requires. She looked at him steadily. I have 412 women who need resources and time and stability. Most of them will need years of recovery from what happened to them. Some will never recover fully. She paused. I want to be honest with you that the help you can give them now, the kingdom's resources, Ruolan's court connections, whatever follows from the Void Lotus prosecution, that matters more to them than what you're going to do with 9 bonds. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying remember that the world the bonds need to protect is made of specific people who have specific needs. The table was quiet for a moment. I'll remember, he said. She nodded and reached for the plum wine, and the table resumed. They were loud and argumentative and genuinely happy, and through the 5 threads, 5 people were fully present and choosing to be here. In the deep rock below the palace, the seal anchor, deprived of 2 months of Void Lotus feeding, had weakened slightly, but without its supplemental source, it had stabilized rather than accelerated. Tianqin felt this through the Earth Bond and noted it as good news that was also contingent news. Stabilized was not repaired, and repaired required 9 bonds in the loom. He thought about the matriarch, sitting somewhere in this palace under guard, and what she had said to him. Don't be afraid of what you love. That's the trap. He thought about how a woman who had spent 200 years being consumed by the trap could still name it clearly. Understanding and application were different skills. He thought about Feng Xiulan, who she had been forced to become, who she was in the 40-second windows when the Unraveler's control loosened enough for her own will to be present. He thought about the information she'd given him about the 3 bond candidates, about the urgency in her voice when she described the Northern Healer. He made a list in his head of what needed doing and organized it by timeline. First, 3 weeks of recovery. Second, the Northern Frontier and the healer who had been holding a barrier alone for 3 months. Third, the Eastern and Western bond candidates. The Severer had said the urgency differed. He would move in order. And through all of it, the 5 bonds, constant, genuine, chosen. The network that was more than the sum of its parts. The people who had made it what it was. But for tonight, it was stable. That was enough. Chapter 100. The palace's east garden at midnight was cool and quiet. The fountains off for the night. The ornamental trees a dark architecture against the sky. 5 women. 1 bondholder. The stars clear and present. Meishio found a low wall and sat on it, feet dangling, looking at the garden with the expression she had when she was content, the absence of vigilance, which in her was remarkable to witness. The fire bond was at full capacity, the tempered thread burning with the specific quality of something that had been through fire, which it had. Qinghe sat on the stone path with her back against a tree, a small notebook in her hands that she was not writing in. The ice bond was still and deep, the quality of a winter lake at rest. And what moved through it was the quiet satisfaction of someone whose analysis had proven substantially correct. She had been right about the pills. She had been right about the bond mechanics. She had not been right about everything. She'd misjudged the 3rd floor formation trap's resistance level by 20% and was still thinking about why. Ling Yu was sitting in the tree above Qinghe, which was a habit she'd apparently developed at the pavilion and maintained. The wind bond was the most complex tonight, threads of processing running through it. The intelligence professional reviewing the operation's outcomes against the pre-operation estimates, cataloging the gaps. But underneath the analysis, something that was the specific quality of a person allowing themselves to rest. Ruolan sat on a bench at the garden's center with the posture of someone who has been trained since childhood to maintain composure and has, for the first time tonight, not fully maintained it. The set of her shoulders fractionally less precise, the controlled exterior showing its own form of exhaustion. The earth bond carried grief, still, for the father she'd found sicker than expected. And underneath the grief, something that had been opening by degrees over the months. The beginning of trust in a form that she hadn't expected and that hadn't asked her to be different than she was. Ime stood at the garden's far end, one hand resting on an ornamental stone. The lightning bond was quieter tonight than usual, not silent, but present in the way of a storm that had passed and left the air different. She was looking at the sky with the expression of someone choosing to be somewhere. Tianshun was in the middle of all of them and felt the 5 threads with a clarity that the thread confluence's aftermath had sharpened. His meridians were still recovering, the damage making his cultivation sense more precise rather than less, the way a wound makes you aware of anatomy. 5 elements, 5 people, 5 genuine connections built over months of everything that mattered. He thought about the Severer's words, about Feng Xiulan fighting from inside a century and a half of corruption to tell him the truth for 40 seconds. He thought about Su Siren sitting in the spire courtyard, carrying the weight of 2 centuries of harm that had started from a genuine wound. He thought about what she'd said before he left. The man who severed your bond didn't love you. He used you. That was his failure, not the systems. He thought about Commander Mei, incapacitated in the fortress's northern courtyard, not killed, given the choice to think about what she'd spent her career doing and why. He thought about the 412 women walking out of the eastern wing. About the 19 with damaged bonds who Qinghe's experimental formula had stabilized over 2 days of careful, exhausting work. He thought about Wei Liang, who had planned the escape corridors with Feng Lina and never asked for recognition for the most important contribution anyone made to the operation's success, making sure the people they came to free had somewhere to go. He thought about the choice each person in this garden had made. Not the first choice. The first choices had been circumstantial, products of crises and proximity and the system's mechanics. The choices after the first. The choosing to stay. The choosing to contribute. The choosing to be present in a morning garden under stars. The thing the unraveler had taken from the previous holder was not his strength. It was his certainty about what the bonds were made of. He knew what the bonds were made of. He'd watched it. He'd been present for it. He had lived alongside the people who had made the choice and kept making it, and he knew what that looked like from the inside. The unraveler could whisper all it wanted. He knew the difference between doubt that comes from something being wrong and fear that comes from something matching. Meishio hopped off the wall and said, "We're out of the good food. Someone needs to go back and get more." Qinghe looked up from the notebook she wasn't writing in. "The kitchen closed an hour ago. Then someone needs to go wake someone up." "That someone is you," Roland said. "I know that," Meishio said, and went to go wake someone up, and the garden was lively and argumentative and warm. Above them, through the palace's stone walls and through bedrock, through 70 meters of compressed geology, the seal's anchor hummed in the dark, weakened, stabilized, not yet threatened again. But the sky, clear now, would not stay clear. The unraveler's seal had been weakening for centuries. Deprived of the fortress's feed, it had stabilized. But stabilized was not repaired, and the entity below knew, with the patience of something that had been sealed for 2,000 years, that patience was the one resource it had in unlimited supply. In the north, one of the Loom Breaker's successor organizations received a message, 5 bonds confirmed. The Severers control uncertain. Prepare for escalation. And in the east garden of the Jiang Palace, under the stars, 5 women and a bondholder sat in the quiet of something good that was not yet finished, and rested while they could. Chapter 101 3 months of relative peace was, in Tianxun's experience, precisely long enough to begin to believe it was normal. He trained. The meridian damage from thread confluence resolved over 22 days rather than 21, which Qinghe noted with the specific satisfaction of someone whose estimate had been within acceptable parameters. He spent the first week at half cultivation capacity and the remaining 2 weeks rebuilding, the channels reconstructing themselves with the particular quality of repaired structure, stronger at the breaks than the original material had been, the way bone heals. The Cloudsong Pavilion scholars, coordinating through Lingyu's intelligence network, had sent a team of researchers to Jade Phoenix City. They were studying the tempered fire bond structural qualities with Meishio's willing participation, producing documents that would add to the pavilion's historical record in ways that might, decades from now, give the next bondholder better tools than the last one had. Tianxun established a school. It was informal at first, a room in the city's cultivation district. Qinghe's thread-strengthening pills distributed to bonded pairs who came for help with fragile connections. The thread-strengthening pills distribution program had been Ruland's design. Systematically available, sliding-scale payment structure, detailed intake documentation. She had the infrastructure running before he'd finished recovering from the fortress battle. The school grew as bonded cultivators throughout the kingdom learned it existed. People came from 3 provinces. They came with threads in every condition: healthy, strained, damaged from severance attempts, weakened from the unraveler's ambient influence that had been spreading across the continent for the past 6 months. Qinghe could not heal them all. She trained students, creating a second generation of practitioners who could teach what she'd learned. Tianqian taught the thread resonance exercises, the connection-strengthening techniques that the system had given him in fragments and that he'd assembled into a coherent practice. He taught them badly at first. It turned out that teaching what you knew intuitively was genuinely different from doing it, and improved as his students' questions revealed the gaps in his understanding. In the evenings, he sat in the school's courtyard with all 5 bonded women and the work that each of them was doing, and the threads were bright and present and entirely genuine. The unraveler's influence was spreading. It showed in the intake cases, cultivators whose bonds had been weakened by the entity's ambient whisper, who had begun to see their connections as burdens rather than choices, who came to the school already half convinced that severance was health. They needed not just the pills but the slow work of rebuilding the capacity for trust that something had been systematically eroding. Tianqian listened to each one. That was the most important thing he did in those 3 months. Chapter 102. The peace broke on the morning that Ling Yu's intelligence network reported 3 simultaneous incidents in 3 different provinces. She brought the reports to Tianqian at the school before the day's first students arrived. Qinghe and Rulin were already present. They had independent notification systems and had arrived at roughly the same time with the mutual expression of people who had learned to read the quality of concerning news. Northern Province. A bonded couple in the magistrate's court accused each other of conspiracy. Both of them had been bonded for 20 years, no prior conflict. The bond's integrity is reportedly still intact, but each of them is presenting as if the bond itself were evidence against the other. The unraveler's whisper, Qinghe said, projecting the bond as the problem rather than something to protect. Western Province. A cultivation sect has formally banned all fate bonds for their disciples. The Elder Council voted unanimously. 7 of the 12 Elder Council members have active bonds. Ling Yu set down the report. The vote was unanimous. They voted against their own bonds, Rulin said. The unraveler's influence doesn't require belief to operate, Qinghe said. It operates on the level of spiritual perception. The qi channels are affected before the conscious mind processes the change. The cultivators don't know they're being influenced. They think they're making rational decisions. 3rd incident. Ling Yu looked at the 3rd report with an expression that said the 3rd was the worst. Jade Phoenix City itself. The court. Last night, 3 officials who have been supporting Rulin's faction resigned their positions. The stated reason is personal reassessment of their loyalties. The actual reason, she paused. All 3 of them are bonded. All 3 mentioned that they'd been questioning whether their bonds were healthy. Language that matches the script we've seen in other unraveler-influenced assessments. Rulin was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, Howren. The unraveler isn't working for Howren, but Howren is benefiting from its influence on his opponents. Ling Yu set down the final report. The question is whether he knows that what he's benefiting from is supernatural in origin. I don't think he cares, Rulin said. His arithmetic is improving and he's not going to interrogate why. Tianqian looked at the 3 reports. 3 incidents, 1 morning. The unraveler was escalating. 3 months of feeding on the ambient spiritual energy of a world that couldn't see it was enough. Where does the 6th bond candidate need to be found? Meisho asked. North, Tianqian said. The healer maintaining the barrier. She's been running on reserve for months. Then we go north. He nodded. They went north. Chapter 103. Jade Phoenix City's departure was more complicated than the previous departures had been, because now Tianqian had a school, and the school had students, and the school had a function in the kingdom that would not pause in his absence. Rulin solved this with the efficiency that characterized everything she did when the problem was organizational. A management structure was established in 4 days. Qinghe's lead student, a young woman named Apothecary Shun, who had turned out to be extraordinarily talented and who Qinghe had been quietly training for 2 months, would manage the medical side. 2 of the bonded cultivators who had studied longest at the school would handle the instruction program. Ling Yu's intelligence network would maintain communication between the school and the traveling group. The unraveler's corruption had reached Jade Phoenix City in a way that was different from the Western incidents. Those had been ambient. The general spiritual contamination that came from prolonged exposure to the entity's field of influence. The capital's corruption was more targeted. Specific officials. Specific cultivators with specific political alignments. Crown Prince Howard had been moving carefully since the fortress operation. Publicly cooperative, privately building. Tianxin had watched him through the 3 months of the school's operation and seen the pattern. Howard was using the Unraveler's ambient influence as cover for his own operations, ensuring that the people who were opposing him were also the people whose bonds were being weakened by the entity's whispers. He couldn't prove deliberate coordination between Howard and the Unraveler. He wasn't certain it was deliberate. The entity didn't need conscious agents. It operated on spiritual perception, and someone who was already suspicious of bonds and looking for political advantage would find their suspicion amplified and their advantage manifesting in the shape of other people's erosion. The king summoned him the evening before departure. Tianxin walked the now familiar corridor to the royal suite and found the king more diminished than 3 months ago. The illness that had been carefully managed was progressing past the management. The succession will happen within 4 months, the king said, without preamble. I want you to understand what that means. Tell me. Howard becomes king. Ruolin becomes technically more vulnerable. The guarantees I've established will remain in the record, but a new king can reinterpret compact law. He won't move immediately. He's careful enough to wait for public attention to shift, but he will move. Ruolin knows. Yes, she has plans. The king looked at his hands. She has had plans for longer than I've been paying attention. He paused. I wanted to tell you myself. She was always the one who should have led. I was a different era's king and made different era's choices about succession. I'm sorry for that. He looked up with the eyes of a ruler who had very little time and had chosen to spend some of it on honesty. Take care of her, he said. Not because she needs protecting, because she deserves someone who is actually present for her, rather than using her as an asset. He met Tianxin's eyes. I believe you're that person. I wanted to say it while I could. Tianxin left the palace with the weight of a dying king's trust and the morning departure to prepare for. Chapter 10 for the capital's political surface cracked the morning they were preparing to leave. It started with a court session that Ruolin had been managing through proxies while the departure preparations were underway. 3 officials were recalled from their positions, the ones whose bonds had been weakened by the Unraveler's influence. Howard's faction moved into the vacated posts with the speed of someone who had the appointments ready before the vacancies were official. Word reached Tianxin through Lingyu's network at 6th hour. He was in the school's courtyard with the final handoff documents when the message came. Ruolin appeared 20 minutes later with the expression of someone who has received expected news and is processing its implications against a prepared response structure. He's moving faster than I predicted, she said. The appointment timings suggest he had the personnel identified 6 weeks ago, before the 3 incidents. Before them, or he was watching for them. She set down a stack of documents that she was clearly not going to read right now. If I leave the capital, he reads it as tactical retreat and consolidates. If I stay, the departure is delayed and the northern healer is out of time. The choice was clean and difficult in equal measure. Qinghe spoke. The departure goes ahead with whoever is able to go. The school's management structure supports Ruolin's absence for the court management. She paused. Ruolin stays. The rest of us go north. The earth bond at that distance, Tianxin began, is present, not severed, Ruolin said. I've read the scholarship on distance bond management. The attenuation is significant, but the connection remains intact. I can manage the court situation from here for 2 weeks. She looked at him with the earth bond's particular quality. Patient, deep, certain. The healer needs you more than the court does. I don't want to leave you here while he's moving. I know. She held his gaze. But the healer is dying by degrees, and I am not. I can handle Howard for 2 weeks. A pause. Trust me to know my own capabilities. He held the earth bond's warmth for a moment. The deep steadiness of it. I trust you, he said. She nodded. It contained everything. Chapter 105 The court session that determined whether Ruolin would be able to manage what she'd promised happened, as Lingyu reported later, exactly as she'd planned it. Howard moved to formalize his appointments. Ruolin challenged 2 of them on procedural grounds that were technically correct and politically devastating. The appointments had been made without the standard review period that compact law required, and she had documentation demonstrating this in the hands of 3 judicial officials before Howard could respond. The appointments were delayed for the standard review period. 20 days, rather than 2 weeks. Time enough. On the road north, Tianxin received the news through Lingyu's network and felt, through the earth bond, the specific warmth of Ruolin thinking through her next move. The northern road was not the Pavilion Road or the Western Territory Road. It was older, less traveled, running through terrain that had been contested in previous centuries and now carried the specific quality of land that had not been managed attentively for a long time. The spiritual energy in the landscape was raw and unmaintained, not hostile, but the wildness of something that had been left to its own patterns. Through the 5 bonds, Earth more distant now, the attenuation Qinghe had referenced. He tracked the group's movement and felt the change in the landscape's energy. Lingyu's atmospheric sensitivity registered something at 3 days north, a sustained barrier, the kind of spiritual formation that required continuous cultivation energy to maintain, running at a frequency he could feel as a low-pressure change in the air. How far, he asked. 2 days, Lingyu said, descending from her aerial survey. The barrier is larger than I expected. It's protecting a settlement, maybe 10,000 people, refugees, from the look of the spiritual energy signature. Who's maintaining it alone? One person. The signature is constant and consistent. No fluctuations that would suggest rotation. One person has been running this for months. She paused. The person is exhausted. I can tell from the formation's output pattern. The same way you can tell that a machine running at capacity has a different sound than a machine running in reserve. He pushed the pace. Chapter 106 Lingyu's intelligence network discovery happened on the 2nd day of the Northern Road, and it changed the shape of everything. The network had been running parallel research on the Unraveler's corruption spread, the detailed mapping of which cultivators and which institutions had been affected, in what sequence, at what intensity. The data had a pattern that Lingyu had been analyzing for 3 weeks without being able to resolve it. She resolved it on the road. The corruption doesn't spread randomly, she said. They were making camp at dusk, the northern landscape's rawness settling into night. It prioritizes targets with specific characteristics. Bonded cultivators in positions of institutional authority. People whose loss of faith in their bonds would damage networks of trust. Judges, sect leaders, council members. The Unraveler is targeting influence multipliers, Qinghe said. Yes, but the targeting is intelligent, which means it has intelligence. It's not operating from its sealed position on general spiritual energy influence. Something is feeding it information. Specific targets, specific timing. Lingyu set down the analysis. The corruption's geographic pattern matches the coverage areas of 3 specific intelligence networks. The Void Lotus Network, which we've dismantled, and 2 others. Which 2? The Azure Crane sect's intelligence apparatus, and the Loom Breaker's successor organization. She looked at Tianxin. The Severer mentioned Loom Breakers in the fortress field. Their successors are the ones who sent the message. 5 bonds confirmed, Severer's control uncertain, prepare for escalation. They're providing targeting information to the Unraveler, Tianxin said. Knowingly or unknowingly. The Azure Crane sect's involvement suggests they're willing participants. They've been hostile to you since the beginning. The Loom Breaker's successors may believe they're still doing what the original organization was designed to do. Prevent the catastrophic activation of the Loom by stopping bondholders before they reach 9. Wei Liang, who had been listening while preparing the camp, said, they think they're preventing the disaster that the last holder caused. Yes, Lingyu said. They have the history wrong. The last holder failed by severing his bonds, not by completing them. But the Loom Breakers were founded after that failure, and the founding story they were given was that the holder attempted the Loom activation and it went catastrophically wrong. So they're not agents of the Unraveler, Meishio said. They're just wrong. Being wrong and being used by the Unraveler are not mutually exclusive, Lingyu said. Tianxin stared into the campfire. I need to find a way to reach them. Show them the correct history. That's an optimistic plan, Inmei said. It's the only plan that doesn't require defeating another organization that thinks they're the good actors in this situation. He looked at the fire. One enemy at a time. Chapter 107 Howren's plan, as Lingyu's network reconstructed it from the available evidence, had 3 stages and had been in development for 6 months. Stage 1, the Void Lotus Alliance, which was now public and damaged him politically, had been the resource acquisition phase. Financial and logistical support for the Void Lotus in exchange for intelligence about bonded cultivators across the continent. Howren had genuinely not understood, ruled and assessed, that the Void Lotus was feeding severed bond energy to the Unraveler. He'd thought he was buying Sect Alliance and getting useful data about regional power structures. Stage 2, the Unraveler's ambient influence, which Howren was now aware of and exploiting without understanding its source. The weakening of bonds among his opponents was politically convenient, and he had determined that whatever was causing it was consistent and reliable and could be factored into his planning. Stage 3, the part that Lingyu's analysis was only now bringing into focus, was more sophisticated than stages 1 or 2. Howren had been building a quiet alliance with the Azure Crane sect's senior leadership. Not about the Unraveler, not about bonds. About the succession. The Azure Crane sect had resources and continental influence. Howren had a kingdom. The trade was straightforward. Sect endorsement of his succession in exchange for royal authority over the territories where the Azure Crane sect operated. The Azure Crane sect also had connections to the Loom Breakers' successor organization, which meant that if Howard's succession went through and he formalized the Azure Crane alliance, the Loom Breakers would have state-level support for their operations against bondholders. Ling Yu brought this analysis to Tianshan 2 days north of the capital. He read it twice, and then he sent the analysis to Rulin with a 2-line note. You're fighting the succession to protect more than the kingdom. Her reply came back in 4 hours. I know. I've known for 6 weeks. Thank you for the formal documentation. He folded the message and kept moving north, toward the barrier and the healer who had been holding it alone for 3 months. Chapter 108. The barrier was visible from 2 li away. Not physically. It was a spiritual formation, invisible to non-cultivator perception. But at thread sovereign adjacent attunement, the pressure of it was unmistakable. A constant, sustained spiritual energy output that had maintained consistent output for 93 days, according to Ling Yu's calculation based on the degradation pattern in the outer edges. 93 days. 1 person. The settlement it protected was exactly as Ling Yu had described. 10,000 people, most of them refugees from the Unravelers' influence-corrupted regions to the south and east. Families whose sect affiliations had collapsed, bonded couples whose communities had fractured, lone survivors of small cultivation communities that the ambient corruption had destroyed from the inside. The settlement's residents had built something remarkable in 93 days, a functioning small city, complete with the organized infrastructure of people who had collectively decided to survive. They looked at Tianshan's group with the measured assessment of a community that had already been through enough not to be easily impressed or easily frightened. The healer maintaining the barrier was in a pavilion at the settlement's center, seated cross-legged in the sustained meditation posture that long-term formation maintenance required. She was perhaps 30, dark hair, pale from months of indoor cultivation work, with the thin quality of someone whose body had been burning reserves rather than accumulating them. She had not stopped the formation maintenance when they entered the settlement. She was still running it, still present, when Tianshan came and sat across from her in the pavilion and felt the 6 threads pull like the sound of water running underground. The system already knew. The pull was present and insistent. She opened her eyes. You're the bondholder, she said. Her voice had the specific quality of exhaustion that comes after so long that the voice stops producing the sounds of exhaustion and becomes simply flat. Yes, I've come to help. The barrier needs to hold while the people inside complete their evacuation to the eastern safe zone. She didn't ask for help with anything except the task. 3 more days. I'll maintain it with you, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, the thread resonance technique. Can you channel that into an external formation? I've been learning to, he said. Then do that. She closed her eyes and returned to the maintenance. He sat across from her and reached into the 5 bonds resonance and reached outward toward the barrier's formation structure, and the thread resonance found the frequencies, and the load redistributed. For the first time in 93 days, the formation ran at less than maximum output. She exhaled once, just once, very quietly, and the quality of her breathing changed. Chapter 109. On the second day of shared barrier maintenance, they talked. Not continuously. The formation's maintenance required periodic focused attention that interrupted conversation, but in the gaps, in the natural rhythms of a shared task. Her name was Xin Yushi. She had been a healer at a mid-sized sect in the Northern Territory until the Unravelers' corruption had fractured the sect's leadership structure. The sect master and 3 elders had been bonds-related. The corruption had worked through their connections, weakening the trust that held the institution together, until what had been a community became a collection of suspicious individuals who could not coordinate effectively. She had evacuated as many of the sect's members as she could and found the refugee settlement already forming, held the barrier that had been erected before her arrival, but was failing for lack of cultivation power to sustain it, and decided to maintain it until the evacuation was complete or until she couldn't. Water element, she said, when he asked about her cultivation. My father was a river country healer. He said water never stops flowing. Even in winter, it just slows. That's the principle I've been using. A pause for a formation maintenance cycle. You have 5 bonds. 5. The formation load is distributed between us now. The water element's quality. It can sustain long-term output that other elements can't. Endurance rather than intensity. She was quiet for a moment. What is the 6th bond for? The system doesn't tell me specific purposes for each bond. I've observed that each element adds to the formation's completeness in ways that become clear only after the bond forms. He looked at the barrier's outer edge, visible to his spiritual perception as a soft shimmer in the air. Water and ice are related elements, but different expressions. Ice is water that has found stillness. Water is the motion beneath the stillness. That's a good description, she said. I've never thought about them as related. The formation cycles them differently. Ice provides the structural stability. Water provides the flow capacity. He felt the 6 threads pull, present and warm. Together they might give the formation a quality that neither has alone. She was quiet for a full cycle. You're asking me if the bond can form, she said. I'm not asking for anything, he said. The system will respond to the connection that's already here. What I'm saying is that I can feel it, the possibility. And I want you to know that whatever forms, it's yours. You're not obligated by it. She thought about this through 2 more maintenance cycles. Then, if a connection is genuine, what exactly would I be refusing when I refuse the bond? He didn't have a clean answer to that. He sat with the question. I think you'd be refusing the clarity of what already exists, he said finally. The bond doesn't create the connection. It makes it visible. She looked at him across the pavilion with the eyes of someone who had been holding enormous weight for 93 days and was now, very carefully, considering what it would feel like to share it. Chapter 110. The 6th bond formed on the 3rd morning, when the evacuation was complete. The settlement's last resident family walked through the eastern gate with their belongings and their children and their specific combination of relief and loss that marked everyone who left a temporary home they'd made into something real. The barrier, no longer needed, was released. Shinyushi opened her eyes as the formation dissolved, felt the structured weight of 93 days of continuous maintenance lift, and for the first time since she'd taken on the formation, she simply sat. The 6th thread formed in the specific quality that the system produced when the connection was genuine and the moment was right. Not the emergency of a life saved under pressure, but the quiet recognition of 2 people who had sat with each other through shared work and found that the work had built something. 6th thread forged. Element, water. He felt the 6-element formation's new possibility. Ice and fire, and wind and earth and lightning and water. All 6 cycling in the hexagonal pattern that the system showed him briefly as a complete mandala, each element flowing into the next in a continuous circuit with no gaps. The hexagonal mandala's range when he tested it briefly was extraordinary. He had to stop the expansion consciously at 100 meters because beyond that range it would encompass the entire settlement's grounds. Shinyushi was watching him with the specific attention of someone who had just felt something happen inside them and was cataloging the experience with a healer's observational habit. I feel the formation, she said. The 6-element cycle. You're part of it now, he said. Not only a participant, a contributor. The water element's capacity changes what the formation can do. Long-term maintenance, she said. Endurance output. Yes, the formation can sustain at high power for longer durations than before. He paused. And project healing energy outward. The water element's medical application through the thread resonance technique. When you use your healer's techniques, the formation amplifies them across the hexagonal mandala's range. She processed this. I can heal people at a distance of 100 meters. With the formation's amplification, yes. She was quiet for a long moment. I spent 93 days holding a barrier alone, she said. If I'd had this 6 weeks ago, I know, he said. I should have come sooner. I'm not blaming you. She looked at the dissolved barrier's edge, where the formation had left a faint shimmer in the air. I'm calculating. She turned back to him. We need to be faster, the next 3 times. We will be, he said. Chapter 111. The journey south was accelerated. With 6 bonds active and the hexagonal mandala formation available, Tianxin's group had capabilities that changed the threat calculus significantly. At a 100-meter range, the formation provided comprehensive elemental control of the environment, continuous healing output for the group's members, and the long-range territorial awareness that the earth and water elements combined provided. They also had a new member who brought skills none of the others had. Shinyushi traveled from the settlement with the 7 inhabitants who had chosen not to evacuate and needed guidance southward. She managed them with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been doing exactly this, coordinating frightened, exhausted people across uncertain terrain for 3 months. By the end of the first day, the others had observed her working and adjusted accordingly. Not deference, which she hadn't asked for, but the specific recognition of a skill that was more sophisticated than it appeared. Meishio, she manages people the way I manage a fight. No wasted movement. Lingyu, her intelligence about the northern corridor's unraveler-affected zones is more detailed than anything my network has. She had spent an evening with Shinyushi reviewing what the healer had observed from the barrier. Patterns in the corruption spread, specific communities most severely affected, temporal sequences. Inmei hadn't spoken directly to Shinyushi yet. She was still calibrating, doing the extended social analysis that preceded every new addition. but she'd contributed the most technical observation: the water element's relationship with lightning. In the formation, lightning and water are adjacent. The electromagnetic effects I generate interact with the water element's conductive properties. I've been calculating. The combination amplifies lightning output significantly. Show me, Shinyushi said. They spent an afternoon on combined technique work. By the end, Inmei's expression had the specific quality of someone who has found an unexpectedly useful colleague and is still adjusting to the discovery. Ruelin's dispatches from the capital continued to arrive twice daily. She was managing. The procedural challenge had bought the 20 days she'd needed. She was using them methodically. The Earth bond's distance attenuation had stabilized at a consistent level, present, warm, the deep patience of stone that didn't mind waiting because stone had learned that time was always on its side. Through all 6 bonds, the formation hummed. Chapter 112, The Return South, brought them through the capital faster than the departure had. Ruelin met them at the city's eastern gate with the specific expression of someone who has been managing a very complex situation and is glad to see reinforcements, and will not say so in those words. The Jade Phoenix City civil conflict erupted 2 hours after they arrived. It began with Howren. It ended, or rather, reached a decisive point, in the northern courtyard of the palace complex, where Howren and Tianqian fought for the second time. The first time had been a loyalty trial with formal limits. This was not that. Howren had moved to formally arrest Ruelin under a charge of sedition, a charge that legal analysis suggested was technically viable under a stretched reading of compact law, and had sent a unit of military cultivators to the school to do it. They found the school empty of anything except Apothecary Shin and 2 students who were very calm about the whole thing, because Lingyu's network had known about the arrest order 4 hours before it was issued. Howren, discovering his operation had been anticipated, made a political decision that was also a tactical error. He escalated publicly. The formal arrest became a public declaration. The declaration became a demand, and the demand became a confrontation in the northern courtyard when Tianqian and the bonded women appeared there with the entirety of the court watching from the gallery. Thread Guardian, Howren said. He was in full cultivation armor, crimson spinner rank, every preparation for combat in evidence. You've maneuvered my sister against me for 6 months. I'm done with the political process. We're in front of the court, Tianqian said. We're in the middle of the political process. Then let's end it. Howren raised his hands. Compact law allows for trial by combat in succession disputes. I invoke it. The court was silent. Tianqian looked at Howren, the man who had used the Void Lotus, who had exploited the Unraveler's influence, who was about to fight for the right to a throne that the dying king had said should have gone to his daughter, and felt, through the 6 bonds, 6 people who had each made their calculation and were waiting for him to make his. I accept, he said. The fight began. Chapter 113. Howren was the same rank he'd been at the loyalty trial, and Tianqian was not. Thread Sovereign. The 6-bond hexagonal mandala, activated in the northern courtyard's enclosed space, filled the entire arena with all 6 elements. The court gallery watching through the formation's outer edge with the expressions of people observing something that was outside their reference framework. Howren had prepared specifically for this fight. He'd had 6 months since the loyalty trial to research, to adapt, to develop countermeasures for a bondholder's formation capabilities. He was not the same fighter he'd been at the trial. Neither was Tianqian. The fight was devastating. Howren's military cultivation and 6 months of preparation produced techniques that were more sophisticated than anything he'd used before. Formation disruption attacks designed to interrupt the hexagonal mandala's element cycle, the specific combinations that targeting bond threads usually required. The hexagonal mandala held. Not because it was impenetrable, it wasn't, but because the 6 elements' mutual reinforcement meant that disrupting one element was immediately compensated by the others cycling through it. You couldn't disable fire without ice flooding the gap. You couldn't disrupt wind without earth anchoring the formation in the disrupted area. The redundancy was architectural. Tianqian didn't win the fight with power. He won it with the earth element's terrain knowledge and the water element's endurance output and the ice element's precise control of temperature in the enclosed space. He won it by making the northern courtyard's ground behave exactly as he needed it to behave, creating sinkholes, then pillars, then a section of pavement that rose 6 centimeters on the precise moment Howren planted his foot for a jumping technique. Howren went down on his right knee when the pavement shifted under his prepared stance. That was enough. In the half-second of broken balance, Tianqian's 5-element convergent strike, not the thread confluence, just the formation's coordinated output, hit the Crown Prince's cultivation center with enough dispersed force to disrupt technique production without permanent damage. Howren sat on the courtyard stones, breathing hard. He didn't look defeated. He looked like a man re-evaluating his position. From the gallery, the court watched. The compact law's trial is complete, the herald announced. Carefully, with the precision of a man who understood that what he said next would be entered into every record that existed. The Thread Guardian holds the field. Chapter 114. The sky tore open. Not metaphorically. The fissure appeared above the northern courtyard 3 minutes after the combat trial ended, while Howard was still being helped to his feet by his attendants, and the court gallery was still processing what they'd witnessed. It manifested as a darkening of the sky's spiritual layer, the tier of reality that cultivators perceived as existing between physical sky and the spiritual realm above. The darkening spread from a central point and fractured like ice under pressure, releasing in the fracture lines a quality of energy that had no natural correspondence in the physical world. Anti-fate energy. The dissolution of karmic connections that the unraveler generated as its fundamental expression of existence. The threads hit the city. Every bonded pair in Jade Phoenix City, hundreds of them, felt the simultaneous strike against their connections. Not severance, not for most of them. Damage. The specific pain of a connection under pressure, stretched thin, the resonance disrupted. In the school, 19 recovered patients had their healing disrupted. Apothecary Shen implemented emergency protocols. In the northern courtyard, 6 threads blazed against the energy. Tianxin activated the hexagonal mandala at full extension, the 100-meter range, and pushed it further than he'd pushed before. The formation's ceiling at his current cultivation was approximately 150 meters. He pushed to 180, feeling the formation's edges strain, the 6 elements working at maximum capacity to maintain coherence. The anti-fate energy hit the formation's outer boundary and encountered all 6 elements cycling in the mandala's hexagonal pattern. The elements opposed the unraveler's energy the same way natural elements oppose each other at their extremes. Not through direct force-on-force collision, but through the fundamental incompatibility of opposing principles. Connection and disconnection. Fate and unfate. He held the formation for 8 minutes, covering the northern district of the city. The anti-fate energy dissipated against the formation's outer boundary. The fissure closed, or sealed as much as it was going to seal. It had left a trace in the spiritual sky, a residue that would be visible to cultivators with spiritual perception for days. The city had held. This time, that was the unraveler, Qinghe said, standing beside him in the courtyard as the formation came down. Her voice was precise and not steady. Direct expression, not ambient influence. It's changed strategy. It can do that now, Shinyushi said. The seal is failing. As it weakens, it has more capacity for direct expression. We need the remaining bonds faster than the original timeline, Tianxin said. Yes, all 6 of them said, in different voices, simultaneously. Chapter 115. The system spoke to him for the first time in its own voice rather than through thread memory or prompt. It happened in the northern courtyard's aftermath, in the specific quiet that follows a crisis when the crisis has been handled and the next crisis has not yet arrived. He was sitting on the courtyard stones with the hexagonal mandala's residue settling around him and 6 bonds bright in his chest. The system's voice was not the voice of thread memory, not the previous holder's story or the fragmented history of the red thread system. It was direct communication, the first he'd experienced. The loom of heaven has awakened. It senses the seal's failure. The loom requires 9 bonds to operate. You have 6. Find the remaining 3, or the heavens fall. He sat with that for a long time. The system was not panicking. The phrasing was urgent but not desperate. It had the quality of a briefing rather than a warning, information rather than alarm. The loom had awakened, which was new. The pavilion's records had described the loom as dormant until the formation was complete. The fact that it had awakened on 6 bonds suggested the seal was failing faster than the previous pattern would have predicted. He brought this to the group that evening in the school's war room. All 6 bonds. Wei Liang, Apothecary Shen, who had earned the right to hear anything the group discussed. He told them exactly what the system had said. Ling Yu. 3 remaining bond candidates. The Severer gave us locations. East and West, and the one we haven't located yet. Qinghe. At what point does the loom's awakening accelerate the unraveler's release? Shinyushi. The loom and the seal are related systems. If the loom is active and the seal is failing, the energy dynamics between them will be changing. The loom's awakening may be creating additional pressure on the seal. It's calling the unraveler toward it, Tianxin said. The loom is the endpoint. The unraveler wants access to the loom. The awakening is a signal. How much time do we have? He thought about the fissure in the sky, about the direct expression of anti-fate energy rather than ambient influence, about the previous holder's failure and the 2,000 years since the first holder's success. Not as much as I'd like, he said. More than none. That's the working parameter, Ruolin said, her voice arriving through Lingyu's communication relay from the capital's political wing. Let's work with what we have. Chapter 116. The decision about who went where was made in the space of 2 hours. 3 remaining bond candidates. 3 locations. The group could split or stay together. Splitting covered more ground. Staying together meant more coordinated power at each location. Tianxin thought about the first holder, who had activated the loom with 9 bonds in a complete, genuine formation. The quality of the bonds mattered as much as the number. You couldn't rush a genuine connection. We don't split, he said. We go in sequence. East first, Lingyu said, showing the intelligence on the eastern candidate. The location is 2 weeks' travel. The threat level is confirmed active. The Loom Breaker's successor organization has a cell operating in the eastern provinces, and they're looking for the same candidate we are. They'll interfere. If they're still operating under the belief that stopping bondholders prevents the catastrophe, then we need to reach her first and make contact with the Loom Breakers before they do something that can't be undone, Lingyu said. Tianxin thought about what he knew of the Loom Breakers' history. They'd been founded on a wrong story, were funded through the Azure Crane alliance that Howren was building, and were targeting Tianxin's remaining bond candidates. They were not agents of the Unraveler. They were people who thought they were doing the right thing. I want to make contact with their leadership before the Eastern operation, he said. Not after. That's a significant additional variable, Ruolin said through the relay. I know, but I'd rather have a conversation that's hard before the confrontation than explain a confrontation after. A pause. Then, I'll find their leadership's communication channel, Lingyu said. It will take 3 days. We have 3 days, Tianxin said. Use them. He looked at the map. 3 locations. 3 more people whose fates would intersect with his, whose connections would complete the formation that the loom of heaven was awakening to receive. 3 more choices, in process. Chapter 117. The decision the bonded women made was also not his to make, and they made it without being asked. He'd been planning the route. East, then west, then wherever the 3rd location was. All of it optimized for speed. When Xinghe and Meishio and Lingyu and Yinmei and Xin Yushi came to the war room together, not in response to a summons. They'd been somewhere else, having a conversation, and then they came and stood in the room together. We want to address the Unraveler's direct expression problem, Xinghe said. She was the designated speaker, which meant she'd been elected by the group and was presenting something the group had already decided. The fissure was not the last direct expression. There will be more. The hexagonal mandala's range is 180 meters at maximum sustainable extension. That's insufficient for city-level coverage. I know. We've developed a solution. She set down 4 sheets of documentation. Each of us expands our individual technique range while maintaining the formation's resonance. Instead of one center point projecting the formation outward, 6 points maintain the formation structure from different locations simultaneously. He looked at the documentation. The technique was sophisticated, requiring that each bonded woman extend her elemental contribution to the formation at long range, which depended on the bond connection's clarity and the individual's cultivation skill. This was Shun Yushi's design, Xinghe said. The water element's long-range maintenance capacity is what makes it viable. Shun Yushi nodded. The water element can sustain connection at a distance. The other elements cycle through that sustained connection. If we can project the formation across the city, Meishio said, the next direct expression doesn't tear buildings apart. He looked at all 5 of them. The water bond carried Shun Yushi's certainty, the deep, still quality of someone who has thought through a problem completely and has arrived at a solution they are confident in. The fire bond was Meishio's particular warmth, the chosen and proven thread. The ice was Qinghe's precision. The wind was Lingyu's restless intelligence. The earth, Ruolin, absent and present simultaneously through the bond's distance resilience. The lightning was Yinmei's sharp attentiveness. This could work, he said. It will work, Xin Yushi said. Not defensively. Simply, with the certainty of someone who had done the calculation. Train on it while we travel east, he said. Chapter 118. The Eastern Road was different from all the previous roads. The Unraveler's influence was visible now in the landscape. Not just felt through cultivation perception, but present in physical effects. Trees at the road's edge with bark that had turned the color of old bruises, their growth patterns disrupted, spiraling inward rather than outward. Streams running in wrong directions, spiritual currents reversed. Communities passed through with the specific stillness of places where the people inside had turned against each other and then, finding themselves isolated, had turned against themselves. He stopped at one of these communities. A village of perhaps 300, where 12 bonded cultivators had been living peacefully for 40 years and were now in the process of, not severance, exactly, but the slow mutual withdrawal that preceded it. The bonds still intact, the people moving apart in the deliberate way of people who had been told the bond was the problem and were testing whether distance made it better. It made it worse. Distance and a healthy bond produced the ache of separation. Distance and a bond corroded by the unraveler's whisper produced the specific pain of believing you were being hurt by the thing you loved. He spent 3 days in the village. Not to fix it. 3 days was not enough to undo what the unraveler's influence had done to a community's trust, but to demonstrate that the experience they were having was not evidence about the bond's nature. It was evidence about something else. He explained the unraveler. He explained the corruption. He showed them, through the hexagonal mandala formation, what healthy bonds in their full expression looked like. The 6-element cycle, the way the elements reinforced each other, the specific warmth of a connection that had been chosen and tested. By the end of the 3rd day, none of the 12 bonded pairs had been fixed, but 3 of them had shifted from withdrawal to asking questions, which was the beginning of the actual work. He left Shin Yushi's thread-strengthening pill instructions with the village's lead healer, gave the healer 3 months' supply, and continued east. Through the lightning bond, Inmei walked beside him and said nothing for an hour. Then, you have 3 more bonds to forge. You don't have time to stop for 3 days at every village. No, he agreed. So why did you? He thought about Fong Lina's words at the celebration table. The world the bonds need to protect is made of specific people with specific needs. Because I'm not just building to the loom, he said. I'm building to whatever the world looks like after the loom. And the world after needs people who know what healthy bonds look like, not just a holder who did the thing and left. She walked with this for a while. That's either very wise or a rationalization for not being able to pass by suffering, she said. Maybe both, he said. She almost smiled. Maybe both is good enough. Chapter 119, they found the 6th bond candidate before the loom breaker's cell did, which Ling Yu attributed to the 3-day village stop being precisely the delay that had put them on the road at the right time. She was in a city on the northern frontier, and she was maintaining a barrier. He had learned, by now, the pattern of what the system showed him when a bond candidate was near. The pull, directional and specific, with a quality that distinguished emergency from ordinary proximity. He'd been feeling this pull since the Eastern Road's 2nd week, and it had the emergency quality. The city had 20,000 residents and was under 3 simultaneous pressures: unraveler influence from the spiritual layer above, refugee influx from the north where the corruption was advancing, and the specific political instability that came from both. The healer was at the city's cultivation center, maintaining a barrier that covered the residential districts. She had been doing it alone for 6 weeks. The thread memory had shown him this, had shown him Feng Xiulan's information about the northern candidate proving accurate. Her name was Shin Yushi. He stopped. Then he realized, the system didn't always use different names. The thread memory he'd seen of a healer alone at a barrier was not a 2nd candidate. It had been Shin Yushi all along. The vision he'd had months ago, the pull that had taken him north. She was already here, in his formation, her water element already contributing to the hexagonal mandala. The pull he was currently feeling was not her. It was someone else. He looked more carefully at the city. At the cultivation center, adjacent to where the barrier was being maintained, a group of people were doing the specific work of caring for refugees, organizing food, medical assessment, placement. At the group's center was a woman perhaps 10 years older than him, with the practiced presence of someone who had been doing this for years rather than weeks. She was crying. Not visibly. The expression was controlled, but the thread resonance showed him the spiritual signature of grief carried at capacity for too long, the kind that had been so present for so long that the person carrying it had begun to mistake it for their baseline. The 7th thread pulled. Strong and clear. He walked toward her. Chapter 120 The barrier was only indirectly relevant to what happened next. The woman's name was Mu Qianling. She was a wood element cultivator whose sect had sent her to the northern frontier 3 months ago to provide humanitarian coordination, the administrative framework, the organization of resources, the specific skill of making systems that could care for thousands of people simultaneously without becoming inhuman. She had been doing this when the loom breaker's cell had found her. They'd been watching wood element cultivators with strong humanitarian cultivation profiles in the northern provinces, acting on intelligence that suggested the bondholder's next candidate would be found here. They hadn't tried to harm her. They'd come to warn her. They told me a man would come, she said. She was sitting across from Tianxin in the refugee center's administrative office, the specific exhaustion of 3 months' continuous crisis management visible in the set of her shoulders. They said the bond would be a trap, that bondholders historically destroy the people they're connected to. The previous holder did, Tianqian said. He failed. I've been trying to understand why, so I don't. And have you? He was told that trusting his bonds made him vulnerable. He was told that the love he felt was a liability rather than a source of strength. He believed it. He paused. He was wrong. And the entity that told him so was the same entity whose influence is making the barrier necessary right now. She looked at the door behind which the barrier was being maintained. 6 of Tianqian's bonded women, now working in the extended formation configuration that Xin Yushi had designed. The barrier covered the entire city at 180 meters from the formation center, which was not enough for a city of this size, which was why they deployed in the distributed configuration. The loom breakers told me something specific, she said. That when bondholders reach 9 bonds, the catastrophic failure becomes more likely rather than less. That more bonds means more power and more instability. They have the causality inverted, he said. The previous holder's failure was caused by severing bonds, not by completing them. The catastrophic outcome comes from incomplete formation, not complete. She studied him. Wood element. He could feel the 7th thread's presence and quality even before the bond formed. The way you can feel a current in still water. The quality of something that grew rather than burned, accumulated rather than discharged, patient and extensive rather than intensive. If I am who the system intends for this bond, she said carefully, then I am already connected to whatever the formation is building toward. The question is not whether I'm part of it. The question is whether I'm part of it knowingly. Yes, he said. Then I choose knowingly, she said. The 7th thread formed, warm and green and growing, a quality of life that was both very old and perpetually new. 7th thread forged. Element, wood. Outside, the barrier held. And from the north, where the unraveler's seal was failing, a tendril of anti-fate energy reached toward the newly formed thread and found the hexagonal mandalas, now heptagonal constellations, outer boundary, and was held. For now. Chapter 1:21. The Severer was standing in the road, not attacking. Tianqian had his hand on the thread loom instinctively. The heptagonal constellation's 7 elements cycling in their self-reinforcing pattern, each bond supplying its particular quality to the whole. He had fought her twice. Both times she had retreated when the odds shifted. Standing still in the middle of a road in open terrain was not the behavior of someone who intended to fight. I know what you're about to hear, Lingyu said from his left. Her wind bond was fully activated, senses extending through the air currents around them, reading the terrain for ambush positions, checking the tree lines on both sides of the road, and the rise 200 meters behind. Nothing. There was no ambush. Feng Xiulan stood alone on the northern frontier road with her hands at her sides, the mask of woven black threads hanging from her neck rather than covering her face. Without the mask, she was older than he'd expected. The unraveler's corruption had aged something fundamental. Not her body but the space around her eyes, the particular weariness of someone who had carried a wrong choice for a very long time and had stopped hoping that the weight would decrease. You've earned the story, she said. I'll tell it. He didn't lower his guard, but he didn't attack. Her name, he said, is Feng Xiulan. She looked at him without surprise. The thread memory showed you. Fragments. The last holder's 6th bond. You were there at the end. I was there for the beginning of it too. Her voice had the quality of a confession practiced so many times it had become rote, but the feeling underneath it had not gone rote at all. He was a better version of what you're trying to be. For the first 3 bonds. He forged them the same way you have, at genuine cost, with genuine care, with the specific protectiveness that the system rewards. Then someone told him the power was a liability. She stopped. The wind moved through the frozen grass at the road's edge. Behind him, Yinmei stood like a drawn blade, the lightning bond sharp and present. He felt Mu Qianling's 7th thread, still new, still finding its quality in the formation's full expression, attending carefully. Who told him, he asked. The unraveler, she said. Not directly. It doesn't speak directly at first. It finds the fear you already have and makes it louder. His fear was that the bonds diminished him, that needing others was weakness, that the love he felt made him predictable, that a man who could be moved through the people he cared about could be controlled through them. The unraveler took that fear and amplified it until it became his working assumption about reality. Yinmei was very still to his right. Lightning bond. He felt her sharpness, the quality of someone sorting through what they were hearing and filing it against their own history. She had been in the Void Lotus sect, which had its own version of this same story told from a different direction. And then he started severing them, Tianqian said. Not immediately. First he started managing them, keeping his distance, treating the bonds as a resource rather than a relationship. The women knew something had changed, but they couldn't name it. He was still present, still powerful, still technically meeting every obligation. She closed her eyes. He had 5 bonds when he began to believe they were chains. He had 3 when the 6th bond, when I found him. He forged it with me because the system forced the issue. A genuine danger, a genuine choice. But by then the Unraveler's whisper was constant. And you became the last one. The only one left. He severed the others one by one over 14 months, believing each severance made him more powerful. It did, temporarily. Severed bonds release energy. The Unraveler was feeding on it, and he interpreted the increased power as confirmation that he'd been right. She opened her eyes. When there was only my bond left, he tried to sever it, and I refused. The bond can't be cut from one side. The holder has to consent or the bonded party has to consent. Neither of us did, so the Unraveler reached in and corrupted the connection instead. The story arrived inside him with the particular weight of a warning that was also, uncomfortably, a map. That's why it didn't just send you to kill me, he said. It wants me to reach 9. It needs the loom to activate. Because the loom is the only thing that can destroy it, she said. If the loom activates with a complete, genuine 9-bond formation, the holder has the power to unmake the Unraveler. If the loom activates with a corrupted formation, bonds that have been weakened, severed, or rebuilt on wrong foundations, the holder fails, and the Unraveler absorbs the loom's energy instead. It has been waiting 2,000 years for a holder weak enough to get to 9 bonds, and still fail. She looked at him steadily. There have been 3 other holders in that time. None of them forged more than 4 bonds before the Unraveler's corruption reached them. Tianqian looked at the 7 threads on his internal loom. Each one distinct. Each one real. The ice bond carried Qinghe's precision even at the formation's extended range, her clarity present through the distance. The tempered fire bond, chosen twice, stronger at the break. The wind bond carried Ling Yu's restless intelligence. Earth, resilient and distant, rule and steadiness from the capital. Lightning, Inmei's sharpness immediate at his side. Water, Shin Yushi's deep certainty. Wood, Mu Qianling's patient new presence. He thought about the 3 other holders Feng Xiulan had mentioned. None of them had gotten past 4 bonds. What had they been like? The thread memory showed him only the previous holder, the 6th, the one who had come closest. The others were before Feng Xiulan's time as the 6th bond. Before the severer role had been given to her. Before the Unraveler had found her. What happened to the other 3? He asked. She was quiet for a moment. The first one I know of abandoned the system at 2 bonds. He was afraid of what the 2nd bond had become, a fire element, combat aspect, a fighter. He thought the bonds were changing him into someone dangerous. He renounced the system and the bonds both. The system cannot be renounced. The bonds remain whether the holder acknowledges them or not. He spent the rest of his life trying to pretend the threads weren't there. They weakened over years without his cultivation sustaining them. When they finally snapped, the women bonded to him went mad from the uncontrolled karmic backlash. The specific horror of that information landed. The 2nd holder got to 4 bonds and was killed by the loom breakers, she said. They had already infiltrated his circle by then. 3 of the 4 bonds were loom breaker agents who had been inserted to prevent the formation's completion. When he found out, he lost faith in the entire framework. He couldn't tell which bonds were real. A pause. He severed all 4 rather than trust any of them. The backlash was, he survived it, but he never cultivated again. And the third holder got to 4 bonds, and the Unraveler targeted him through the Earth bond candidate. She was genuine, not an agent, not a plant. But she was the daughter of a man the Unraveler had been corrupting for years. The corruption used her as a channel. She didn't know it was happening. By the time she did, Feng Xiulan stopped. She chose to sever the bond herself. To protect him from the corruption. She thought she was making a sacrifice. She was destroying the formation. A pause that lasted long enough to carry its own weight. She lived. He broke. Tianqian was quiet. 4 holders, Feng Xiulan said. All failed by different means. All of them prevented from completing 9 bonds. The Unraveler strategy is not fixed. It adapts to the holder's specific vulnerabilities. For you, the adaptation has been the claim that I protect people by managing what they know, he said. Yes, because it's true. And true vulnerabilities are harder to defend against than false ones. I'm not him, he said. No, she agreed. Which is why I'm standing in a road telling you this instead of hunting you. There is an 8th bond candidate in the Void Lotus Sanctuary. A pause. And before that, away into the Shattered Realm, the 7th bond candidate is still there. Feng Xiulan's information on the Shattered Realm entrance is accurate. She reached into her robe and produced a fragment of jade carved with spatial coordinates. The candidate inside has been building. She will be ready. Ling Yu moved to take the jade. He let her. His eyes stayed on Feng Xiulan. Can you be freed from the corruption? He asked. Her expression shifted, not quite a smile, but the motion of something moving beneath the surface. She touched the black threads at her neck, and her fingers came away without pulling them free. The corruption is 2,000 years old, she said. It's woven into everything I am at this point. My cultivation is built around it. My techniques require it. She was quiet for a moment. When the unraveler is gone, if the formation works the way the first holder designed it to work, the corruption's source will be gone. What happens to corruption when its source is destroyed, I don't know. The previous holder's thread memory doesn't have that information. Because he never succeeded, Tianqian said. Because he never succeeded, she agreed. There was nothing performative in how she said it. No self-pity, no anger, just the flat acknowledgement of something that had happened and could not be unhappened. He looked at her for a moment longer. The black threads at her neck. The weariness that was not simple tiredness, but the specific quality of someone who had stopped expecting things to change and had made their arrangements within that expectation. When this is done, he said, I'll come back to the question. Don't make commitments to me, she said. Focus on the 9 bonds. I can do both, he said. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had heard a great many promises from a great many people who meant them and had been unable to keep them. Worry about the unraveler, she said. Not about me. She turned and walked north, and the black threads moved in the wind, and she was gone before the road curved. Through the 7th bond, Mu Qianling was very still beside him. She had heard everything. Wood element records what grows and what doesn't, she said quietly, not looking at him. I know, he said. She's growing something, she said. Whatever it is under the corruption, still growing. He held that, and let it be true. Chapter 122. They made camp in the ruins of a frontier outpost that night. The unraveler's corruption had driven out whoever had been stationed there, but the walls held and the roof held, and it was defensible on 3 sides with open ground on the 4th. Mu Qianling sat with them for the first time as a fully bonded member of the formation. She had the specific adjustment of someone still calibrating to a new reality. The 7th thread was present and growing. The wood element's quality of patient accumulation visible in the way she moved through the group's evening routines, the way she listened to conversations that had been ongoing for months and looked for the places she could contribute rather than the places she could lead. Ling Yu had spread the spatial coordinate fragment on the map. The Shattered Realm entrance is 4 days north of here. 1 day through open terrain where the Unraveler's direct expression has been active. Then 3 days through the corruption-heavy forest zone that we saw on the approach. The realm operates on a time differential, Tianqian said. Feng Xiulan's information indicated 1 day outside equals approximately 10 days inside. If the candidate has been there since the Void Lotus sent her, then by her own experience it's been years, Mu Qianling said. Her voice was deliberate, the words carefully placed. The realm is fractured. Spatial tears, floating islands, gravity disruptions. But a person who adapted to it would have built something. That's what you do when you have no way out and time to work with. You build. A pause. Feng Xiulan said the candidate has a garden. How did she know that? Yimei asked. The lightning bond was sharp. She caught details that slipped past others, a quality Tianqian had come to rely on in briefings. The Unraveler's awareness extends through its corruption, Ling Yu said. The Shattered Realm has been under its influence for 2 centuries. It's watched the realm. She considered this, which means it knows what we're walking into and has had time to prepare. The suppression pattern we'll find at the entrance will be calibrated for bondholder formations, Shen Yushi said. Water element. Her assessment as deep as the problem it addressed. The previous holder's specific frequency, most likely. It's been waiting for 2,000 years. Then we changed the frequency, Tianqian said. Shen Yushi nodded slowly. The water element cycles through frequencies naturally. I can shift the anchor, but we'll need to do it continuously. The pattern will adapt once it detects a different resonance. How long can you sustain continuous frequency adjustment? The pause was deliberate, the quality of someone giving an honest accounting rather than reassurance. Long enough to get through the forest. I'll tell you when the margin changes. Through the wind bond, Ling Yu was already cataloging the operations variables. Through the earth bond, at long distance, Ruolin was silent but present, the specific quality of someone listening rather than contributing, gathering information. Through the communication relay she had built, her voice arrived. The capital's political situation is stable. The bonds across the city are holding. The Unraveler's ambient influence dropped measurably when the 7th thread completed. The heptagonal constellation's coverage improved. A pause. Whatever is happening in the north is working. It's about to get more complicated, he said. It always does, she said. Come back with the 8th thread. The fire bond was warm in the way it was always warm now. The tempered thread, the bond that had been severed and reforged, and was stronger for both. Through it, he felt Meishio's attention from her night watch position at the outpost's open wall, her awareness of the conversation, her decision not to participate in it, but to stay at her post and let the briefing happen. She was good at the things she was good at, and one of them was knowing what she wasn't needed for. He looked at the map until the others slept. The Shattered Realm entrance, 4 days north. The Void Lotus Sanctuary after that. The 8th thread waiting in a place built around everything that had gone wrong before him. 3 days preparation, he told himself. Learn the terrain. Understand the approach. Don't rush the thing that requires not rushing. He thought about Feng Xiaolan walking north on the road earlier. The black threads gone from her neck. The weariness present in the set of her shoulders, but changed in quality. Less like the weight of something carried wrongly, and more like the weight of distance, which was a different thing. Distance could be sat with. She had given him what she had to give and turned north without asking what he intended to do about her situation. He had asked. She had deflected. He had let her. He was not sure whether he had made the right call there. The question that the Unraveler had raised through Su Siren, whether he protected people by managing what they knew, whether that management was a form of the same failure that had destroyed the previous holder, stayed with him. He had told Feng Xiaolan he would try to free her from the corruption. He had not committed to when or how. He had prioritized the forward path. She was also not his bond. She was someone he owed a genuine attempt, when the path allowed for it. He added it to the accounting. The things that would need to happen after the Unraveler was dealt with. The village with 12 bonded pairs who were questioning their bonds. The Continental Cultivation Council hearing that Rulin had flagged. The Azure Crane sect's ongoing case against him, built by Duan Filong over months of careful preparation. Jingyan's 8 years of conditioning that would require years of careful undoing. The Loom Breakers organization, which had been founded on wrong information and would need to be corrected rather than simply defeated. The list was long. He had spent months treating it as a background item, something to think about after the immediate crisis. The Thread Memory's most recent sessions had been suggesting this was wrong. The previous holder had treated everything except the next bond as background, and the background had been what had ultimately broken him. The bonds were not the work. The bonds were the foundation. The work was everything else. The work was the village with 12 bonded pairs. The work was the council hearing. The work was Jingyan. He thought about his sister, what she would be like now, what 8 years of the Void Lotus sect had built on top of who she had been. The Thread Memory had nothing on this. He was going in without a guide. Through the wood bond, Mu Qianling had gone to sleep, and in her sleep the bond carried the quality of her cultivation practice. Even asleep, the wood element was active, extending through the soil beneath the outpost, running root awareness through the corrupted ground, recording what it found. She was mapping the corruption from inside the formation, building a picture of what would need to happen after. He looked at her sleeping form and thought, this is the kind of ally I should have been looking for from the beginning. Someone who plans for the after while the during is still happening. The list was long. The list was manageable. The list would still be there when this was done, and the person who would address it would be better equipped than the person who had started it. 3 days preparation, he thought again. Learn the terrain. Understand the approach. Don't rush the thing that requires not rushing. He settled into the watch and let the formation cycle through the night around him, 7 threads present and steady, the beginning of the end of the story the previous holder had not been able to finish. Chapter 123. The road north changed at the second day's morning. The Unraveler's direct expression had been working on this territory for longer than anything he'd seen further south. The trees had not simply disrupted their growth patterns. They had begun to mirror each other. The same distortion repeating tree by tree in a procession that stretched as far as he could see in both directions, as if the corruption had imposed a pattern on the living world and the living world had given up resisting it. It's like a formation array, Mu Qianling said. She was walking beside him, and through the 7th bond he felt the quality of her attention, wood element registering the living things, the forest that had been bent into something that was not quite the forest's own will. The distortion was in the growth, bark spiraling in the wrong direction, branches reaching downward, root structures emerging from the soil and lifting the tree's base 6 inches off the ground. Someone made this. The Unraveler made it, Inmei said from ahead. It doesn't need someone. It's an entity with intent. It's using the corruption to maintain a pattern, Mu Qianling said. Look at the repetition interval. She was right. The specific distortion repeated at approximately 80-meter intervals, which was not a natural growth pattern for any tree species. This is suppression. It's suppressing spatial access to the Shattered Realm's entrance. How long does it take to build something like this? He asked. She considered. Decades, minimum. Possibly centuries. The corruption has to be introduced to the living system gradually enough that the system doesn't reject it. Like introducing a toxin at a level the organism can tolerate. then slowly increasing the dose. The trees are not dead. They're wrong. Which means the introduction of the corruption was calibrated. She traced her fingers along the bark of the nearest tree. This forest was groomed. The specific coldness of that settled over the group for a moment. Groomed. The Unraveler had been preparing this location, preparing the approach to the Shattered Realm's entrance, for centuries. This was not ambient corruption. This was intentional preparation of a specific space for a specific purpose. It's a trap built over the course of generations, Ling Yu said from above. The entrance is at the center, and the access to it is suppressed. Anyone who comes here without the right formation configuration can't reach the entrance. Or comes here and gives up, Inmei said. If you can't see the entrance and the forest feels wrong and the cultivation pressure is increasing, you leave, Tianqian said. And someone inside waits. He thought about Mu Qianling in the Shattered Realm for 5 years, building a garden, adapting, waiting. 2,000 years, and the Unraveler still had patience. It was sealed, Mu Qianling said. Patience was all it had. Ling Yu's wind bond activated with focus. She was already above the tree line, the wind carrying her up for the wider view, her intelligence sifting the air currents for information. She's right. The distortion is circular. We're walking through the outer ring of it. The center is approximately 3 kilometers ahead. The Shattered Realm entrance is at the center of the ring. And the ring is calibrated to resist bondholder formations, Shen Yushi said. Already her posture had shifted, the particular internal focus of someone performing active formation adjustment. I can feel it reaching for the heptagonal constellation's resonance frequency. It's slow, old, but it's looking for something specific. The previous holder's frequency, Tianqian said. Yes, which is fortunate. We're not at that frequency by default. She paused. But the corruption pattern is also adaptive. It sampled the formation on contact. It will modify its targeting. The outer ring's effect on cultivation was subtle and accumulative. He felt it at the 3rd hour of walking through the corrupted forest, a pressure against the heptagonal constellation, not an attack, but a constant slight resistance. The way a headwind costs energy even when it doesn't stop forward motion. By the end of the 2nd hour inside the ring, 3 of the 7 bonds were carrying the strain noticeably. He called a rest. The formation needs to reconfigure, he said. Shen Yushi, shift the anchor frequency. She was already doing it. A subtle internal adjustment that he felt through the water bond as a change in the formation's underlying rhythm, the same way you feel a river change its channel through the movement of water rather than the movement of stone. Done. It will take the suppression pattern approximately 40 minutes to detect the new frequency. And then we shift again, Ling Yu said. Yes, the water element can cycle faster than a static pattern can adapt. But static patterns aren't always static. If the corruption is capable of active response rather than passive calibration, we'll have a shorter window each time. Can you tell which it is? Mu Qianling asked. Shen Yushi was quiet for a moment. The specific quality of deep internal assessment. Not yet. We'll find out at the first shift. They moved through the corrupted forest in 40-minute cycles, Shen Yushi adjusting the anchor frequency just ahead of the suppression pattern's targeting. The technique was not simple. Each shift required that all 7 elements adjust their contributions to match the new anchor, which meant the entire group had to adapt their cultivation output in real time. Twice, the pattern adapted faster than expected, and he felt the heptagonal constellation buckle, not break, but compress, the elements working harder to maintain their coverage. It's learning, Ling Yu said during the 3rd shift, her voice carrying the specific calm of someone who preferred accurate bad news to comfortable uncertainty. We're learning faster, Shen Yushi said. They reached the Shattered Realm's entrance at midday. It looked like a tear in the air, a vertical slash perhaps 2 meters high, its edges not sharp but fraying. The spatial boundary destabilized so thoroughly that the space on the other side was visible but distorted, like looking through warped glass at a landscape whose geometric rules had been renegotiated. He could see islands floating inside. He could see the sky inside, which was not the same sky as outside. The formation holds him there? Inmei asked. Unknown, Shen Yushi said. We'll know within 60 seconds of entry. If the spatial distortion inside is severe enough to interfere with the anchor point mechanism, I'll need to establish a different kind of baseline, possibly tied to a physical object rather than a cultivation frequency. Like what? She reached into her pack and produced a small jade disc. Like this. Water element formation anchor. I carved it specifically for this contingency. She showed no pride in having prepared it. It was simply what needed to exist, and so she had made it. Together, he said. We go through together. They went. Chapter 124. The Shattered Realm's first effect was gravitational. Not the absence of gravity, the presence of competing gravities, each one partial and inconsistent. The ground pulled at 70% of normal directly down, while simultaneously pulling at 30% toward a floating island 200 meters to the left. The combined result was a lean. Everyone in the group instinctively adjusted their stance as their bodies processed the competing information. "I've got this," Ime said immediately. She had adapted faster than anyone else, her body sensitivity to electrical fields giving her an additional sense in the disrupted environment. There are static charge differentials between the islands. The electricity follows the spatial gradient. It shows which paths between islands are currently stable. She pointed to a series of faint blue sparks moving in a line across the air between their arrival island and the next. "Those sparks. That's a traversable route." He looked where she indicated. She was right. Thin threads of static discharge moving in patterns that described passable corridors through the realm's fractured geography. The shattered realm's own disrupted physics were providing navigation. "How reliable is the map?" Lingyu asked. "It changes," Ime said. "The discharge patterns shift as the competing gravities move. But they shift slowly, slower than we move." She paused. "Except when a spatial tear opens nearby. Those disrupt the pattern locally, and we need to wait for it to restabilize." The formation was holding. Through the jade disk anchor Shinyushi had established, the heptagonal constellation maintained its 7-element cycle in the disrupted spatial environment, at additional cost. The water element anchor was performing continuous calibration to compensate for the realm's irregular physics, which meant Shinyushi was working harder than normal. Her bond carried the effort without complaint. "How long can you hold the anchor here?" he asked. "Long enough," she said. "The jade disk helps significantly. The physical anchor is more stable than a pure cultivation frequency in spatial distortion. The distortion affects cultivation frequencies, but not physical objects in the same way." She considered. "I'll tell you when the margin changes." Mu Qianling was moving through the island's disrupted vegetation. The plants here had adapted to competing gravities in ways that showed generations of growth, stems curving mid-length to track whichever gravitational pull was currently strongest, root systems that had learned to anchor in 3 dimensions. She was running her fingers across the bark of a tree whose trunk had grown in a spiral, reading it. "This tree is 40 years old," she said. "By its growth rings. The realm has been disrupted for at least that long at this location, probably longer." She looked at the island's interior. The plants adapted. Whatever is alive here found a way to live here. Her voice carried something specific. Not sentimentality, but the professional attention of a cultivator whose element was life and who registered the quality of life even in disrupted circumstances. Ime had come to stand beside her, looking at the same tree with a different kind of attention. "The static discharge patterns are similar," she said. "The electricity follows the spatial gradients. If the gravities shift, the discharge patterns follow the new gradient within hours. The whole realm is constantly recalibrating." "Is that similar to the way the plants are growing?" he asked. "More than similar," Mu Qianling said. "It's the same mechanism. The living things in this realm have learned to track the shifting conditions and adjust in real time. The electricity and the plants and probably every other system in this place are all doing the same thing, following the available gradient rather than insisting on a stable one." She touched the spiraling trunk again. This tree didn't have a choice about whether the gravities would shift. It only had a choice about whether to stop growing. It chose to keep growing, Ime said. Not warmly. It wasn't a warm observation, but with the recognition of someone who had made a similar choice in different conditions and understood what it cost. "Lingyu, from above, the formation's holding well in the current conditions. The jade disk anchor is stable. We have time." "How much?" he asked. "Difficult to say with certainty," she said. "The realm's deterioration is accelerating, but not catastrophically yet. An hour, minimum. Then we have time to do this carefully," he said. "Ime, map the next 2 islands." "Mu Qianling, what can you tell me about the 7th thread candidate from what you're reading here?" Mu Qianling was already extending wood element cultivation through the island's root systems, feeling deeper, reading the accumulated history of the realm's life. "She's been careful," she said after a moment. "Every island I can feel through the root network. The growth patterns show deliberate attention, not just survival, improvement. She's been cultivating the realm's living systems the way you'd cultivate a garden, slowly improving the soil quality, encouraging growth in the directions that would provide food and medicine." She straightened. "She's not just surviving in here. She's been trying to make it better." "Would cultivators do that?" he said. "Not all of them," she said. "It requires believing the improvement is worth doing even when there's no guarantee of a witness." "The 7th thread pulls northeast," he said. They moved through the realm using Inmei's electrical navigation for the island crossings and Ling used wind techniques for the gaps between islands where footing didn't exist. Twice they had to wait at island edges while the static discharge patterns restabilized. Spatial tiers opened at a distance and disrupted the local electrical gradient. The realm's physics hiccuping in response to the unraveler's ongoing pressure against its boundaries. At the second island, they found evidence of passage. Not recent, years old. Stone surfaces with the specific or pattern of repeated foot traffic. A cleared path through the island's vegetation, maintained with wood element cultivation rather than simple cutting. The path was overgrown now, but the growth pattern showed it had been kept clear for a long time before being abandoned. Someone had found a route through this section and maintained it. She mapped the realm, Mu Qianling said, reading the growth patterns. These plants were shaped deliberately, not cut, but guided. She didn't hack a path. She grew one. How long ago was this section maintained? Ling Yu asked. For years, Mu Qianling said. The current growth is 4 years from the last cultivation touch, which means she moved on from this route 4 years ago. Found a better one, probably, or her base of operations shifted. The realm's time differential made the timeline strange. For realm years, which was less than 5 months outside. She had been here longer than 5 months from outside's perspective, which meant she had arrived before anyone had known to look for her. The Void Lotus had sent her in and waited. They had not waited for a rescue attempt, he understood. They had sent her in to keep her occupied while the sanctuary preparations continued. She had been expected to die in the realm or be so thoroughly isolated by its disruptions that she would be irrelevant. Instead, she had mapped it. The realm's time differential became apparent at the third island, a wide plateau with a dried stream bed running across it, its banks carved deep by water flow that had been active for years. Someone had managed the realm's water movement, shaped this stream deliberately. The carved channels were too regular for natural flow, the specific work of cultivation-assisted terraforming. She redirected the condensation runoff, Xin Yushi said, reading the water patterns. This stream was fed by the condensation the shattered realm generates from temperature differentials. She found the source and channeled it. A pause of genuine professional appreciation. That's sophisticated water management. She had 5 years, Mu Qianling said, not dismissively, with the understanding of someone who knew exactly what 5 years of attentive attention to a specific environment could produce. She's been working, Ling Yu said. Ling Yu went up for a wider view, the wind carrying her above the island cluster, her intelligence sifting the air currents. A silence while she looked. Then, there's a garden. Northeast quadrant, on the largest island in the cluster. It's substantial. She's been growing things for a long time. Through the 7th thread, the pull was steady and clear, wood element, patient and alive and present. Somewhere ahead, a person had taken a broken place and made it into something that could sustain. Move, he said. Chapter 125. The garden was on the largest floating island in the realm's northeastern quadrant. From below, approaching through a bridge of stable static discharge that Yimei mapped, the garden was a remarkable thing. It covered perhaps half the island's surface in a configuration that showed clear design thinking. Cultivation beds arranged in concentric circles rather than rows, ensuring that whatever arc the realm's disrupted sun traced on a given day, something in the garden was in its path. The water sources were fed by condensation collectors, cloth surfaces that caught the realm's atmospheric moisture and channeled it into a central reservoir. The condensation rate in the shattered realm was higher than outside due to competing temperature zones created by the spatial pressure differentials. The collector design showed understanding of this specific dynamic. Whoever had built it had arrived at that understanding through years of observation and experiment. The soil in the cultivation beds was not the island's original soil. It had been built, layered composting, ash from small fires, the particular labor of someone who had looked at what was available and constructed the conditions that growth required. Mu Qianling stopped walking and stood at the garden's edge for a moment. He watched her take in the full picture. The years of work, the specific intelligence of the design, the evidence of failure and adjustment visible in the beds where the original planting configuration had been changed. She put her hand gently on the soil of the nearest bed. Good soil, she said quietly. She made good soil from almost nothing. She was quiet for a moment longer, and he understood she was doing more than looking. The wood element's perception extended through the garden's root systems, reading the history embedded in the soil's composition, the years of cultivation attention, the specific knowledge that had been applied here. Growing things held memory in ways that ordinary perception missed. 5 years of deliberate attention, Mu Qianling said. The soil's pH is precisely calibrated for the specific crops she chose. That doesn't happen by accident. She tested, adjusted, tested again. She moved to the next bed and crouched, pressing her palm flat. She lost crops in the first year. The second and third years, she was still learning the realm's seasonal patterns. The realm's seasons don't follow outside patterns. They follow the competing gravity cycles, which are irregular. She would have had to develop her own observational calendar. She stood. She's a skilled cultivator. Whatever the Void Lotus sect trained her for, what she actually became in here was something different. She became someone who built from what was available, Ling Yu said, descending from above. Yes, Mu Qianling said. She looked at the garden with the specific respect of someone who recognized the quality of work because they knew how hard it was. I've built from available materials. 5 years in a broken dimension with competing gravities and no reliable seasons, and no cultivation community and unraveler corruption trying to reach you through the realm's failing barriers. She paused. That's harder than what I did. He walked the garden's perimeter slowly while Mu Qianling read the soil. The bond had formed between him and the woman at the garden's center. He felt it pulling him toward her, the warm green quality of wood element that he was now recognizing as this woman's specific expression of it, different from Mu Qianling's in the way that all fire was fire, but each fire had its own character. The woman he was walking toward was not at the garden's center anymore. She had put down her tool and was watching him approach, not with the defensive alertness of someone expecting an attack, but with the evaluative stillness of someone assessing an unexpected event and deciding how to respond. The wood bond between them was already present in his perception, already giving him information. She was physically well. The isolation had been hard on her psychologically. He could feel the specific texture of someone who had spent years without anyone to talk to. But her cultivation was strong and her body was healthy. The garden had fed her. The isolation had not broken her. She had built something rather than waiting for rescue, and the building had kept something essential intact. He stopped at the garden's edge. My name is Luo Tianchen, he said. I'm here to take you home. She studied him for a moment. Then, in a voice that was careful about being steady, how long has it been outside? 6 months, he said. A pause while she did the math. 5 years in here, then. She looked at her garden with an expression that contained many things, none of which she performed. I knew it would be something like that. I'm sorry it took this long, he said. You came, she said simply. That's what matters. She looked at the garden once more, at the good soil she had made from almost nothing, at the condensation collectors and the concentric beds. I need to harvest some seeds before we go. Of course, he said. The woman was at the garden center, working. She was perhaps 35 years old, with the specific physical quality of someone who had been doing sustained physical labor for an extended period. Practical, economical movement, no wasted motion. Her cultivation was active in the background, the green-gold light of wood element techniques supporting the plants, encouraging growth in the realm's difficult conditions. She heard them coming and turned. The stillness that followed lasted approximately 3 seconds. She was assessing, not frightened. She had been here long enough that the reflex of fear had been replaced by the slower, more reliable reflex of evaluation. He recognized the expression from Shun Yushi's barrier work, from Ruolan's court observations, from anyone who had learned to process threat and opportunity simultaneously rather than sequentially. You're real, she said. Not a question. A recalibration, the specific adjustment of someone who had experienced the unraveler's hallucinatory influence and had developed methods for distinguishing genuine experience from corruption. We're real, he said. She looked at the group. At the 7 of them, himself and 6 bonded women and the specific formation light that surrounded them, the heptagonal constellations cycling elements visible to a cultivator with sufficient perception. Her gaze moved to the threads, which were visible to her because she was already, he understood now, a candidate the system had identified. The wood element in her cultivation was responding to the formation's wood element with the specific resonance of complementary frequencies. You're the bondholder, she said. Luo Tianchen. Yes, we came to take you out of here. How long has it been outside? 6 months, Ling Yu said. Her voice was factual, without the softening that might have felt patronizing. Since the Void Lotus sent you in. The woman processed this. 6 months outside, which meant, by the realm's differential, approximately 5 years inside. She had known the calculation. Knowing a thing and hearing it confirmed were different experiences, and he gave her the moment they required. I'm Mu Qianling, she said. I know, he said. She registered this without alarm. The bondholder's information is usually more complete than the target realizes, she said, which was the calm observation of someone who had been thinking about this encounter for a long time and had worked through the emotional responses far enough in advance to engage practically. You have 7 bonds. The formation I can sense, heptagonal constellation, Shun Yushi said. The 7th element is wood. It's already present. It's yours. Mu Qianling felt the thread's quality with the attention of a cultivator assessing an unfamiliar energy. Not hostile, not eager, genuinely evaluative. It doesn't feel like what the loom breakers described. What did they describe, he asked. Entrapment, she said. A dependency framework designed to look like connection. She continued to assess the thread's quality. This is not that. No, he agreed. It isn't. She looked at her garden, at the years of work, the good soil she had made from nothing, the condensation collectors and the adaptation records, and the specific intelligence of a person who had survived where survival required building. I want to take seeds, she said. Take whatever fits in your pack, he said. She nodded and moved to begin the harvest. Around her, the realm shuddered, a distant warning, the unraveler's corruption reaching through the failing spatial boundaries. We have less time than I'd like, Lingyu said. Give her a minute, he said. She took exactly 1 minute and came back with a full pack. Ready. Chapter 126. The seventh thread solidified between them as they crossed the third island on the way out. He had not engineered it. The system's bond formation was not an event he controlled, but a recognition of something already real. The thread formed when the genuine connection was present, not when he acted to create it. What was present with Mu Qianling was the recognition of someone who had survived something genuinely difficult by building rather than breaking, and who was looking at the heptagonal constellation with clear eyes and choosing, knowledgeably, to add her strength to it. The formation shifted when the seventh thread completed. He felt it the way he felt all the transitions, the quality of the whole becoming more than the sum, the elements locking into a new arrangement that was more stable, more resonant, more capable of sustaining itself. The wood element added something different from all the previous additions. It was generative. The other elements protected, attacked, illuminated, grounded, conducted, sustained. Wood grew. The formation, with wood in it, began to grow, not in size but in quality, the bonds strengthening each other actively rather than just maintaining each other's presence. Seventh thread forged. Element, wood. Mu Qianling felt it. She stopped walking for a moment and touched the thread with the same evaluative stillness she'd used when assessing whether they were real. This is what it is, she said. Yes, he said. I read about bondholders, she said, walking again. In the Void Lotus sect's records, which are obviously biased, and in the Cloud Song Pavilion's records, which are more sympathetic but still secondhand. A pause. The records don't convey the specific quality of it. What quality? That it's genuinely mutual, she said. The records treat it as something the holder does to the bonded party. But the thread is bidirectional. I can feel him through it too. She looked at him, mildly curious. What do you feel? He considered the seventh bond, the wood element's warm, generative quality, the patience of someone who had built a garden in a broken place and knew the difference between the beginning of growth and the result of growth. Someone who builds, he said. Someone who knows how to work with what's available. She considered this. That's accurate, she said. I will try to also feel what I actually am rather than what's useful to the formation. Ime, ahead, without turning. That's the most cultivator way I've ever heard someone say they're going to have an emotion. Is it wrong? Mu Qianling asked. No, Ime said. It's extremely me, and I resent recognizing it. Lingyu, from above, offered. I think she'll fit in. I'm withholding judgment until I've met the others, Mu Qianling said. They all say that, Ime said. They all fit in. You say that as if it's unfortunate, Mu Qianling said. It's inconvenient, Ime said. I had more room for my particular complaints when fewer people shared them. Mu Qianling processed this. How many people currently share your particular complaints? All 6, Ime said, which is obviously the fault of the selection process and not of my complaints. The selection process selected for people who ask hard questions and have specific standards, Mu Qianling said, which is the same thing as selecting for people who have specific complaints. A pause. Ime's lightning bond carried something that was not quite a laugh, but was in that direction. She will fit in, Lingyu confirmed. They crossed the fourth island and found the route through the fifth, a longer crossing, the electrical navigation arc taking them on an angular path between two large gravity differential zones where direct passage was impossible. Ime mapped the arc in real time, reading the discharge patterns and updating the route as the realm's competing gravities shifted. He watched her work and thought about what it meant that the lightning bond's particular gift was navigation in electrical environments. Environments where everything was in motion and the stable path was the one you found dynamically rather than fixed in advance. Ime had been the most resistant to the bond, the most insistent on maintaining her independence, the most careful about not letting connection become dependency. And her element's gift was finding the path through the place where nothing stayed still. What are you thinking about? Mu Qianling asked from beside him. Wood element. She had a particular sensitivity to the quality of prolonged attentive silence. Lightning navigation, he said. That's what you're calling it. It's accurate. It is, she agreed. It's also a metaphor. I know, he said. They moved through the fifth island and toward the sixth, the exit visible ahead through the fraying tear in the realm's spatial boundary. The realm shuddered again, closer this time. A spatial tear opened 30 meters to their left, larger than the exit they were heading toward, ragged at its edges. Through the tear, the Unraveler's corruption pressed at the realm's failing boundary. The formation responded. All 7 elements covering the boundary of the tear, the heptagonal constellation's presence pushing back. The realm is collapsing now, Shinyushi said. She did not raise her voice. The jade disk anchor is compensating, but the spatial distortion is increasing faster than I can cycle against. We have perhaps 10 minutes before the compensation fails. How far to the exit? 2 islands, Inmei said. For minutes if we move now. Move, he said. They ran. The realm shuddered around them, the competing gravities fluctuating as the structural integrity failed. He caught Mu Qianling as a sudden gravity shift pulled her sideways. She steadied without breaking stride and kept running. The exit was visible, the same fraying tear, the outside light pressing through its edges. 20 meters. A new spatial tear opened directly in front of them, the Unraveler's active reach closing their path. Lingyu hit it with a focused gale, forcing the edges wider against the Unraveler's resistance. Through, she called. He went first. The others followed. Lingyu last, the wind behind her as the tear closed. The realm made a sound, low and final. Then it was simply gone. Where the entrance had been, empty air. The corrupted trees of the outer ring continued their 80-meter repetition in both directions, but the center point, the entrance, the realm itself, everything she had built inside it, was absent. Mu Qianling looked at the empty space for 2 seconds. Then she reached into her pack and checked the seeds by touch. Still there, still viable. The wood element's ambient warmth maintained through the formation's coverage. She turned to face south, toward the living world, toward whatever the next step was. I'll grow a new garden, she said. There's good ground somewhere ahead. There always is. How do you know? Imei asked. Not challenging. Genuinely curious, the lightning bond's sharpness applied to a question rather than a problem. Mu Qianling considered the answer. Because every place I've been, including the Shattered Realm, has had something alive in it, she said. The Void Lotus sect's sanctuaries deliberately removed life from the ground below them. You felt that, I assume, through the formation, but the Unraveler's corruption didn't convert living things. It distorted them, discouraged them. The root systems retreated below 3 meters rather than being destroyed. The trees grew wrong rather than dying. She looked at the corrupted trees around them. This entire suppression formation is a distortion of living things, which means the living things are still here, still alive, distorted. She touched the bark of the nearest corrupted tree with one hand, the wood element cultivation active. It's going to take years to fix this, but it's not dead, and the ground will be healthy again, he said. The ground is already different, she said. The heptagonal constellation's coverage has been running through this forest for 3 days. The wood element is generative. The trees within the formation's range have been trying to straighten. She paused. They won't. Not yet. But they're trying. He looked at the corrupted forest with this information and found the specific quality of someone who had been looking at a problem as fixed and had just been given evidence that it was in process. Let's go, he said. They started south, and behind them the corrupted trees stood in their 80-meter repetition, and the wood element's warmth from the formation's coverage continued to move through them, very slowly, like warmth through cold stone. Chapter 127. The road south was different from the road north. He could not have said precisely what the difference was, except that the land itself seemed aware of the change. The Unraveler's ambient corruption was still present. The trees at the road's edges still carried the marking of long-term spiritual interference. The soil still had the quality that the Earth bond registered as wrong at the root level. But the pole of the heptagonal constellation's 7 elements in their complete formation had a presence that pushed back against ambient corruption in a way that 6 elements had not. Wood element, generative. The formation no longer just held its ground. It improved what it stood on. Not quickly. Mu Qianling's wood techniques required time and attention, and she was still calibrating to the formation's full expression, but the quality of improvement was there. Trees within the formation's range that had been growing inward began, over the course of hours of walking, to show the first signs of growing outward again. The soil registered differently through the earth bond. The water bond showed cleaner groundwater in the formation's footprint. You're doing that deliberately, Lingyu said to Mu Qianling. Yes, she said. We're not stopping to heal every tree, Inmei said. I'm not stopping to heal every tree, Mu Qianling said. I'm walking and the formation is improving the terrain in its range as a byproduct of the wood element's active presence. They're different things. How long until the improvement is visible to ordinary people rather than cultivators? At this concentration, walking speed? Weeks. She paused. But the root systems are changing now. The structure is changing first. The visible growth follows later. Tianxian listened to this exchange and thought about the world after the unraveler. The question that had been at the back of his planning since the thread memory had first shown him what the complete nine-bond formation was for. The loom of heaven could repair the karmic substrate. It could not repair the physical corruption or the community trust or the specific human damage that the unraveler's whisper had done to bonded pairs across the continent. That work would be ordinary work. Years of it. He had been thinking about the shape of that work during the march south. Not because it was the immediate problem. The unraveler was the immediate problem. The eighth bond was the immediate problem. The void lotus sanctuary was the immediate problem. But because the kind of person he needed to be after the loom activated would be determined by what he was building right now. The thread-strengthening pills that Qinghe had been developing and distributing, those were part of it. The school he had established in Jade Phoenix City. The 3 days he had spent in the village with 12 bonded pairs who were questioning their bonds because the unraveler's corruption had made doubt feel like clarity. These were the beginning of the ordinary work. They were not tactical victories. They were the infrastructure of the world after. Your thinking has changed, Mu Qianling said. She was walking beside him, the wood bond carrying the quality of her attention. Patient and present, the specific awareness of someone who had learned to read the ground by walking on it carefully for years. How can you tell? He asked. The wood element reads growth, she said. When you were in the shattered realm, before the bond formed, I could feel the shape of the formation's quality, the way 7 elements moved together. The formation's thinking was tactical, forward-looking in a specific direction. She paused. Now it's tactical and also something else. Something longer in its horizon. The world after, he said. Yes, she said. I spent 5 years in a pocket dimension thinking about what I would build when I got out. The thinking changed what I built. When I knew I was going to leave, when the bond formed and I knew leaving was real, I started building toward the leaving. The last month's work in the garden was different from the first year's work. Not better necessarily. More purposeful. He thought about this. What did you build differently? Seeds, she said simply. The first 4 years I was building food. The last month I was building legacy. Things that could grow somewhere else, in different conditions, with different hands tending them. The 8th thread pulled southwest, where the void lotus sanctuary waited. Through the relay, Ruolin's voice arrived. The Azure Crane sect's political position has shifted. Duan Filong submitted a formal documentation to the Continental Cultivation Council this morning claiming that the red thread system is a soul entrapment technique rather than a karmic bond framework. The council has requested a formal response within 30 days. 30 days, he said. The timing is either coincidence or Howren's influence. Howren has been in contact with the council's Eastern delegation. A pause. The documentation is detailed and technically sophisticated. Filong didn't write it alone. The Azure Crane sect's corrupt inner faction, Ling Yu said immediately. Yes, which means they've been building this case for months. The hearing will be public and will draw significant attention. Ruolin's voice shifted into the tone she used when presenting a recommendation. My assessment is that a successful defense of the bonds before the council, combined with evidence of the unraveler's threat and the loom's activation, would be more effective than any number of individual demonstrations. The council represents 47 sections. If the bonds are vindicated there, the loom breakers lose their political infrastructure. After, he said, the loom first, then the council. Obviously, she said, I'm telling you what comes next so you can think about it while you're doing the current thing. Through the earth bond, he felt the precise quality that had always been hers, pragmatic and strategic, and underneath the strategy, genuinely invested in the outcome. She had arrived at genuine from calculating, which was a longer path than others had taken, but arrived at the same place. How's the capital? He asked. A pause that was not operational hesitation, but the specific quality of someone choosing how to summarize something complex. Recovering. The unraveler's ambient influence has dropped significantly since your formation reached 7 bonds. The cultivators who were questioning their bonds are starting to ask different questions, not whether the bonds are real, but how to strengthen them. Another pause. The thread-strengthening pill distribution is working. Qinghe's formulation is more effective at the current concentration than the initial version. She's updated the distribution protocol. Through the ice bond, even at this distance, he felt Qinghe's precision. She had identified a refinement in the formula and had been updating the distribution without waiting to report it, which was characteristic. Tell her it's noticed, he said. She knows, Rulin said. That's also characteristic. He almost smiled. The ice bond, at its long distance, carried the quality of Qinghe's attention. She was aware of the exchange, was aware of being recognized, was not going to acknowledge it directly, and the not acknowledging directly was itself a form of acknowledgement. Come back with the eighth bond, Rulin said. Her voice had shifted away from the strategic register into something quieter and more direct. Come back. All of you. I will, he said. We will. A pause. Then she was gone from the relay, back to the capital's ongoing management. A pause. Then she was gone from the relay, back to the capital's ongoing management. The Earth bond her continued presence in the formation's structure regardless of distance. The sanctuary entrance is 4 days southwest, Ling Yu said, the intelligence overlay updated from her scouting. 2 days of open road. 2 days of the Western Mountain approach. What's the sanctuary's current state? The Void Lotus cultivators who weren't corrupted have dispersed. The remaining presence is approximately 40 corrupted followers plus Su Siren, who has been in the inner sanctum for 3 months. A pause. The corrupted followers won't be organized. They won't fight as a unit. But they won't flee either. And the eighth bond candidate is inside, he said. The silence that followed had a different quality from operational silences. This was the silence of people who understood they were moving towards something that was not just tactically difficult. He told them. His sister. The beast tied 8 years ago. The 8 years of believing she was dead. The thread memory's account of what the Void Lotus sect had done to people it took. He told them all of it. And when he finished, none of them tried to fill the space. Meishio, through the fire bond, was warm. That was all. Just warm. The specific quality of someone who was present and not going to minimize the thing and not going to catastrophize it either. Just present. Shen Yushi spoke first, with the careful precision that characterized everything she said. The thread memory. How reliable is its account of the Void Lotus sect's intake process? Is it first-hand or reported? First-hand, he said. The previous holder had access to the Void Lotus sect's documentation after the battle at the fortress. He read their intake records. A pause. He found Jingyan's intake record. He knew she was there. He couldn't reach her because by that point the Unraveler's corruption had already begun. The quality of the silence changed. What had been the silence of people absorbing personal information became the silence of people integrating operational information. She's been there for 8 years, Ling Yu said. The conditioning runs deep. The Void Lotus sect has had 8 years to build her identity as someone other than your sister. I know, he said. When you face her, Ling Yu stopped. Considered. The wind bond was careful, which meant she was selecting words rather than saying the first thing. When you face her, what she does will feel like it's directed at you personally. It will be directed at a target profile, not at you. You need to hold that distinction. I know, he said. You know, she said. But knowing and holding it in the moment are different. Imei made a sound, not dismissive, more acknowledging. I was in the Void Lotus sect, she said. Not the intake process, but the conditioning work. The sect creates a very complete internal world for its members. The target profile they build for Tianqian will feel, to her, as real as anything she knows. A pause. The only thing that breaks through it is specificity. Not arguments. Not cultivation power. Specific memories that the conditioning didn't cover. Details, he said. The most specific ones you have, she confirmed. Things that couldn't be in a file. Things that are only in a mind. He thought about what he had from 8 years ago. The gray-blue lanterns. The rabbit named Dusty. The bet about embarrassing the family. The storage room. I have them, he said. Through the fire bond, Meishio was still warm. Still present. Not adding anything because there was nothing to add. For days, he said. Let's use them. Chapter 128. The Western Mountains' lower approaches were where the spiritual geography changed. He felt it through the earth bond first, Rulin's element, the element of land and root and stone. A quality in the ground that was not the ambient corruption of the north, but something older and more deliberate. The Unraveler's seal had been in the earth here for 2,000 years. 2,000 years of proximity had changed what the stone was. The way water changes limestone over centuries. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but with the slow and total thoroughness of time working without interruption. The soil has gone below 3 meters, Mu Qianling said. She was kneeling at the road's edge, her hand pressed flat against the ground. The root systems don't go below 3 meters. Whatever is below that level, the plants decided against it a long time ago, and subsequent generations respected the decision. That decision was made long before the Void Lotus sect found this location, Shen Yushi said. She was reading the groundwater through the water bond, her perception extending downward through the rock. The water tables here avoid the deepest stone entirely. They flow around it. The living world has known something was wrong here for a very long time, Mu Qianling said. Imei and the Void Lotus sect built their sanctuary here deliberately. They weren't just a sect with bad doctrine, Ling Yu said. They were a sect that chose to commune with the thing their founder had been damaged by. There's a specific kind of ideological perversity to that. Grief does strange things to doctrine, Tianxian said. They were quiet with this for a while. He was thinking about Su Siren, about the thread memories account of her original bond, and the previous holder's choice, and the 2,000 years she had spent building a religion around the wound. He was thinking about his sister, who had been given a different version of the same story, that bonds were weapons, that the women who held them were victims, that the holder was the danger. Jingyan had been 7 years old when the beast tide came. He had been 15, already at the Azure Crane sect, already beginning the slow process of understanding that his spiritual root was inadequate for what the sect required. The message had arrived through the sect's communication array, sparse, military in its efficiency, village compromised, casualties unknown, survivors in transit to the eastern refuge cities. His parents' names on a list. His sister's name missing from all subsequent lists. 8 years of a missing name. The thread memory had shown him more than the outline had. It had shown him the Void Lotus sect's intake process for children. The suppression formations that covered memories with new memories. The new names and new identities built on top of the old ones. The careful construction of a person who believed the story they'd been given. The Void Lotus was thorough. They had to be. Memory suppression that was incomplete was worse than no suppression. It produced breaks, confusions, moments where the original person surfaced and saw the constructed person, and the collision was catastrophic. They had been thorough with Jingyan. The 8 thread's pull was strong now, directional and specific, with the emergency quality that distinguished genuine danger from proximity. Whatever was happening inside the sanctuary, it was not stable. Timeline, he said. Ling Yu produced the intelligence assessment. The corrupted presence inside is building towards something. The formation arrays around the sanctuary's inner sanctum have been strengthening for 2 weeks. Su Siren's communion with the Unraveler is intensifying in proportion to the seal's failure. She paused. My assessment is that we have a narrow window. If the seal fails while we're approaching rather than while we're inside, we lose the ability to control where the confrontation happens. Then we move faster, he said. They cut the final day's travel to half by pushing through the night. The formation's coverage sustained through the darkness. Inmei's lightning bond providing navigation in the mountain terrain where footing was unreliable, and Shun Yushi's water element extending its night vision properties through the formation's boundary. Through the earth bond, the mountain communicated its character. Not words. The bond wasn't language, but impression. Old stone that had been changed. Ground that had been avoiding something below it for generations. The mountain was not hostile to their presence. It simply did not want to be responsible for what was at its center. He talked to Jingyan's thread memory through the bond's growing clarity as they walked. Not the suppressed memories. Those had come back in the first wave and were still settling, still finding their places in the structure of who she was. But the 8 years of cultivation experience the Void Lotus had given her, which was real and available and not contaminated by the conditioning in the same way. He asked her about the metal element's specific techniques, about what she had been trained for, about the anti-bondholder operational doctrine from the inside. She told him, systematically. The Void Lotus had trained her to identify bondholder formations by their resonance frequencies, to target thread connections rather than the holder directly, to use metal element strikes to create gaps in formation coverage that other elements could exploit. The training was sophisticated. I've been training to fight you for 4 years, she said. I know, he said. Does that change anything? She considered this with the same organizational clarity that had characterized her thinking as a child, the same quality that 8 years of a different story hadn't fundamentally altered. It changes what I know about your formation's vulnerabilities. The Void Lotus's intelligence on the red thread system is extensive. They've been studying bondholder formations for 2,000 years. Tell me what they know, he said. She did. Over the last 4 hours of the night march, she described the anti-bondholder intelligence that the Void Lotus sect had compiled across centuries of study. The thread sovereign Su Siren had added to it substantially. The doctrine was wrong about the bond's nature, but accurate about their structural mechanics. He listened and updated his formation's defensive configuration accordingly. The metal bond contributed to this in real time. Through the thread's quality, Jingyan's knowledge of specific technique vulnerabilities was available to the formation's coverage design. 8 minutes old and already filling a gap he hadn't known existed. They talked as they walked. Not about the mission, about other things. Small things, the kind that had been present before the beast tied and had been inaccessible since. He asked about what she remembered of the village, not the memories the conditioning had tried to suppress, but the ones that had survived through childhood because they were too ordinary for suppression to bother with. The smell of the road in autumn, the specific sounds of the market on festival days, the quality of winter light through the house's paper screens. She told him, carefully at first, checking each memory against the conditioning's claim that feeling was manipulation. Then less carefully, as the metal bond's precision made the distinction clearer. She could feel through the thread the quality of genuine memory versus the constructed identity's memories, not by content, but by texture. Genuine memories had a quality of continuation. They connected to earlier memories, later memories, a web of context. The conditioning's memories were complete in themselves. Perfect. Isolated. No web. The constructed memories are too clean, she said. Yes, he said. Real memories have dirt in the corners. She was quiet for a moment. Father's workshop smelled like paste and dust, she said. The lantern paper had a specific smell. He ordered it from a supplier in the Eastern District who used a particular sizing process. I had forgotten I knew that. So had I, he said. Did you actually forget? She said. Or did the grief cover it? I don't know, he said. Probably the second. The conditioning covers memories too, she said. Not the same mechanism. But the effect is, you stop expecting things that have been absent for a long time. And the absence starts to feel like the baseline. She looked at the dark mountain terrain around them. I stopped expecting to remember who I was. The absence became so long that I stopped missing it. And then you said gray-blue lanterns, and the absence became something I could see the shape of. He let that sit between them for a while. Jingyan, he said. Yes. I'm glad you're alive. She was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, I know, she said. And after another moment, I'm glad too. I hadn't felt that specifically for a while. It's good to feel it specifically. He listened and updated his formation's defensive configuration accordingly. The metal bond contributed to this in real time. Through the thread's quality, Jingyan's knowledge of specific technique vulnerabilities was available to the formation's coverage design. 8 minutes old and already filling a gap he hadn't known existed. By dawn they were at the cave entrance, and the mountain stone was wrong in the precise way the earth bond described. Ancient and corrupted and threaded through with an absence that had been accumulating for 2,000 years. Together, he said. Same as before. They entered the cave at first light. Chapter 129. The descent took 2 hours through passages that showed the dual history of the place. The cave system's upper reaches were natural, limestone formations, groundwater channels, the specific mineral deposition of tens of thousands of years. This was the mountain before the sanctuary, before the Unraveler's seal was placed here. The rock here was merely rock, old and indifferent and continuous. Below the 50-meter mark, the character changed. The passages had been shaped by cultivation techniques, walls smoothed by earth element work, floors leveled, junctions widened to allow organized movement of people and materials. The structural work was old. Centuries of use, not decades. The Void Lotus sect had been here for a long time, and they had built thoroughly. The formation arrays were everywhere. Most were dead, their energy sources depleted or disrupted by the Unraveler's presence, which was not selective about what it consumed. The few that remained active were corrupted. He felt them through the formation's boundary, not defensive structures, but absorptive ones, pulling spiritual energy inward. They were not designed to stop intruders. They were designed to feed whatever was below. They were maintaining the seal, Ling Yu said, reading the array structures through the wind bond's spatial perception. The entire array network was originally a maintenance system for the seal, keeping it intact, cycling energy through its boundaries, preventing the degradation that natural entropy would cause over centuries. A pause. Su Siren didn't just build on top of the seal. She inherited a technical responsibility for it and decided to corrupt the maintenance work into something that would weaken the seal instead. He processed this. The Void Lotus sect had been, at its origin, a protective organization. The founding wound was the previous holder's severance of Su Siren's bond. Genuine harm, genuinely experienced. But the sect she had built afterward had inherited responsibility for the seal's maintenance and had inverted that responsibility into active weakening. Every generation of Void Lotus cultivators had been taught that they were liberating bonded women from male holders. What they had actually been doing, beneath the ideology, was servicing the entity that had offered their founder a substitute for the bond she'd lost. The corruption was not a side effect. It was the purpose. She believed she was building something righteous, he said. I think she believed that for the first 3 centuries, Ling Yu said. After that, she paused, reading deeper into the array architecture. The arrays changed. The ideology stayed the same, but the technical work became increasingly oriented toward the entity below rather than toward liberating anyone. The liberation doctrine was a surface layer. What the sect was actually doing, technically, was feeding the unraveler and weakening its seal. Did they know? The matriarchs knew, Ling Yu said. The rank and file probably didn't, which is how ideological corruption usually works. The people doing the harm believe the story. The people directing the harm know the real story and find the believing useful. Through the eighth bond, he felt Jingyan take this in. She had been inside the sect. She had been one of the people who believed the story. He didn't say anything about that. She was already thinking about it. The metal bond's quality, precise and enduring, carried the specific texture of someone integrating a hard truth without either dismissing it or being destroyed by it. That's why the Unraveler's corruption here is different from the Northern Territory, Shen Yushi said. The water bond was reading the flows below, not groundwater but energy, the way the anti-fate field moved through the mountain stone. It's not ambient. It's directed. Someone has been directing it for 2,000 years. The corrupted Void Lotus followers came at the 100-meter level. They moved in the specific way of people whose connection to their own will have been compromised. Not slowly, not stupidly, but without the quality of considered choice that made regular combat readable. They came because the presence of a bondholder in proximity triggered whatever remained of the Void Lotus conditioning. They came like a reaction rather than a decision. Meishio and Inmei engaged without needing instruction. Fire and lightning, the two combat-forward elements, working in the combination that had been developing since Inmei's fifth bond formation. Fire for sustained damage, lightning for disruption and speed. The formation's coverage held the corrupted cultivators within the seven-element domain, where their movement was tracked and their techniques were anticipated. He moved forward while the battle continued behind him. Ling Yu stayed at his right shoulder, wind bond providing spatial awareness ahead, reading the passage configuration, the array placements, the specific location of the chamber at the deepest level. 200 meters, she said. The passage branches in 40 meters. Left branch leads to the auxiliary chambers. Right branch leads to the inner sanctum. The eighth thread. Right branch, she confirmed. He took the right branch. The passage narrowed as it descended. The formations here were different, newer, built with different techniques than the centuries-old maintenance arrays. These were Su Siren's direct work. He could see the signature of her cultivation in the array structures, thread sovereign rank, the specific design philosophy of someone who had spent a lifetime studying how to sever karmic connections. The arrays were not absorptive here. They were targeting. Each array was a fate severance formation calibrated to detect bondholder formations and interfere with the thread connections. He kept the heptagonal constellation's 7 elements in their maximum protective configuration and moved through them. The arrays fired. He felt each discharge against the formation's boundary, the specific quality of fate severance energy, designed to cut karmic connections at their source. The formation held. Each element contributed its resistance. Ice blocking the severance energy's penetration, fire consuming the discharge, wind dispersing the targeting, earth grounding the formation's roots, lightning discharging the accumulation, water redirecting the flow, would regenerating what the severance energy tried to thin. 7 bonds, 7 elements, and below him the 8th thread pulling strong and clear. The passage ended in a chamber door. He stopped with his hand on the door. The door was stone, shaped by cultivation techniques, its surface smooth and featureless except for the formation array inlaid at its center. A Void Lotus sect design, the specific configuration of severance readiness that he had learned from Jingyan's intelligence sharing during the night march. The array was dormant. Whatever was inside the chamber had not activated it yet. Through the 8 threads pull he felt the quality he had learned to identify as familial, a different texture from all the others. All the previous bonds had the quality of someone whose life had intersected with his at a point of genuine danger, whose fate had touched his at a moment when choice was possible. This had a different structure. It was not a point of intersection. It was a continuity, someone who had been part of his before the system existed, whose presence in his life was not an event but a condition, the specific quality of a sibling bond. People who share a beginning. The previous holder's thread memory had not shown him this quality because the previous holder had never had a familial bond. His 8 bonds had all been the intersection type. Tianxin was the first holder, apparently, to have forged a familial bond, which meant the system's notes on this specific bond type were theoretical rather than experiential. He held that. The system had not walked this path before him. He was not following the previous holder. He was doing something new. Through the formation's coverage, he felt the 7 bonded women arrayed behind him. At the passage's junction, at the passage's entrance, At the outer passages where the heptagonal constellations reach extended. All 7 threads present. The formation was healthy and waiting. Inside the chamber, the 8 thread's pull was specific. The emergency quality that meant genuine danger was present, not just proximity. Whatever was happening inside was not stable. He turned the handle. He opened the door. Chapter 130 at the chamber's center, standing in the seal's cracked light, was his sister. He recognized her in the first instant. This was not a certainty he had expected to feel. The thread memory had prepared him for the possibility that she would be unrecognizable, changed beyond identification by 8 years of Void Lotus conditioning. But the specific way she stood, the particular angle of her chin, the quality of attention and how she watched him approach. These were things he had known before the beast tied, before the world had reorganized itself around her absence. She was 23 years old. She had metal element cultivation. He felt the 8 threads pull clearly now, the quality of something both precise and enduring, the metal element's particular combination of sharpness and durability. Her cultivation was silk conduit rank. Her robes bore the Void Lotus sex insignia in the specific configuration of someone trained for anti-bond operations. She looked at him with no recognition. 8 years. He had known intellectually that 8 years would change a person, had prepared for the possibility that the person in this chamber would not resemble the 7-year-old who had told him the story of her name on an autumn evening. He had prepared for not recognizing her. He had not prepared adequately for recognizing her in every particular detail. The specific angle of her chin when she assessed a situation, that was the angle she had used when evaluating whether the rabbit's food bowl was full enough, a child's precise evaluation applied to a small domestic problem. The quality of stillness in how she stood. Their mother had moved the same way, the specific stillness of someone who was fully present without being restless. The eyes were their father's, the particular color he had described to himself for 8 years as the color of deep water, and he had been thinking about his father's eyes for 8 years without fully remembering them, and he was looking at them now. She looked at him with no recognition. He had thought about this moment for 2 days, about what he would say first, about whether he should use her name immediately or approach it gradually, about whether opening with recognition would cause her to activate the Void Lotus conditioning more aggressively, a known bondholder tactic, using false intimacy to destabilize, or whether leading with formality would make the encounter colder and less useful. He had not been able to decide during planning. He had told himself he would read the moment when it came. What he was reading now, someone very well trained, assessing a target with the efficiency of 8 years of practice, who had their father's eyes and did not know it. Bondholder, she said. Her voice was professional, the tone of someone who had been briefed on a target and was now assessing capabilities rather than registering the presence as personally significant. Her eyes moved across the heptagonal constellation's formation with cultivator's analysis, counting the threads, identifying the element types, assessing the formation's rank and the defensive configurations visible in its structure. Luo Tianxin. Red thread system. 7 active bonds. Thread sovereign rank. You entered the sanctuary knowing it was a trap. He heard Inmei's words from the southward road in the accuracy of the assessment. Not arguments, specific memories. Things that couldn't be in a file. Things that were only in a mind. The training had given the person in front of him a comprehensive target profile. It had not given her gray-blue lanterns. I entered the sanctuary because someone I care about is here, he said. The bonds create the illusion of caring, she said. The words were rote. He could hear the conditioning in them, the flat precision of a script repeated until it became the speaker's only language. This is the system's mechanism for self-perpetuation. The women you've bonded are not free. They have been told they are free, but the bond itself creates the psychological conditions that make them believe freedom and captivity are the same experience. He had expected this. He had rehearsed for it. He had thought about what to say in response to every version of the Void Lotus doctrine he had encountered, and he had decided that the doctrine was not the point. Jingyan, he said. She stopped. The name had done something, not broken the conditioning. The Void Lotus had been careful about that, careful about names, which were contact points between past and present, exactly the kind of point a good suppression formation needed to cover, but created a moment of space, a quarter second in which the script paused and something else was present. That is not my name, she said. It's the name your mother gave you, he said. She called you that because when you were born it was an autumn evening and the bells at the village shrine were ringing. You told me that when you were 7. You told me because I asked why your name was different from everyone else's in our family. Her expression did not change, but the 8th thread pulled harder. You are using personal information as a destabilization technique, she said. This is documented behavior in the operational files for bondholder encounters. What does the file say about the scar on her left hand? He asked. She got it when she was 9. She was trying to climb the old wall at the back of our courtyard and fell. Our father was furious about the wall, not about the injury, and she cried not because it hurt, but because she thought father was angry at her. The pause was longer this time. Something moved in her face, not the feature-level movement of expression, but the deeper shift of someone encountering a memory they thought was gone. "Stop," she said. He wasn't angry at her. He was frightened. He kept his voice even, without urgency, without the particular pressure of someone trying to break a wall by force. He picked her up and carried her to the healer, and the whole walk there, he was saying things about the wall, how it was poorly maintained, how he'd told the landlord, how it wasn't her fault, because he couldn't say that he'd looked out the window and seen her fall and thought for a moment she was dead. She drew her weapon, a metal element blade, the specific quality of her element visible in the way it moved, precise, quick, absolutely committed to its direction. He didn't move. "You will stop using personal information as a manipulation tool," she said. Her voice had developed an edge that was not professional. The script was losing coherence at the edges. "I have been briefed on this technique, Jing'an," he said. "You had a rabbit when you were 6. You named it Dusty because it was gray. It lived for 4 years, and when it died, you didn't cry in front of anyone for a week. Then you cried for 2 hours in the storage room. I sat outside the door the entire time because I didn't know what to say, but I didn't want you to be alone." Her weapon hand trembled. "My name," she said, and stopped. Chapter 131. She moved. Metal element combat, precision, and speed. The cultivator's arts refined into the specific form that the Void Lotus used for anti-bondholder operations. The strikes came in sequence, 3 targeting the formation's external boundary. Then when that didn't break, directly at the thread connections themselves, the metal element's sharpness probing for the gaps between the bond's elemental coverage. He didn't fight back. He shielded. The heptagonal constellation's defensive configuration was sufficient to prevent genuine harm. The formation had learned, through battles with the Severer and Sioux Siren and Howren and dozens of smaller conflicts, to protect its holder from sustained assault without requiring him to strike back. He took the blows the shield couldn't fully absorb and distributed the force through the formation's boundary so that none of the individual impacts were damaging. Maceo, behind him, was not moving. Through the fire bond, he felt the effort of standing still while someone struck the person she had reforged her thread to protect. The tempered bond, the bond chosen twice, the bond that knew what it cost, was fully active, every quality of it available to the formation. She held. He spoke through the combat. "When I left for the Azure Crane sect," he said, taking a hit to the shoulder that the formation partially absorbed, "you told me I was going to embarrass the family with my trash-tier spiritual root, and I told you were probably right." Another hit, deflected off an ice formation shield at the last second. "You said if I got kicked out and came home before 2 years you would tell everyone in the village. I said that was a fair wager." A strike toward his face. Ice shield. Ice bond. Qinghe's precision, present and active even at this distance, precise and absolute. "I was going to lose the wager," he said. "My spiritual root was genuinely terrible. I was going to come home at 14 months. And then the red thread system activated, and I didn't come home. And then a beast tide came through our village. And then I received a message that you were gone, and I have spent 8 years believing you were dead." She had not stopped striking. But the strikes were changing, less tactical, more urgent, with the quality of someone trying to get past something rather than neutralize someone. The metal element's precision was still present in the techniques, but the emotional content underneath the techniques was shifting. The professional detachment was losing coherence. He kept going. The cultivation training he had done through the thread memory sessions had been explicitly about this kind of sustained effort, maintaining presence and speech while under physical assault, keeping the internal focus steady while the external situation demanded a different kind of attention entirely. It was, he had always thought, a strange thing to train for. Now he understood why the thread memory had included it. "This is a technique," she said. Her voice was fraying at the edges. "You're constructing emotional resonance using. My mother's name was Luo Huilan," he said. "My father's name was Luo Boming. He made paper lanterns and sold them at the autumn festival. He could never get the blue color right. It always came out too gray. He tried every year for 15 years and never fixed it, and every year he put the gray-blue lanterns out anyway, because the shapes were good." He paused. The shield held. "The file doesn't have this. No file has this. You remember it because you were there." She stopped striking. She was breathing hard. Not from exertion. Her cultivation was sufficient for this level of effort. From something else. The suppression formation at the core of her conditioning was encountering information it could not process. Memory shapes it had been built to contain, but that were arriving with too much specificity from too many directions simultaneously. Behind him, through the fire bond. He felt Meishio's sustained presence. She had not moved, had not intervened, had not done anything except hold the formation boundary and remain present. The tempered thread carrying the specific quality of someone who understood the difference between the moments when intervention was the gift and the moments when presence was. This was a presence moment, and she had recognized it from the beginning. The metal element's precision in Jingyan's hand, the blade still technically present, the combat technically still ongoing, was no longer serving the conditioning's purpose. The suppression formation needed the person to believe the cover story. The cover story required consistent emotional detachment. The detachment was gone. "The gray-blue lanterns," she said, in a voice that belonged to no role she had been given. Not her operational voice. Her voice. "I remember them," she said. "I remember. I wasn't supposed to." The suppression cracked. He heard it, felt it, registered it through the 8 threads pull as a sudden sharp clarity. The formation designed to keep her past inaccessible had a structural failure point, and that failure point was not a single memory, but the accumulated weight of specific details that were too particular to be false memories, too consistent to be manipulation, too real to be contained. She went to her knees. He went down with her, not to help her stand. She wasn't falling. She was experiencing the specific disorientation of 8 years of suppressed memory arriving all at once, and there was nothing to help with that. There was only the fact of being present, of being the person who belonged to the memories and could serve as an anchor point while the wave of them arrived. She gripped his arm. The suppression formation had been built on the premise that she had no past worth keeping. The technique was sophisticated. It didn't erase memory, which would have left detectable gaps. It covered memory with a constructed identity that was internally consistent, that had its own memories, its own history, its own logic. The person she'd been trained to be had a past that made sense. The person she'd actually been had a past that the covering was designed to make feel foreign, implanted, suspicious. The gray-blue lanterns had broken the construction because they were specific in a way that couldn't be generalized. False memories were built from the expected shapes of real experience: parents, home, childhood, loss. They couldn't anticipate a detail as particular as a man who tried for 15 years to get a color right and never could, who put the wrong colored lanterns out anyway because the shapes were good. That detail was not in any file. No intelligence network had it. It existed only in the specific, irreproducible grain of a real memory. Everything was coming back at once. He could feel the volume of it through the 8th thread, years of suppressed experience arriving with the specific quality of water that has been dammed for a long time, the pressure of the accumulated weight releasing in a single opening. Her grip on his arm was very tight. He let her hold on. "I remember you," she said, when the first wave had passed. "I know," he said. Chapter 132. The suppression formation cracked the way any overloaded structure cracks. Not all at once, but in a cascade of sequential failures where each point that gave way increased the pressure on the adjacent points until the structure that had held for 8 years collapsed over the course of approximately 90 seconds. He waited with her through it. The chamber was quiet except for the seal's cracked energy pulsing below them and the distant sound of combat in the upper passages. Meishio and Inmei and Lingyu working through the corrupted Void Lotus followers with methodical precision. Jingyan's grip on his arm was tight, the specific grip of someone using physical contact as an anchor against internal turbulence, the way you hold a rope in fast water. "They told me my name was different," she said. "They told me I had always been here. They said the memories that felt real were false memories implanted by bondholders, that this was a known manipulation technique, that the feelings of recognition were cultivated responses, not genuine ones." She stopped, breathing. The suppression formation was gone now. The last of its structure dissolved under the weight of everything it had tried to hold. "I almost believed them. There were times I almost believed them entirely. They were specific," he said. "They had records. The Void Lotus sect has been building cases against bondholders for 2,000 years. They know what the arguments look like. They know how to make the false story convincing. What they couldn't make convincing," she said, "was the gray-blue lanterns." She looked at him. They had records of cultivation techniques and power systems and documented behaviors. They didn't have gray-blue lanterns. "No," he said. "Father never fixed it," she said. There was something very young in her voice saying this, something 8 years younger. "He tried every year." "Every year," he agreed. The silence between them had a quality he had not felt in 8 years. Not the silence of people who didn't know each other. Not the silence of people who had been separated by circumstance and were relearning how to be in proximity. The specific silence of people who knew each other's rhythms and were letting those rhythms resume. The way a stream resumes its course after an obstacle is removed. She had not released his arm. She was still using the physical anchor, the contact between them a grounding line, while the internal landscape settled. He stayed still and let it be what it needed to be. Outside the chamber, the distant sounds of combat were diminishing. Meishio and Mei had moved through the sanctuary's defenders with the efficiency he had come to expect from their combined fire-lightning approach. Through the formation, he could feel the passage above clearing. The corrupted Void Lotus followers dealt with, the approach to the chamber secured. The formation would give them a few minutes. The beast tied, she said. Her voice had returned to the evaluative quality, sorting, not grieving. She would grieve, but later. Right now she was still finding her footing in the landscape of her own returned history. It came through the village 3 days after the message about you left the sect's courier system, he said. I don't know if that timing was coincidence. The thread memory suggests it wasn't. The Void Lotus sect used the tides to cover their extractions. They wanted to take you without anyone looking too hard for you afterward. He paused. They were thorough about that too. She absorbed this. And mother and father were not Void Lotus targets, he said. The tide took them. That was not orchestrated. A long moment. I know the difference between the grief for them and the anger at the sect, she said finally. They're separate. She looked at him steadily. The anger can wait. The grief has been waiting 8 years. Let me have the grief first. Take as long as you need, he said. She nodded once, and then she was quiet for a moment, sorting through the returned memories with the systematic focus that he recognized as characteristic. She had always been more organized than him, more methodical, better at filing things in accessible order rather than carrying them in undifferentiated mass. The beast tied, she said. Yes. Mother and father. The message listed them as casualties. He said it directly, because she was sorting and she needed the facts. No ambiguity in the listing. She absorbed this. Not cleanly. It was a wound, and wounds didn't absorb cleanly, but systematically, the specific way of someone who had learned to process hard information because the work continued regardless. And then you've been. She gestured at the formation, at the threads, at the chamber they were sitting in. All of this, he agreed. The 8th thread formed between them. It was quieter than any of the others. Not because it was weaker, he felt, at its completion, the quality of metal element. Enduring, precise, the quality of something tempered under pressure into its final form. But because it arrived in a context of grief alongside recognition, and grief quieted things. The familial bond was not the same as the bonds forged through danger and choosing. It was older in its foundation, built not from a moment of life-at-risk decision, but from the accumulated weight of having been part of each other's before everything. 8th thread forged. Element, metal. Bond type, familial. She felt it. Looked at the thread between them with her cultivator's analysis. The Void Lotus doctrine on bondholders, she said carefully, would say this thread is the mechanism by which you control me. I know what the doctrine says, he said. The doctrine is wrong, she said. Not tentatively. She had been inside the doctrine for 8 years and had the specific authority of someone who knew its full argument and had just found the point where the argument failed. The thread doesn't feel like control. It feels like, she found the word the same way Mu Qianling had found it. Recognition. She held the thread's quality in her attention for a moment longer. The Void Lotus doctrine says the recognition is a cultivated illusion, she said. That the system creates a sense of genuine connection that bypasses the bonded party's judgment. What does the actual experience tell you? That the doctrine is describing something real but attributing it to the wrong cause, she said. The metal element's precision was visible in the way she worked through the argument, not accepting, not rejecting, running the evidence through the framework and identifying where the framework failed. A bondholder with bad intentions could exploit someone's sense of recognition. That's a real vulnerability. But the vulnerability is in the holder's choices, not in the recognition itself. The recognition is real. Yes, he said. The Void Lotus sect founded its entire existence on attributing the holder's failure to the system rather than to the holder, she said. That's a diagnostic error. If I'd had this conversation 8 years ago, you would have been 7, he said. She stopped. Then, with a flicker of something that had not been in her voice since she'd been the person who cried for 2 hours in a storage room over a rabbit. That's fair. He let the moment exist without trying to do anything with it. Then the chamber moved. At the seal's center, the ancient formation array that had held for 2,000 years began to crack in a way that was not subtle. The dark threads of anti-fate energy pushed through the gaps with sudden violence, the seal's structural integrity failing at its weakest point, the same point that Su Siren had been working on for 3 months of direct communion with the entity below. The cracks were not physical but energetic, and the energy that poured through them had the specific quality of accumulated absence made suddenly active. From the chamber's upper entrance, the matriarch descended. Chapter 133. She had been the matriarch of the Void Lotus sect, a thread sovereign rank cultivator whose discipline and cultivation presence had commanded obedience for generations of disciples. What descended from the passage above was the framework of that person, still present in its structural details, occupied by something else. The black threads were everywhere, woven into her cultivator's robes, visible beneath the skin of her forearms where the unraveler's corruption had replaced the meridian pathways with its own channels. Her eyes carried the dark lines of direct possession, thin threads moving with independent intention. The unraveler was not simply influencing her. It had been using her, for 3 months, as the closest thing to a physical presence it had managed in 2,000 years of sealed existence. She looked at Tianxin and Jingyan on the ground and at the newly formed 8th thread between them, and said, "Good." The word arrived in 2 voices simultaneously, Su Siren's voice and the unraveler's voice occupying the same frequency, the same breath, with only the slight dissonance between them to indicate they were not the same source. 8 bonds. The formation nears completion. The loom will activate. The dual voice paused. And when it activates with a formation that includes a bond just forged and untested, with a holder who has not faced the final choice, the dark threads in her eyes moved. The loom requires 9 bonds held with full integrity under maximum stress. The previous holder had 9 bonds and still failed. He failed because he severed 8 of them, Tianxin said. He got to his feet. He failed because he didn't trust the bonds he had. He failed because the love he felt was a vulnerability rather than a strength, and the unraveler showed him this. The matriarch's head tilted in the specific way of something that was using a human body to make human gestures, but did not fully understand what the gestures were for. We will show you the same thing. The difference is that we want you to reach 9 first. He felt the cold logic of it. The unraveler needed the loom to activate. 9 complete bonds were the key, but a 9th bond that was newly forged, an 8th bond that was untested, a holder who had not yet faced the final internal choice. These were vulnerabilities. The entity was not simply waiting for completion. It was betting on imperfection. "You think one of the bonds will crack," he said. "We know one will crack," the dual voice said. The 8th bond is 6 minutes old. The bonded party has 8 years of conditioning in opposition to everything the bond represents. The holder has carried a grief for 8 years that he has not fully processed, and grief creates specific blind spots. A pause that had a quality to it, not hesitation but calculation. The previous holder's failure point was self-worth. Yours is different. Yours is the specific way you protect the people you care about by not telling them when the situation is worse than they know. He didn't answer immediately, because the unraveler had identified something real. He had been managing information throughout the journey, not deceiving, but calibrating, deciding what the group needed to know and when they needed to know it. He had told them the truth about Jingyan's location before the assault. He had told them the truth about Feng Xiulan. But there had been calculations in every disclosure, a layer of operational thinking between the information and the sharing of it. "That's different from what the previous holder did," he said. "Is it?" Jingyan was watching this exchange with the sharp attention of someone who had been trained to read tactical dynamics, and was now reading a different kind of confrontation. Through the metal bond, 8 minutes old and already distinctive, already carrying its own particular quality. He felt her assessment. She was not sure who was right. "Yes," he said, not to the unraveler, to Jingyan. "And I'll explain why later. Right now, the anti-fate field erupted from the seal's cracking structure. Not a single directed attack, but a field, anti-fate energy spreading outward from the seal's failing center in all directions, filling the chamber with the specific quality of the unraveler's power. Not fire, not ice, not any of the elements he had learned to work with. It was the dissolution of connection, the severing of bonds between related things, the reduction of every relationship to isolated points with no threads between them. The warmth of Meishio's fire bond dimmed, not broken but obscured, the way a cloud dims the sun without removing it. The precise quality of Qinghe's ice bond blurred. The earth bond's steady distance spanning reach contracted. He felt all 8 bonds straining. The octagonal bastion activated. He felt the difference immediately from the 7-element formation, 8 elements cycling, each covering the other's gaps, the formation's reach extending to protect everyone within its boundary. Ice and fire and wind and earth and lightning and water and wood and metal, each element present and distinct and contributing, the whole more than the sum by a factor that increased exponentially with each added bond. But the anti-fate field was the most powerful thing he had faced. More powerful than the Severer, more powerful than Howren, more powerful than the corrupted fortress array. It was not a cultivator's technique. It was the fundamental nature of the entity being expressed, a 2,000-year accumulation of severed connections expressing itself as an environmental condition rather than a targeted attack. The octagonal bastion held, but it was holding by degree rather than by margin. Jingyan rose to her feet beside him. The metal bond's quality was remarkable in this moment. Its newness was also its clarity. She had not been fighting through this formation for months. She came to it fresh, and fresh eyes sometimes saw the obvious thing that familiarity had made invisible. The field is not at maximum, she said. It's building. The entity is using the seal's collapse as a release mechanism. The field grows as the seal deteriorates. Yes, he said. So we have. She was calculating, running the numbers the way the Void Lotus had trained her to run tactical assessments. We have minutes before the field reaches a level the formation can't sustain. We hold, he said, and we wait for the others. Are they coming? They're already coming, he said. And through the bonds, he felt them. All 8 threads suddenly alive with the particular urgency of people who had felt the formation compress and were moving toward its center. Chapter 134. Through the formation's extended range, he felt them coming. He hadn't called them. The bonds themselves had carried the urgency, through the relay, through the thread connections at long distance, through the specific quality of 8 bonds under simultaneous maximum strain that communicated to each bonded woman that the formation's center needed them. The decision had been made without consultation. They were already moving. Meishio and Inmei arrived first. They came through the passage at a sprint, Meishio's fire bond slamming into the formation's boundary and strengthening it immediately. Inmei's lightning bond extending the electrical disruption field that was the octagonal bastion's outermost layer. Then Ling Yu threw a wind technique that carried her down the passage faster than running. Shen Yushi and Mu Qianling close behind, the water and wood elements extending the formation's reach as they entered the chamber. 8 bonds, 8 women, the complete octagonal bastion active in the sanctuary of an ancient enemy. This was the first time all 8 of them had been in the same room, fighting toward the same target, the entire formation present rather than distributed across distances. He had fought with various combinations before, 5 at the fortress, 6 in Jade Phoenix City, 7 in the Northern Territories. 8 was the formation's design maximum before the 9th bond, and the difference was qualitative rather than just quantitative. The octagonal bastion did not need him to direct it. The 8 elements found their natural positions around the formation's geometry without instruction, each element occupying the space that its nature directed it to occupy. Ice at the cold boundary where the anti-fate field was strongest, providing resistance. Fire feeding the formation's energy rather than directing it outward. Wind moving through the structure's interior, accelerating the cycle. Earth as the unmovable foundation at the formation's center. Lightning at the outermost layer, discharging the unraveler's probing attempts. Water flowing through the channels between elements, carrying information and adjusting the cycle. Wood knitting the connections between elements, strengthening the bonds between the bonds. Metal at the structure's edges, precise and hardening. He stood at the center and felt the formation as something complete. Not a collection of individual contributions. A unified field. Su Siren looked at the formation's full expression. For the first time, the dual-voiced presence paused. 8 wasn't 9. The pause communicated that the unraveler knew this and was calculating. Tianqin activated the octagonal bastion at maximum capacity. The emergency output, the kind of expression that cost more than the formation could sustainably return. He had done something similar before the 5th bond, and the cost had shattered his body. The 8-bond version was different in kind. 8 elements discharged simultaneously against the anti-fate field. The field buckled. The unraveler's power through Su Siren was still substantial, and the field began to regenerate behind the discharge. But the discharge had created a window of 3 seconds. Qinghe took it. She was already in position. Ice element, precision, the tactical partner who had been reading combat situations since the Azure Crane sect and had never stopped improving. A thread convergence strike through the window, targeting the black thread conduits connecting Su Siren to the seal's anti-fate energy. Not a killing blow. A severing of the supply line. Su Siren staggered. The connection disrupted. 8 women hit the matriarch as a coordinated system. Each element targeting the specific vulnerability that her cultivation's pattern exposed. Ice at the meridian junctions, fire at the energy sources, wind at the mobility, earth at the footing, lightning at the formation arrays, water at the sustained attack channels, wood at the recovery mechanisms, metal at the structural defenses. Jingyan's metal element was new and imprecise, her integration with the formation only minutes old, but the metal element's natural precision compensated. She struck clean and withdrew clean, her blade finding the exact angle her element's affinity indicated. Su Siren was a thread sovereign, and she was formidable, and she had decades of experience countering bondholder formations. She could not counter 8 elements working in coordinated sequence after being cut off from the Unraveler's amplification. She fell. He went to her. Not as a combatant. She had no more fight. As the person who owed her the truth, if she could receive it in what remained of her own consciousness. He was wrong, he said. The last holder. What he did to your bond was wrong. In her dying moments, the dual voice simplified. The Unraveler's voice retreated, and what remained was hers alone. The voice of a woman who had spent 2,000 years building an edifice on the foundation of a single wound. I just wanted it back, she said. Her hand reached toward the empty air, toward the space where a thread had been severed 2,000 years ago. I wanted it to be real again. I wanted to know it had been real. It was real, he said. It was real when it was forged, and it was real when it was severed. He chose wrong. The bond was not the wrong part. Her hand fell. The chamber went quiet. He looked at her. What remained of her, which was the body of a thread sovereign cultivator and the fading presence of an entity that had been using that body for 3 months. The Unraveler's direct occupation was gone with the supply line cut. What was left was Su Siren, and she was dying. And she was dying with the specific quality of someone for whom dying was not the worst thing that had happened. Jingyan was watching him kneel beside the matriarch with an expression he couldn't fully read. The metal bond was new enough that its emotional texture was still developing, still finding its specific signature in the formation's coverage. But the quality of the attention was unmistakable. She was watching someone do something she had been trained to believe was weakness and registering that it did not look like weakness. He stayed with Su Siren until her hand fell still and did not rise again. The 8 bonded women were around him when he stood. None of them spoke. Meishio's fire bond was steady and warm, the specific quality of someone who understood the weight of a thing without needing to comment on it. Lingyu's wind bond was still, unusually still for an element that was characteristically restless. Even the tactical assessment had paused. Jingyan stood beside him, the 8th thread new and present, and said nothing for a long moment. The Void Lotus sect was built by someone who was genuinely wronged, she said finally. And the sect became the wrong done to others. Yes, he said. I spent 8 years inside that structure, she said, learning from people who believed without reservation in what they were doing, who thought they were protecting the women they took by giving them a doctrine and a purpose and a community. A pause. They weren't wrong that women could be harmed by bondholders. The previous holder proved that. They were wrong that the harm was inevitable. Yes, he said. That's a very long chain. It ends here, he said. Below them, through the seal's cracking surface, something shifted. The Unraveler's direct expression, freed from Su Siren's intermediary role, was no longer limited by a human body's capacity for attention. The seal shattered. Chapter 135. The sound was not physical. Or it was physical, but the physical component was secondary. A shockwave that knocked everyone in the chamber off their feet, a crack that traveled through the mountain stone and emerged at the surface as a displacement of rock felt across a 10-kilometer radius. The primary expression was spiritual. Every bond in the world felt it, not as pain, but as a sudden acute awareness of fragility. The way you feel when you realize you've been standing near the edge of something steep and the ground is less stable than you thought. He had his feet back under him before the shockwave finished. The Unraveler rose through the seal's shattered surface. It had no shape, which was the wrong way to describe it. It had the absence of shape where shapes should be, a formlessness that occupied space by eliminating the properties that space normally maintained. Color was absent near it. Sound was absent near it. The specific warmth of proximity to other people was absent near it, replaced by the quality of isolated points disconnected from each other, islands without bridges. It was immense. The chamber couldn't contain it. The walls retreated or dissolved at its boundary, the sanctuary's carefully carved passages ceasing to define the available space. The mountain was still there. The entity was below and around and present without being locatable, occupying scale rather than position. Around him, the 8 bonded women were on their feet. He felt their responses through the bonds. Qinghe's ice precision locked into defensive calculation, assessing the entity's expansion rate and trajectory. Meishio's fire bond at full intensity, the tempered thread burning clear and steady. Lingyu high and reading the entity's structure with wind element perception, mapping its expansion patterns with the speed she brought to all intelligence work. Shen Yushi's water bond deep and still and certain, the anchor point she had been maintaining since the jade disk formation in the shattered realm now redirected toward the chamber's stability. Mu Qianling's wood element extending roots into the stone, trying to find what was alive in the structure, what could be worked with. The Unraveler's presence was strong here, but the mountain stone predated the corruption, and the stone's deep mineral structure still had the quality of living ground. Inmei's lightning sharp and discharging at the entity's nearest tendrils, not damaging it, but keeping it aware of resistance. Ruolin's earth bond distant and steady, the capital's political infrastructure irrelevant to this specific moment, and Ruolin herself fully present through the bond's connection regardless. Jingyan's metal bond new and precise, the freshness of it a clean edge in the formation's coverage. She had no history of fighting beside this formation and no accumulated habits to manage, which meant she contributed exactly what the metal element was rather than a practiced version of it. The entity looked at the formation. If look was the right word for a thing without eyes. 8, it said. The information quality was different from the unraveler's voice through Sue Siren. Without the human intermediary, the communication was direct, not sound at all, but the specific quality of an ancient intelligence addressing something it regarded as a problem to be solved. 8 bonds. The loom cannot activate on 8. I know, he said. The 9th is not present. The formation is incomplete. I know, he said again. It pressed. The anti-fate field expanded, the octagonal bastion compressing inward as the field increased pressure. He felt the bonds responding, all 8 threads pulling together, the formation maintaining its structural integrity under the assault. But the margin was shrinking. The entity had been sealed for 2,000 years, and it was still stretching, still discovering the full range of its own capacity, and what it was expressing now was not yet its maximum. 9 threads, or nothing, little weaver. Where is your 9th? The system pulse came without asking. Not a bond notification, not a cultivation advancement. A statement, clean and specific, arrived with the quality of something that had been waiting for this precise moment to be relevant. The 9th bond is the self. The bond between the holder and his own fate. He had known. The thread memory had shown him the previous holder's failure, the inability to trust himself, to accept that he was worthy of the bonds he held, to stop managing and protecting himself from the love that was the formation's actual source of power. The unraveler had worked on that fracture, and the previous holder had broken along it. He had known for months that the 9th bond would be internal. He had not been sure he could forge it. The unraveler's assertion in the battle with Sue Siren returned to him. Your failure point is the way you protect the people you care about by not telling them when the situation is worse than they know. He had turned that observation over and found that it was true and that it was different from the previous holder's failure. The previous holder had believed the bonds were his vulnerability. Tianxian had never believed that. What he had done was use the bonds carefully, which was also, he had to admit, a kind of control. To forge the 9th bond, he would have to stop controlling. He would have to turn the same quality of recognition toward himself that the system had used to identify every bond candidate. The genuine openness to what was actually present rather than what he wanted to be present. 8 women in a chamber that was being unmade at its edges, holding a formation against an ancient entity expressing its full presence for the first time in 2 millennia. Hold the boundary, he said. Tianxian, Meishio said. The fire bond was at maximum output, the warm and chosen quality of it fully present. She was not frightened for herself. She was frightened for him, in the specific way of someone whose bond had been severed and reforged, and who therefore understood exactly what loss felt like from both sides of the thread. Hold it, he said. I need 60 seconds. He closed his eyes and turned his attention inward. Chapter 136. The fear arrived first. This was how it worked in the thread memory practices he'd built. The fear was closest to the surface, because fear was the frequency the unraveler operated on, not the loud fear of combat, which announced itself and could be addressed. The quiet fear, the one that had been operating underneath every decision since the day the system activated and told him he was responsible for something he hadn't asked for and might not be adequate to. The fear was specific. He was an outer disciple with a trash-tier spiritual root who had received a power system he hadn't earned and relationships he hadn't deserved. He had been given, by a system that chose its holders by criteria he didn't fully understand, connections with people who were extraordinary, and the fear was that the connections were the system's work rather than his. That the women who had chosen him had chosen, in some fundamental way, a framework rather than a person. That he was the instrument of the formation rather than its center. He looked at the fear without trying to resolve it. The system had chosen him. He hadn't chosen to be chosen. He hadn't known what he was choosing when he'd run into the misty ravine toward a woman being attacked by a spirit beast, hadn't understood what the red thread system was when the first thread formed. The bonds had happened through genuine acts, but the initial selection, the fact that he was the one who had the system, that had not been his choice. So was he worthy of what the bonds had made him? The shadow versions of himself generated by the fear were not monstrous. This had surprised him the first time he'd encountered them. They were just him, younger, frightened, the specific faces he'd had during the worst moments. The version standing outside the Azure Crane sect's gate with nothing, the version watching a city burn and being insufficient for what the city needed, the version sitting on a road after a message about his sister and being unable to continue for an hour. "You're part of me," he said to them. They looked at him, not with malice, with the specific quality of aspects that were waiting to see what he did with them. "The fear is accurate," he said. "I didn't earn the system. I didn't deserve it. I had a trash-tier spiritual root, and I was going to wash out of the Azure Crane sect at 14 months and come home and lose a bet to my sister about embarrassing the family." He paused. "And then I ran towards someone in danger, and the system recognized something it was looking for. Whether what it recognized was pre-existing or whether the choice of running toward rather than away from was what created it, I don't know. I don't think the difference matters as much as I thought it did." The shadows were very still. There was a second fear underneath the first. He found it when the first was seen. The fear of self-worth was the surface layer, and below, it was something more specific. The fear of being the person responsible for how this ended. Not in the sense of personal risk. He had accepted personal risk in everything from the misty ravine to this chamber. The fear was about consequence. If he failed here, the Unraveler absorbed the loom's energy and devoured every fate thread in existence. Not his bonds. Not his formation. Every bond anyone had ever forged. Every connection between people anywhere. Dissolved into the entity's consuming absence. He had been carrying this for months without fully acknowledging it. The weight of it. The specific quality of being the person on whom the outcome of everything depended. He looked at that too. The previous holder had carried this same weight and had broken under it. Not immediately, but slowly, as the weight made him start to pull away from the bonds, to manage and control and protect himself from the vulnerability of caring about the outcome when he was the instrument of the outcome. The weight had been the Unraveler's leverage. The more it mattered, the more frightened he became about failing, and the fear had made him cautious, and the caution had been what destroyed him. He understood this, had understood it for months, had still been carrying the weight, feeling it, choosing to continue anyway. "You're the weight," he said to the shadow that represented this fear, the specific face from the road when he'd received the message about Jingyan, when he'd sat unable to continue. "You're the understanding that this matters. That failing here is not just personal failure." The shadow looked at him. "That's not a vulnerability," he said. "That's the reason. The weight is why I'm here. You don't get to do the thing that matters if the thing doesn't matter." He sat with the weight for a moment and found that it didn't require resolution either. The weight was real. The matter was real. The consequence was real. And he was the person who was going to do the thing anyway, with the weight present, because the weight was evidence of caring, and caring was the whole point. "Worthiness isn't a prior condition," he said to all of them. "It's not something you have before the thing that tests it. It's what you demonstrate by doing the thing you do when the test arrives. I've been afraid of my own unworthiness since the first thread formed, and I have never, once, used that fear as a reason not to do the necessary thing. That's not the absence of inadequacy. That's doing the thing despite the inadequacy." He looked at each shadow. "You're the evidence that I'm a person, not evidence against my worthiness. Evidence of it." The shadows were still, not defeated. They were not the kind of thing that could be defeated. But they were seen, and being seen without flinching was different from being conquered. The fear remained. The self-doubt remained. The specific recurring question of whether he had been chosen or whether he had chosen, and whether the distinction mattered, remained. He kept all of it. He turned outward, not away from the inward space, but from it, carrying everything he'd found there back to the chamber, back to the 8 women holding the formation's boundary against the Unraveler's press, back to the full picture of what he had built and been given and chosen and been trusted with. The 9th thread formed from inside, not from an encounter with someone else's need, from the recognition that he was part of this story, not just its instrument, that the bonds he held were not transactions, not the structure where he provided protection and received power, where the women provided element and received safety, but relationships in which he was also the person who had been helped, sustained, trusted, and chosen, who had been talked down from operational decisions that were tactically sound and morally wrong, who had been held upright through injuries he'd refused to acknowledge, who had been argued with and criticized and corrected and loved in all the specific ways that love expressed itself in people who knew him well enough to see what he actually needed. That caring about the outcome meant he was allowed to be part of the outcome. That being the holder of 9 bonds did not mean being the instrument of 9 bonds. That the self was not a vulnerability in the formation. It was the formation center. The void element arrived as the quality of openness, the space in which all the other elements existed, the capacity to hold connection without fully understanding it, and to choose it anyway. Not the nothing of absence, the everything of potential, The specific quality of someone who had looked at all of his own inadequacy and had not turned away, and had not pretended it wasn't there, and had not let it be the final word. Ninth thread forged. Element, void. Bond type, self. He felt the complete formation, all 9 threads present, the Ennead structure closing around its own center, and felt the loom of heaven respond to the completion the way a lock responds to its key. The loom of heaven manifested. Chapter 137. The loom was larger than the sky. It occupied the spatial register that the sky was a surface of rather than a thing in itself, made of light and thread, the original formation that the first red thread holder had built across the fabric of fate 2,000 years ago. It was enormous in the way that things which define containers rather than exist within them are enormous. Not enormous like a mountain or a continent. Enormous like the ground itself, present and foundational and only visible in full when you understood what you were standing on. Through the 9th bond, the void element, the complete formation, he felt the loom not as something outside himself, but as something he was part of. The way you feel a hand that is yours. The loom was not waiting for him to use it. It was waiting for him to remember it was his to use. The unraveler felt it too. The formlessness acquired direction, a terrible attentiveness, the orientation of something that had no eyes and still could not stop watching what it wanted. It was not attacking the loom. It was reaching for it. The reaching had the quality of an entity that had been planning this for 2,000 years and was now executing the final step of a plan it had poured every remaining fragment of itself into. He understood what Feng Xiaolan had told him in the road. The unraveler needed 9 bonds. It had manipulated events to ensure that he would reach 9. It had used Feng Xiaolan as a hunting agent and provided just enough near victories to keep him moving forward. The Severer's message that had pointed him toward Mu Qianling in the shattered realm, even that had been directed. Every step had been allowed because the unraveler needed the loom to activate, and the loom could only activate with 9 complete bonds. Because the loom was the only thing that could destroy the entity. If the formation was complete and genuine, if the 9 bonds were real, chosen, unbroken, and the holder's self-bond forged cleanly, the loom's destruction capacity was absolute. The unraveler could not survive it. 2,000 years of planning to be present at this moment were 2,000 years of betting on the holder failing. Betting on the self-doubt, the fracture in the self-bond, the moment of hesitation when the holder looked at the loom and did not trust himself to hold all 9 threads steady. The 9th bond was the answer. Not because the void element added power, though it did, but because the self-bond's existence meant the formation was closed. Sealed. No surface for the unraveler's exploitation. Every crack addressed not by hiding it, but by accepting it as part of the structure. No crack to exploit. He looked at all 8 of them. The women who had bonded to him, who had chosen him, who were choosing him now in this chamber with an ancient entity 20 meters away and reaching for the loom above them. Qinghe, precise and fierce beneath the cultivator's discipline. Her loyalty a quality she had never found adequate words for, but had expressed through every tactical call. Every thread-strengthening pill distributed with the care of someone who understood that small things mattered. Every 3 seconds of ice cover at the right moment. Meishio, the tempered thread, warm and chosen and absolute. The bond that had been severed and reforged and was stronger at the break. She had known what loss felt like and had chosen again anyway, and the choosing again was the whole of it. Lingyu, restless and intelligent. The spy's necessary distance turned into the cultivator's greatest strategic asset, and underneath the distance the specific tenderness of someone who had been hurt enough to understand what genuine safety felt like when it was present. Ruolin, practical and political and privately more tender than her court had ever been permitted to see, her earth bonds steady across the distance from the capital, absolutely present regardless of geography. Inmei, sharp and independent, and having arrived, through months of deliberate individual choice, at belonging, not by abandoning the independence, but by discovering that belonging and independence were not the same question. Shen Yushi, deep and still and certain with the certainty of someone who had done the full calculation in both directions and found that it held. Mu Qianling, patient and generative, with the seeds of a destroyed garden in her pack, ready to build the next one from whatever was available, because the process was the point and the process was always available. Jingyan, new and recovering and already present, her metal bond precise and clear and carrying the specific quality of something that had been lost and returned, which was the quality of what was found rather than what was first given. He took all of this in. The unraveler's reach toward the loom was moments from contact. 60 seconds, at most. He thought about the previous holder looking at his formation before the loom activated. The thread memory was not clear on this moment. The memories the previous holder had left were fragmented and degraded, the way memories from periods of extreme stress can be. But there was something, a quality of recognition in the moment before the loom. The previous holder had seen them too, had known what he had felt the bonds, and understood that the bonds were the answer to every doubt the unraveler had placed in him, and had still faltered, because the knowledge had arrived too late, when the corruption was already too deep. He had not waited for the last moment to know this. He had known it since the thread memory had first shown him the previous holder's failure. He had built toward this moment from the beginning, not the completion of 9 bonds, but the quality of the 9 bonds. The choosing, the reforging, the choosing again. The unraveler had bet 2,000 years on his inability to trust himself. He had spent 7 months learning to trust exactly that. "I'm grateful," he said, not as a farewell, as a fact that needed to be stated once in full before the work. Not just for the formation or the power or the 9-bond architecture that would allow him to access the loom. For the specific people. For each choice each of them had made. For the ongoing quality of choosing that was still happening, right now. In this chamber, each of them at the formation's boundary, holding it steady while the ancient entity's reach narrowed toward the loom's connection point. Later, Maceo said, the fire bond was at full intensity, the warmth of it absolute. Gratitude later. Unraveler now. Both, he said. He raised the Ennead formation toward the loom. Chapter 138. The connection to the loom was immediate and total. He had expected power. The accumulation of 9 bonds projected through a cosmic structure should have felt like force, the way every previous breakthrough had felt like a threshold crossed with the particular sensation of having been too small for what came after. This was not that. The loom was not a source of power. It was a structure through which the power that already existed, all the bonds of all the connected people in the world, not just his 9, could be organized and expressed coherently. The loom did not generate. It conducted. The difference was fundamental. A conductor's capacity was defined by what passed through it. And what was passing through it now was the accumulated will of a continent's worth of people who had chosen each other. He felt them all. 10,000 bonds across the continent. Not individually. The loom did not resolve individual connections the way his 9 bonds did, with their specific textures and particular qualities. It resolved the collective. The aggregate experience of connection, the mass weight of people who had chosen relationship over isolation, who had looked at the unraveler's ambient corruption and the Void Lotus doctrine and Howard's political campaigns and the dozen other voices insisting that bonds were captivity, and had decided that the love was real and the love was worth the vulnerability. The number was not precise. He felt bonds from regions he had never visited, from cultivators whose names he would never know, from ordinary people with no cultivation at all whose connections were not thread and element, but were no less real for that. The loom treated all of them the same, not by power level or cultivation rank, but by the quality of the choice. A farmer who had stayed with their bonded partner through 3 years of unraveler corruption and had never stopped believing the bond was worth maintaining. That was in the loom's channels, weighted the same as a crimson spinner rank cultivator's carefully maintained formation. He had not known this when he'd been building toward 9 bonds. He had been thinking about his formation, his bonds, his 9 threads. The loom had been thinking about everyone. The unraveler rose into this. It was large. The entity had been fed on severed bonds for centuries. All of the severer's long service, the fortress purification array, the ambient corruption of the past months, the 3 months of Sue Siren's direct communion. It was larger than the first holder had faced at the original ceiling. More present, more capable of sustained expression, because it had been preparing for this moment for 2,000 years. He had 9 bonds plus 10,000 of the world's bonds flowing through the loom. He waited for the math to register and found that it did, in the way of things that are obviously true once stated. The unraveler had been feeding on isolation. The loom was channeling connection. Every severed bond the entity had consumed was dwarfed by the living bonds that still existed, and those living bonds were present and real and flowing through a structure built specifically to make them decisive. The Ennead formation activated. 9 bonds, 9 elements, 9 qualities of connection cycling through the void elements space. The formation no longer a geometry imposed on reality, but reality's own structure expressing itself through the bonds he had forged. Ice and fire and wind and earth and lightning and water and wood and metal and void. Each element addressing a different aspect of the unraveler's nature. 9 threads, the unraveler said. The voice was without Sue Siren now, direct, ancient, the communication of an entity that had shed the human intermediary it had been using. And still you will fail. The last holder had 9 threads, and still he failed. He failed before he had 9. Tianchen said. He failed when he severed the first. Everything after that was consequence. He looked at the entity's formless presence, at the void where connection should be, at the absence that had pretended to be a force for 2 millennia. I have 9 because I kept them. The unraveler reached toward the formation, looking for the crack, looking for the self-doubt, the unworthiness, the fracture that 2,000 years of strategy had been built to exploit. It found the fear. He had not hidden it. He had looked at it and named it part of himself, and kept the formation intact around it. The fear was present and accepted, part of the structure rather than a vulnerability in its surface. The unraveler found no purchase. It reached further, tested the 8th bond, 6 hours old, Jingyan's metal element, the familial bond. Pressed at the newness of it, the untested quality, the specific uncertainty of a person who had been told for 8 years that bonds were chains, and was now discovering they were not. Jingyan felt the press through the bond, and her response arrived through the metal element's particular quality, sharp and enduring. She had been tested by 8 years of systematic falsehood. The unraveler's reach felt, to her, like more of the same, less persuasive than the void lotus's carefully constructed case. She held. It found no purchase there either. It tested the 7th bond, Mu Qianling's wood element, the patient generative quality of someone who had built a garden in a broken space. The unraveler pressed at the most likely fracture, the suggestion that her cultivation's generative quality was being used by the formation rather than expressed freely, that the bond was drawing on her rather than connecting her. Mu Qianling carried the response through the bond from 5 years of building in circumstances where the distinction between being used and giving freely had been her primary daily question. She had sorted this out long before the bond existed. The answer was still the same. It found no purchase there either. It tested the 6th bond, Shen Yushi's water element, the deep certainty. It tried doubt, the whisper that certainty was just denial wearing a confident face. Shen Yushi had done the full calculation in both directions, had specifically looked for the flaws in the formation's promise, had found the counterarguments and assessed them. Her certainty was not confidence without examination. It was confidence because of examination. The unraveler's whisper landed against the examination itself and was recognized as the exact question that had already been answered. It found no purchase. The entity was running out of entry points. The formation had no cracks because the formation included its own cracks as acknowledged parts of its structure. The 9th bond, the self bond, the void element, had closed the formation not by eliminating its vulnerabilities, but by accepting them fully into the structure. There was nowhere outside it to stand, because the outside had been brought inside and welcomed. Below on the mountain's surface, where the cave collapse had opened the ground, Wei Liang had been watching the loom's manifestation above him with the specific expression of someone who had committed at age 12 to following his best friend into impossible situations and had never, in 15 years of those situations, found cause to revise that commitment. The communication relay was in his hands. The relay network spanned the continent. Ling Yu had designed it. Ruolin had staffed it. Shen Yushi had maintained its signal integrity. Wei Liang had carried it through everything. He was not a cultivator at the level of the bonded women. He was a strand weaver with no special system and no fate bonds, and a practical understanding of logistics. He understood what the relay was for, and he understood this moment. Now, he said. His voice was not dramatic. It was the voice of someone doing the specific practical thing they came to do. Whatever you have, send it through the loom. The relay carried the call to every node in the network. 10,000 bonds sent their faith into the structure above them. The loom blazed. Chapter 139, The Unraveler screamed. The sound was the inversion of sound, the specific experience of something that had never encountered the genuine collective expression of connected humanity's will and had no response prepared for it. The entity had been fed on isolated, severed bonds for centuries. It had been designed, by whatever primordial process had created it, to feed on disconnection, on absence. It had no mechanism for presence at this scale. The 9-element Ennead formation cycled through the unraveler's structure systematically. He felt each element's contribution as a distinct quality in the formation's output, not as techniques he was directing, but as expressions of who the bonded women were, channeled through the loom's structure with the amplification that 9-bond formation provided. Ice at the static patterns that the entity used to maintain its form, the particular stasis of something that had existed unchanged for millennia, the cold pattern of anti-fate energy at rest. The ice element addressed it with the precision Qinghe had developed over years of thread resonance work. Not a battering blow, but a systematic disruption, finding the structure's resonance frequency and matching it, then shifting fractionally, introducing the specific dissonance that made the static pattern unstable. She was running the calculation in real time through the bond, adjusting the output based on the entity's responses. She had been the formation's tactical intelligence from the beginning, and she was the formation's tactical intelligence now. At the most critical moment, still precise. Fire at the energy sustaining the entity. The accumulated centuries of severed bond feeding. The vast reservoir of stolen connection that the unraveler had been drawing on since before anyone alive had been born. Meisho's bond, tempered and absolute, did not attack the energy so much as consume it, the fire element's nature converting what had been stolen into heat and light, returning it to something useful. He felt through the fire bond the specific quality that had been present since she reforged it. The bond chosen twice was stronger than the bond chosen once because the choice had been made knowing the cost. Wind at the mobility. The entity's ability to project its presence across space, the reach that had been placing tendrils through the sky and into the communities of the northern frontier. Lingyu's intelligence in the wind element, finding the pathways the entity used to project itself and sealing them, not with force, but with the wind's pervasive quality of getting into every available space before the thing being sealed could establish itself. She was working through the loom's enhanced range with the same efficiency she brought to intelligence operations, finding the nodes, mapping the network, addressing the infrastructure rather than the surface. Earth at the foundation. The unraveler had been rooted in this location for 2,000 years, the seal's location the anchor point of its existence. Ruelin's steady earth element addressed this, not breaking the anchor, which might have dispersed the entity unpredictably, but transforming the anchor, shifting the foundation from sealed captivity to something else, something that did not give the entity's existence the ground it needed to continue. She worked with the patience of someone who understood that structural changes took time and did not require visible immediate results to be real. Lightning at the activity, the unraveler's direct expressions, the tendrils in the sky, the corruption of communities, the specific interventions it had been making in the world. Inmei's lightning element discharged these, each bolt of the lightning bonded disruption of the activity, without attacking the entity's core, the tactical approach of someone who had learned that direct assaults on strong opponents were inefficient and that disruption was faster than destruction. Water at the flow, the channels through which the unraveler's corruption had been moving, the spiritual waterways it had been using to reach communities across the continent. Shun Yushi's water element, deep and precise and certain, redirected these channels the way a cultivator redirects meridian pathways in healing work. Not blocked, redirected. The corruption had no path to its target and accumulated against its own boundaries. Would at the generative capacity, the unraveler had, over centuries, developed the capacity to propagate its influence, to grow its corruption in the way that living things grow. This was the element it had stolen most thoroughly from the world it was consuming, the borrowed vitality that masked the fundamental absence at its center. Mu Qianling's wood element addressed this with the patient authority of someone who understood growth at its most fundamental. What was not genuinely alive could not genuinely grow, and the patterns the unraveler used to simulate propagation were recognizable to the wood element as the imitations they were. She unmade the imitation. Metal at the structural integrity, the form that the unraveler had accumulated over 2,000 years, the shell of its existence built from the energy of severed bonds. Jingyan's metal element, new and bright and precise, found the structural weak points with the ease of fresh perception. She had not been looking at this problem for months and years. She saw it clearly, and the metal element's sharpness addressed each structural weak point she identified with economical accuracy. Void at the absence-made presence. The unraveler's most fundamental nature was the void that had learned to pretend it was a force. The void element, Tianqian's self-bond, the ninth thread, addressed this directly. Void was not absence. Void was potential, the space in which things could exist. The unraveler had taken the quality of potential and made it into a consuming absence, and the ninth element's function was to return it to what void actually was. This was not a fast process. The void element was not a weapon. It was a correction, the replacement of a false thing with the true thing it had been pretending to be. Every part of the unraveler that had been built on the quality of consuming absence had to be met with the quality of genuine potential, which was not destructive but generative. The entity dissolved not by being broken, but by being returned to what it had been before it had become what it was. He felt the process through the ninth bond with a quality of recognition he hadn't expected. The unraveler had been something once. Not a person, not a bond, but something that had existed in the world's karmic structure as a natural feature. A quality of genuine void, of genuine potential, that had been caught in the first catastrophic misuse of fate threading 2,000 years before the first red thread holder had appeared. The original misuse had corrupted the void quality the same way the void lotus sect had been corrupted by grief. by insisting that the wound was the whole truth, by building an identity on the damage. The void element returned the entity to its origin, not annihilation, transformation. The consuming absence became potential again, and potential was not an entity that could threaten anything. He felt it happening across the 40-minute process, the entity losing its cohesion layer by layer, each of the 9 elements doing its specific work, the loom organizing the dissolution with the precision of something that had been designed for exactly this. The anti-fate field that had been pressing against the octagonal bastion, that had been pressing against the formation in various configurations for months, simply ceased. Not gradually. At the moment the void element's transformation reached the entity's core, the field stopped. The pressure was gone. He had been living with that pressure for so long that its absence was its own sensation, the specific quality of a weight removed that you had stopped noticing you were carrying. Through all 9 bonds, he felt each of the bonded women register the same absence. No sudden surge, just the specific quiet of a room after a sustained sound stops. Through the formation, someone exhaled. He thought it was Meisho. The unraveler dissolved. Chapter 140. The dissolution of an ancient entity that had spent 2,000 years accumulating was not a brief event. It took 40 minutes, which was not long in absolute terms, and was very long in terms of maintaining 9-bond Ennead formation output through the loom of heaven at full capacity. His body's limits had been extended by the succession of cultivation breakthroughs. He had reached Fate Dominator rank in the first moments of the loom's activation, then Destiny Architect as the 9-bond formation stabilized. Each breakthrough expanded what he could hold, and for how long. He held it for 40 minutes. The unraveler dissolved thread by thread, its accumulated mass of severed bonds releasing not as the connections they had been before severance, which were gone irretrievably, but as something simpler. Energy returning to the spiritual substrate. Potential without direction. Not the nothing of the void, but the everything of unassigned possibility. When the entity was gone, the loom of heaven began its repair. This was not something he controlled. It was what the loom did when given the opportunity, what it had been built to do, 2,000 years ago, by the first red thread holder who had understood the threat before it was too late. The repair process moved through the world's karmic substrate methodically, tracking each severed bond the unraveler had collected, assessing what remained of the connections, distributing the released potential to the bonds that were still alive. Most of the collected bonds could not be returned to their original form. The people connected by them were dead, or had moved on in ways that didn't admit reversal. What the loom did was different. It took the released potential and distributed it to the world's existing bonds, strengthening connections that were present, seeding new capacity where bonds had space to grow, restoring the karmic substrate to something closer to its healthy state. Across the continent, bonded cultivators felt it. Not dramatically, not as a vision or a voice or a sudden surge of power, as a quiet deepening. The particular quality of a connection that had been slightly thin becoming, over the course of minutes, more fully itself. He descended from the loom as the last of the repair completed. His feet found the mountain's broken surface. The cave collapse had opened the ground in a jagged line across the mountainside, and he stood there for a moment, 9 bonds present and stable and real, the loom of heaven receding above him into the cosmic register that was its home. His body was intact. This surprised him, distantly. The previous holder's thread memory had shown the cost of thread confluence, the full channeling of all available bonds through the holder's own body, as physically catastrophic. The Ennead formation's channeling through the loom was different. The loom had been built to carry this. The bonds had been built to connect to it. He had been, in some way he didn't fully understand and wasn't sure he needed to understand, built to hold all of it. He checked each bond in sequence. Not for damage. He could tell at formation level that none were damaged, but as the specific practice he'd developed over months of high-intensity cultivation work. Checking in. Present, and present with each of them individually, not just as a formation. Ice. Qinghe, at some distance, moving through the mountain's passages. She had not waited at the chamber. She had gone to check the condition of the passageways above, assessing the structural damage from the cave's collapse. He felt through the bond the quality of her thought. Systematic, accounting for load-bearing structures, noting where the damage was cosmetic and where it was structural. Practical after everything, because that was what she was. Fire. Meisho close. Through the bond he felt her looking at the mountain's surface, at the loom's fading light above, at him. The tempered thread carried a quality of satisfaction that was not self-congratulatory, but simply present. The satisfaction of someone who had done the thing they came to do, and was ready for what came next. Wind. Lingyu, already above, already mapping the territory. Through the bond, he felt the wind carrying reports from the relay network. Connections re-established across the continent. nodes that had gone dark during the unraveler's final expressions coming back online. She was reading the damage assessment in real time. Earth, Ruolin, still at the capital. The Earthbond's distance resilience meant her presence through it was always clear regardless of geography. She was in the Grand Hall. He gathered from the bond's texture, standing, speaking, managing the immediate political response to the sky clearing and the crisis ending. Lightning. Ime, standing on the mountain's broken surface a few meters from him. She had not moved after the loom's light faded. She was looking at the place where the unraveler had been. Through the bond, he felt the quality of her attention. She was making sure it was gone. Verifying. Then, after a moment, satisfied. Water. Shin Yushi, kneeling at the mountain's edge, checking the groundwater through the formation's extended range. The contamination from the unraveler's centuries-long proximity was visible to her water element. She was documenting it, building the baseline assessment that would anchor the long-term remediation work. Wood, Mu Qianling, crouched at the soil. Already. Metal, Jingyan, moving toward him through the broken ground. All 9 present. All 9 intact. The sky was clearing. The unraveler's influence on the sky had been accumulating for months. The dark fissures, the dead vein tendrils hanging from the torn heavens, the specific quality of a sky that was wrong because the thing that made it wrong was still present. Now they were gone. The gray of early morning was ordinary gray, cloud cover moving on natural wind patterns, the specific neutrality of a sky that had no agenda. Jingyan was the first to reach him when he came down. She had his height and their mother's eyes and 8 years of void lotus conditioning that would require real effort to undo. And she threw her arms around him with none of the cultivator's discipline that the conditioning had built. Not a technique, not a tactical assessment. Just, he was there and she was there. You're real, she said. I'm real, he said. I know that, she said. I've known that since the gray-blue lanterns. I'm saying it. She pulled back and looked at him with the organizational clarity that was characteristic and had survived 8 years of someone else's story being imposed on top of it. We have a lot of catching up to do. We do, he agreed. Wei Liang, who had been sitting on a rock approximately 15 meters away, watching the entire sequence of events with the expression of someone who had accepted at age 12 that his best friend was going to be extraordinary and had spent the subsequent years making his peace with this fact in various specific ways, said, I've thought about this. I should have chosen a less dramatic friend. The opportunities to choose a less dramatic friend were numerous. I chose wrong. You chose correctly, Tianqian said. I'm currently sitting on a broken mountain next to a hole where an ancient entity dissolved, Wei said. I chose wrong. Correctly, but wrong. Meishio arrived with the particular energy she brought to everything, present and direct and warm, the fire bond at full expression. She looked at Jingyan with the frank assessment of someone who had been hearing about this person at second hand from the thread memory references he'd made over months. You're the sister. I am, Jingyan said. You were hitting him earlier, and he wasn't hitting you back. Yes. I watched that, Meishio said. It was impressive how long he held before using the shield. He could have shielded earlier, Jingyan said. He chose not to. Yes, Meishio said. That's him. It was not an introduction so much as a calibration. 2 people reading each other through the quality of a shared third person, finding where they aligned. Tianqian watched it happen and recognized it as the particular form of welcome that the group had, over months of difficulty, developed into a reflex. Not softness, directness, acceptance through honest assessment rather than comfortable reassurance. Lingyu descended on the wind and landed with the precise ease that years of wind element cultivation had made effortless. She looked at the cleared sky, then at the mountain's broken surface, then at the 8 threads visible on the formation's display. 9, she said. 9, he confirmed. She nodded once, the specific nod of someone filing a result as confirmed and moving to the next item. Then she sat down on the mountain and pulled out her intelligence documentation, which had been updated continuously through the battle via the relay network. The Continental Council hearing is in 26 days. The kingdom's political situation has stabilized with Howren's faction in collapse. The Azure Crane Sect's interfaction has sent a diplomatic communication that is either a peace offer or a prelude to a legal challenge, and I can't determine which without additional information. She looked up. Do you want this now? Later, he said. She put the documentation away. Later, she agreed. Ruolin arrived at a run. She had been in the capital throughout the sanctuary battle, coordinating the kingdom's response to the Unraveler's final expression through the communication relay. And when the loom had finished its repair and the sky had cleared, she had apparently started moving toward the mountain with the same energy she brought to any problem that required her presence. She arrived breathing hard, her political composure set aside in a way that had nothing deliberate about it, which was visible to everyone and noted by no one because some moments didn't require commentary. She looked at him and said nothing for 3 seconds. Then, "The loom repaired?" "The loom repaired," he said. She breathed out. "Good." And she sat down on the mountain beside the others, the earth bond steady and present and warm. Shen Yushi and Mu Qianling arrived together, the two newest bonds calibrated to each other's company in the way of people who had been working in close formation for weeks. Shen Yushi said. The calculation was correct. The specific satisfaction of someone whose work had held under maximum stress. Mu Qianling crouched at the mountain's broken soil and pressed her hand flat against the earth. She stayed that way for a long moment, feeling the root systems below through the wood element's deep awareness, assessing the condition of the living things that had been growing away from the unraveler's seal for generations, the slow retreat of life from corrupted ground. Different, she said. The ground is already different. She reached into her pack and produced the seeds she had gathered from her 5-year garden in the shattered realm. Seeds she had harvested in exactly 60 seconds on the way out. While the realm shuddered and Lingyu said they had no time, because some things were important enough to take 60 seconds for. She planted them in the mountain's broken soil, the wood element cultivation supporting each seed as it went into the ground, encouraging the connection between seed and soil that was the beginning of growth. He sat down beside her while she planted, and one by one the others settled onto the mountain's surface, and for a while, in the rubble of a sanctuary, under a clearing sky, on ground that was beginning to remember what it had been before it had a reason to retreat from itself. Nobody said anything that needed to be said. They argued, eventually. Meishio and Yin Mei about the tactical sequence in the upper passages. Lingyu about the optimal timing for the council hearing. Ruolin and Jingyan discovering, in the course of a 3-minute exchange, that they had an identical approach to institutional analysis and an opposite approach to every conclusion that analysis produced, which produced an argument that was genuinely productive and would have impressed both of them if they had been watching it from outside rather than participating. Wei Liang said, to no one in particular, "I need to add to my accounting. In addition to choosing wrong in a correct way, I am now the least cultivated person on this mountain by an increasingly significant margin, and yet somehow also essential, which is a paradox I will need time to process." "You kept the relay running for 7 months across half the continent," Shen Yushi said. While also, Wei said, "not dying, which I am proud of as a separate achievement." Tianxin sat in the middle of all of it and watched the sky continue to clear and listened to the bonds. All 9. The Ennead formation stable and present and no longer defensive, no longer bracing against the unraveler's constant pressure, no longer working to maintain integrity against an entity that had been feeding on severed connections for 2,000 years. Just present. Just itself. Then Feng Xiulan was there. She was standing at the mountain's edge. He hadn't seen her arrive. She had the specific stillness of someone for whom arrival and departure had long since ceased to require announcement. Her presence had changed. The black threads were gone. The unraveler's corruption had dissolved with the entity itself, and what remained was the woman who had been the previous holder's 6th bond, and had carried the cost of that bond's severance for 2,000 years of service to the thing that had offered her survival in exchange for complicity. She was very old in a way that had nothing to do with her body. She was also lighter than he had ever seen her. "It's done?" she asked. "It's done," he said. She sat down at the mountain's edge, some distance from the group. Not near them. Some things had too much history to sit near anything comfortably, but present, in the way of someone who had earned the right to witness the end of the thing they had spent a long time serving, and who intended to use that right while they had it. She stayed for an hour. He watched her when the conversation around him allowed it. She sat at the edge with the particular stillness of someone who had been in motion, always hunting, always serving a directive, and had stopped. The stopping was its own thing. It took time to settle. When she rose to leave, she looked at him. He would have done it too, she said, if he'd had longer. If the unraveler had found him later, when the bonds were more established. He was trying to become what you are. A pause. He was afraid, the same way you were afraid. He just didn't have anyone who told him that was allowed. "The bonds told me," he said. "Every one of them." She was quiet with this for a moment. "Then, he would be glad of you. That's an odd thing to know, but I know it." She left before he could say more, walking north, and the morning light was on her as she went, and the black threads were gone, and what remained was a woman walking in clean light after a very long time in the dark, and he watched until she was gone. The system pulsed once, not with a bond notification, not with a cultivation advancement, not with a warning. Just a pulse, steady and precise, like the heartbeat of something very old that was still running. "The loom of heaven is repaired," it said. "The tapestry of fate extends beyond this world. Other worlds have their own looms and their own unravelers. The 10th rank awaits, Heaven Weaver. But that is a story for another day. He looked at the horizon. The tapestry extended into distances he could feel through the void bond without yet being required to move toward them. Other looms. Other worlds. The quality of potential rather than the urgency of crisis. Not today. Today there was a garden being planted in the broken earth, and his sister sitting close enough to touch, and his best friend cataloging his grievances with dramatic friendship, and 8 bonds present and chosen and alive in the morning light of a world that had decided to continue. He closed his eyes and felt all 9 threads. The ice's precision, and the fire's warmth, and the wind's restlessness, and the earth's steadiness, and the lightning's clarity, and the water's depth, and the wood's patience, and the metal's precision, and the void's openness. All 9 cycling through the formation that was no longer bracing but resting, the Ennead formation at its natural state. This was what 9 bonds felt like when they weren't fighting. This was what he had been building toward. Today was enough. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.